Chapter 1. The Divine Monarch Cultivation System. In the realm of Xianhuang, within the Daxia dynasty, lies the majestic town North Prince's mansion, where in the Grand Hall, a middle-aged man with striking sword-like brows and a commanding presence occupies the central seat. His fierce tiger-like eyes radiate brilliance, and upon the arrival of Xiao Chen, he cannot help but furrow his brow. Beside him sits a noble woman of exquisite grace, adorned in a resplendent crimson gown, her gaze towards Xiao Chen tinged with impatience and aloofness. Beneath them stand a youth clad in white, his appearance striking and his posture upright, yet an air of arrogance lingers in his features. Upon seeing Xiao Chen, a flicker of disdain crosses his eyes, unmasked. In the next moment, Xiao Chen's gaze falters, confusion washing over him. A piercing headache strikes, as a torrent of memories floods his mind. After assimilating a portion of these memories, an overwhelming shock envelopes him. He exclaims internally, "What the hell? Has he traversed into another realm?" He recalls a secluded grove, where he was entangled in a tender moment with a golden-haired maiden, only to be abruptly struck by a bolt of lightning, resulting in his demise. Indeed, that damned lightning was astoundingly precise. Thus, Xiao Chen found himself in this unfamiliar world. This moment, a surge of exhilaration courses through him. As a seasoned aficionado of fantasy novels, he comprehends the profound implications of a modern individual transitioning into a fantastical realm. Such occurrences often herald the arrival of formidable characters, brimming with unyielding prowess and extraordinary abilities. Once the system manifests, the world shall be at his command. With the power to seize the sun and moon and pluck the stars from the sky, there shall be no one comparable to him. He relishes the thought of a world governed by the law of the jungle, where strength reigns supreme and one can act with impunity if endowed with power. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he eagerly calls upon the system. However, what unfolds next sends chills down his spine. System, stop being mischievous. Reveal yourself. Where are you, system? Have you perished? Despite his vocal pleas, Xiao Chen's cries echo in vain. Damn it. Could it be that as a transmigrator, I have no system? A twitch of his lips betrays his frustration. After calling out for what seems an eternity, acceptance of this grim reality begins to settle within him. So be it. Even without a system, being a transcendent genius or a flamboyant young master is still a worthy existence. Gazing around at the opulence of the mansion, he reassures himself that his lineage must be of noble descent. Yet, as he integrates the remnants of his memories, the smile upon his face gradually fades. Xiao Chen discovers through these recollections that his predecessor bore the same name, Xiao Chen, the legitimate heir of the town North King, Xiao Zhenbei. Upon his birth, a remarkable half of 108 martial acupoints had already awakened within him, marking him as the legendary explosive royal physique, a prodigy of unparalleled talent in a century. It is imperative to note that the Daxia dynasty is currently besieged by the invasion of demon realms, with calamities rampant and humanity on the brink of annihilation. Only by becoming a powerful martial artist can one attain the formidable strength necessary to combat the demonic forces and safeguard their kin. However, the path to becoming a martial artist is fraught with challenges, necessitating extraordinary talent. Martial aptitude is classified into several tiers: yellow, Xian, earth, heaven, king, emperor, saint, and divine, with the most gifted martial aspirants being exceedingly rare. In the realm of cultivation, the Xian rank is a rare gem, a true genius among thousands. The D rank is even more exceptional, often regarded as a paragon of a generation. However, the Tian rank is a treasure sought after by countless aspirants. Ancient sects, some with lineages spanning millennia, would shed rivers of blood for a single Tian rank. Prodigy, ascending beyond that rank, is nearly mythical, with a mere glimpse occurring once in a century. Xiao Chen, possessing the innate royal physique, is indeed a marvel of his time. Yet, fate is oftentimes cruel. During a surprise attack on the Northern King's manor by a rival faction, Xiao Zhenbei was away, engaged in battle, while the enemy breached the inner courtyard. Xiao Chen had the opportunity to flee, but chose to protect his younger brother, Xiao Ling Tian, who was paralyzed by fear. In a desperate act, he withstood a devastating blow aimed at his brother. Fortunately, guardians arrived just in time to rescue him, but that strike shattered his dantian, rendering him a cripple. From that moment, his life underwent a drastic transformation. Initially, his parents sought every means to heal his wounds. However, as time passed and they recognized the futility of restoring his abilities, their focus shifted entirely to nurturing Xiao Ling Tian. Though Xiao Ling Tian's gifts were undeniable, having reached the pinnacle of the Tian rank, he paled in comparison to Xiao Chen's once magnificent royal physique. Yet he was still regarded as an extraordinary talent across the vast realm of Daxia. Gradually, their attention towards Xiao Chen dwindled, and he became a source of disdain. In an age where strength dictated one's worth, the eldest son of the Northern King, being a mere invalid, was a tremendous embarrassment. Eventually, to preserve the dignity of the manor, Xiao Zhenbei and his wife cast the 15-year-old Xiao Chen into the nearby city of Xiongwu, entrusting him to a former soldier of Xiao Zhenbei under the guise of allowing him to recuperate. Thus, 3 years passed without a single visit from his parents, as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, Xiao Ling Tian basked in the glory that was once Xiao Chen's unparalleled prodigy, son of the Northern King, the future backbone of humanity. No one remembered the former heir to the Northern King's throne, whose royal physique had once astounded all. Yet, Xiao Chen, a person who held familial bonds in high regard, believed his parents acted out of concern for his well-being. He never resented his brother for usurping what was rightfully his. He continued to love them dearly. It was only a month ago when Xiao Zhenbei brought Xiao Chen back to Xiongwu to fulfill an engagement arranged with the Daxia royal family, that he perceived the stark change in his family's demeanor. Indifferent parents, an arrogant brother, and insolent servants, that he suddenly realized that he had been relegated to a position of utter insignificance within his own home, living a life less than that of a dog. 3 days prior, his brother Xiao Ling Tian approached him with a shocking revelation. He had set his sights on Xiao Chen's fiancée, Yi Qingxian, and demanded that Xiao Chen annul their betrothal. Yi Qingxian was the object of Xiao Chen's affections, and he could not acquiesce to such a demand. In a fit of rage and humiliation, Xiao Ling Tian, disregarding Xiao Chen's frail state, ruthlessly attacked him, leaving him severely injured. Upon hearing this matter, the couple, Xiao Zhenbei and his wife, took no heed of Xiao Chen's words. Instead, they rebuked him for slandering his brother, not even bothering to check on his injuries. Thus it was the original body succumbed to its grievous wounds and perished. At that very moment, Xiao Chen, struck by lightning, traversed into this realm. Having integrated the memories of the original owner, Xiao Chen was left utterly stunned. Abandoned by his parents, insulted by his brother, and scorned by the servants, he found himself without a system. What a catastrophic beginning! Heaven, have I somehow offended you? Why treat me this way? After a considerable time, Xiao Chen finally managed to calm his tumultuous emotions as he glanced at Xiao Zhenbei, Wen Wanrong, and Xiao Ling Tian before him, feeling a chill grip his heart. Though they were his closest kin, he sensed not an iota of warmth from them, only indifference and disdain. Presumptuous! You ungrateful wretch! I summoned you to discuss matters, yet you dawdle and arrive at such a late hour? Do you not hold me, your father, in any regard? Quickly, kneel before me. Seeing Xiao Chen maintain his nonchalant demeanor, Xiao Zhenbei could not help but pound the table forcefully, causing the nearby servants to tremble in fear. A flicker of confusion crossed his eyes. The former Xiao Chen, though ineffectual, had always shown him utmost respect. Yet today, this Xiao Chen not only arrived late, but also displayed a complete lack of urgency or decorum. Upon hearing these words, an inexplicable fury surged within Xiao Chen. It seemed as though the emotions of the original body were resurfacing. Though he was slightly delayed, it was merely a moment's tardiness and hardly constituted a significant delay. How dare Xiao Zhenbei erupt in such rage and demand he kneel? Xiao Ling Tian, summoned and arriving an hour or two late, was a common occurrence. Yet Xiao Zhenbei had never reprimanded him. Was this not a glaring double standard? Just as Xiao Chen felt the urge to unleash a tirade, a cold, mechanical female voice suddenly resonated in his ear. Ding! The God King cultivation system is now activating. Activation successful. Entering the blind box selection interface, the host choices will yield different rewards, yet the rewards remain unknown until a choice is made. What the system? Have you finally decided to show up? Do you have any idea how I endure these past 10 minutes? Xiao Chen trembled with excitement, unable to suppress an inner roar of indignation. He was so close. Just a moment more, and he would have initiated a suicidal challenge against Xiao Zhenbei. Realm classification. Disciple, Master, General, Sect Leader, King. 5 realms will be revealed initially, with more to follow. Chapter 2. The Body of a Martial God. The selection of Lives blind box begins. Choice 1. Kneel and apologize to Xiao Zhenbei. Humbly accept all his accusations, and gain the opportunity to survive in the Northern King's residence with his protection. In these chaotic times, the host would at least secure a place to live. What does this even count as a choice? Xiao Chen's lips twitched, Selecting this option was no different from becoming a mere dog. Choice 2. To sever all ties with the ungrateful Xiao Chen and reclaim his dignity as a man, departing from the Northern Town Prince's residence to embark on a journey of survival in a chaotic world where lives are as inconsequential as grass. Such a choice would be true to his masculine essence, embodying unwavering resolve, yet carries the peril of being mercilessly hunted by the demon clan, leaving him with no resting place in death. Life is fraught with unexpected turns, therefore, the host must choose wisely. Depending on the choice made, the rewards offered will vary greatly. This selection's reward pool includes 1 dog whip, 10 primary blood essence pills, 1 divine martial body, and 1 dogtail grass. Reward descriptions. Reward 1. Dog whip, a tool for enhancing physical strength. When ingested by a man, he becomes as ferocious as a tiger by night. Reward 2. Primary blood essence pill, consuming 1 can augment one's vitality by 10 points. This elixir is essential for martial practitioners, valued at 10 taels of silver each, with a total worth of 100 taels. Reward 3. The unparalleled divine martial body, a legendary physique as long as the possessor avoids self-destruction. Transcending the void and becoming a deity is nearly effortless. With the divine martial body, one could shatter the cosmos at will. Reward 4. Dogtail grass, an utterly mundane decorative item. Gazing at the golden virtual panel before him, Xiao Chen stood in stunned silence. A dog whip? Dogtail grass? How could such trivial items be offered as rewards by the system? This is utterly outrageous. The system's heart is truly corrupt. This is no different from the card-drawing games he played in his past life, where worthless items cluttered the reward pool. As for the blood essence pills, they are a commendable reward, indeed, as they provide tangible enhancement for martial artists. However, their total value of 100 taels, while substantial for an ordinary person, is but a mere trifle to the Northern Town Prince's residence. The true treasure lies in the divine martial body, a reward of the highest caliber. Yet, he wonders if this divine martial body could restore his shattered dantian. Do not fret, host. The divine martial body can enable a complete transformation if obtained. Your dantian shall naturally be restored, echoed the system's voice, seemingly attuned to Xiao Chen's thoughts. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was instantly filled with excitement. The divine martial body can restore his dantian. Does this mean he could regain the unparalleled talents of his former self? If so, the vast world would be at his feet. However, it must be noted that Xiao Chen's understanding is somewhat flawed. While the explosive royal body is formidable, it pales in comparison to the divine martial body, which is of an entirely different league. System, could you provide some guidance? If I soar, your glory will also shine. Xiao Chen addressed the system. With no hints given, the system advised that the host must rely solely on his instincts. A friendly reminder, choosing incorrectly could lead to death. Hearing the system's words, Xiao Chen gazed at the golden virtual panel, engulfed in uncertainty. The first choice merely entails kneeling before Xiao Zhenbei, living in ignominy to secure safety. Without the system, such a choice, though humiliating, would have been unavoidable. After all, with the demon clan rampant, without the protection of the Northern Town Prince's residence, he would likely meet a swift demise at their hands upon stepping outside. But now, he possesses the system that he no longer wished to live a life of such indignity. A true man must rise, wielding his sword and spear, commanding respect across the realms. The second option indeed resonated with his heart. However, if he failed to obtain the divine warrior's physique, he could easily meet his demise. With this thought in mind, he began to ponder the connection between these rewards and choices. Suddenly, he recalled a television drama from his previous life, where a great general, faced with invaders yet refusing to engage in battle, was mocked by his subordinates who presented him with dog treasures, implying that he was too cowardly and needed to bolster his resolve. Could it be that the system's rewards were similarly laced with such hidden meanings? If his conjecture held true, choosing to kneel and admit his faults would correspond to rewards such as a dog whip and dog tail, grass signifying his cowardice and his pitiful, tail-wagging demeanor. After contemplating for a moment, the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became, and he resolutely declared in his heart, I choose the second option. Ding! Congratulations, host. Choice successful. By choosing to sever ties with the unworthy Xiao Zhenbei family, you demonstrate your indomitable spirit. The rewards of the dog whip and dogtail grass are now irrelevant to you. As you venture alone in the world, you urgently require an enhancement of your strength thus. The reward shall manifest between the Qi blood pill and the divine warriors. Physique. The ultimate reward you shall receive is the divine warrior's physique. The voice of the system resonated like celestial music in Xiao Chen's ears. Before him, a virtual panel suddenly displayed a vivid scene. an immensely vast and resplendent starry sky, where an indistinct divine figure strolled through the void. With each step he took, the very fabric of space shattered, and stars extinguished. Even the laws of heaven and earth could not withstand the aura emanating from him, beginning to crumble under its weight. Though separated by boundless time and space, Xiao Chen could effortlessly sense the overwhelming pressure radiating from this divine being. Yet he noticed that the figure was shrouded in a thick, inky blackness of deathly energy. Evidently, his end was near. Suddenly, the divine figure turned to gaze at Xiao Chen, his eyes shimmering with golden light, causing the endless void to fracture inch by inch. Then he slightly parted his lips, emitting a profound divine sound. "Little brother, you have finally arrived. I have awaited you for 10,000 years. Today, I shall impart to you the heart of the divine warrior, hoping you can suppress the next eternal age and uphold the illustrious name of the divine warrior's physique. In any given era, only one divine warrior's physique may exist. The previous bearer must perish before the next can inherit it. Such a constitution is too extraordinary in the same era. A second cannot coexist." In the next moment, a purple heart shot forth from the divine figure's chest, traversing the boundless void and entering Xiao Chen's OWN. An unfathomable power instantaneously engulfed Xiao Chen's being. Then, the extraordinary phenomenon dissipated. Just as Xiao Chen felt as though his body would explode, a mysterious force swiftly subdued the divine warrior's heart within him. The transfer of the divine warrior's physique was complete, and the system detected that the host was currently unfit for activation. IT temporarily assisted the host in freezing the power, allowing the host to choose a time for activation later. The system's voice echoed, and all of this transpired unseen by anyone other than Xiao Chen. Xiao Zhenbei, upon seeing Xiao Chen standing foolishly in place, was instantly filled with rage. "You wretched fool! How dare you not kneel? Do you wish to defy your father? I shall punish you to kneel here for 3 days and nights, and no one is permitted to bring you food." At these words, Xiao Chen immediately regained his composure. Forcefully suppressing the joy of acquiring the divine body, he lifted his gaze to meet the imposing figure of Xiao Zhenbei seated in the center. In his eyes, there flickered a glimmer of sharpness and intensity. Had he merely delayed for a brief moment? How could Xiao Zhenbei treat him in such a manner? The tone suggested that he would rather see him perish. And what of Wanrong and Xiao Lingtian? Had he not shielded Xiao Lingtian from that devastating blow back in the day, Xiao Lingtian would have long since perished. He would not have been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. Yet this family not only failed to feel any gratitude towards him, but in his time of weakness, they instead added insult to injury, treating him as if he were a mere beast. Were they truly his kin? Had they ever considered for whom he had shattered his dantian? "Ha! Xiao Zhenbei, I have simply arrived a moment late, and you deem it an act of rebellion against my father? You certainly excel at pinning such a cap upon me." With a cold laugh, Xiao Chen locked eyes with Xiao Zhenbei, his voice icy as he declared, "Is it not your disdain for my shattered dantian that tarnishes your reputation as the king of the North? Must you be so hypocritical? Yet do not forget, I once possessed an unparalleled innate royal physique. Were it not for the purpose of saving Xiao Lingtian's life, would it be your place to act so arrogantly before me? Merely possessing celestial-grade talent, you are not even worthy to hold my shoes." As these words echoed, the crowd was struck with utter astonishment. The servants around trembled in fear, gazing incredulously at Xiao Chen. This once self-doubting and timid young master, who had always revered his father as a deity, today displayed such remarkable boldness. How dare he utter such rebellious words to the Northern King? It is important to note that sitting before him is none other than the formidable Northern King, whose reputation resonates throughout the realm. Few dare to speak to the Northern King in such a manner. When Wanrong and Xiao Lingtian were equally stunned, their eyes wide as saucers. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenbei wore an expression of sheer bewilderment. Xiao Zhenbei could hardly fathom that his useless son would dare to retort against him. Did this good-for-nothing not realize who had been shielding him all these years? Without Xiao Zhenbei, this rebellious offspring would have long since perished at the hands of the demon clan. As for the so-called innate royal physique, that was nothing but an antiquated tale from years gone by. Who would care about such trivialities? How audacious of you, ungrateful child, to speak to your father in such a manner. Today, I shall ensure that I break both your legs." Xiao Zhenbei roared in anger, a terrifying aura sweeping forth from his being. The surrounding servants felt a chill deep within their hearts, cold sweat pouring down as they could not help but kneel. The king of the north was indeed fearsome. In the throes of his fury, who could stand against him? Xiao Chen, this worthless wretch, was surely doomed. Chapter 3. Is this something a mother would utter? Break my legs? Huh, splendid. Come forth. After all, you, the mighty king of the north, are unparalleled, and I, a broken and feeble being, can certainly not withstand you. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over Xiao Zhenbei and the other three, a trace of scorn flickering in his eyes. Xiao Zhenbei truly possesses an immense aura of authority. Merely expressing a few candid truths warrants the breaking of his legs? How utterly absurd. It is laughable that, in his quest to save an ungrateful brother, he shattered his own dantian and was cast aside in this desolate little town for so many years, yet he harbored no resentment towards them. Upon being brought back, he was filled with an overwhelming excitement, eagerly seeking to please the three of them in hopes that they might bestow upon him a modicum of their meager familial affection. However, in their eyes, all his sacrifices and efforts amounted to naught. Even more tragically, the very brother he risked his life to save dared to covet his most beloved fiancée. It is nothing short of pitiable. In this moment, the emotions of the original self erupted in their entirety. Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of profound sorrow, as if his heart were engulfed by a wave of despair. He regarded this family as his own flesh and blood, yet they viewed him as nothing more than a despicable insect, easily trampled upon. What kind of justice could possibly exist in such a world? However, this emotional turmoil was fleeting, dissipating swiftly. Xiao Chen's gaze returned, cold as ice. After all, he was merely a traveler from another world. Although he had assimilated the memories of his former self, he possessed little emotional attachment. Letting go was the only course. Having been reborn, who among the living would still play the role of a submissive and dutiful offspring? He was certainly not the excessively filial predecessor, who valued familial ties above his own life. Witnessing Xiao Chen's unusual demeanor, one could hardly believe he dared to exhibit such intense defiance. Xiao Lingtian could hardly contain his indignation as he tilted his head back, exuding an air of arrogance. Xiao Chen, what manner of attitude is this? How dare you be so insolent towards our father? Has he not treated you with enough kindness? You, a good-for-nothing, should have perished in this chaotic world had it not been for our father's benevolence in sustaining you. And yet, you remain unsatisfied? His gaze was rife with disdain and contempt. He never anticipated that Xiao Chen, a mere waste, would dare to be so brazen, even challenging Xiao Zhenbei. Did this imbecile not comprehend the severity of these turbulent times? Each day, how many souls are claimed by the chaos wrought by monsters? To do nothing yet relish in the tranquility afforded by the Duke of the northern town is a tremendous grace. Yet this Xiao Chen has the audacity to complain. By what right does this good-for-nothing presume to voice discontent? Abha? A waste? Indeed. What a splendid waste. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen suddenly threw his head back and laughed maniacally. As his laughter echoed, his eyes gradually turned crimson, and his handsome features took on a somewhat sinister expression. This abrupt display of mirth left those around him in a state of shock. Laughter? At this moment, how could this worthless fool still find humor? Worthless one. What is it that you find amusing? Am I not speaking the truth? Xiao Lingdian furrowed his brow and inquired. A glimmer of despair flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes as he abruptly turned his head, fixing his gaze intently on Xiao Lingtian. He spoke each word with a deliberate weight. You are right. I have been foolish. Had it not been for the purpose of saving you, this wretched creature, I would still be the transcendent being endowed with a natural royal physique, basking in the endless splendor of supreme honor. How naive I have been to consider you a heartless and ungrateful wretch. As a brother, I sacrificed my unparalleled talents to save your wretched life. Yet what have I received in return? Abandonment by my parents and humiliation from my brother? Indeed, I am a fool, the greatest fool in all the world. Upon the utterance of these words, many of the servants present were taken aback, their expressions shifting to reveal a complex array of emotions. Indeed, had it not been for the endeavor to save Xiao Lingtian, Xiao Chen, with his innate royal physique, would undoubtedly have become a figure of unparalleled distinction, revered by all, and would never have been subjected to such indignities. Although Xiao Lingtian possesses exceptional celestial grade talent, he remains woefully inadequate when compared to the innate royal physique. The royal body is indeed formidable beyond measure, effortlessly crushing celestial beings as one would squash an insignificant ant. Xiao Zhenbei's expression darkened, while Wen Wanrong was taken aback, unable to fathom that Xiao Chen would utter such heartless words. As the party involved, Xiao Lingtian's face turned a shade of green with rage as he clenched his fists tightly. Scoundrel, how dare you label your own brother as a beast? Do you intend to turn against your own flesh and blood? Xiao Zhenbei noticed the change in Xiao Lingtian's expression, a pang of sorrow striking his heart. and he reprimanded him with a darkened countenance. After Xiao Chen became a cripple, Xiao Lingtian has become his sole hope. From a young age, he has showered Xiao Lingtian with affection and care. How could he bear to witness Xiao Lingtian enduring such indignity? Sibling rivalry? Xiao Zhenbei, are you blind? Which of your eyes has perceived this wretched creature as my kin? I saved his life. Yet he not only fails to express gratitude, but also humiliates me at every turn. When he refers to me as worthless, I did not hear you utter a word in my defense. And now, after I have merely spoken a few words to him, you suddenly feel compassion? Oh, it seems this wretched creature's life truly is held in high regard. Xiao Chen scoffed. You worthless fool, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? Immediately prostrate yourself and apologize. Xiao Zhenbei was on the verge of exploding when Xiao Lingtian, unable to contain himself any longer, unleashed a terrifying aura of murderous intent that firmly locked onto Xiao Chen. Gazing into his eyes, which were tumultuous with frigid malice, Xiao Chen could not help but burst into laughter. Bowing in apology, he had saved the life of this wretched creature. Yet it had never once bowed its head in gratitude. Now, after merely speaking a few candid truths, this audacious being demanded that he kneel in contrition? How dare it? He regarded the few blood relatives before him, their swords drawn and hostility palpable. Xiao Chen could not help but feel that he was truly unfortunate. Even if he was adopted, he did not deserve such treatment. His parents showed disdain, his younger brother looked down upon him, and even the servants regarded him as less than human. The very brother he had saved at the cost of his own shattered dantian now demanded that he bow down and apologize. Apologize to him? Ha! Xiao Lingtian, what kind of scoundrel do you think you are to deserve such reverence from me? Were it not for my intervention, you would be 6 feet under with grass growing 3 meters high on your grave. Apologize? I would rather not. Xiao Chen spoke coldly. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Lingtian's breath momentarily faltered. He was taken aback by Xiao Chen's unexpected eloquence. Was this truly the same timid and submissive individual from the past? Indeed. Xiao Chen had rescued him years ago, but as an elder brother, was this not his rightful duty? How could this so-called waste now seek to repay kindness with derision? Moreover, that incident had transpired 3 years prior. Was it necessary to continuously bring it up? Observing the incredulity etched across Xiao Lingtian's face, Xiao Chen continued, You, a mere parasitic waste, presume to mock me? In terms of innate talent, I possess the heavenly royal body, while you are merely a pinnacle of heavenly rank. Were it not for your fortunate circumstances and the favoritism shown by Xiao Zhenbei granting you access to all manner of rare treasures, could you have achieved your current level of cultivation? Do you genuinely believe yourself to be formidable? Xiao Chen mercilessly struck at Xiao Lingtian's vulnerable spot, shattering his pride with brutal force. Xiao Lingtian gritted his teeth, his chest heaving with anger. Chener, how can you speak to your brother in such a manner? Over the years, our parents have indeed failed you. If you agree to annul your engagement with Yi Qingxian, allowing her to be with Lingtian, I promise to make amends for the past. From this day forth, whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. When Wanrong could no longer bear to witness this and gently persuaded him. After all, she was a mother. Both sons were dear to her. Despite her inclination towards the younger one, her heart still held affection for the elder. What? Annul the engagement? When Wanrong, you are well aware that I have cherished Yi Qingxian for many years, longing to marry her day and night. How can you suggest annulling our engagement to accommodate this little wretch? Xiao Chen was utterly bewildered. Could these truly be the words of a mother? Chapter 4. Severing Ties. My dear Chen, I understand your pain, but your brother has a profound affection for Qingxian. He is consumed by thoughts of her, neglecting food and drink to the point of withering away. As his elder brother, surely you cannot bear to witness his suffering? Would you not allow him this chance? When Wanrong also felt the situation was somewhat excessive, yet after a moment's hesitation, she voiced her sentiments. You express concern for his distress. Yet I have been forsaken in this desolate town for 3 years. Not once have you spared a thought for my existence, completely indifferent to my plight. You claim it is for my recovery, yet your actions speak otherwise. A flicker of sorrow flashed through Xiao Chen's eyes. Although he was a traveler from another realm, he had nonetheless merged with the memories of his predecessor. The profound agony and despair of yearning for familial affection yet being unable to attain it resonated deeply within him. It was truly heart-wrenching. When Xiao Zhenbei and his wife summoned his predecessor back to the desolate North City to fulfill the betrothal with Yi Qingxian, the predecessor was overwhelmed with joy, weeping like a child. He naively believed that 3 years of neglect and torment were finally drawing to a close, and that he was on the verge of receiving his parents' affection his brother's respect, and his wife's nurturing. However, upon his return to the desolate North City, he was met with an astonishingly cold reception from his family. In that moment, his heart shattered. Subsequently, Zhentian brazenly sought to usurp his betrothed, even going so far as to inflict grievous harm upon him. Astonishingly, his parents remained indifferent, not even casting a glance in his direction. Subsequently, the original body succumbed to despair. The actions of this family are such that even the most depraved of beasts would bow their heads in shame. At this moment, when Wan Rong audaciously suggested that he relinquish his engagement on the grounds that Zhentian was feeling disheartened and had missed a few meals, such an affront is utterly intolerable. A surge of inexplicable rage surged within Xiao Chen. Channer, do not misunderstand. Both of you are my beloved children, and I care for you both. However, given your current predicament, even if you do not renounce the engagement, Qing Xian will never marry you. When Wan Rong stammered in a fluster, her eyes reddened with emotion. She still held some affection for her eldest son. After all, he was a part of her. Yet, Xiao Zhenbei, a man of great pride, could not allow the existence of a perceived failure like Xiao Chen to tarnish the reputation of the Northern King's residence, fearing it would undermine his authority. Thus, they cast the young Xiao Chen away to a remote town, entrusting him to the care of an ordinary family. To further diminish Xiao Chen's influence, they had not visited him for many years. In his absence, it was only natural that when Wan Rong showered all her affection upon Zhentian, eventually leading to an undeniable favoritism. Little did she anticipate that the brothers, having just met, would find themselves in such irreconcilable conflict. This was a sight no mother wished to witness. Yet, one was a long-lost son, a stranger after 3 years, while the other was a prodigious child raised by her side. Thus, her inclination naturally leaned towards the younger son, even to the extent of making such outrageous demands. She never considered the immense sacrifices Xiao Chen had already made for Zhentian. Zhentian has always felt indebted to Xiao Chen. Enough of this charade. Wan Rong, do not pretend to share a deep maternal bond with me. To speak frankly, your recent words reveal that you are unworthy of the title of mother. So please, withhold your tears. I have no need for them. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing these words, when Wan Rong's heart twisted painfully, a look of incredulity flashing in her eyes. She had never anticipated that the man who had once revered her, who would become restless with excitement at the mere hint of her smile, could now display such ruthless indifference towards her. Unworthy of being a mother? Has Xiao Chen's resentment towards her reached such a point? Unfilial child, how dare you defy your mother? Today, I shall undoubtedly end your life. Xiao Zhenbei bellowed in fury. Kill me? Come on. Xiao Zhenbei, you have long desired this day, haven't you? If you are unafraid of the world branding you as a ruthless slayer of your own kin, then strike with all your might. Regardless, I am certain I cannot evade my fate. A faint, mocking smile lingered at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips, his icy gaze fixated intently on Xiao Zhenbei. It is widely proclaimed that the King of the North is a valiant and invincible hero, a stalwart defender of humanity against the demonic tribes beyond the desolate North. A true champion and the backbone of our race. Yet, in truth, you are not but a hypocritical charlatan seeking reputation. Before the age of 15, you regarded me as the future of the Xiao family, showering me with care and obedience. However, after I suffered the shattering of my dantian and the ruin of my talents, you transformed entirely, displaying an icy indifference towards me. Ultimately, you perceive me as a worthless failure, incapable of inheriting the glory of the Xiao lineage, do you not? As these words fell from his lips, a palpable tremor coursed through the crowd, their eyes widening in terror. How daring of Xiao Chen to utter such words against the King of the North? Was he not afraid that the king, in a fit of rage, would eliminate him on the spot? Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenbei's face turned ashen with fury, his body trembling as a terrifying aura of martial prowess emanated from him, causing the very air to crack and splinter like a web of fractures. The onlookers were instantly engulfed by an overwhelming pressure, as if a towering mountain had descended upon them, causing cold sweat to stream down their backs. Xiao Zhenbei truly lives up to his reputation as a martial genius of celestial caliber. By midlife, he has already attained the realm of a martial king. Merely a few strands of his formidable aura are enough to instill terror. Yet, in the next moment, that overwhelming might swiftly recedes like a receding tide. Observing the mocking expression on Xiao Chen's face, a flicker of despondency suddenly crossed Xiao Zhenbei's eyes, though he was reluctant to admit it. Every word spoken by Xiao Chen resonated with undeniable truth. As the head of the Xiao family and the King of the North, tasked with safeguarding the northern wilderness, he bore an immense burden. Over the years, he had indeed overlooked the care of Xiao Chen, and he felt a profound sense of guilt towards him. However, he could not shoulder all the blame. In the past, upon the birth of Xiao Chen, it was discovered that he possessed a natural royal physique. He was overwhelmed with joy, for such an innate royal constitution was undeniably formidable, powerful enough to ensure the Xiao family's splendor for a millennium. Consequently, he placed all his hopes and affections upon Xiao Chen. As the saying goes, the greater the hope, the deeper the disappointment. Later, when Xiao Chen's dantian was shattered, his spirit nearly crumbled. The natural royal physique was lost. The centuries-old legacy of the Xiao family lay in ruins. He found it difficult to come to terms with this reality. The mere sight of Xiao Chen filled him with disdain. Although he understood that it was not Xiao Chen's fault, he could not suppress his feelings. Eventually, he resolved to cast Xiao Chen away to an unseen place, believing that out of sight would mean out of mind. From beginning to end, he only considered his own emotions, disregarding Xiao Chen's existence entirely. For the ensuing 7 years, he nearly forgot about his own son, until the day the marriage contract expired, prompting him to bring Xiao Chen back into his life. Yet, the bond that once existed had long since faded. Xiao Chen's consistent submission led him to develop a false sense of entitlement. As a father, he believed he was justified in his treatment of his son, who could only endure in silence. It was only when Xiao Chen finally erupted that he realized the magnitude of his error. He was utterly unworthy of the title of father. However, due to his pride, he could never admit to such a mistake. Thus, he remained silent. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was taken aback. Who would have imagined that the usually domineering king of the north would actually retreat? Indeed, at this moment, the silence represented a significant concession for Xiao Zhenbei, an extraordinary retreat. Ah, what is this? Have I struck a chord? Left you at a loss for words? Xiao Chen scoffed, renounced the engagement, and in the future, I shall make amends to you. Xiao Zhenbei remained silent for a considerable time before uttering a few words. Compensation? No need. From this day forth, I sever all ties with the Xiao family. I am no longer your son, nor are you my father. Henceforth, we shall be like strangers, never to cross paths again. Xiao Chen took a deep breath, severing the final thread of his inner ties, and slowly spoke. As his words echoed in the air, the eyes of all present widened in shock, their pupils contracting as they processed the gravity of his declaration. An irrevocable severance? A vow of eternal estrangement? Is Xiao Chen truly severing ties with the Xiao family? Chapter 5. Not worthy of even holding your shoes. When Wanrong's face turned pale with fear, she had never anticipated that the usually obedient eldest son, who has always complied with his parents' wishes, would suddenly erupt in such an absolute and resolute manner. Her intention was merely to have Xiao Chen relinquish his engagement with Yi Qingxian for the sake of her youngest son, not to contemplate a complete disassociation with him. Chener, how can you utter such words that bring sorrow to your parents? You are the very flesh of my flesh. How could I bear to sever our bond? When Wanrong's eyes brimmed with tears. Ah, when Wanrong, wipe away those insincere tears. Ask yourself sincerely, have you ever shown genuine concern for my well-being over all these years? Flesh of my flesh, spare me the theatrics. Your true affection has always belonged to that little beast, Xiao Lingtian. Do not mistake it. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, his expression one of cold indifference. Unfilial child, over such trivial matters, you actually wish to sever ties with your parents? Have you lost your mind? Just as when Wanrong was about to offer further counsel, Xiao Zhenbei's furious voice erupted. With a forceful strike, he shattered the coffee table and bellowed, Sever ties, is it? Very well. Leave this house at once. From this day forth, you are no longer a member of the Xiao family. I shall have your name removed from the family registry. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback, their faces reflecting disbelief. Removal from the family registry? They could scarcely believe that Xiao Zhenbei would go to such lengths. According to the laws of the Great Xia, should a family member's name be expunged from the family registry by the patriarch, it signified a complete and utter severance of all ties with the family, a relationship that would never be restored. If Xiao Chen were to be removed from the family registry by Xiao Zhenbei, it would mean a total disconnection from the Zhenbei Wangfu, leaving him unprotected. As a mere cripple, Xiao Chen would find it impossible to survive in the chaotic and perilous realm of the north, rife with malevolent forces. Xiao Zhenbei is determined to cut off Xiao Chen's path to survival. However, upon hearing this, a flicker of joy appeared on Xiao Lingtian's face. Over the years, although Xiao Chen seldom made an appearance at the northern king's manor, his affairs were, to some extent, known to many. Zhentian had often been the subject of ridicule due to his inept elder brother. Now, if this so-called good-for-nothing were to be expelled from the Xiao residence, it would signify that the Xiao family could finally rid themselves of this immense disgrace. His own departure would certainly elevate his standing in society. Xiao, what nonsense are you spouting? To be removed from the family lineage? Do you wish for Chin'er to perish? With a shattered dantian, how could he survive in this chaotic world without the protection of the northern guardian princess estate? At that moment, when Wanrong could no longer contain herself, her gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon Xiao, demanding an explanation with a voice laced with fury. Xiao found himself momentarily at a loss for words when questioned. After a brief silence, he replied, "Madam, I was merely angered in the moment." Deep down, he was aware of his own excesses and regretted his words as soon as they left his lips. However, the audacious demands posed by Xiao Chen had incensed him beyond measure. As a dignified prince of the northern frontier, one of the 10 martial kings of the Great Xia, he was inundated with countless individuals wishing to be reborn as his son. Even the vast expanse of the north could hardly contain them all. How could Xiao Chen, who was so fortunate, fail to recognize his blessings? In what way had Xiao wronged him? Although there may have been moments of neglect over the years, had he not ensured Xiao Chen's comfort and security? In this chaotic world rife with demons and turmoil, many children perish at birth. Was it not a stroke of luck to be born in the prince of the northern frontier's residence, to enjoy peace and safety? As a princely figure and the father of 2 children, could he truly lack such magnanimity, to stoop to quarreling with a mere child? When Wanrong, usually gentle in demeanor, was now genuinely enraged. "Madam, it was not my intention. If this ungrateful child is willing to kneel and apologize, I would gladly retract my earlier remarks." Xiao took a deep breath. In his eyes, as the resolute king of the north, his willingness to go to such lengths already demonstrated immense forbearance towards Xiao Chen. "Bring me paper and pen." Xiao Chen interjected directly. The servants exchanged glances, and after a moment of hesitation, one of them brought forth paper and ink to Xiao Chen. "Do you wish to compose a letter of contrition? That is certainly permissible. However, it must be presented while kneeling." A flicker of doubt crossed Xiao eyes as he furrowed his brow. He had not entertained the notion that Xiao Chen desired paper and ink to compose the Book of Severance. After all, being born in the residence of the northern town prince was a cherished dream for countless individuals. Now, he had already offered a way out. Xiao Chen would undoubtedly descend the stairs with great care. In fact, even when Wanrong and Xiao believed that Xiao Chen intended to compose a letter of repentance, they too found it hard to believe that Xiao Chen would dare to leave the northern town prince's residence. Given his incapacitated state, should he venture out, he would surely meet a tragic fate on the streets amidst the gazes of the onlookers. Xiao Chen's pen danced like a dragon and a snake. Soon, the absolute separation book was completed. Upon finishing the last character, Xiao Chen set down his pen and stepped forward, presenting the severance letter to Xiao. Upon discerning the contents, Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, and a torrent of rage surged within his eyes. His fierce gaze fixated on Xiao Chen. "You insolent wretch! Are you seeking death? How dare you pen a severance letter? Do you truly believe I would hesitate to disown you?" "What? A severance letter?" When Wanrong trembled, incredulity causing her to cover her mouth. The severance letter was a document recognized by the laws of the Great Xia, signifying a formal disconnection from one's family. She had initially thought Xiao Chen acted on impulse, but she was astonished to discover he had indeed drafted such a document. Was he genuinely intent on severing ties with their family? "Xiao, there is no need for further words. Simply affix your signature. I have no desire to remain even a moment longer in this northern duke's residence." Xiao Chen spoke with a stoic expression, his eyes filled with indifference, as if the figures before him were not his own flesh and blood, but mere strangers devoid of any connection. This sentiment rang true. After years of neglect and mistreatment, he had reached his limit. He truly wished to remain in this place not a moment longer. "Very well, you ungrateful wretch. I am curious to see how long you will survive after leaving the northern king's residence." Xiao, unable to endure any longer, decisively picked up the pen and inscribed his name upon the severance document. With a forceful gesture, he slammed the document down before Xiao Chen. The severance document required the signatures of all parties involved to become effective. He was skeptical. Xiao Chen truly dares to inscribe his own name. How forthright. When it comes to ruthlessness, it must indeed be you, Xiao. Nevertheless, I must express my gratitude to you for this. Xiao Chen swiftly seized the pen and, with remarkable speed, inscribed his name upon the Book of Absolute Severance. The servants present were left in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Chen truly dared to sign. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Zhenbei was rendered speechless. He never could have imagined such a turn of events. Xiao Chen actually dared to sign. Moreover, he did so with such swiftness. This rebellious child, is he so eager to sever ties with them? Meanwhile, when Wanrong gazed in disbelief at the severance document in Xiao Chen's hand, it was only now that she realized her eldest son truly wished to dissociate from them. For reasons unknown, her heart felt as though it had been pierced by a sharp blade, and a profound ache surged within her. In the past, she had favored her youngest son and dismissed her eldest. Yet now, as her eldest prepared to depart, regret washed over her. How could this rebellious child truly dare to sign? Upon realizing the situation, Xiao Zhenbei glared at Xiao Chen with a face full of fury. What is there to fear? Is this not precisely what you desire? Without me, your worthless son, the title of King of the North shall surely resonate even more loudly. With a cold smile, Xiao Chen retorted, then took the Julie book and approached Xiao Ling Tian, urging, you should sign it as well. Xiao Ling Tian cast a glance at his parents, hesitating for a moment before ultimately disregarding Wan Rong's imploring gaze. He inscribed his name upon the severance document. When Xiao Chen presented the document to Wan Rong, she resolutely refused to sign, tears streaming down her face as she desperately sought to salvage the situation. Yet, at that moment, Xiao Chen's heart had grown cold. Without sparing her a glance, he turned to leave the Xiao family with the severance document in hand. Xiao Chen, you worthless wretch, once you depart from the Xiao family, you are destined to languish in mediocrity for all eternity. You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Observing his mother's lingering affection for such a Xiao Chen, Xiao Ling Tian was consumed by anger, and, as if compelled by some unseen force, he uttered a cruel remark directed at Xiao Chen. Chapter 6. How could he possibly be without a single coin? Xiao Chen paused momentarily, abruptly turning to fix a piercing gaze upon Xiao Ling Tian. His eyes glinted with a fierce intensity. You little wretch, do not underestimate others. 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west. I, Xiao Chen, may yet find my opportunity to rise again. Ha ha ha, do you truly believe that you, a mere waste with a shattered dantian, stand a chance? Xiao Ling Tian gazed disdainfully at Xiao Chen, regarding him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. He was completely engulfed in the flames of jealousy sparked by his mother's concern for Xiao Chen, entirely oblivious to the fact that his very existence here today, revered as a genius, was solely due to Xiao Chen sacrificing himself to block a lethal blow for him. Otherwise, he would have long since perished. Ling Tian, why waste your breath on this worthless wretch? Let him be gone. I am eager to see how long this useless creature can survive without the protection of the Northern King's manor. Xiao Zhenbei reprimanded sharply, his voice filled with fury. Xiao Chen's recent series of actions have thoroughly provoked him. Xiao Zhenbei, prepare to witness how I rise from ruin and how I will bring you, the exalted King of the North, beneath my feet. With a cold sneer, Xiao Chen turned and departed. Although his current cultivation fell short of Xiao Zhenbei, and he was even vastly inferior to Xiao Ling Tian, such disparities were but mere trifles to him, who possessed the body of a martial deity. He was confident that it would not be long before the world trembled in his wake, and his name would be sung by all. Chinner, do not leave. When Wanrong hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to draw Xiao Chen back, despite the shock and chill that washed over her upon Xiao Chen's signing of the severance document, he was, after all, a piece of her heart. How could she truly bear to let him go? Xiao Zhenbei was utterly flabbergasted. To rise from ruins and tread upon him, such audacity was indeed remarkable. He never anticipated that his eldest son, who had always trembled in his presence, would possess such towering ambitions. Could it be that he had misjudged him all along? Alas, he was already a broken man, his dantian shattered. The prospect of resurgence was utterly impossible. Otherwise, such lofty aspirations, coupled with a naturally regal physique, could undoubtedly have secured the Xiao family's grandeur for a millennium. Ha! Xiao Chen, cease your pretense. You have no intention of departing, do you? This entire charade is merely a ploy to elicit your parents' affection, is it not? Xiao Ling Tian noticed the emotional expressions on his parents' faces, and a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. He was selfish, utterly unwilling to share his parents' love with anyone else. In the past, when Xiao Chen was but a mere shadow, he already felt a twinge of displeasure. Now, witnessing his parents begin to care for Xiao Chen, how could he possibly endure it? Rest assured, from this day forth, the entirety of the Xiao family shall belong to you. One day, you will realize that everything you cherish so dearly is, in my eyes, as light as dust. A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth as he walked away without a glance back. The eldest son of the Northern Town King's residence? How significant is that? Does he covet such a title? He is a man endowed with a system. Such a status is utterly trivial. As Xiao Chen truly exited the northern town king's residence, the onlookers were left in a state of shock. The servants exchanged bewildered glances, each reflecting the astonishment in the other's eyes. At that moment, Xiao Zhenbei's face had turned ashen. He could scarcely believe that Xiao Chen possessed such fortitude, daring to leave the northern town king's residence. Meanwhile, when Wanrong's complexion also drained of color, as she collapsed to the ground in despair, she had never anticipated that after 3 years of separation from her eldest son, having just reunited a month ago, their mother-son bond could be severed once more. It is worth noting that since Xiao Chen's return, she had yet to embrace him even once. Xiao was momentarily taken aback. However, it was not long before a hint of secret delight appeared at the corners of his brow. The most ineffectual member of the Xiao family has finally departed. From this moment forth, his parents will belong solely to him. Upon exiting the Wang residence in the northern part of the town, Xiao Chen felt an immediate sense of relief, as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Observing the throngs of people on the street, he experienced an unprecedented exhilaration. The pain of unfulfilled desires is indeed one of life's greatest sorrows. In the past, he had tread carefully, bowing his head in submission, merely seeking a modicum of familial affection. Yet, what he received in return was nothing but disdain and indifference. Now, he has completely let go. This sensation is, quite frankly, exhilarating. From this day forward, he shall live solely for himself and protect those he wishes to safeguard. As for the bonds of blood, let them be damned. After Xiao Chen's departure, the atmosphere within the northern king's manor became oppressively foreboding. Xiao Zhenbei's countenance was dark and brooding, words escaping his lips, when Wanrong, with her disheveled hair and tear-streaked visage, had collapsed to the ground. The assembled servants bowed their heads, not daring to utter a single breath. How could this beast truly dare to leave? How could he possess such audacity? Without the protection of the Zhenbei Wangfu, he would scarcely survive a month. Xiao Zhenbei remained in disbelief. Your Highness, when the eldest young master departed, he took nothing with him. Given the current state of the world, will he? The elderly steward, Li, approached cautiously, offering a gentle reminder. He had been a stalwart of the royal residence since Xiao Chen's birth, having been entrusted with the care of the young master's daily needs. Over the years, he had developed a certain fondness for Xiao Chen. Since Xiao Chen's return, among all the servants in the palace, it was only he who had shown genuine concern for the young master. At this moment, witnessing Xiao Chen leave with empty hands stirred a sense of compassion within him. Humph. Isn't he capable? Let him face the world. Once he encounters hardship, he will understand the kindness of the Northern Protectorate's palace. Xiao Zhenbei chuckled coldly. However, the young master is without a penny to his name. It seems that Steward Li is concerned. Without a penny? Does he not receive a monthly allowance? How could he possibly be destitute? Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brow. The scions of the Xiao family receive a monthly allowance, which is exceedingly generous. Take Xiao Lingtian, for instance. He is granted a monthly stipend of 200 taels of silver, exclusive of various cultivation resources. The expenses incurred on his behalf each month amount to no less than 1,000 taels of silver, a staggering figure indeed. To put this into perspective, in the desolate north, a family of 3 requires merely 10 taels of silver to sustain themselves for an entire year. Yet, even this modest sum is rarely attainable, as most commoners experience intermittent hunger, struggling to secure their daily sustenance. Only affluent households, such as the prince of the northern town, are capable of providing such substantial allowances to their progeny. The prince and the eldest son have never received an allowance, whispered Steward Li. You see, it is said that since he cannot cultivate and consumes all his meals at home, there is no need for him to spend money. Thus, he has never been allocated an allowance. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenbei felt a sudden tremor coursing through his body as a forgotten memory resurfaced. It seemed he had indeed uttered those words before. At that time, he had transferred the resentment of shattering the illustrious dreams of the Xiao family onto Xiao Chen, finding fault with him at every turn, which ultimately led to the revocation of his allowance. After stating that sentiment, he had chosen to forget it entirely. Thus, it continued for 3 long years. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was rendered speechless. How could the legitimate heir of the esteemed northern town prince's residence not receive an allowance? Such a situation would be utterly inconceivable in any prominent family. Why hadn't he spoken up about it himself? Was it possible he had lost the ability to voice his grievances? Xiao Zhenbei's expression fluctuated unpredictably as he struggled for quite some time before finally insisting. The young master holds the prince in reverence akin to that of a deity. He once discreetly inquired about this matter with the old servant, but upon learning it was the prince's command, he chose to refrain from further discussion. Perhaps he believes that the prince's actions are inherently justified. Furthermore, stewardly sighed, hesitating to continue his thoughts. Furthermore, what? Xiao Zhenbei pressed further. Chapter 7. The Couple's Estrangement. Moreover, since the young master returned a month ago, he has not even had a separate villa to call his own, residing instead in the servants' quarters without uttering a single complaint. Steadily, the housekeeper spoke. As these words left his lips, an abrupt silence enveloped the room, akin to a profound stillness. Xiao Zhenbei's pupils suddenly constricted, rendering him as motionless as a statue. Xiao Chen, in this grand residence of the Northern Duke, how is it possible that you do not possess even a single private villa of your own? This is inconceivable. Even the lesser members of the collateral branches within the Northern Duke's estate have their own luxurious abodes. Zhentian possesses 3 distinct residences situated in various locations, allowing him the luxury of changing abodes at his whim. As the legitimate heir of the Northern Town Prince's residence, it is utterly shocking that Xiao Chen has been relegated to the servants' quarters. When Wanrong, equally astonished, turned her head in disbelief, unable to accept the reality of what she had just heard. How could it be that her eldest son had returned for such a considerable time, yet not been afforded even a separate courtyard within the Northern Town Prince's estate? As a mother, she had remained blissfully unaware until now. It was nothing short of a grand farce. Tears streamed down Wanrong's cheeks in profound sorrow. Reflecting on the situation, it dawned on her that since Xiao Chen's return, she had been primarily by her younger son's side, neglecting to visit her eldest son's quarters even once. She chastised herself for her utter incompetence as a mother. No wonder her eldest son sought to sever ties with her today. Li Qi, how audacious you are. After all this time since the young master's return, you have failed to arrange even a separate courtyard for him. What punishment do you deserve for such negligence? Upon witnessing Wanrong's profound sorrow, Xiao Zhenbei immediately raised his voice in anger. Li Qi's countenance turned pale, and he knelt down to explain, Your Highness, please temper your wrath. It was the young master who sought me out, stating that he was to convey your command that the eldest young master should reside in the servants' quarters. As these words fell, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically, their eyes reflecting a profound shock. Zhentian's actions? He possesses 3 opulent villas situated in the most desirable locations, yet he relegates his life-saving benefactor, his own brother, to reside in the servants' quarters? If this were indeed a command from the Northern King, it would be one thing. However, judging by the Northern King's reaction, it is evident that he is unaware of the situation. It is highly likely that Zhentian has misrepresented his authority. Moreover, it has been over a month, and the Northern King and his wife remain utterly oblivious. This implies that their eldest son has not even visited his own residence once, a blatant oversight. In this moment, several servants could not help but feel a twinge of pity. Xiao Chen's plight within the Northern King's residence is truly dismal. He suffers more than these servants do. At the very least, they are not subjected to betrayal by their own kin. Zhentian, was it you who orchestrated this? Wan, her eyes glistening with tears, demanded. Zhentian's forehead beaded with cold sweat, and his body grew tense. Mother, he is merely a worthless being. How could he possibly be worthy of my Xiao family's villa? Zhentian gritted his teeth. A cold and stern expression suddenly appeared on Wanrong's face as she reprimanded. Silence. He is your brother, your blood relative. How dare you treat him this way? In that moment, she was truly enraged. She never anticipated that her carefully nurtured son, whom she had devoted over a decade to educating, could commit such a vile act. Was this still the perfect child she envisioned in her heart? As she gazed into her mother's fiery eyes, Zhentian was momentarily taken aback. And then a flicker of resentment flashed in his eyes. Previously, regardless of the magnitude of his mistakes, his mother had never spoken harshly to him. Yet now, for the sake of Xiao Chen, this so-called waste, she was unleashing such fury upon him? This worthless fool truly deserved to perish. Mother. He is merely a crippled waste with a shattered dantian. Zhentian, increasingly agitated, could not restrain himself any longer and exclaimed, How outrageous! Are you still so obstinate? He is not a worthless wretch. He is your elder brother. Had he not selflessly shielded you from a fatal blow years ago, you would have perished long ago. Your talent is indeed commendable, yet no matter how exceptional it may be, it is merely of the supreme celestial tier, while he possesses a naturally regal physique. If not for his sacrifice to save you, would you even have the audacity to mock him here? We have abandoned him in that desolate town for 3 years without a word, which is already a grave injustice. Now that he has finally returned, reuniting with our family, You still seek to undermine him at every turn. Your actions are utterly intolerable. Since his return, he has shown us nothing but reverence and has made countless concessions to you. Is that not enough? And what have you done? You have usurped his fiancée and relegated him to his servant's quarters? It is no wonder he desires to sever ties with us. In such a household, I too would find it unbearable to remain. When Wan Rong erupted in fury, upon witnessing her mother in such a state, Xiao Ling Tian was rendered speechless, trembling with fear. As the conversation unfolded, tears streamed down when Wan Rong's cheeks once more, her heart heavy with pain and self-reproach. She lamented, as a mother, I have utterly failed. My son has endured such great injustice, and I remained oblivious, even facilitating the relinquishment of his engagement. I am fully aware of his deep affection for Yi Qingxian, yet I still imposed such unreasonable demands upon him. I am less than human. I deserve to be condemned. Since Xiao Chen's return, she felt a growing estrangement from him, for he had been away from home for far too long. When Wan Rong's heart was wholly devoted to Xiao Ling Tian, when Xiao Ling Tian suggested that Xiao Chen cede his engagement to him, she hesitated, believing it to be somewhat cruel to Xiao Chen, considering his affection for Yi Qingxian. However, after witnessing Xiao Ling Tian go an entire day without food, his visage growing increasingly haggard, her heart softened. She compromised, reasoning that Xiao Chen, as the elder brother, had an obligation to yield to his younger sibling. As for a wife, she thought, he could always find another in the future. Xiao Chen is so obedient that he should have no objections. Unexpectedly, this turned out to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. Xiao Chen thus erupted completely over this matter. Contemplating this, when Wan Rong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, she always believed she had not favored either of her two sons, yet her actions portrayed an exaggerated bias. Her elder son had endured hardship in a remote town for 3 years, and she had never inquired about his well-being. Meanwhile, when her younger son skipped a single meal, she was inconsolably distressed. It is no wonder that Xiao Chen resolutely sought to sever ties with him today. Anyone in his position would likely find it unbearable. Why? As a mother, had she been so unreasonable? Once, she had cherished her eldest son dearly. Was it merely because he had been ambushed by enemies while saving his brother and had suffered grievous injuries that warranted her disdain? At this moment, she finally recognized her own hypocritical nature, filled with profound anguish and regret. Glancing at the almost fainting Wan Rong, Xiao Zhenbei's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion as he stepped forward to offer comfort. Madam, although Ling Tian has acted wrongly this time, he is still young. Having not seen Xiao Chen for so many years, it is understandable that he struggles to accept this. We will guide him gradually. In truth, he too found Xiao Ling Tian's actions quite excessive. However, with Xiao Chen rendered incapacitated, Xiao Ling Tian remained the sole hope. The future of the Xiao family rests entirely upon his shoulders. It would be unreasonable to place excessive blame upon him. As soon as the words left his lips, when Wan Rong abruptly lifted her gaze, a flicker of cold severity glimmering in her eyes. Xiao Zhenbei, your son Chen has been driven to flee from home by you. And yet you continue to defend him? He is your son, but is Chen not yours as well? Do you truly believe your actions befit a father? I warn you, if you do not bring Chen back to me, I, Wan Rong, will not let this matter rest between us. With that, Wan Rong transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before the eyes of Xiao Zhenbei and his son. She, too, was a formidable martial artist. Madam, you. Xiao Zhenbei was left astonished. The usually gentle and composed Wan Rong unexpectedly erupted in fury for the sake of Xiao Chen. In a mere span of time, a father and son had become estranged, and a couple had turned against each other. Even the immensely powerful Xiao Zhenbei found it somewhat overwhelming. A flicker of weariness crossed his eyes. Father, what is mother doing? Is it merely the departure of a worthless person? Why is she so distraught? Am I not still here? Xiao Ling Tian gazed at the retreating figure of Wan Rong, oblivious to his own faults, and instead directed all his resentment towards Xiao Chen. If it were not for this worthless individual, would his parents' hearts be so entwined with his own? How could they possibly direct their anger towards him? Chapter 8. A chance encounter with Yi Qingxian. He turned his head slightly to glance at his young son. A flicker of anger suddenly appeared in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Over the years, it seemed he had indulged him too much. How could he act with such indiscretion? Had it not been for his harshness, the eldest son would not have felt compelled to leave in a fit of resentment. Xiao Chen, after all, is his own elder brother, who once saved his life. How could he be so heartless? Yet now, Xiao Ling Tian dazzles with extraordinary talent, his future boundless, while Xiao Chen is but a mere invalid. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Zhenbei made his decision. He would abandon Xiao Chen. Ling Tian, do not concern yourself with this matter. Your father will manage it well. In 3 days, the enrollment day for the 5 major martial arts academies of the Northern Wilderness will arrive. How have you prepared? Our Xiao family has but one remaining seedling. Do you possess the confidence to gain admission to the Holy Wilderness Academy? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at Xiao Lingdian, managing to muster a faint smile. In his heart, the matter of Xiao Chen's departure from home pales in comparison to Xiao Lingdian's participation in the Martial Arts Academy examination. The Martial Arts Academy, established by the Great Xiao Martial Hall, is a revered sanctuary for every martial artist's aspirations. Within its hallowed walls lie various resources treasured by warriors, cultivation techniques, martial skills, medicinal elixirs, and weaponry, among others. Gaining admission to the Martial Arts Academy would significantly enhance one's future in the martial path. Regrettably, amidst the vast population of over 10 billion in the Great Xia, there are merely 100 or so martial arts academies, making it impossible for most to secure a place. The competition is exceedingly fierce. However, with Xiao Lingdian's exceptional talent at the pinnacle of the heavenly tier, his entrance into the Martial Arts Academy is all but guaranteed. The sole uncertainty lies in whether he can gain admission to the premier martial arts academy in the North Wilderness, the Sacred Wilderness Academy. This venerable institution boasts a rich history spanning several millennia and enforces stringent admission criteria, accepting only 3 students each year. Yet, those fortunate enough to be admitted to the Sacred Wilderness Academy invariably ascend to become renowned martial powerhouses in the Great Xia. Years ago, Xiao Zhenbei harbored dreams of entering the Sacred Wilderness Academy, yet, regrettably, he was not accepted. Although he later achieved the esteemed rank of Martial King through his own diligence and fortuitous encounters, this remains an unfulfilled aspiration in his heart. He hopes that Xiao Lingdian will join, thus helping to alleviate this lingering regret. Rest assured, Father, I am not a waste like Xiao Chen. With my talents, the Sacred Wilderness Academy will be eager to welcome me. Xiao Lingdian wore an expression of unyielding pride. Do you possess such unwavering confidence? Upon hearing Xiao Lingdian's audacious retort, Xiao Zhenbei felt no anger. Instead, a flicker of pride ignited in his eyes. Perhaps his young son was a touch too haughty, yet his innate talent was undeniably formidable, surpassing even his own by a fraction. As for arrogance, which Prodigy is devoid of it, can one truly be called a youth without fervor? Indeed, my martial aptitude is of the highest celestial grade. In the entirety of the Northern Wilderness, few can rival me. No matter how prestigious the Sacred Wilderness Academy may be, could they possibly overlook my prowess? Xiao Lingdian wore a defiant expression on his face. Xiao Zhenbei gently shook his head. Lingdian, your talent is undoubtedly exceptional. But the admission to the Holy Wilderness Academy does not solely rely on innate abilities. What else is taken into consideration? Xiao Lingdian was momentarily taken aback. For a martial artist to ascend to the pinnacle of greatness, mere talent is insufficient. One must also possess immense fortune and extraordinary opportunities. Only then can one ensure that they do not perish before reaching their full potential. The esteemed ancestor of the Sacred Wilderness Academy left behind a treasured artifact known as the Martial Spirit Mirror. Any martial artist who gazes into this mirror can glimpse a fragment of their future, discerning whether they will face a tragic downfall or soar to unimaginable heights. A single glance reveals all. Xiao Zhenbei elucidated, the martial spirit realm? Did my father experience it in his time? Xiao Lingdian inquired with curiosity. Indeed, many years ago. The martial spirit proclaimed that I possessed the potential of a martial king, but that was the extent of it. Strangely, the martial spirit also claimed that I originally bore the disposition of a great emperor, only to have my fate severed due to a bitter enmity with a blood relative. This remains my greatest regret in life. Furthermore, due to this pronouncement from the martial spirit, the Sacred Desolation Academy has barred my entry. I once questioned whether it was possible to defy destiny and alter my fate. The martial spirit responded that all things in this world are bound by cause and effect. What appears to be coincidences, in fact, inevitable. One's fate is immutable. A flicker of indignation crossed Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. To turn against one's own flesh and blood and sever the opportunity of the emperor? Surely, this cannot be referring to the useless Xiao Chen. The martial spirit realm appears rather unimpressive. How could Xiao Chen, with a shattered dantian, possibly obstruct your fortune? It is simply inconceivable. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Lingdian's eyes. The martial spirit realm is an ancient divine artifact, and throughout the millennia, its prophecies have never been in error. Logically, there should be no issue arising within me. Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brows slightly. Rest assured, Father, this time I shall undoubtedly gain admission to the Sacred Wilderness Academy. To redeem our family's honor, Xiao Lingdian spoke with an air of confidence. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiao Chen emerged from the residence of the Northern King and made his way towards a nearby desolate mountain. He was eager to merge with the divine body of martial arts. The world he inhabited now was far from the peaceful and harmonious realm of his past life. It was a harsh and unforgiving fantasy world. The demonic tribes roamed freely, and human lives were as expendable as grass. In this perilous northern wasteland, where demons frequently appeared, one could easily fall victim to an untimely demise. He needed to elevate his strength without delay. Soon, he arrived at the desolate mountain and, relying on his memory, located a cave he had visited previously, preparing to initiate his breakthrough. Upon entering the cavern, he found a stone and seated himself upon it. Xiao Chen declared with conviction. System, commenced the activation of the war god body. The activation began. A golden virtual panel materialized out of thin air. From this panel, the war god heart, radiating a chilling violet light and exuding a terrifying aura, soared forth, hovering before Xiao Chen. In the next moment, the heavens and the earth underwent a sudden transformation. What had been a clear blue sky was abruptly engulfed in a tempest of thunder and lightning. The winds roared and the clouds surged. The void surrounding the war god heart could not withstand the immense energy, beginning to fracture inch by inch. Within the void, a fearsome divine silhouette emerged, emanating an overwhelming aura of annihilation. Witnessing this extraordinary phenomenon in the world, Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was indeed rather ostentatious. However, in the next moment, the golden panel before him suddenly radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the phenomena of the world. All the anomalies vanished completely, as if they had never existed. The system is truly remarkable. Xiao Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than the heart of the martial god surged toward his heart, transforming into a dazzling violet light that swiftly vanished into his chest. Xiao Chen felt an overwhelmingly terrifying energy suddenly manifest at his chest, instantly surging into his limbs and bones. His severely damaged dantian, under the influence of this energy, began to undergo a rapid rebirth. The terrifying fissures, which marred its surface, swiftly integrated, giving rise to a new dantian. It was larger and more robust than the one he had previously possessed. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Xiao Chen felt as though each cell in his body had undergone a profound cleansing and purification, transforming his previously frail and delicate physique into one of remarkable strength. An overwhelming sense of power enveloped him entirely. His entire being seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. A surge of exhilaration surged within him. This divine warrior's body was indeed astonishingly formidable. In comparison to his former self, it was as if he had transcended the very heavens and the earth. Truly, it was worthy of the legendary divine body, as elucidated by the system's introduction. Xiao Chen came to understand the full extent of the divine warrior's capabilities, an extraordinary resilience to physical blows, remarkable regenerative abilities, and an unparalleled potential for cultivation. However, his moment of elation was short-lived as a frown creased his brow. Glancing downward, he was dismayed to find himself encrusted with a layer of black filth, emanating an unpleasant odor that was both acrid and overwhelming, nearly causing him to retch. Hastily, he rose and made his way outside to a nearby stream to cleanse himself. Just then, a sweet yet slightly icy voice drifted from a distance, inquiring, "Xiao Chen, I hear you have severed ties with the king of the north?" Xiao Chen turned around and beheld a stunningly beautiful maiden standing beside him, her expression filled with disdain as she regarded him. Clad in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascaded down to her waist, her figure was delicate and enchanting, exuding a subtle fragrance reminiscent of blooming flowers. She was none other than Xiao Chen's betrothed, Xian. As Xiao Chen departed from the Northern King's residence, Xian fortuitously arrived. Having learned from the royal guards that Xiao Chen had severed his ties with the Northern King's estate, she caught sight of him from a distance and followed him closely. Unfamiliar with the terrain, she momentarily lost track of him, but after a prolonged search, she fortuitously encountered him emerging from a cave. Chapter 9. Leave the money behind. You may depart, Is that not the esteemed ninth princess of the great Xia? What brings you to seek out a worthless individual like me? A faint, cold smile played upon Xiao Chen's lips. Xian, the ninth princess of the great Xia royal family, was deeply favored by the emperor of Xia, basking in countless affections, and was born in the same year as Xiao Chen. In the past, when the prince of the north was blessed with a natural royal physique, the news swiftly reached the palace, prompting the emperor of Xia to personally escort Xian to the prince of the north's residence under the cover of night, eagerly arranging a betrothal between Xiao Chen and Xian. The intention was to firmly tether Xiao Chen to the chariot of the great Xia emperor. A natural royal physique was indeed a formidable asset. Should it reach its zenith, it could effortlessly overturn an entire dynasty. The Emperor of Xia had to act prudently. Under the emperor's deliberate orchestration, Yi Qingxian was raised within the Prince of the North's residence from a young age, spending her days in close companionship with Xiao Chen. Prior to turning 15, they could be described as childhood sweethearts. Xiao Chen was quite enamored with the beautiful and gentle girl, akin to a porcelain doll. Over the years, many prestigious families, far surpassing the royal lineage and status, brought their daughters to the Xiao family, seeking to forge a union with him, all of which he resolutely declined. His heart was solely devoted to Yi Qingxian. There was even an incident when Yi Qingxian accidentally fell into the water. He risked his life to save her. And although she was rescued, he nearly perished in the attempt. Had circumstances continued along that path, they would have indeed been a match made in heaven. However, all of this affection was utterly shattered when Xiao Chen turned 15. Following the shattering of his dantian, the once gentle and endearing Yi Qingxian, who had clung to him day and night, affectionately calling him Brother Chen, suddenly transformed, becoming cold and distant. Before long, she was taken back to the royal palace. In this world, much like the ancient blue star of Xiao Chen's past life, men married at a young age, often as early as 13, leading to a precocious understanding of love. The innocent bond formed during their childhood had long been etched deeply into Xiao Chen's heart. Even after being cast into a desolate little town, he persisted in writing letters to Yi Qingxian at regular intervals, only to receive perfunctory replies in return. Perhaps due to the military power held by the northern king, her responses indicated a commitment to marry Xiao Chen, yet her demeanor remained exceedingly frigid. Thus, Xiao Chen found himself ensnared in a web of longing, harboring a faint glimmer of hope that she would indeed honor their engagement. However, despite his fervent anticipation, that day never arrived. Instead, his refusal to relinquish the betrothal led to his brutal death at the hands of Xiaoling Tian. According to Xiaoling Tian, it was Yi Qingxian who had urged him to seek the dissolution of the engagement. One could only reflect on the implications of such a revelation. Xiaoling Tian has now become a figure of immense prominence, overshadowing his peers as a paragon of talent. In contrast, Xiao Chen is perceived merely as a wastrel. His dantian shattered. It is entirely understandable that Yi Qingxian wishes to marry Xiaoling Tian. However, it is rather callous that she has chosen to prolong his torment for so many years, even resorting to inciting Xiaoling Tian to resort to violence, ultimately leading to his tragic demise. Nevertheless, the current Xiao Chen will no longer be the naive individual he once was. No matter how beautiful this woman may be, he shall not harbor any affection for her. Having traversed realms, who still believes in love, I recognize your grievances towards me. But that is merely a consequence of your unfortunate fate. Do not lay the blame upon me. You have yet to answer my question. Have you severed ties with the Northern King? Yi Qingxian inquired coldly. Indeed, I have severed them. Xiao Chen spoke nonchalantly. His tone as casual, as if he were discarding a piece of refuse. Do you comprehend the folly of your decision? As a worthless individual, do you believe you can survive a month outside the Duke of the Northern Town's residence? You truly are unworthy of being my husband. A flicker of disdain crossed Yi Qingxian's eyes as she gazed at Xiao Chen, her expression akin to that of one looking at a fool. Xiao Chen laughed in anger. Unworthy of being Yi Qingxian's husband? If not for his selfless act of saving her when they were 9, Yi Qingxian would have long since turned to dust. How could she stand here and act so pretentious? He truly found it perplexing. What kind of unfortunate fate had he inherited? Why did he encounter nothing but ingrates? He saved his brother, only to be met with death at his hands. He rescued his fiancée Yi, only to be abandoned by her. Yet, upon reflection, such occurrences are not uncommon. Many have faced deceit after aiding the elderly. It merely illustrates the treachery of human nature. The tale of the farmer and the snake is far too prevalent. Yi Qingxian, whatever my actions may be, it is not your place to admonish me. If you seek something from me, speak plainly. Xiao Chen spoke coldly. Upon hearing such a merciless response, Yi Qingxian's face revealed a flicker of incredulity. Xiao Chen's eyes were filled with indifference, a stark contrast to the previous manner in which he had revered her like a celestial being, rendering him seemingly a different person altogether. Xiao Chen, have you lost your mind? How could you speak to me this way? What is wrong with addressing you in such a manner? Do you believe you are truly a goddess, deserving of everyone's adoration? Yet, didn't you once cherish me so dearly? Xiao Chen gazed at Yi Qingxian, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. In the past, I was blind, but now I have regained my sight. Yi Qingxian's complexion changed dramatically as she bit her lip and asked, were you merely acting all along? Xiao Chen cast a peculiar glance at Xian, feeling a deep concern for her intellectual faculties. Acting? He had nearly lost his life in his efforts to save her. Could this truly be mere pretense? Indeed. Those with murky hearts often project their own darkness onto others. If there is something to discuss, please speak plainly. I am rather occupied. Xiao Chen had no desire to explain himself to her. Xian cast a glance at the garments that Xiao Chen had shed, which were besmirched with a viscous black filth emanating a foul odor. Could it be that Xiao Chen has taken up the job of a dung collector? The more she contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. Xiao Chen, deemed a worthless individual, departed from the northern king's residence, destined to engage in menial labor. Contemplating this, she felt an increased disdain for him. No longer inclined to ponder whether he had been feigning all along. Regardless, she was soon to be admitted to the martial arts academy, soaring to great heights. Destined to become a true phoenix soaring through the skies. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen would be relegated to a life of scavenging for refuse. The chasm between them was insurmountable, akin to the disparity between heaven and earth. Their paths would never cross again. If you sign this divorce agreement, I shall offer you 1,000 taels of gold. Ensuring your life is one of comfort, free from the need to toil in filth, Xian declared, casting a document and a pen before Xiao Chen. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen's eyes involuntarily twitched a couple of times. Shoveling dung? How dare you? He thought. Which of your eyes witnessed my supposed labor? Yet, he refrained from elaborating further and resolutely signed his name on the marriage contract. This is quite fitting. You and I are destined to inhabit separate realms. I was born to tower above all, surveying the masses, while you, enough of your nonsense. Leave the money and be gone. Xian furrowed her brow, a sudden wave of discomfort washing over her. She could not comprehend why the once timid Xiao Chen, who had not dared to lift his head before her, had transformed into such a domineering figure today. Moreover, he appeared somewhat impatient with her. How could he, a mere wastrel with a shattered dantian, presume to act this way? Here is 1,000 taels in gold notes. Take it. From this moment forth, our bond is severed. Xian tossed down a stack of gold notes and departed gracefully. As she looked at the annulment letter in her hand, a sense of relief washed over her. She had finally rid herself of this useless man and could now seek a worthy partner. Her husband must be radiant and illustrious, someone of exceptional talent like Xiao Tian, who possessed the extraordinary gifts to be deserving of her. Xiao Chen, he is not even worthy of carrying shoes for Xiao Tian. On the other side, Xiao Chen picked up the gold note from the ground. His spirits instantly lifted. He had been troubled by his lack of funds for meals, and unexpectedly, Xian had brought him assistance. This was indeed a commendable act on her part. As he tucked the gold note into his pocket, his hand inadvertently brushed against an envelope, reminding him of the letter Lu Sanji had written to him, which he had yet to open. Over the 3 years he had been cast away in Xiongwu City, it was Lu Sanji who had taken care of him. Though this old fellow was poor and somewhat lecherous, he had shown nothing but kindness to Xiao Chen, always reserving the best food for him. Upon opening the envelope, he extracted a piece of yellowed paper, upon which was scrawled, "What the hell? The prince is being utterly unreasonable, even demanding that you cancel your engagement? If it weren't for my insufficient cultivation, I would storm the royal palace to seek justice for you. Do not be disheartened. If you face any grievances within the royal residence, feel free to come to Xiongwu City. Remember, Xiongwu City will forever be your home." As he gazed upon the crooked and unattractive handwriting, Xiao Chen could not help but feel his eyes moisten. He had not anticipated that those devoid of blood ties could evoke a warmth surpassing that of one's own kin. Suddenly, he found himself yearning for the beggar's chicken that Lu Sanji used to make. He resolved to visit Xiongwu City once he regained his cultivation, treating Lu Sanji to a sumptuous meal to satisfy his cravings. Ding! The system announced a new task. The life blind box selection is now open. In 3 days, the host must participate in the assessment at the Northern Wilderness Martial Arts Academy. Option 1. Join the Sacred Wilderness Academy. Becoming the envy of all as the favored son of a martial arts sanctuary, sailing smoothly through life. Option 2. Join the Sword Immortal Academy. Defying the heavens and confronting numerous trials and tribulations along the path of swordsmanship. Reward explanation. Reward 1. The Heavenly Slaying Demon Technique, an ancient and powerful sword cultivation method, terrifyingly effective against demonic beings. Reward 2. The Indestructible Divine Skill, which significantly enhances the host's defensive capabilities, enabling them to withstand most attacks in the world. At that moment, the system's cold voice resonated. Chapter 10. What are you, a waste, doing here for the assessment? Is there another new task? A glimmer of joy appeared on Xiao Chen's face. The more tasks he undertook, the greater the rewards he would reap. At present, he found himself lacking in various essentials such as cultivation techniques, martial skills, medicinal elixirs, and weaponry. Although the divine body was immensely powerful, it also demanded significant financial resources. The resources required for him to break through to the next realm were 30 times greater than that of others at the same level, a truly terrifying prospect. Joining the academy and capitalizing on the resources of the martial hall seemed to be an excellent choice. He was aware that the Holy Wilderness Academy was the foremost martial arts institution in the Northern Wilderness, a sacred ground for all its inhabitants. However, he had yet to hear of the Sword Immortal Academy, yet, given that the Sword Dao was the most formidable killing path of ancient times, renowned for its unparalleled offensive prowess, it was reasonable to assume that an academy bold enough to bear such a name would possess considerable strength. Both options appeared attractive. However, he found himself gravitating towards the path of the sword. Riding the winds with his sword, he envisioned cleaving open the gates of heaven, such an invincible and imposing image. Moreover, this technique specifically countered the demon race, making it exceptionally suitable for the current battlefield environment. Should he acquire this technique, it would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities tremendously. This time, the blind box contained some obvious choices. It was clear that joining the Sword Immortal Academy would grant him access to the extraordinary demon-slaying technique. Thus, he resolved to enroll in the Sword Immortal Academy, having firmly made up his mind. Xiao Chen departed from the desolate mountains, procured several outfits, and settled into an inn. As he intended to reside at the academy for the foreseeable future, he had no plans to purchase a house. Time passed swiftly, and soon the day arrived for the enrollment of the 5 great martial arts academies in the northern wasteland. Over the course of 3 days, Xiao Chen indulged in food and drink, leisurely wandered the streets, and admired the beauty around him, enjoying a most delightful existence. The central area of northern wasteland city remained relatively secure. However, the exorbitant housing prices and rental costs rendered it unaffordable for the majority of commoners, who were left to inhabit the perilous outskirts, where a moment's inattention could lead to a tragic encounter with malevolent creatures. Had it not been for the 1,000 taels of gold bestowed upon him by Yi Xian, Xiao Chen would have been relegated to mingling in the periphery. He merely sought refuge in an exceedingly ordinary inn, yet was astounded to discover the cost was 2 taels of silver per day, nearly equivalent to the living expenses of a family of 3 for 3 months. How exorbitant! The inn he chose was not far from the assessment site at Huangbei Square, prompting Xiao Chen to opt for a leisurely stroll. Today, Huangbei City was teeming with throngs of people, as the annual admissions for the 5 prestigious academies had rendered it the most bustling event in the entire city. After today, some would undoubtedly soar to great heights, emerging from their cocoons as butterflies. However, a greater number would return disheartened, for the desire to enter the martial arts academies far exceeded the available slots. The vast majority of martial artists could only study in smaller martial arts schools, which paled in comparison to the resources provided by the renowned academies. On the streets, the crowd surged ever more vigorously, all heading towards Huangbei Square. Have you heard? Today, the esteemed scion of the Zhenbei Wangfu, Xiaolingdian, has boldly proclaimed that he shall ensure the Shanghuang Academy personally invites him for admission, avenging the humiliation his father, the Zhenbei Wang, faced when rejected by the academy. Truly audacious. With such extraordinary martial talent, one can afford to be so bold. Yet, it is said that the Zhenbei Wangfu once had an even more formidable prodigy, a natural-born king, who unfortunately met with treachery and fell into obscurity. Are you referring to that waste, Xiao Chen? He has been rendered useless for 3 years. What can he possibly achieve? It is rumored that he is of poor character and has been removed from the family lineage by the Zhenbei Wangfu. Even the 9th princess has rescinded her engagement with him. A few candidates preparing for the examination were engrossed in fervent conversation. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen could not help but reveal a bitter smile. The moral decay and wretched character of humanity. Once a person falls from grace, they are indeed trampled upon by others. However, all of this is about to change. Soon, he shall rise like a comet, causing those who once looked down upon him to deeply regret their disdain. Before long, Xiao Chen followed a group of individuals to the base of a colossal mountain, towering to an impressive height of 10,000 feet, majestic and formidable. At the foot of the mountain lay an expansive square, now teeming with a multitude of people. Among them, a small fraction had come to participate in the assessment, while the majority were relatives who accompanied them. The adage of hoping for one's child to soar high resonates deeply. Whether one can achieve a meteoric rise hinges upon this very moment. Xiao Chen cast a glance around and noticed that there were very few individuals of exceptional talent, and even fewer possessed any martial prowess. The possession of martial aptitude is a rarity, with approximately 1 in 10,000 being fortunate enough to possess it. Of that number, 95% are of the lowest yellow tier. In the center of the square, 6 major factions stood: the 5 esteemed martial arts academies of the North Wilderness and an obscure sword immortal academy. The 5 martial academies were robust and imposing, each backed by dozens of formidable warriors exuding a terrifying aura of martial prowess, causing onlookers to tremble merely at the sight of them. In stark contrast, the Sword Immortal Academy appeared utterly desolate, with nothing more than a pair of dilapidated tables and chairs alongside a tattered white banner bearing its name. Its numbers were scant, with only a drunken old man presiding over the establishment. The representatives of the 5 academies regarded the Sword Immortal Academy with disdain, as the anxious crowd awaited developments. An elderly man clad in a black robe and bearing a solemn expression slowly emerged from the center of the square. The black-robed elder surveyed the crowd and spoke coldly. "I am Zhao Chen, the steward of the Martial Hall of the North Wilderness Province, responsible for today's recruitment. The specific number of candidates to be enrolled is determined by each academy. As I assess each student, the academies may extend invitations. Should a candidate receive no invitations, they shall be deemed unsuccessful. However, if a candidate receives multiple invitations, they may choose which academy to join. Let us commence. Step forward when your name is called. First up, Zhang Godan." Zhao Chen produced a crystal orb-like device to begin the assessment. This orb, known as the Martial Convergence Instrument, would reveal the examinee's cultivation and aptitude upon placing their hand upon it. The simple-minded youth named Zhang Godan quickly approached. "Are you Zhang Godan? Place your hand upon the Martial Convergence Instrument and do not withdraw it until I instruct you to," Zhao Chen admonished. "Yes, sir." Zhang Godan nodded obediently and placed his hand upon the orb. After 5 breaths, the Martial Convergence Instrument showed no response. Zhao Chen shook his head, declaring, "Zhang Godan, no martial aptitude detected." Disheartened, Zhang Godan retracted his hand and walked away, under Zhao Chen's supervision. One hopeful youth after another stepped forward for testing. However, even after hundreds had been assessed, only a handful exhibited martial aptitude, merely 3 of whom were of the upper yellow tier and subsequently accepted by the academies. The rest were all of the lower yellow tier, possessing talent but destined for a fleeting path, none of whom received invitations from the academies. "Xiao Chen, what are you doing here, you worthless fool? Hurry and leave. Do you wish to bring shame to the Duke of the Northwest Manor?" At that moment, amidst the throng of applicants, Zhentian suddenly discerned that Xiao Chen was also present. He swiftly approached, unleashing a torrent of rebuke. Today was a momentous occasion for Zhentian. A day of soaring prospects. How dare this inept individual deliberately seek to vex him? What business does a worthless person have participating in any assessment? Chapter 11. The Prodigy, Yi Qingxian. Is this individual truly Xiao Chen, the once promising prodigy from the northern town prince's residence who has now fallen from grace? How could a mere invalid dare to partake in the evaluation? It is said he has been expelled from the northern town prince's estate, likely out of resentment, seeking to create chaos. How brazen he must be, having been cast out by the northern town prince's residence, yet still coming here to disgrace himself. Does he believe he still embodies the unparalleled genius of the innate royal physique? Many in the crowd instantly directed scornful glares towards Xiao Chen. The members of the 5 esteemed academies and the Sword Immortal Academy also took note of the commotion below, their eyes reflecting a flicker of astonishment. The name Xiao Chen was well known among them, once regarded as the most coveted prodigy by their academy. However, 3 years ago, he had suffered a devastating blow, rendering his dantian shattered and transforming him into a mere shadow of his former self. To attend the assessment today seemed nothing short of self-degradation. At this moment, the Northern King, Xiao Chen, and his wife were present, seated alongside the representatives of the 5 great academies. They too noticed Xiao Chen below. Upon seeing her long-lost son return, a flicker of excitement danced in Wanrong's eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she slowly approached him. "Chenner, have you come to apologize to your parents? It matters not. As long as you sincerely repent, you will always be our beloved child." Wanrong managed a faint smile, speaking gently as she reached out to embrace Xiao Chen. Yet, he merely sidestepped her touch and coldly replied, "Wanrong, we are no longer connected. Please stay away from me." The utterance of these words left the onlookers utterly astounded. Xiao Zhenbei's face turned an ominous shade of blue with rage. In an instant, He vanished from his seat, appearing before Xiao Chen as if he had teleported. Wretched son, what nonsense are you spouting? Is this how you greet your mother? With your current demeanor, do you still dare to think you can return to my northern king's residence? Dream on. Xiao Zhenbei reprimanded sharply. When Wanrong gazed at Xiao Chen in utter astonishment, her heart pierced by a pang of anguish. In the past, Xiao Chen held her in profound reverence. Upon merely catching sight of her, he would rush over with exuberance to greet her. She would often respond with nothing more than a nod, rarely bestowing him with a smile, yet even then, his joy resembled that of a child. But now, the mother and son had grown so cold towards one another. Was this the retribution for her previous indifference towards Xiao Chen? A sense of discomfort enveloped her, akin to being pricked by 1,000 needles. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Zhenbei with a frigid demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting, Xiao Zhenbei? Have I not severed ties with you long ago? Who claims I intend to return to your northern king manor? You wretched creature, do you truly wish to renounce our relationship? Xiao Zhenbei's countenance darkened, emanating a terrifying aura of martial prowess that rendered those around him breathless. Xiao Zhenbei, he declared, I, Xiao Chen, a robust man of 8 feet, am resolute in my words. When I declare an end, it is indeed final. I shall not be as hypocritical as you. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. How self-absorbed could Xiao Zhenbei be, thinking he had come to negotiate peace? Such a wretched family, not even worthy of a dog's return. Xiao Chen, if you are not here to seek reconciliation, what brings you to this assessment venue? You, a useless being, cannot possibly intend to participate in the examination, can you? Xiao Lingtian replied with a look of disdain. You are correct. I have indeed come to participate in the assessment. Is that a problem? Xiao Chen nodded. What? A mere waste dares to participate in the Martial Arts Academy assessment? Who does he think he is insulting? Indeed. How could someone with a shattered dantian dare to compete with us? It is utterly despicable and shameless. Once these words were uttered, an uproar ensued. Nearly 10,000 candidates cast disdainful glances at Xiao Chen. Observing this scene, Xiao Zhenbei's face flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly humiliated. After a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. Ladies and gentlemen, this wretched creature has severed ties with my Zhenbei Wangfu. His actions today do not represent our house. Having said this, he led the still protesting Wanrong back to the square. Witnessing this, the crowd was left dumbfounded. At such a moment, to so readily disassociate oneself and abandon his own son to bear the brunt of the storm? Is this the conduct befitting the renowned Zhenbei Wang? Such a lack of responsibility is astonishing. To simply leave like this? It seems rather excessive. How could a father so easily forsake his child? It is said that Xiao Chen was injured while saving his brother, yet now Zhenbei Wang and Xiao Lingtian treat him in such a manner. How heartless and ungrateful. Some among the crowd voiced their indignation. Silence, everyone. The assessment shall continue. When your name is called, step forward for your test. Next, Li Daong. Just as the discussions grew more fervent, Zhao Cong's cold voice rang out, pulling everyone back into the assessment. Thus, the evaluations resumed at a rapid pace. Nearly one every few seconds. Next, Yuqin Xian. Suddenly, as Zhao Cong announced a name, a stunning girl clad in a white dress gracefully emerged from the crowd. Akin to a celestial being, radiant and captivating, Yuqin Xian stepped onto the platform, placing her jade-like hand upon the martial harmony instrument, which immediately emitted a dazzling green light. The terrifying energy fluctuations sending shivers through the surrounding students. The masters from various academies also displayed expressions of shock. Is this top-tier Earth-level talent? The 9th princess is truly remarkable. Numerous gasps of astonishment filled the air. The red, orange, green, and cyan lights emitted by the martial harmony instrument correspond to the yellow, profound, earth, and heaven qualifications. The rich green light that Yuqin Xian produced during her assessment indicated that her talent had reached the pinnacle of the earth level, marking her as a prodigious figure of her generation. Yuqin Xian, top-tier earth-level talent, cultivation at the 6th level of martial disciple. Zhao Cong's voice trembled with excitement. Top-tier earth level. Such an outstanding talent is destined to soar to great heights in the future. Today, the martial hall is likely to gain a true phoenix. Your Highness, the 9th princess. We from the Xianwang Academy invite you to join us. We from the Xiongba Academy also extend our invitation. In the realm of academia, the esteemed Zhenkuan Academy, along with Nanling Academy and Jianstian Academy, extended invitations to Yuqin Xian, while the illustrious Xinhuang Academy remained conspicuously silent. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yuqin Chuan's eyes as she pondered the aloofness of Xinhuang Academy. Was her exceptional talent, classified as top-tier Earth rank, insufficient to capture their attention? She felt little surprise regarding her own abilities. Ordinary individuals could not discern her aptitude, but being of royal lineage, she had undergone assessments long ago. Nevertheless, witnessing the envy in the eyes of countless candidates filled her with a modest sense of pride. With a top-tier earth rank, she was merely a hair's breadth away from the celestial rank, an achievement commendable in its own right. I choose Zhentian Academy, Yi Xian declared with resolve. Among the 5 notable institutions, Zhentian Academy stood as the strongest, second only to Xinhuang Academy. The excitement on the mentor's face was palpable as he approached Yi Xian, presenting her with an identification token. Your Highness, the 9th Princess, please report to Zhentian Academy in 3 days with this token. Yes, mentor. Yi Xian replied respectfully as she accepted the token. Turning to Xiao Chen, she declared with haughty confidence. Now, do you comprehend the chasm that lies between us? My decision to annul our engagement was for your benefit. A person of my caliber is not one you can aspire to attain. How laughable that a mere earth rank dares to present themselves before me with such arrogance. Truly, one overestimates their own worth. Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. Xiao, you worthless fool. How dare you speak to the 9th princess? Do you think you still possess that innate royal physique from back then? Kneel and apologize to the 9th princess at once. A celestial being like her is far beyond your reach. I wouldn't even dare to aspire to her. How can you, a mere waste, be so arrogant? In an instant, Xiao Chen found himself besieged by a flurry of sycophants. Yi Xian, with her unparalleled beauty, figure, lineage, and talent, had countless admirers. Xiao Chen, I implore you to recognize reality and abandon any improper thoughts regarding me. Yi Xian remarked, furrowing her brow. In her eyes, Xiao Chen's current aloof demeanor was merely a tactic to lure her attention through feigned indifference. Chapter 12. Xiao Chen, do you dare to confront me? Yi Xian exclaimed. You truly are full of yourself. Xiao Chen helplessly shrugged his shoulders. This woman must be a bit deranged. Despite his clear explanations, she continued her relentless pursuit. Observing Xiao Chen's indifferent demeanor, Yi Xian felt her dignity trampled upon, and an inexplicable fury surged within her. How could Xiao Chen, who had harbored feelings for her for so many years and had always been so compliant, suddenly become so cold? Was all his previous kindness merely a fade? How dare this, with his shattered dantian, treat her in such a manner? Next, it was Xiao Tian's turn. Just as Yi Xian was on the verge of losing her temper, Zhao Cong's voice echoed, and Xiao Tian leaped forth from the crowd, striding towards the square with an air of arrogance, exuding a commanding presence. Xiao Chen, today I shall show you what true talent looks like, he exclaimed, turning suddenly to face Xiao Chen with a fierce expression. Seeing Yi Xian entangled with Xiao Chen stirred a deep-seated rage within him. Yi Xian had already been regarded by him as his future bride. How could he tolerate anyone else encroaching upon her? As his words fell, all eyes turned towards Xiao Chen, filled with disdain and pity. Why must there be a Zhuge Liang when there is a Yu? In the Xiao family, there exists the prodigious Xiao Tian, while the so-called waste, Xiao Chen, is destined to remain forever overshadowed by him. Although Xiao Chen was once endowed with a royal physique, history has shown that those who ascend to dominance are invariably individuals blessed with extraordinary fortune. Xiao Chen's fall from grace signifies his insufficient destiny, rendering him vastly inferior to Xiao Tian. Xiao Chen completely disregarded the gazes of those around him, merely casting a faint glance at Xiao Tian, his eyes reflecting the disdain one might reserve for a jester. Xiao Tian paused, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. However, as all gazes converged upon him, he suppressed his emotions and approached Zhao Cong, placing his hand upon the Wu Hanin. In the next moment, the Wu Hanin suddenly illuminated, radiating a brilliant azure light that transformed into a pillar of light, soaring skyward and dazzling all who beheld it. The onlookers were left in utter shock by the unfolding spectacle. A heavenly tear? Indeed, it was a heavenly tear. Moreover, it was of the utmost rank. Zhao Cong felt a sharp pang in his heart. He never anticipated that among the students he had assessed, one would emerge as such an extraordinary genius of the heavenly tier. After decades of overseeing the Academy's evaluations, this was his first encounter with a heavenly tier. Such talents were exceedingly rare. The Northern King's residence had truly maintained its composure, concealing this news until today. With a prodigy of this caliber, how could the Northern King's residence fail to flourish? The mentors from various academies fixated intently on Xiao Tian at the center of the square, their eyes gleaming with envy akin to famished wolves eyeing a tender lamb, filled with insatiable longing. If a heavenly tier prodigy could be claimed by their academy, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger. Below, Yuqin Xian gazed at Xiaoling Tian with her large, sparkling eyes. Initially, she assumed that he would merely be a top-tier earth tier like herself, but to her astonishment, he was indeed a heavenly tier, and of the highest rank. This was simply terrifying. Xiaoling Tian, endowed with top-tier heavenly tier talent and a cultivation level of the 7th realm of martial disciple. As Zhao Song completed his announcement, the head of Xianyuan Academy sprang to his feet in excitement, declaring, "Young master, we at Xianyuan Academy extend our invitation for you to join us, and we promise you the position of Saint's son. Furthermore, should you agree to join, Xianyuan Academy will provide all the resources you require for your cultivation." He continued, "Moreover, anyone who dares oppose you will be at odds with the entire Xianyuan Academy, and we shall spare no effort in extinguishing them." What? The promise of the position of Saint's son, along with the assurance of comprehensive cultivation resources? Furthermore, the commitment to assist Xiaoling Tian against his foes? Such treatment was unprecedented. Had they no understanding? Xiaoling Tian possessed top-tier heavenly tier qualifications. Do they comprehend what that signifies? The entire northern wilderness had not seen a genius with heavenly tier qualifications for decades. Wouldn't all the academies be scrambling to claim him? What kind of virtue had the northern king's residence accumulated in its past to produce a talent like Xiaoling Tian? The crowd in the city buzzed with fervent discussions. "Young master, the conditions from Xianyuan Academy can also be matched by our Zhenkuan Academy. Our Nailing Academy can offer the same. So can our Xiangba Academy." In the next moment, the heads of the remaining 3 major academies stepped forward, their faces adorned with sincere smiles as they extended their invitations to Xiaoling Tian. Witnessing this scene, everyone was left astounded. The illustrious 4 major academies simultaneously extending invitations to a single student, coupled with unprecedented conditions, was simply unheard of. An elder from the Sword Immortal Academy hesitated for a moment before stepping forward, stating, "Young master, should you choose to join my Sword Immortal Academy, all that we possess will be yours." Xiaoling Tian was taken aback. Everything was to be given to him? Such a lavish expenditure? Although the path of the sword is indeed the most fearsome and unparalleled means of killing, he had never heard of this Sword Immortal Academy before. In previous years, there had been no recruitment from it, leaving him utterly ignorant of its origins. He chuckled, "Xiao Tian, you were once a renowned master of swordsmanship. Yet now you resort to deceiving children. Your Sword Immortal Academy is so impoverished that you can barely afford a meal. What do you possess to offer the heir?" The head of the Xianhuang Academy sneered as he spoke. "Heir, you must not be taken in. The Sword Immortal Academy did indeed bask in glory eons ago, but now its lineage has been severed. Without the Sword Spirit Stone, one cannot delve deeply into the sword path. It has become a mere ruin." The head of the Xiangba Academy also expressed disdain in his remarks. Upon hearing these words, the fervor in Xiaoling Tian's eyes swiftly extinguished. It turned out to be a mere worthless academy. He had been stirred for nothing. With a look of disdain, he gazed at Xiao Tian, declaring, "What a pathetic Sword Immortal Academy. Not even a dog would enter. Do not think to deceive me." Listening to their conversation, Xiao Chen's heart sank. The lineage had been severed. A place of utter uselessness? Alas! No wonder the system was so straightforward this time, laying everything bare. Was it truly lying in wait to ensnare him? At that moment, the head of the Holy Desolation Academy also rose to his feet. He was an elderly man clad in azure robes, exuding an air of ethereal grace. His presence was subtle, yet his murky eyes concealed a hidden brilliance. Many who merely exchanged glances with him felt an overwhelming sense of dread wash over them, as if even their very souls trembled in fear. Xiao Chen also raised his gaze, sensing that the old man in the azure robe was anything but ordinary, exuding an aura of profound mystery. When the Sacred Wilderness Academy spoke, everyone was struck with astonishment. It is well known that the Academy possesses an exceptionally discerning eye for talent. While there are 3 slots available each year, they would not admit even one if none of the candidates exhibited extraordinary gifts. Over the past decade, the Academy has accepted fewer than 5 individuals. Yet today, they have extended an olive branch to Xiaoling Tian. Even Xiao Zhenbei, who was not far off, could hardly contain his excitement upon witnessing this scene. The Sacred Wilderness Academy, the revered sanctuary of martial arts he had long aspired to, was now expressing interest in his young son. This was nothing short of a monumental honor. At this moment, his spirits soared, and the displeasure brought by Xiao Chen was promptly cast away into the ether. Without that waste of space, Xiao Zhenbei still had a prodigious child. Congratulations to the Lord of Zhenbei. It seems the Zhenbei manor is about to give rise to a true dragon. Ha ha, with such a prodigy, The Zhenbei manor is bound to flourish. Many of the titans of Huangbei City came forth to extend their congratulations to Xiao Zhenbei. Xiao Zhenbei responded with a beaming smile, while Wen Wanrong, equally joyful, gazed affectionately at Xiao Lingtian. The family of three radiated warmth and harmony. In this moment, although present at the scene, Xiao Chen felt utterly forgotten by this family, rendering him an unwelcome presence. Xiao Chen, are you not convinced of your own inadequacies? Did you not wish to test your aptitude? Step forward now. Suddenly, Xiao Lingtian cast a cold smirk toward Xiao Chen. Today, he aimed to utterly shatter the last remnants of Xiao Chen's dignity, ensuring that he would be unable to hold his head high in the entire northern wilderness city thereafter. Chapter 13. Has Xiao Chen's dantian recovered? Good grief, Xiao Lingtian is remarkably ruthless. Knowing full well that Xiao Chen is deemed a waste, he still dares to summon him for testing, clearly intent on humiliating him. Who could blame Xiao Chen for overestimating his abilities and insisting on participating in the assessment? A shattered dantian stands as a mere spectacle. This time, Xiao Chen's disgrace is inevitable, should he dare to step up for testing in front of such a crowd. He would undoubtedly lose all face, unable to lift his head in the northern wilderness city ever again. The northern king's residents must feel utterly ashamed to harbor such humiliation. Upon hearing Xiao Lingtian's words, the crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions. Many sporting disdainful smirks and casting contemptuous glances in Xiao Chen's direction. People delight in elevating the high while trampling the low. In years past, when Xiao Chen's physique was intact, he had overshadowed Xiao Lingtian to the point where the latter couldn't even raise his head. The world recognized only Xiao Chen of the northern king's residence, scarcely mentioning Xiao Lingtian. Now, however, the tables had turned. Xiao Lingtian basked in unparalleled glory, while Xiao Chen bore the brunt of scorn and disdain. Glancing at the expressions of the crowd, a trace of melancholy flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. Indeed, in any world, the law of the jungle prevails. Had he not awakened the system, he might have spent his life living like a stray dog, subjected to the scorn of others. Yet now, such a fate is no longer conceivable. With the system in hand, he is destined to soar above, trampling all adversaries beneath his feet. Is it truly your desire to witness my humiliation, my once beloved brother? A cold smile curled at the corner of Xiao Chen's lips. Xiao Chen, do not attempt to draw close to me. Who do you think is your brother? You have been expelled from the northern king's manor by me. Do you understand? You are nothing more than a stray dog now. Xiao Lingtian exhibited an air of arrogance as he regarded Xiao Chen, perceiving him as nothing more than an insignificant insect. Upon witnessing the brothers engaged in yet another quarrel, Wen Wan, unable to contain herself, approached Xiao Chen and gently urged, Chenner, you should return home promptly. Today marks your brother's momentous entry into the sacred wilderness academy. Please do not add to his burdens. Upon hearing her words, a chilling wave coursed through Xiao Chen's heart. Add to his burdens? He had merely come to partake in the academy's assessment. Yet it had become a source of irritation for Xiao Lingtian, merely because Xiao Lingtian wished to avoid his presence. Wen Wan felt compelled to send him away. How absurd. Such blatant favoritism, while professing the ideal of equality, was utterly shameless. Fortunately, he had severed ties with this family swiftly, otherwise, he would inevitably have been repulsed by their hypocrisy. Wen Wan, do you truly perceive my mere existence as a source of distress for you? If that is the case, kindly keep your distance. Engaging in conversation with you is equally repugnant. Xiao Chen scoffed coldly. When Wanrong, upon hearing this, displayed a look of astonishment on her face. She merely wished for the brothers to remain united. How could Xiao Chen utter such harsh words to her? Is it too much to ask for an elder brother to show a modicum of leniency towards his younger sibling? Ungrateful wretch. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner, disregarding the bond between mother and son? Xiao Zhenbei was filled with fury in an instant. He vanished from his seat, reappearing directly before Xiao Chen. Maternal affection? Do I share such a bond with her? Is her heart not solely occupied by Xiao Lingtian, her only son? Xiao Chen spoke with an impassive expression. I am aware of the grievances that dwell within you. Yet today marks the momentous occasion of your brother Qianlong's ascension to greatness. It is not your place to create a disturbance. Depart immediately, or I shall break your legs. Xiao Zhenbei's expression was frigid as he declared. The laws of the Great Xia stipulate that all citizens are eligible to participate in the Martial Academy assessments. Why should I be denied the opportunity to take part? Xiao Chen replied calmly. What significance is there in participating when your dantian is shattered and your innate talent is destroyed? Xiao Zhenbei, have you ever heard of the phoenix's rebirth or the withered tree's encounter with spring? If I were to claim that my dantian has already been restored, would you believe me? Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Zhenbei with a bemused expression. Upon hearing his words, those present were momentarily taken aback, only to be followed by a wave of derisive smiles. This young man must have lost his senses, claiming that a shattered dantian could be restored as if we were mere children. Indeed, throughout the illustrious 5,000 years of the Great Xiao dynasty, there has been no account of anyone recovering from a shattered dantian. Xiao Chen's fabrications are laughable. He should have concocted a more plausible excuse. It seems he cannot bear the brilliance of his brother, nor the affection showered upon him by the couple of the northern guardian king, and has succumbed to a fit of envy. Xiao Zhenbei, with a face full of disappointment, coldly remarked, "Are you mocking me for not doing my utmost to save you? You may verify for yourself that since the inception of the Great Xiao, no one has ever been reborn after the shattering of their dantian. I had already exerted every effort." When Wanrong stepped forward and said, "Indeed, Chuner, how could we possibly refrain from saving you? You are our own flesh and blood. Now, might you please depart? If you provoke the Sacred Wilderness Academy, your brother's future will be irrevocably damaged. His future is of no concern to me," Xiao Chen coldly replied. And under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he strode directly onto the square. This wretched creature insists on tarnishing the reputation of the Northern King's manor before he relents. Xiao Zhenbei's face turned pale with anger. Chuner has truly gone too far this time. I hope the Sacred Wilderness Academy will not be left with a negative impression of Ling Tian because of this. When Wanrong also wore a worried expression. In just 3 short years, how could he have become so oblivious to propriety? Fortunately, the engagement was dissolved in time. Not far away, Yi Qingxian witnessed this scene, her eyes filled with disappointment and disdain. "Xiao Chen, I never expected you to have the audacity to come forward." Meanwhile, Xiao Ling Tian in the square wore a face of exhilaration. He had lived under Xiao Chen's shadow for a full 15 years, at long last. Today he had the opportunity to humiliate Xiao Chen, and he was so elated that he felt as if he could leap into the air. Xiao Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at him, refraining from uttering a word, and proceeded directly to stand before Zhao Cong. "You may leave. A shattered dantian will yield no discernible aptitude, so there is no sense in wasting time here," Zhao Cong remarked with a frigid expression. "Since I am already here, I might as well undergo the assessment." Xiao Chen placed his hand directly upon the martial instrument. "Xiao Chen, the martial halls test is a matter of utmost seriousness. Your reckless behavior." Zhao Cong's words trailed off abruptly as he beheld the brilliant azure light emanating from the martial instrument. His pupils constricted in astonishment. His expression one of sheer disbelief as he exclaimed, "Heavens! You possess the heavenly grade." He struggled to comprehend the extraordinary scene unfolding before him. As soon as Xiao Chen's palm made contact with the martial instrument, it trembled violently and then erupted into an astonishingly radiant blue glow. The intensity of the azure light was utterly formidable, transforming the instrument into a resplendent orb akin to a blazing sun. Its magnificence far surpassed that previously exhibited by Xiao Ling Tian. Witnessing this spectacle, the assembled crowd was rendered utterly speechless. What in the world is happening? Is not Xiao Chen a mere waste with a shattered dantian? How can he possess heavenly grade talent? And it appears to be no ordinary heavenly grade. Several instructors from various academies, overwhelmed by excitement, crushed the teacups in their hands. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenbei felt as though his heart might cease to beat. Another heavenly grade, his family. The Xiao clan had unexpectedly produced 2 in a single moment. Surely, this was a sign of divine favor for the prosperity of the Xiao clan. When Wanrong stood frozen in astonishment, covering her mouth in disbelief, her eyes wide with shock. Not far away, Yi Qingxian trembled slightly, unable to fathom the reality of what she had just witnessed. Xiao Chen's dantian has actually been restored? Moreover, judging by Wu Huni's performance, Xiao Chen's talent seems to surpass even that of Xiao Ling Tian. How can this be possible? It is inconceivable, absolutely inconceivable. It must be a mistake on Wu Huni's part. He is merely a with a shattered dantian. How could he possibly possess the qualifications of a heavenly tier? After the initial shock, Xiao Ling Tian was rendered nearly insane. He simply could not accept the reality before him. Xiao Chen, this worthless being, had clearly shattered his dantian. How could it possibly be restored? Such a phenomenon had not occurred in thousands of years. Chapter 14. The martial spirit mirror, however, scarcely had Xiao Ling Tian's words faded when an extraordinary transformation unfolded. The martial spirit mirror radiated an increasingly intense azure brilliance, so dazzling that it was nearly blinding, while a dreadful energy began to permeate the surroundings, overwhelming everyone nearby with an immense pressure. Before long, it appeared that the martial spirit mirror could no longer endure the terrifying energy. A myriad of intricate fissures began to emerge across its surface. The cracks widened until, with a resounding explosion, the entire martial spirit mirror shattered into fine dust. Exploded. You are not merely of the heavenly rank, you are beyond it. Zhao Cong gazed in disbelief at the white dust that the martial spirit mirror had transformed into. Xiao Chen was truly formidable. The martial spirit mirror had been unable to withstand the energy of his dantian and had exploded. The martial hall of the Great Xiao was equipped with the martial spirit mirror to assess individuals of the heavenly rank. Those above this rank would cause the mirror to shatter upon testing. Yet, in all of Great Xiao, there were scarcely any individuals of the heavenly rank, let alone those of the earth rank. Throughout the history of Great Xiao, the martial spirit mirror had only exploded 3 times, the most recent occurring a millennium ago. To think that today, Xiao Chen had shattered the martial spirit mirror. All present were left in utter astonishment at this sudden turn of events. Many found it difficult to breathe. Above the heavenly rank, could it be the royal body? Could it be that Xiao Chen's dantian had truly been restored? It must be so. Otherwise, how could he have obliterated the martial spirit mirror? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at the proud figure of Xiao Chen standing in the arena, momentarily rendered speechless. Had his eldest son truly regained his extraordinary gifts? Was the legendary innate royal physique once again manifesting? When Wanrong trembled with excitement, unable to articulate her thoughts. As for Yiqin Xian, her expression was dominated not only by astonishment, but also by profound regret. Had she foreseen Xiao Chen's resurgence, she would have never considered annulling their engagement. Although Shaolin Tian is formidable, he pales in comparison to a natural-born king. This time, she has truly traded a watermelon for a sesame seed. Meanwhile, Shaolin Tian stands in a daze, his expression one of utter despair, murmuring, "Impossible. How can he have regained his innate talent? This cannot be." As the crowd remains engulfed in astonishment, the head of the Xianwang Academy rushes directly to Xiao Chen. Grasping his hand with heartfelt sincerity and with obsequiousness declares, "Young Master Xiao, if you join our Xianwang Academy, I not only promise you the position of Saint Sun and unlimited resources, but I also guarantee that the next head of our academy will be passed on to you. Would you be willing?" Upon hearing this, all eyes turn toward the head of the Xianhuang Academy, while the leaders of other prestigious academies display expressions of shock. They think to themselves, "This cunning fellow is truly insidious, taking advantage of our momentary confusion to poach talent." In the next breath, the head of the Xiangba Academy rushes over, scoffing, "Li Huangshan, how dare you? A mere 5th-ranked academy from the invite young Master Xiao? Can your little temple accommodate such a grand figure?" Turning to Xiao Chen, he grins, "Young Master, you should join my Xiongba Academy. We can offer you everything you desire." Soon after, the head of the Nanling Academy arrives, countering, "Li Manxiong, your Xiongba Academy is filled with brawny fools. How dull it would be for young Master Xiao to join you. Instead, come to my Nanling Academy, where countless beauties await you. Young Master Xiao, join my Zhenkuan Academy, and I will introduce you to my daughter. She is truly remarkable," the head of the Zhenkuan Academy interjects. However, before he can finish, Li Manxiong interrupts with a mocking tone, "But she's a terrifying sight, with a physique that would frighten anyone." "Ha ha ha, young Master Xiao, do not be deceived. Li Manxiong, are you trying to provoke me? And what if I am? You dare to covet the future prodigy of my Xiongba Academy? I would not only confront you, but could even risk my life. How dare you? Last time, when a fearsome beast chased you, you cried for my help. Had I not saved you, would you be here today to contend for talent? Had you not betrayed your team and fled? Could I have suffered at the hands of that beast? Then should I just stand and wait for death? Are you seeking a confrontation? Let it be so. I fear you not." With furrowed brows, Li Manxiong emanates an extraordinarily terrifying martial aura, and a colossal phantom of a fierce bear materializes behind him, its visage grotesque. Good heavens, the Xiongba Academy's ultimate technique, the beast scripture, is truly terrifying. Just a glance at that phantom leaves one breathless. Xiao Chen, indeed, stands in a position of power. The 5 major academies, typically sought after by others, now find themselves on the brink of conflict over him. The crowd was taken aback, and the head of Zhenkuan Academy was momentarily stunned. Was Li Manxiong truly serious? Was he willing to disregard his dignity before so many students? Li Manxiong, is it really necessary to go this far for a single student? Li Huangshan frowned. "Spare me your pretense, Li Huangshan. A single student? Is he an ordinary one? That is a natural king body. Even 100 of you would not measure up to a single strand of his hair. Is it really so excessive? If you think you can wrest him from me, I dare you to try." Li Manxiong scoffed. For years, the various academies had been embroiled in open and covert rivalries. and several heads of academies had past grievances with Li Manxiang, leading him to tear off the facade. A natural king body was exceedingly crucial, if he could seize it. Even dying in battle today would be worthwhile. However, the heads of the other academies were not to be underestimated. One of them barked in anger, Li Manxiang. Since you have laid your cards on the table, I shall not feign civility any longer. This natural king body belongs to Nanqing Academy. If you remain obstinate, we may be forced to take action. The atmosphere became intensely tense, with mutual glares exchanged, and the flames of conflict seemed poised to ignite. Just as the anger of the individuals reached its boiling point, and they prepared to act, the head of Zhentian Academy intervened. Enough. How old are you all? Fighting in front of so many people? You are tarnishing the Academy's reputation, he admonished, realizing that nearly 10,000 students were watching him with expressions of disbelief. He could not afford to lose face by allowing a brawl to erupt. If a fight truly broke out, how would the 5 major academies maintain their dignity? Upon hearing his words, the individuals suppressed their fury and regrouped around Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, I, too, have a certain interest in you from Xinhuang Academy. At that moment, Zhentian, the head of Xinhuang Academy, approached with a gentle smile. Compared to his previous invitation to Shaolin Tian, his demeanor exhibited greater warmth, clearly indicating his higher regard for Xiao Chen. Seeing this, the expressions of the heads of the other academies soured immediately. Their urgency to act was driven by the desire to secure Xiao Chen before Xinhuang Academy could make its move. Now that Xinhuang Academy had spoken, it was evident that they were out of the running. Xinhuang Academy was far too formidable, operating on a different level altogether. No warrior could refuse its invitation. The moment Han Wantian, who had intended to approach Xiao Chen with a few enticing words, halted his steps, a flicker of resignation crossed his eyes, quelling his desire to recruit Xiao Chen. Given the current state of Zhentian Academy, not only would they be unable to compete with Xinhuang Academy for talent, but vying for any of the 5 major academies would be akin to chasing a mirage. Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong trembled with excitement at the sight of Zhang Qitian standing before Xiao Chen. Could it be that the Xiao family was about to have 2 prodigious talents join the ranks of Xinhuang Academy? Such an event had not occurred in the entire northern province for centuries. If such were the case, the Xiao family would thrive for at least another millennium. The nearly 10,000 students below were filled with envy and jealousy. Joining any of the 5 prestigious academies would undoubtedly alter their fates, allowing them to soar to great heights, with the Holy Wilderness Academy being the most desirable option among them. Unfortunately, none of these academies had chosen to admit them. While that scoundrel Xiao Chen was being coveted by all 5, how could there be such a disparity among individuals? Is there no justice in this world? Noticing the calmness on Xiao Chen's face, Zhang Qitian's eyes flickered with surprise. Shouldn't any student receiving an invitation from the Holy Wilderness Academy be overwhelmed with joy? Why was this young man so composed, showing no sign of excitement? Yet, he did not dwell on this thought for long. He took out a resplendent ancient mirror and spoke. Young brother Xiao Chen, please come forth and receive the enlightenment of the martial spirit realm. At this, the crowd fell into a moment of stunned silence. Just moments ago, Zhang Qitian had clearly expressed interest in Shaolin Tian as well. Why was he now summoning only Xiao Chen to accept the enlightenment of the martial spirit realm? Was he abandoning Shaolin Tian? Chapter 15. The Reversal. A Jealous Fate. Senior, you just said you would also invite me. Shaolin Tian was in a state of urgency. Gaining admission to the Sacred Wilderness Academy was of paramount importance to him, representing a crucial step on the path of potential greatness. He was desperate to seize this invaluable opportunity. Though your innate talent is indeed remarkable, it pales in comparison to the innate royal physique. Now that the royal body has manifested, our Sacred Wilderness Academy intends to concentrate its resources entirely on its cultivation. Thus, this year, we shall only admit Xiao Chen. Zhang Qitian replied indifferently. Shaolin Tian was utterly dismayed. Having been directly displaced by Xiao Chen from his coveted position, it was indeed a tragic turn of events. It seemed only fitting, for Shaolin Tian had failed to show gratitude towards Xiao Chen, who had sacrificed his own potential to save him. Instead of expressing appreciation, he had turned against him, and now faced the consequences of his actions. Indeed, the illustrious king of the north, known for his wisdom, had erred in this matter, prioritizing a talent of heavenly caliber while forsaking the royal physique. Now, he must be regretting his decision profoundly. The crowd below buzzed with speculation, and the reputations of both Xiao Chen and Shaolin Tian had suddenly flipped. Senior, are you toying with me? Shaolin Tian exclaimed, struck as if by lightning, overwhelmed with frustration. Pardon? What did you say? Zhang Qi Tian furrowed his brow and cast a cold glare at Xiao Tian, an oppressive aura descending upon him like a shroud. In the next moment, Xiao Tian suddenly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Ling Tian, you mustn't be impolite. Xiao Zhenbei swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Tian, delivering a powerful strike that dissipated the overwhelming pressure. Only then did a semblance of color return to Xiao Tian's face. Xiao Zhenbei's complexion subtly shifted, and his hand, concealed within the sleeve of his robe, trembled slightly. He had not anticipated that even a mere individual emerging from the Sacred Desolation Academy could possess such terrifying prowess. This Zhang Qi Tian was undoubtedly a formidable warrior of the martial king level, and his strength surpassed even that of Xiao Zhenbei. Upon noticing Xiao Zhenbei's presence, Zhang Qi Tian chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he turned to Xiao Chen, displaying a warm smile. Young friend Xiao Chen, please step forward. Xiao Chen contemplated for a moment before approaching Zhang Qi Tian. Initially, he had intended to enroll in the Sword Immortal Academy to acquire the formidable demon-slaying technique. Yet he was taken aback by the Academy's utter inadequacy. This left him in a state of indecision. Should he join the Sword Immortal Academy and become a sword cultivator? Or should he attend the Holy Wilderness Academy to attain the indestructible divine skill? Entering the Sword Immortal Academy posed certain risks, however, with a system at his disposal. The dangers were not insurmountable. Conversely, enrolling in the Holy Wilderness Academy would ensure safety, but it also meant enduring relentless humiliation, which he found somewhat intolerable. Regardless, he resolved to first consult the martial spirit mirror to glimpse his future. Casting a glance at Xiao Chen, Zhang Qi Tian lifted the ancient mirror in his hand and directed it towards him. After a few breaths, the martial spirit mirror, which appeared ordinary at first, suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light. Before long, the light coalesced in the void, forming several magnificent golden characters, heavenly talent, unparalleled in history. Upon witnessing these two phrases, the crowd below displayed little reaction. To them, a natural-born king body deserved such commendation. However, Zhang Qi Tian was taken aback. Heavenly talent? Unparalleled in history? How could a king body elicit such exalted praise from the martial spirit mirror? This ancient artifact had existed for countless ages, having witnessed the rise of innumerable unbeatable prodigies, and possessed an exceptionally discerning eye. In the past, when a king body emerged, the most the martial spirit mirror would bestow was a mere acknowledgement of decent potential. Yet now, it had granted Xiao Chen such a frightening evaluation. What could this possibly mean? The heads of various academies were rendered speechless upon seeing the martial spirit mirror's appraisal. While others may have been oblivious to its significance, they were well aware of its history. Over the past millennium, countless prodigies had received the highest accolades of merely remarkable aptitude from the martial spirit mirror. What could heavenly talent, unparalleled in history, signify? Was Xiao Chen not simply a king body after all? At that moment, they gazed at Xiao Chen, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Wishing they could possess such a rare talent, an exquisite seedling that could only be admired, not possessed, which felt more torturous than death itself. Young friend Xiao Chen, your talent is truly extraordinary, a sight to behold once in a millennium. You are undoubtedly qualified to join our Holy Wilderness Academy, he began, but before he could finish, his brow furrowed as if he sensed something amiss. He lifted his gaze towards the void, where several lines of commentary suddenly appeared. However, this child's talent is excessively defiant against the heavens, destined to incur the jealousy of the Tao, and will likely be plagued by calamities throughout his life, with the very real possibility of downfall. Yet, as the commentary reached its midpoint, a surge of terrifying power abruptly emerged, enveloping the martial spirit mirror, causing the golden characters in the void to dissipate into smoke. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Cursed by heaven, plagued by calamities, with the threat of downfall? Did that not imply that Xiao Chen's lifespan would be tragically short? Xiao Chen found himself utterly bewildered. Was it truly the case that fate was against him, leading him to the brink of demise? What on earth was this? With the support of a system, he should have been the chosen one, blessed with fortune. How could he possibly be destined for an untimely end? Fear not, dear host. For the prophecy of the martial spirit mirror has a second half. With the aid of the system, this individual shall ultimately become invincible in the world. It is I who have obscured the heavenly secrets. Xiao Chen suddenly experienced an epiphany. It turned out there was indeed a second part to the statement. He was utterly terrified. Meanwhile, those around him, ignorant of the truth, presumed that Xiao Chen was on the verge of ruin, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Naturally, there were also many who looked upon him with a sense of regret. Senior Qi Tian, What does the martial spirit mirror signify? Li Manxiong inquired persistently. This young man possesses extraordinary talent. Why must he be a victim of fate, facing the peril of downfall? Xiao Chen, Wen Wanrong, and Yi Qingxian all gazed anxiously at Zhang Qitian. Xiao Chen has painstakingly restored his dantian, enabling him to vie for glory on their behalf. It would indeed be a lamentable loss if he were to fall unjustly. Meanwhile, Xiaoling Tian wore a beaming expression, reveling in the misfortune of Xiao Chen. Under the gaze of the onlookers, Zhang Qitian cast a sorrowful glance at Xiao Chen and slowly began to speak. Some exceptionally gifted warriors, whose potential is overwhelmingly formidable, may pose a threat to the status of the heavenly Tao, thus inciting its jealousy, which unleashes endless calamities, seeking to extinguish them in their infancy. However, there is one aspect I find perplexing. To reach such a level of threat, one must possess extraordinary talent. Yet this young friend Xiao Chen is merely of the Wang physique. How could he possibly become a target of heavenly jealousy? Upon hearing these words, Xiao Zhenbei's countenance fell, and he gritted his teeth as he inquired, Senior Qitian, is there any way to resolve this? Qitian shook his head and replied, there exists a distinction between mortals and celestial beings. Before the decree of heaven, all are but mere ants. Throughout history, not a single individual cursed by the heavens has survived beyond the age of 20. My dear Xiao Chen, you may only have 2 years left to live. Beside him, Wen Wanrong's eyes brimmed with tears. Mother, do not grieve. You still have me. Xiaoling Tian gently offered words of comfort. Wen Wanrong gazed at her young son, a flicker of solace blossoming within her heart. Fortunately, she still had another child. Otherwise, she would truly be at a loss. Meanwhile, not far away, Yi Qingxian observed this scene, a look of relief washing over her features as she cast a scornful glance towards Xiao Chen. Her eyes filled once more with disdain and contempt. It turned out he was destined for an early demise. The decision to dissolve the engagement now seemed undeniably prudent. Alas, how the heavens conspire against him, not to live beyond 20. Xiao Chen is utterly inept. Such a so-called prodigy, yet he appears to be nothing but a natural failure. It is indeed absurd. First, his dantian shattered, and now he has been labeled as someone cursed by the heavens. Xiao Chen is truly a harbinger of calamity. How naive I was to think that a remarkable figure would emerge from the North Wilderness province, only to discover he is merely an ill-fated wretch. The gazes of the onlookers were a tapestry of complex emotions, pity, mockery, schadenfreude, each face reflecting the multifaceted nature of humanity. At the core of human nature lies a propensity for malice. When one finds themselves in misfortune, the majority choose to kick them while they are down. Xiao Chen, embracing the circumstances, displayed an expression of profound disillusionment, his head bowed low, his body trembling ever so slightly. Yet, in that fleeting moment of subservience, no one noticed the hint of a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. The heavens may conspire against him, but with a system at his disposal, he harbored no fear of the cruel machinations of fate. It appears that the Sacred Wilderness Academy may not be destined to welcome our young friend Xiao Chen. Might any of you be inclined to admit him into your ranks? Zhang Qitian stated with pragmatic realism. Nurturing a prodigy demands an inexhaustible investment of human and material resources. Despite the grandeur of the Sacred Wilderness Academy, it could not afford to squander its resources on a soul seemingly on the brink of death. Chapter 16. Admission to the Sword Immortal Academy. Humph. My Dominance Academy does not accept the worthless. What merit does a wretch with but 2 years of life remaining possess to gain entry into my esteemed institution? Li Manxiong's demeanor shifted instantly, his expression cold and mocking. Neither shall my Zhenkuan Academy accept him, nor shall my Xianwang Academy. A person so cursed by fate is far too ominous. My Nailing Academy will not have him. In but a brief moment, the previously warm attitudes of the heads of the 5 major academies towards Xiao Chen transformed dramatically, shifting from cordiality to a chilling frost. Lord Zhenbei, given your son's current predicament, his time may be limited. It would be prudent for you to take him back and allow him to traverse the final stretch of his life. Zhang Qitian glanced at Xiao Zhenbei, softly advising him. His tone remained relatively calm, devoid of the sardonic edge displayed by other academy heads. He had always sensed an underlying peculiarity in the situation, having observed the earlier events. The martial spirit mirror had clearly indicated an incomplete verdict, yet upon the utterance of that one word, it ceased to respond, which defied all logic. Were it not for the overwhelming nature of fate, and the historical precedent that no one cursed by the heavens had ever lived beyond 20 years, he would have entertained the notion of taking Xiao Chen under his wing. Xiao Zhenbei's face revealed a moment of hesitation. After all, Xiao Chen was his son. It was impossible for him to be completely indifferent. However, this man, marked by the heavens with misfortune, could very well affect the family's fortunes. At this moment, if he were to bring Xiao Chen back to the northern town prince's residence, it would not only tarnish the reputation of the residence, but also jeopardize Zhentian's martial destiny. Father, this Xiao Chen is a person cursed by fate, a harbinger of misfortune. You must not allow him to return to our northern town prince's residence. Zhentian hastily exclaimed, Chinner. Perhaps you should find a place to settle outside for the time being. Your father and mother will visit you when they have a moment. Seeing her young son so averse to his elder brother, when Wanrong swiftly intervened to smooth things over, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. For even Zhentian had proclaimed that he was destined for death. How could Wanrong still insist that he reside elsewhere? Was this not akin to treating him as a stray dog? Xiao Chen Bei, when Wanrong, rest assured, I have severed ties with the northern town king's residence. I shall no longer be a burden upon you. Xiao Chen scoffed. Mother, that is not my intention. It is merely that your son, Zhentian, cannot tolerate my presence. Do you truly see me as your son? I have but 2 years left to live, and yet you wish for me to reside elsewhere? Is it solely because that wretched boy cannot accommodate me? When Wanrong attempted to offer an explanation, but Xiao Chen turned resolutely toward Zhentian of the Sword-Immortal Academy. He beheld the disheveled figure before him, reeking of alcohol and clad in tattered garments, and spoke. Senior, I aspire to join the Sword-Immortal Academy and restore its former glory. Would you accept me? Zhentian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Xiao Chen would express a desire to join his academy. The Sword-Immortal Academy was currently in ruins, stripped of all its former grandeur. What could Xiao Chen possibly seek? The onlookers were equally astonished. Xiao Chen was seeking refuge in the Sword-Immortal Academy, which had lost its spirit stones and severed its lineage of swordsmanship. What purpose did he have in going there? A century ago, the Sword-Immortal Academy was a formidable power, revered across the land, boasting 3,000 sword immortals. However, during a cataclysmic assault by the demon race, the Academy valiantly defended the human lineage, sacrificing its elite to repel the invaders. In their fury, the demons annihilated the Academy's spirit stones before their departure. Thus, the once magnificent Sword-Immortal Academy fell into decline, and the art of swordsmanship on Earth was nearly extinguished. Although there were still sword practitioners today, none could replicate the invincible prowess of yore, and the number of those who chose to pursue the sword dwindled. Zhentian raised his head and took a swig of his drink. My Sword-Immortal Academy has slain countless demons and is loathed by them. Should you join us, you will become the target of their relentless pursuit. Are you not afraid? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen furrowed his brow. Is this truly the case? He merely sought to secure a reward, yet now he finds himself pursued by the demon clan? Nevertheless, given the circumstances, he had no alternative but to grit his teeth and declare, the demon clan has slain my compatriots, and as a son of the great Xia, it is my duty to eradicate demons and protect the flames of humanity. What have I to fear? Such audacity! How could a mere wastrel like him entertain thoughts of vanquishing demons? Surely, at the mere sight of one, he would be so frightened as to soil himself. A useless individual paired with a decrepit institution, what a perfect match! In recent years, the people of the Sword-Immortal Academy have nearly been annihilated by the demon clan. To restore our former glory, Xiao Chen must be entirely oblivious to the absurdity of his words. Alas, others have barely managed to survive for 2 years. What harm is there in letting him indulge in his fantasies? At that moment, a wave of discussions erupted in the arena. Zhentian cast a profound glance at Xiao Chen and said, My Sword-Immortal Academy has lost 13 celestial swords to the demon clan. Do you truly believe you can retrieve them? Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was instantly filled with joy. There is still a celestial sword available? He promptly nodded in affirmation. Zhentian gazed at Xiao Chen for a considerable duration, then slowly nodded. From this moment forth, you shall be a student of my Sword-Immortal Academy. Come, let us return to the Sword-Immortal Academy together. Xiao Chen nodded. Very well. Just as the two were about to set off, Zhentian, standing nearby, suddenly scoffed. The Sword-Immortal Academy is truly worthless to accept a discarded waste that even the 5 major academies refuse. Could it possibly be a recycling station for the inept? Upon hearing this, Zhentian abruptly halted, spinning around to gaze at Zhentian. 2 piercing streams of sword energy shot forth from his eyes, and a terrifying sword intent tore through the fabric of space, causing the void to disintegrate inch by inch. Everyone present felt an extraordinarily sharp aura, akin to a divine sword being unsheathed, unstoppable in its ferocity. Zhentian gazed in astonishment as the sword energy surged toward him like a bolt from a bow, causing his legs to weaken and his entire being to collapse onto the ground, his eyes wide with terror. Hadn't the swordsmanship fallen into decline? How could this old man, with merely a glare, exude such terrifying might? Be cautious, Lingtian. Xiao Zhenbei's expression changed dramatically as he abruptly darted in front of Xiao Lingtian. With a fierce determination, he unleashed a powerful punch toward the sword aura, emanating an overwhelming and terrifying intention that swept through the surroundings, creating a thunderous resonance. The clash between the sword aura and the force of his punch erupted with a terrifying energy ripple, rapidly spreading outward in all directions. Xiao Chen was enveloped by the sword intent released by Zhentian, yet he remained unscathed. However, several unfortunate souls nearby were directly upended, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy was dispersed by Xiao Zhenbei, who also had blood dripping from his hands. Those present, particularly the more observant individuals, were momentarily rendered speechless upon witnessing this scene. The Northern King was injured? How could this be? After all, he was one of the 10 martial kings of the Great Xia. Xiao Zhenbei cast a stunned glance at the figure of Xiao across from him, his heart tumultuous with disbelief. This old man, who bore the appearance of a beggar, possessed a level of cultivation that reached such heights. With just a casual strike, he had inflicted injury upon him. It is worth noting that in the entire northern wilderness province, few could claim the power to wound him. The world speaks of the Sword Immortal Academy's decline, yet this seems far from the truth. Xiao turned his gaze to Xiao Lingtian, his voice cold as ice. You, boy, should you dare to insult my Sword Immortal Academy again, I shall strike you down. And even the Northern King shall be unable to protect you. With that, Xiao, accompanied by Xiao Chen, drifted away gracefully. Throughout this ordeal, Xiao Lingtian trembled, scarcely daring to draw a breath, and it was only after Xiao had retreated to a considerable distance that he, with a face full of resentment, exclaimed, "Father, why did you not stop that old man? He nearly killed me." Chapter 17. 9 consecutive bottom rankings. Xiao Lingtian gazed at Xiao Zhenbei, a hint of dissatisfaction flickering in his eyes. In his perspective, though Xiao was formidable, he could never possibly rival Xiao Zhenbei, the king of the north. Lingtian, he continued, your father often advises you to embody humility and modesty. What just transpired was a breach of decorum on your part. Xiao Zhenbei's expression was somewhat grim. Why did he not leave Xiao alive? He certainly wished to, but he needed the strength to do so. Remarkably, the king of Beibei exhibited an unexpectedly broad-minded demeanor, refraining from holding the Sword Immortal Academy accountable. How peculiar, given the king's notoriously domineering and protective nature. This was rather uncharacteristic. Do you all believe he did not desire otherwise? Observe his right hand, concealed within his sleeve, which was dripping with blood. Goodness. It seems indeed that the king of Beibei was unable to overpower the elder from the Sword Immortal Academy. Just how formidable was this opponent? Many initially overlooked the bloodstains on Xiao Zhenbei's hand, but upon noticing them now, their faces displayed profound astonishment. The Sword Immortal Academy was indeed this formidable? Meanwhile, Xiao Lingtian remained oblivious to the peculiarities etched upon Xiao Zhenbei's face, continuing his fervent argument, but that old man must pay. How dare he, a mere representative of the Sword Immortal Academy, act with such audacity? Silence. Do not speak frivolously. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Zhenbei's expression changed dramatically, as he suddenly shouted in admonition. If these words were to reach Xiao ears, and he truly intended to strike down Xiao Lingtian, Xiao Zhenbei might not be able to intervene. Father, your hand. Xiao Lingtian gritted his teeth, preparing to retort, when his peripheral vision caught sight of Xiao Zhenbei's bleeding right hand, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. His father, who had always been invincible in his heart, was actually injured? He had initially believed that the Sword Immortal Academy was merely a place for the inept, and that Xiao Chen's attendance there would be tantamount to waiting for death. Yet, to his surprise, the formidable strength of Xiao was utterly terrifying. Did this not imply that the so-called waste, Xiao Chen, had acquired an immensely powerful backing? In that moment, his heart brimmed with an overwhelming sense of imbalance. How could that useless individual possess such extraordinary fortune? At that juncture, the heads of several academies scrutinized Xiao Zhenbei's wounds, their faces etched with disbelief. They had not anticipated that his combat prowess had ascended to such a staggering level. What is there to find strange? Have you forgotten that he is a swordsman? And a remarkably gifted one at that? Should he truly engage, who among us could withstand even a single blow? Alas, in that fateful battle years ago. He sustained grievous injuries that rendered him unable to act freely. What a pity it is that both Xiao Chen and the Sword Immortal Academy were destined to be forces that could shake the world, yet now, they languished in obscurity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful selection. You have received the system reward, a scroll of the heavenly slaying demon technique. Just as he exited the northern wilderness square, the system's voice resonated. A golden, ethereal panel materialized before Xiao Chen, revealing an ancient parchment scroll added to his inventory. The scroll appeared to be steeped in history, exuding an aura of antiquity, with a terrifyingly sharp sword intent subtly permeating the air around it. Upon glancing at the scroll, a smile of delight blossomed on Xiao Chen's face. This scroll bore an extraordinary quality, undoubtedly a supreme technique. However, the next moment, recalling the earlier conversation of the crowd, he inquired with some concern, "System, can I cultivate this technique without the Sword Spirit Stone?" According to those individuals, the Sword Spirit Stone seemed to be a form of activation. Without it, a swordsman could not embark on the path. If that were true, then no matter how powerful the heavenly slaying demon technique might be, it would be rendered utterly meaningless in his hands. Rest assured, host, the techniques rewarded by the system can be cultivated directly, without the need for any additional mediums, came the reassuring response. Hearing this, Xiao Chen's anxiety dissipated entirely. After a moment of contemplation, he further inquired, "System, what is the grade of the heavenly slaying demon technique?" In this world, martial arts are classified similarly to innate talents, divided into 4 tiers: yellow, Xian, earth, and heaven. The yellow tier is the most rudimentary, while the heaven tier represents the pinnacle. The pursuit of lower-tier martial arts restricts the potential of the practitioner, leading to diminished capabilities. For instance, if a warrior practices a yellow-tier technique, not only will their cultivation progress be sluggish, but even with exceptional innate talent, they can only ascend to the Xian realm at most, unable to transcend to higher levels. Moreover, within the same realm, their combat prowess pales in comparison to those who cultivate more advanced techniques. Conversely, if a warrior engages in cultivating a heaven-tier martial art, even with modest talent, they can achieve a respectable cultivation speed and potential, thereby attaining relatively remarkable combat strength among their peers. Techniques beyond the heaven realm are even more formidable, yet they are exceedingly rare, seldom circulating in the world. Only a select few reclusive families may possess them. At this moment, Xiao Chen harbored great anticipation for the extraordinary demon-slaying technique. The name of this formidable art resonated with an air of supremacy. Yet its rank remained uncertain. Could it possibly transcend the celestial tier? Surely, the system would not bestow anything inferior. At the very least, it must be of royal grade. Rest assured, host, the system assured, the demon-slaying technique is the creation of an ancient sword deity, possessing unparalleled might and invincibility. It is a divine-level skill. Divine level? A gleam of ecstatic joy flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He had initially deemed it extravagant for the system to bestow upon him a king-level technique. Yet he was unexpectedly granted a divine-level one. Divine-level techniques, which are said to exist solely in legends, are invincible arts crafted by ancient deities, possessing extraordinary power. The advantages of cultivating a divine-level technique are immense. Firstly, one becomes invincible among peers. Secondly, the speed of cultivation is remarkably swift, with virtually no bottlenecks. Thirdly, the upper limits of cultivation are exceedingly high, paving the way for ultimate ascension to divinity to be a plausible outcome. To possess a divine-level technique is akin to wielding an unfathomable advantage. However, the host must not rejoice too prematurely. The system's reward, the unparalleled demon-slaying art, is not the complete version but merely the first volume, allowing the host to cultivate only to the initial 2 realms. The subsequent advancements must be drawn at the host's fate. Upon hearing this, the smile on Xiao Chen's face abruptly stiffened. The first volume? Limited to just the first 2 realms? Did this imply that if he were to fail in drawing the subsequent volumes, his journey would come to an abrupt end? This system truly is infuriating. System, will I be able to draw the following volumes of the unparalleled demon-slaying art in the future? Everything lies in fate. Xiao Chen, young man, why are you alternating between laughter and sorrow all by yourself? What is going on? Zhentian, noticing the constant shifts in Xiao Chen's expression, couldn't help but furrow his brows. It's nothing. Senior, I would like to inquire, without the Sword Spirit Stones, what do the disciples of our Sword Immortal Academy rely upon to enter the sword path? Xiao Chen turned to Zhentian and inquired, I too am unaware. Our Sword Immortal Academy has had only 2 students in recent years, both of whom entered the path previously. were it not for the impending grand competition held by the Martial Hall in 3 months, which occurs once every 3 years. And the threat of our academy's license being revoked after 10 consecutive years at the bottom, I would not have the audacity to recruit students. Xiao grinned widely, a hint of lewdness creeping onto his face, completely devoid of the earlier formidable aura he had exuded. May I boldly ask, how many times has the Sword Immortal Academy found itself at the bottom? It has already been 9 times. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Chen's eyes twitched involuntarily. To have ranked at the bottom for 9 consecutive times? Does this not imply that if there were to be one more instance, the Sword Immortal Academy would face closure? Chapter 18. The Heart's Knot of Xiao, esteemed senior. It has suddenly come to my attention that there are pressing matters at home. May I request to withdraw from my studies? He chuckled softly. What do you think? Xiao fingertip abruptly coalesced into a sword of qi, aimed directly at Xiao Chen's brow as he inquired. Xiao Chen, do not feel aggrieved. With your unfortunate constitution, only my Sword Immortal Academy would be willing to accept you. Noticing that Xiao Chen no longer mentioned the matter of withdrawing from school, Xiao gradually sheathed his sword. However, your Sword Immortal Academy's spirit stones have been destroyed, and the legacy of the swordsmanship has been severed. What benefit is there for me to accompany you back? Xiao Chen, perplexed, questioned. Who claims that the legacy of our Sword Immortal Academy has been severed? Clearly, we still possess half a sword spirit stone. If you truly are a prodigious swordsman, there remains a glimmer of hope for you to enter the path of the sword and become a master swordsman. Xiao, taking a hearty swig from his wine gourd, expressed his dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen followed Xiao for a considerable distance. After half an hour, they came to a towering mountain, where Xiao came to a halt, and Xiao Chen's steps faltered in unison. He lifted his gaze, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Before him stood the majestic mountain, rising amidst the clouds, exuding an unparalleled grandeur. Atop the summit, a magnificent palace could be discerned, shrouded in mist, reminiscent of a celestial realm. At the foot of the mountain, there stood a towering stone tablet, 100 feet high, inscribed with 4 bold characters, Sword Immortal Academy. Each character was exquisitely sharp, carved with the precision of a long sword. Despite the tablet's ancient appearance, its presence suggested it had endured the passage of countless ages. Yet the aura of swordsmanship it emanated remained undying through the epochs. From what lay before him, one could only imagine the brilliance the Sword Immortal Academy once possessed. Alas, now the surroundings of the tablet were overgrown with wild grass, presenting a scene of desolation. Old Xiao, the entrance to the Sword Immortal Academy is indeed formidable. How could it possess such an imposing presence? Judging by the inscription, it seems the Sword Immortal Academy once produced true dragons, yet how has it fallen to such depths? Xiao Chen could not help but cast a glance at Xiao. As the demon clan invades, the individuals of the Martial Hall are solely preoccupied with self-preservation, unwilling to sacrifice for the human race. Only my Sword Immortal Academy stands resolutely, ready to wield our 3-foot azure blade in defense of countless citizens, prepared to engage in a bloody struggle against the demons. The human race has been preserved, yet the foundation of my Sword Immortal Academy has been obliterated. More tragically, the people of the Martial Hall have taken advantage of our misfortune, plundering our resources during our time of greatest vulnerability. Meanwhile, the demon clan harbors an intense hatred for my Sword Immortal Academy, frequently launching attacks against our talented disciples. Consequently, our once prosperous academy has seen its talents dwindle, leading to the pitiful state we find ourselves in today. A flicker of desolation and reluctance passed through Xiao eyes as he raised the gourd of wine. Taking several hearty swigs, the liquid cascaded down his neck, soaking his attire, yet he remained oblivious to it all. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, do not all martial artists belong to the Martial Hall? Does the Sword Immortal Academy not fall under its domain? A smirk curled at the corner of Xiao mouth. In the days when my Sword Immortal Academy held dominion over the world, the Martial Hall was merely an emerging contender. Though formidable, it was hardly worthy of comparison to my esteemed academy. Had it not been for the subsequent clash between my academy and the demon race, resulting in mutual devastation, the Martial Hall would never have had the opportunity to assert its dominance. As the two continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the summit. Atop the mountain stood an ancient grand hall, surrounded by a dense cluster of courtyards. The hall had withstood the test of time, its materials of fine quality. Yet it now bore numerous signs of decay. The exterior walls were riddled with cracks resembling a spider's web, and the grand entrance appeared damaged, barely ajar, exuding an air of dilapidation, reminiscent of the crumbling structures from Xiao Chen's previous life on Blue Star, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Casting a glance at the Grand Hall, Xiao Chen's eye twitched as he turned to Xiao. "Are you certain, old man Xiao, that this place is habitable?" Xiao chuckled lightly. "Rest assured, no one will meet their demise here. Ah, but unlike me, you lack the protection of sword energy. So your safety may be a different matter." Xiao Chen could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye. How could this old man utter such callous remarks? Truly, it was quite despicable. Over there exists a cluster of courtyards, relatively intact, with a lower probability of collapse. You may select a room from that area. However, it has been many years since anyone resided there, so the sanitary conditions are rather poor. You will have to endure a bit. Xiao gestured towards the rear right of the Grand Hall as he spoke. Xiao Chen followed Xiao and beheld a desolate courtyard, in a state of utter disrepair, with weeds towering 2 meters high. How could one possibly endure such conditions? Suddenly, he noticed a newly renovated courtyard at the left rear of the Grand Hall, seemingly just refurbished, surrounded by a swirling aura of sword energy. Its surroundings were adorned with various spiritual flowers and herbs, standing out amidst the dilapidated sword academy like a celestial paradise. "Old Xiao, how unkind of you. With such a splendid courtyard available, you expect me to reside in that wretched place? Surely that must be your abode." "I refuse to relent. I shall reside there." Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. The Sword Academy was astonishingly dilapidated, even more so than the crumbling structures of his previous life. Although he had mentally prepared himself to some extent before arriving, he had not anticipated the extent of its decrepitude. Fortunately, there existed a courtyard of such exquisite beauty. It was like a breath of fresh air in a desperate situation. "You wish to reside there? Dream on. Neither of us is worthy of dwelling in such a place." Xiao cast a glance at the ethereal courtyard, shaking his head with a bitter smile. "That place is not meant for you." Xiao Chen pondered with suspicion. As the esteemed head of the Sword Academy, who else could possibly reside in such a magnificent abode if not Xiao himself? "Currently, our Sword Academy comprises only 4 members, including you and me. And the courtyard you have your eyes on, known as the Courtyard of Heavenly Severance, is occupied by my senior brother and his granddaughter. How could I possibly have the fortune to dwell there?" It seemed that Xiao recalled some disheartening past, as he abruptly took a hearty swig from his wine gourd. "A tale to tell, perhaps?" Xiao Chen inquired with curiosity. "Is that so?" 50 years ago, the demon clan invaded Huangbei City. In my youthful arrogance, I insisted on leading the elite of the Sword Academy to vanquish the demons. My senior brother, Lin Jian-san, sensed something amiss, a potential deception, and advised me against it. Yet I refused to heed his warnings and insisted on taking my companions with me. Upon our arrival, the demon clan had long been prepared, and the Sword Academy found itself ensnared within the enemy's grasp, while the 5 major academies stood idly by. Ultimately, 103 sword cultivators from our academy perished in battle. Although I fought desperately to break free from the encirclement, I emerged grievously wounded, my foundation utterly destroyed. After that fateful battle, the Sword Academy fell into complete decline. My senior brother harbored a deep-seated hatred towards me, never uttering a word since. Retreating to the Slaying Heaven courtyard, wholly devoted to his swordsmanship. I understand my brother's temperament. He values the Sword Academy above his own life. As long as I fail to restore the academy, he shall never forgive me. Yet, in my current state, merely clinging to existence, how could I possibly have the opportunity to rejuvenate the Sword Academy? Xiao Chen gazed upon the sorrow etched upon Xiao face, and his heart was inevitably stirred. Xiao, in his valiant endeavor to protect humanity, had sacrificed himself to vanquish demons, a truly heroic act. Yet, he had unwittingly fallen into an ambush, resulting in the catastrophic loss of the Sword Academy's foundation. It was a case of noble intentions gone awry, and one could hardly blame him. Old Xiao, do not belittle yourself too much. Your return signifies an opportunity to restore the glory of the Sword Academy, does it not? And you, a person cursed by fate, aspiring to revive the majesty of my academy? You are utterly ignorant of the unparalleled might we once possessed, which is beyond your imagination. Although you possess a natural king's physique, the envy of the heavens ensures that misfortune clings to you. Furthermore, those endowed with the talent for sword cultivation are exceedingly rare. Your royal lineage does not guarantee you the qualifications for swordsmanship. What can you possibly restore? Xiao scoffed. Chapter 19. Depart swiftly with the useless individuals by your side. Old Xiao, what do you mean by that? Do you hold me in contempt? Xiao Chen immediately felt displeased. Xiao scoffed. Ah, young man, do not be overly ambitious. The path of the sword is far more challenging than you can imagine. Whether you possess the innate talent for swordsmanship can be determined by a simple test with me. He held little hope for Xiao Chen. Having encountered many impetuous youth like him who mistakenly believed that a modicum of martial talent would suffice for mastery in the art of the sword. This notion was a gross misconception. The requirements to become a sword cultivator are extraordinarily stringent. Exceptional sword cultivators possess remarkable martial aptitude. Yet having strong martial talent does not guarantee one's success as a sword practitioner. In the past, several individuals with innate kingly physiques, much like Xiao Chen, aspired to join the Sword Immortal Academy, but ultimately failed. To embark on the path of the sword, one must not only have high martial potential, but also a profound affinity for the sword and an unwavering, indomitable spirit. The sword path is relentless and invincible. Regardless of how formidable the enemy or how arduous the journey, one must wield the sword with unyielding resolve, never allowing a hint of retreat to cross one's mind. When faced with powerful foes, any sign of retreat would obliterate the essence of one's commitment to the sword. This is why so few individuals can become sword cultivators. Why so few desire to tread this path, and why even fewer reach the pinnacle of sword mastery. Once one sets foot on the path of the sword, there is no turning back. One must forge an invincible road. The risks involved are indeed immense, yet should one succeed, they become unparalleled within their rank, capable of sweeping away entire armies. However, throughout the ages, how many can truly wield the sword to transcend into divinity and shatter the void? More often than not, they fade into obscurity and meet a dismal end. Under Zhentian's guidance, Xiao Chen swiftly arrived at the Sword Severing Academy. Old man Xiao, did you not say your senior brother despises you? Why have you brought me to the Sword Severing Academy? Xiao Chen was perplexed. The last fragment of the Sword Spirit Stone from the Sword Immortal Academy lay in the hands of his senior brother. If one aspired to become a sword cultivator, one must earn his approval. Xiao cast a glance at the Zhentian Academy before him, his expression laden with complexity. In days gone by, he and Lin Jiansan had shared a bond akin to brothers, dining and resting together, yet after that incident, they had become as strangers. The unpredictability of life indeed evokes a sense of melancholy. Xiao, what brings you here again? Just as Xiao and Xiao Chen stood at the entrance of the Zhentian Academy, a sudden sound of air being sliced through broke the silence. A strikingly beautiful young woman appeared before them. She was adorned in an ice blue gown, her slender waist accentuating her form. With high peaks and azure eyes that reflected a hint of aloofness, she regarded Xiao Chen and Xiao with evident impatience. Upon encountering the young maiden, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. She possessed an extraordinary beauty, surpassing even Yi Xian, one of the 10 beauties of the northern wilderness, by a notable margin. It was indeed surprising to find such a gem within the dilapidated Sword Immortal Academy. Ah, Xian, do convey to your grandfather that I have discovered a remarkable talent for the Sword Immortal Academy. I humbly request an audience with him, said Xiao, his demeanor jovial as he regarded Lin Xian, seemingly unfazed by her earlier rudeness. Although he had seldom visited the Slaying Heaven Academy in recent decades, he occasionally recommended exceptional individuals and had interacted with the young maiden on a few occasions. Lin Xian was the granddaughter of Lin Jiansan. A decade prior, her father, Lin Xiaozhen, had escorted her to the Sword Immortal Academy. Her background appeared to be quite intriguing. Lin Xiaozhen had faced several formidable martial sovereign pursuers during their journey, narrowly escaping death. It was evident that those seeking to harm him held positions of considerable power, as the martial sovereign rank was only subordinate to that of the martial king. Those capable of inciting such pursuit must, at the very least, be martial kings or even higher. Did I not instruct you to cease sending worthless individuals to my Slaying Heaven Academy? Over the years, which of your recruits could be deemed talented? They are more akin to fools. Lin Xian remarked coldly, casting a glance at Xiao Chen. Every so often, Xiao would recommend talents to the Slaying Heaven Academy, claiming they were unparalleled sword cultivators and the hope for the Academy's revival. Yet, after all these years, none of his recommendations had produced even a single sword genius, let alone someone capable of resonating with a sword spirit stone. The martial aptitude of those he sent was shockingly low, with not even one surpassing the Earth realm. Initially, Lin Jiansan had harbored hope for him, but as time passed, disappointment grew, leading to utter despair regarding Xiao. In the present day, amidst the decline of swordsmanship in the Daxia, Where could one find true sword geniuses? Even if they existed, what reason would they have to enter the already decayed Sword Immortal Academy? This time, it is different. Look at this lad. He carries himself with an undeniable presence, clearly not an ordinary individual, Xiao Chen asserted, pointing at Xiao Chen. Lin Qingxian scrutinized Xiao Chen and, with a slight frown, remarked, "He does appear somewhat presentable. However, to cultivate swordsmanship, one must possess an unwavering heart. This individual, with his delicate and refined appearance, clearly hails from a life of comfort. How could he possibly become a sword cultivator?" Upon hearing Lin Qingxian's assessment, Xiao Chen's expression darkened. How can she judge by mere appearance? Ah, Qingxian, you're mistaken. While this youth may seem frail in appearance, his martial talent is astonishing. He is indeed a worthy prospect. Astonishing? To what extent? Is he at the mysterious realm? You would be wise to take your so-called genius and depart from my Slaying Heaven Academy. Lin Qingxian's expression grew increasingly impatient. Qingxian, trust me once more. Trust you again? How many times have we placed our faith in you, only for you to present us with rubbish? Lin Qingxian furrowed her brow and cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, why has the blame fallen upon him? What connection does he have with those worthless individuals that old man Qiu brought back? Zhentian, take this useless person by your side and leave the sword-cutting academy at once. Just as Zhentian was about to explain, a cold shout echoed from a distance. In the next moment, a tall elder silently appeared before Zhentian. The elder, with long white hair cascading down his shoulders and a square face with fierce eyes, emanated an exceptionally terrifying sword aura. Merely standing there, he exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure. This man was none other than Zhentian's senior brother, Lin Jian-san. Senior brother, you have finally chosen to meet me. Upon seeing Lin Jian-san, Zhentian's expression turned complex. Where did you find this boy? Did you lure him here as well? Lin Jian-san directed his cold gaze toward Xiao Chen. Zhentian chuckled and shook his head. I brought him from the exam at the Northern Wasteland Academy. He volunteered to join. You volunteered? Are you out of your mind? Lin Jian-san exclaimed, shifting his attention to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not help but twitch at the corner of his eye as he spoke. Senior, my lifelong aspiration has been to become a sword cultivator, soaring through the skies, vanquishing demons and evil. The elder replied, I must say, you possess a modicum of ambition. However, allow me to douse your fervor with a splash of cold reality. To become a sword cultivator, one must be an extraordinary genius. And setting aside the talent required for swordsmanship, your martial arts aptitude must at the very least reach the earth tier. Such a standard is not something an ordinary person like you can attain. Lin Jian-san remarked indifferently. Just from the fact that Xiao Chen voluntarily joined the Sword Immortal Academy, he was entirely convinced that this individual was a failure, who, possessing even a shred of talent, would choose to enter the Sword Immortal Academy. Chapter 20. The heavens did not give birth to Xiao Dasha. The sword path is eternal like the long night. Senior, I believe you may have some misconceptions regarding my talent. Misconceptions? You are at best endowed with Xian-tier aptitude. Could it be that you possess Earth-tier talent? Lin Jian-san's gaze was filled with disdain. I am of the innate royal physique. Xiao Chen gazed at Lin Jian-san and suddenly spoke. He had no intention of being ostentatious, yet he found himself compelled to reveal a fragment of his prowess, as the other party had underestimated him. He had merely altered his divine body to that of a king's physique. The divine body was far too astonishing, and he wished to keep it concealed. However, even the king's physique was formidable enough. As soon as he uttered this, both Lin Jian-san and Lin Qingxian's pupils dilated in disbelief as they stared at Xiao Chen. What did you say? A naturally born kingly physique? Lin Jian-san's entire body trembled slightly. Xiao Chen nodded. Lin Jian-san then turned to Zhentian, his excitement palpable. Is what he said true? Is he truly a king body? Zhentian also nodded in affirmation. Ha ha ha, young brother, I was merely jesting with you earlier. The moment I laid eyes on you, I sensed your extraordinary demeanor. You are no ordinary being. From this day forth, you shall be the next president of my Sword Immortal Academy. Anyone who dares to challenge you will find themselves at the end of my sword. Lin Jian-san was instantly filled with boundless joy. A natural king body. Unbelievable. While possessing a king body does not guarantee one can become a sword cultivator, he is not limited to just the sword path. A prodigy of such caliber, with a little guidance in martial arts, could easily dominate the realms, enough to elevate the reputation of the Sword Immortal Academy. It seems that our academy is destined for greatness. Lin Qingxian fixed her gaze intently upon Xiao Chen. Initially, she had thought him merely a handsome face. A pretty boy of little substance, but she was taken aback to discover he was indeed a natural king body. In an era where even Earth-level talents could be deemed extraordinary, a king body was synonymous with unparalleled potential. Yet, she could not fathom why such a remarkable talent would choose to join the dilapidated Sword Immortal Academy. Grandfather, could there be something amiss? A natural king body is enough to incite fierce competition among the 5 great academies. Why would he choose to join our Sword Immortal Academy? Lin Tingxian inquired of Lin Jiansan. The jubilant Lin Jiansan suddenly grew serious upon hearing her words. Indeed, should a king body emerge during the academy assessment, the 5 great academies would undoubtedly vie for him, possibly leading to chaos and even fatalities. How could it be that the Sword Immortal Academy has stumbled upon such a significant opportunity? Young brother, may I ask your name? Xiao Chen. Ah, young Master Xiao. May I inquire which noble family from the northern wilderness you hail from? And what prompted you to forsake the other academies to join our Sword Immortal Academy? Lin Jiansen questioned. I am an orphan, raised by a farming family. I joined the Sword Immortal Academy with a singular ambition of becoming a Sword Immortal. As Xiao Chen was about to speak, Xiao Wantian interjected. Is that so? Lin Jiansan glanced at Xiao Wantian, then turned to Xiao Chen and inquired. Xiao Chen cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Wantian, noticing the latter desperately signaling him with his eyes. He nodded and said, Indeed, I see now. You are quite a pitiful child. Henceforth, you shall be a student of my Sword Immortal Academy, and you will reside in my Zhentian courtyard. Lin Jiansan pondered thoughtfully. Grandfather, how can this be? How could you allow a man to live in Zhentian courtyard? Lin Tingxian exclaimed in astonishment. Although Zhentian courtyard boasted several rooms, they were in close proximity to one another, and many facilities, such as the bathing hall, were shared. Allowing a man to reside there was, in her opinion, rather unsafe for a young lady, akin to placing a wolf within a sheepfold. Tingxian, do not be so petty. Consider our Sword Immortal Academy, apart from Zhentian courtyard. Where else is there for him to stay? Lin Jiansan retorted, casting a disapproving glare at Lin Tingxian. The Sword Immortal Academy had languished for decades, and at long last, there was a naturally gifted individual like Xiao Chen. He was inclined to revere him as a revered ancestor. It was utterly absurd for Lin Tingxian to be so concerned over such a trivial matter. There are so many other courtyards available outside. Why must he stay in Zhentian courtyard? No, I refuse to consent. Lin Tingxian declared, her face darkened with discontent. Seeing his granddaughter so resolutely opposed, Lin Jiansan felt somewhat troubled. After a moment's hesitation, he turned to Xiao Chen. Young Master Xiao, would you be willing to endure this arrangement? Thank you, Elder Lin. I have a fondness for Zhentian courtyard. Might I inquire if I need to procure daily necessities myself? Xiao Chen interrupted directly, glancing playfully at Lin Tingxian, who was on the brink of eruption. Savoring the faint fragrance that wafted from her, a look of intoxication graced his face. The Zhentian Academy was splendid in every aspect. And with a beauty by his side, only a fool would forsake such an exquisite abode for a dilapidated one. Lin Jiansan's lips twitched. This rascal was certainly unwilling to be at a disadvantage. Just as he was about to suggest that Xiao Chen find another place to stay, the latter made this audacious move. It was no longer feasible to refuse. Very well, young Master Xiao may reside here. Everything is at your disposal. Your mere presence suffices. Grandfather, I oppose this. He is merely a Wong body and may not possess any innate talent for swordsmanship. Why must you be so generous to him? Lin Tingxian questioned through gritted teeth. Miss Lin, does your implication suggest that if I were to possess talent for the sword, you would permit me to reside in the Zhentian Academy? Xiao Chen retorted, is it really you? Just because you believe your martial arts talent is exceptional does not guarantee you possess the aptitude for swordsmanship. True sword cultivators are rare gems, encountered only once in a myriad. Stop dreaming. Lin Tingxian scoffed. While a high martial talent is a necessary condition for becoming a sword cultivator, it is not a sufficient one. Possessing great martial prowess indicates that an individual has the physical fortitude to endure sword chi and even sword intent. However, it does not necessarily imply that one has an inherent talent for the sword. The path of the sword demands an extraordinary level of mental fortitude and willpower. Someone like Xiao Chen, with his delicate appearance, hardly seems to embody the resolute spirit required for swordsmanship. Furthermore, the sword spirit stones at the Sword Fairy Academy have nearly depleted their soul energy. Unless one is an extraordinary sword genius, the likelihood of awakening is exceedingly slim. Then let us make a wager, he proposed. Should I manage to become a sword cultivator, you will allow me to reside in the room next to yours. If I fail, I shall move elsewhere and will not intrude upon you again. Xiao Chen said with a cheerful smile. Very well. Lin Qingxian decisively agreed. Good. It is settled then. Xiao Chen nodded immediately, a glimmer of cunning flickering in his eyes. Lin Qingxian was still far too naive, daring to gamble against him. With the system backing him, his ascension to becoming a sword cultivator was a foregone conclusion. How could he possibly lose? She truly underestimated the treachery of the human heart. My dear boy, you have unwittingly placed yourself in a dire predicament. The sword souls within the remnants of the sword spirit stones at the Sword Immortal Academy are nearly depleted, unless you possess the rarest talent for swordsmanship. The chances of awakening are exceedingly slim. My intention in bringing you here was merely to tempt fate. It seems you shall soon find yourself residing in a dilapidated abode. Just like me, Xiao remarked, a hint of schadenfreude lacing his tone. Yet, that may not be the case. Perhaps I am indeed a prodigy of unparalleled swordsmanship. Xiao Chen chuckled and said, Haha, you are overthinking it. In this present era of the great Xia, the entire swordsmanship has fallen into decline. And it has been nearly a millennium since a peerless sword immortal has emerged. No matter how formidable you are, can you defy the heavens? Xiao scoffed. Heaven does not give birth to one like Xiao, the young master. The swordsmanship has languished through the ages like a long night. It is my destiny to be the one who revitalizes the art of the sword. Xiao Chen shook his head. Upon uttering these words, the crowd fell into a momentary stupor, their expressions reflecting astonishment as they regarded him. How could this individual possess such audacity? Did he truly believe he could rejuvenate the way of the sword? Was he under the impression that he was a divine swordsman descended from the heavens? Chapter 21. The Awakening Ceremony of Sword Cultivators. Xiao Chen, you are indeed brazen in your claims. Is there anyone in this vast world capable of defying the heavens? You aspire to revive the sword path? Such notions are nothing more than the delusions of a madman. I doubt you could even awaken a yellow-tier talent in swordsmanship. Lin Qingxian shook her head, deeming Xiao Chen utterly oblivious to the vastness of the world. The innate talent for the sword is categorized similarly to martial arts, divided into yellow, mysterious, earth, and heavenly tiers, with those of heavenly talent being exceedingly rare, more so than in martial arts. Even the once renowned sword prodigies, Lin Zhentian and Xiao Chen, possessed only upper-tier earth-level sword talents. In the past few decades, instances of earth-level sword talents have become increasingly scarce throughout the Great Xia. She held no belief that Xiao Chen could possess any significant sword talent. The revival of the sword path was utterly out of the question. Facts speak louder than words. I implore Miss Lin to escort me now to assess my qualifications. Xiao Chen chose not to engage in debate, instead responding with a smile, let us proceed. Lin Qingxian took the lead. Before long, under the guidance of Lin Qingxian and her companions, Xiao Chen entered the Zhentian Academy and arrived at an ancient, unadorned chamber. Above the entrance, 3 bold black characters proclaimed the name of the room, Wen Jianshi, questioning the sword room. With that, Lin Qingxian and her companions ushered Xiao Chen inside. As he stepped into the dimly lit chamber, illuminated by the flickering candlelight, Xiao Chen cast his gaze around and noted the stark simplicity of the room. It contained only an offering table, a mat, and on the table rested a thumb-sized black stone. Beyond that, there was nothing else to behold. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the diminutive black stone emanating a faint sword aura and inquired, Miss Lin, why is this sword spirit stone so small? The system had previously introduced him to the sword spirit stone, an essential spiritual object for novice sword cultivators. However, according to the system's description, the sword spirit stone should be roughly the size of a fist, radiating a formidable sword energy that would deter ordinary individuals from gazing upon it directly. The higher the quality of the sword spirit stone, the larger its size and the more piercing its sword aura. Utilizing a stone of sufficiently high quality would facilitate a sword cultivator's path to enlightenment. Conversely, using one of inferior quality would significantly heighten the difficulty of awakenings, rendering even the most gifted talent ineffective. The black stone before him was merely the size of a thumb, its sword aura so feeble it was nearly imperceptible. Could this truly be used for awakening? No wonder that old scoundrel Xiao Chen had been so gleeful earlier. It turned out that the sword spirit stone at his Sword Immortal Academy had dwindled to such a meager remnant. With such a trivial amount, who could awaken? Lin Qingxian was wagering this against him. Wasn't that akin to a scam? Are you familiar with the sword spirit stone? Lin Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen in astonishment. The sword spirit stone had nearly become extinct decades ago. Only a few ancient, reclusive sword Dao sects possessed any, and ordinary people were completely oblivious to its nature. Yet, Xiao Chen was able to recognize it at a glance, which surprised her. Not just her, but Xiao and Lin Jiansan beside her also wore expressions of disbelief. Are you truly only offering me this meager remnant of the sword spirit stone for awakening, Miss Lin? Is that not rather excessive? Xiao Chen's countenance betrayed his dissatisfaction. Even with the system's assistance, it still required the aid of a sword spirit stone. He had just inquired of the system, which informed him that with such a meager amount of sword spirit stones as a catalyst, he could at most awaken a low-tier celestial aptitude in swordsmanship. Should he aspire to advance further, he would have to seek a higher quality sword spirit stone in the future. However, given that the sword spirit stones were nearly extinct in the Great Xia, where could he possibly find one? Young Master Xiao, you may not be aware that this is the last remnant of sword spirit stones in our Sword Immortal Academy. Parting with it now causes my heart to bleed. Lin Jiansan remarked with a bitter smile. Grandfather, why do you waste your breath on him? To me, he appears to be nothing more than a coward. Full of bluster. He just claimed he would revive the swordsmanship, yet now, faced with a minor challenge, he falters, devoid of any courage. Lin Tingxian scoffed. Miss Lin, with such remarks, I cannot remain indifferent. Let us commence without further ado. Xiao Chen furrowed his brow slightly. He possessed a system. Would he truly be intimidated? He merely felt that his modest heavenly tier swordsmanship talent was ill-suited to his formidable martial god physique. While sword cultivators wield tremendous offensive power, their physical bodies are often frail, rendering them vulnerable to fatal strikes from powerful adversaries. In contrast, his martial god physique was immensely powerful, perfectly compensating for this deficiency. If he were granted a higher level of sword cultivation talent, he could undoubtedly ascend to the status of a sword deity. However, with only heavenly tier talent, his accomplishments in the realm of swordsmanship would be severely constrained. Initially, he thought the Sword Immortal Academy was withholding superior sword spirit stones from him. But it now appeared that they were genuinely devoid of better resources, leaving him with no choice but to make do with what he had. Go ahead and keep boasting. I doubt you can even awaken a yellow-tier swordsmanship talent, Lin Qingshan scoffed. Xiao Chen ceased to argue with her and turned his gaze toward Lin Jiansan. Under Lin Jiansan's guidance, Xiao Chen swiftly commenced the awakening of his swordsmanship aptitude. The awakening ritual was remarkably straightforward. One simply needed to place the sword spirit stone against their dantian and absorb its essence. Should a sword aura emanate from their body, it would signify a successful awakening. Conversely, failure would ensue if no such aura appeared. Regardless of the outcome, the sword soul value contained within the sword spirit stone would be expended. This was also the reason for Lin Jiansan's distress, as this represented the last vestige of their Sword Immortal Academy's resources. Should they fail once more, it would mean the obliteration of any hope for revival, leading to their swift demise in the annals of history. Senior brother, Qingxian, could you step out for a moment? There is something I forgot to mention, said Xiao. Summoning Lin Jiansan and Lin Qingxian to the door of the secret chamber upon noticing Xiao Chen's initiation of the awakening. What is so secretive? Lin Jiansan cast an irritated glance at Xiao. He was about to witness the awakening of his academy's last hope when he was interrupted, leaving him rather displeased. Senior brother, I neglected to mention a crucial detail regarding Xiao Chen's innate talent. He is not only a natural-born royal body, but also a person cursed by destiny, likely to survive no more than 2 years. Xiao disclosed after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiansan and Lin Qingxian's pupils dilated, their eyes reflecting profound shock. Cursed by destiny? He is merely a royal body. How could he possibly be cursed? Lin Jiansan exclaimed in disbelief. He had heard of those cursed by destiny. They were all unparalleled prodigies, extraordinary beings whose talents were unmatched in history. Even those of the imperial physique, superior to the royal body, would not attract the ire of the heavens. The notion that a royal body could invoke such divine jealousy was utterly inconceivable. Lin Qingxian was equally taken aback. A person cursed by destiny is both fortunate and lamentable. Fortunate for possessing unparalleled talents that are exceedingly rare, yet lamentable for being oppressed by the heavens, making it arduous for them to achieve growth. I do not know the reasons, but the martial spirit mirror of the Sacred Wilderness Academy has rendered an unerring judgment. Xiao murmured. Knowing full well he is cursed by destiny, you still allow him to absorb the last fragment of our sword spirit stone? Are you not aware that those cursed are fated to be estranged from the path? They will encounter insurmountable obstacles when attempting to comprehend the Great Tao? After recovering from his shock, Lin Jiansan's face contorted with a terrifying anger. Brother, the Martial Academy's grand competition is imminent. We are running out of time. Xiao raised a gourd of wine to his lips, and spoke in a hoarse voice. Lin Jian paused for a moment before responding. We still have Qing Xian. Xiao Wantian shook his head. No? Qing Xian is the last sword cultivator of the younger generation in the Sword Immortal Academy and your closest kin. I cannot allow her to take such risks. You know well that those other academies harbor a blood feud with us. Should Qing Xian participate, she would surely perish. Lin Jian's body trembled, and a flicker of anguish flashed in his eyes. After struggling for some time, just as he was about to speak, Lin Qingxian interjected, I am unafraid. I am willing to bear the glory of the Sword Immortal Academy. Turning her gaze toward the distance, her eyes became piercingly sharp. Moreover, my mother is still in the hands of the Martial Hall. One day, I shall storm the Martial Hall and rescue her. Thus, I will inevitably confront those individuals. This battle is unavoidable. Lin Jian's eyes suddenly turned red, and he spoke softly, Qing Xian, the Martial Hall is far too powerful. And the one who has captured your mother is exceedingly terrifying. Do not harbor thoughts of revenge. Stubbornly shaking her head, Lin Qingxian replied, Grandfather, do not dissuade me. I am my mother's only daughter. If I do not rescue her, who will? This is not the moment for such discussions. We must hasten to prevent Xiao Chen from absorbing the sword spirit stone. With that, Lin Qingxian turned and pushed open the door, dashing into the secret chamber. The heavens are envious of those favored by destiny, cursing them with a divine decree, inherently at odds with the path. Even though Xiao Chen possesses a royal physique, the likelihood of him stepping into the sword path is exceedingly slim. The sword spirit stone is immensely precious, the final foundation of her Sword Immortal Academy. She cannot allow Xiao Chen to squander it. However, as she moved, a series of tremors suddenly emanated from the secret chamber. In the next breath, the frequency of the vibrations intensified, growing increasingly fierce, causing the entire chamber to tremble slightly. A terrifyingly sharp sword intent surged forth in waves from the secret chamber. Lin Qingxian paused, horror flashing in her eyes as she turned to Lin Jian. Grandfather, what is this? How can such a formidable sword intent emanate from the secret chamber? Could an unparalleled sword cultivator have arrived? Lin Jian also sensed the anomaly and felt that dreadful sword intent. He stared intently at the secret chamber. Although the sword intent was awe-inspiring, it lacked significant lethality. Instead, brimming with boundless vitality, akin to a newborn infant. It did not resemble the arrival of a master, but rather the awakening of someone to the sword path. Could it be that Xiao Chen has successfully awakened? How could this be possible? He had only begun a few moments ago. Even a prodigious sword cultivator could not awaken so swiftly. Xiao Wantian shook his head. The shorter the awakening time from a mortal to a sword cultivator, the better. This indicates that the awakener possesses a natural affinity with the sword path, making it exceedingly easy for them to awaken. Our Sword Immortal Academy has had unparalleled sword immortals who, upon entering the sword path, required merely 2 hours, a feat that shook the ages and shaped the history of the sword path in the Great Xia. Since that unmatched sword immortal, among the many geniuses of the Sword Immortal Academy, the fastest awakening has taken at least 8 hours, which is already quite astonishing. If one exceeds 3 days and nights without entering the path, it is deemed a failure to awaken. And they shall never have the opportunity to tread the sword path again. Although Xiao Chen possesses the physique of a king, he is, after all, a person envied by the heavens. For him to awaken after 3 days and nights is already commendable, but mere seconds? How could that be conceivable? Let us venture inside and investigate, Lin Jian declared as he took a step forward. At that moment, a terrifying surge of sword energy suddenly erupted from the secret chamber, causing the exceptionally sturdy walls to manifest a dense web of cracks. Brilliant azure light began to seep through these fissures. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were struck dumb, rendered as if turned to stone, frozen in place. The heavenly stage? How can this be? Lin Jian's eyes widened in astonishment. This chamber cannot withstand such sword intent. It is on the verge of exploding. Retreat quickly. Elder Qiao shouted urgently. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion resonated, and the entire secret chamber shattered, with fragments of stone raining down like a torrential downpour, infused with a formidable sword aura hurtling toward the group. In an instant, Lin Jian formed his fingers into the shape of a blade and unleashed dozens of sword energies, reducing the debris to mere dust. The air was filled with swirling smoke and dust, leaving Lin Qingxian and the others covered in grime. Yet, they paid little heed to these trivialities at that moment. Their astonishment reached an ineffable zenith. This chamber had been meticulously constructed from millennia-old adamantine. procured at great expense by the predecessors of the Sword Immortal Academy from the farthest northern reaches. It was renowned for its unparalleled hardness, specifically designed to facilitate the awakening of prodigious talents in swordsmanship. Despite its ancient origins, it remained remarkably resilient. Who could have imagined that it would be obliterated today? Who would dare believe such a tale? Moments later, from the ruins emerged Xiao Chen, enveloped in an aura of piercing sword energy, exuding a sharpness akin to a blade that had transcended its sheath. The intensity of the sword energy surrounding him caused Lin Jiansen and the others to narrow their eyes in disbelief. Elder Qiao, your secret chamber is not as resilient as one might expect. With such ease, it has collapsed. What if someone had been harmed? Xiao Chen, with a hint of dissatisfaction, brushed off the dust from his attire and lamented. However, at that moment, no one responded. All eyes were fixed upon him, filled with incredulity. A 7th-level swordsman. How could it be possible that after entering the path, he achieved the cultivation of a 7th-level swordsman? This was utterly absurd. Not only had Xiao Chen embarked upon the sword path within a matter of seconds, but he also possessed an astonishingly rare talent of the heavenly grade. Having just entered the path, he already wielded the prowess of a 7th-level swordsman. This was outrageous beyond measure. Such a defiance of natural order. Was there any justice in this world? The others stood frozen, their hearts swelling with envy and resentment. Do you truly believe he is a prodigy blessed by the heavens? Can one so favored exhibit such unparalleled comprehension? Lin Jiansan glanced at Xiao Chen. It should be so, as stated in the martial spirit realm. However, it seems there was a second part of that statement that remained unspoken, the meaning of which was unknown. Xiao Chen recalled, was there indeed another part? Lin Jiansan frowned slightly, lost in contemplation. To attain such mastery within mere moments is a talent that has never been witnessed before, nor shall it be in the future. It is improbable for one cursed by the heavens to possess such abilities. Perhaps Xiao Chen harbors some hidden secret? Regardless, the upcoming Academy tournament in 3 months should ensure the triumph of the Sword Immortal Academy. His granddaughter need not take such risks. With this thought, Lin Jiansan could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ah ha ha. Splendid. With a natural royal physique and heavenly grade swordsmanship talent, our Sword Immortal Academy may very well give rise to a true dragon this time. Senior brother, what cultivation technique do you think would suit him best? Our Academy's most esteemed technique at present is the Earth Grade 9 Swords of Annihilation. Should we have him cultivate this? Xiao Chen turned to Lin Jiansan. Most of the sword scriptures of the Sword Immortal Academy had long since been lost, and now the only one of merit was this Earth Grade technique. Chapter 23. The Celestial Slaying Technique. It seemed there was no other option. However, the 9 Swords of Annihilation, while immensely powerful, is notoriously difficult to master. Even ordinary prodigies may take half a year to grasp it, which presents a considerable challenge for Xiao Chen. Lin Jiansan cast a worried glance at Xiao Chen. The 9 Swords of Annihilation was the sole Earth-grade sword scripture of the Sword Immortal Academy, created by a once-in-a-lifetime Sword Immortal, renowned for its formidable power, rivaling many heavenly grade techniques. Yet, due to its complexity, it was deemed an Earth-grade scripture. Even with Xiao Chen's extraordinary talent, achieving proficiency in a short time was nearly impossible. Yet there were no alternatives left, and they could only hope that Xiao Chen could swiftly cultivate over the next 3 months. Kid, the Academy tournament is in 3 months. This battle concerns the very survival of the Academy, and failure is not an option. Do you have confidence in mastering the 9 Swords of Annihilation within this time frame? A flicker of doubt passed through Xiao Chen's eyes as he turned to Xiao Chen. No, and I have already prepared my own cultivation method. Xiao Chen shook his head resolutely. Possessing the divine technique of the heavenly demon-slaying art, he would never resort to practicing the so-called 9 Swords of Annihilation. Upon hearing this declaration, those present were momentarily taken aback. The swordsmanship techniques had nearly vanished in the Great Xia, yet Xiao Chen somehow managed to obtain a sword technique? Even Xiao Chen, who was aware of Xiao Chen's background, found it hard to believe. Although Xiao Chen was the legitimate son of the Northern King, rumor suggested he was not favored, his standing scarcely different from that of a servant. How could he have acquired such an invaluable sword technique? Moreover, the Xiao family had trained in martial arts for generations, yet no one had ever been known to practice swordplay. Could it be that the Northern King had fortuitously acquired it and bestowed it upon Xiao Chen? What technique? Lin Jiansan inquired, gazing at Xiao Chen. The heavenly demon-slaying art. Xiao Chen spoke candidly. From the information he gathered from the system, he learned that the art of the anti-heaven demon-slaying technique had been lost for countless years, so he feared little exposure. You are referring to the anti-heaven demon-slaying sword manual. aren't you? After a moment of contemplation, Lin Jian-san interjected. He mentally reviewed all the names of sword manuals in his mind. And only this particular technique resonated with what Xiao Chen had mentioned. Indeed, that is the one. Xiao Chen scoffed dismissively, declaring it nonsense. This was merely a middling-grade yellow-tier cultivation technique. Despite its imposing name, it was fundamentally weak and insubstantial. Would one truly squander their future by practicing such a technique? Lin Jian-san's expression darkened immediately. Yet, the speed of cultivation was undeniably swift. If I were to practice the Silent Oblivion 9 swords, I would not even reach the minor realm of Chengdu in 3 months. How then could I contend for prestige on behalf of my academy? Xiao Chen casually fabricated an excuse. Yet, Lin Jian-san found himself momentarily speechless, unable to counter, although he was reluctant to concede. It was undeniable that Xiao Chen's assertions held merit. The formidable difficulty of mastering the 9 swords of annihilation meant that even someone with Xiao Chen's celestial-level swordsmanship aptitude would likely struggle to make any progress within 3 months. Consequently, the forthcoming academy competition would yield unsatisfactory results. While the yellow-grade techniques may be inferior, they possess the advantage of rapid cultivation. With Xiao Chen's innate talent, he could undoubtedly grasp the basics within 3 months, perhaps even achieving a minor success. At that juncture, armed with the prodigious offensive capabilities of a sword cultivator and Xiao Chen's remarkable swordsmanship talent, he might secure a commendable rank for the Sword Immortal Academy. However, this path would significantly impact Xiao Chen's journey as a sword cultivator, as altering his cultivation method later would inevitably compromise his foundational skills. Are you concerned about jeopardizing my future? Fear not. For the sake of the academy, I am willing to make sacrifices. It is of no consequence. I shall now devote myself to my training. Xiao Chen smiled faintly before turning away, selecting a room adjacent to Lin Jian-san's to commence his cultivation. Lin Jian-san and the others gazed at Xiao Chen's receding figure, feeling as if his silhouette had suddenly grown more imposing. Tears welled up in the murky eyes of Lin Jian-san. Xiao remained silent, raising his gourd to take several hearty swigs of wine. Even Lin Jian, who had always held a disdainful view of Xiao Chen, found her eyes slightly reddened at this moment. Xiao Chen had merely joined the academy for less than half an hour, yet he was willing to forsake his personal aspirations for the sake of the institution. He chose not to cultivate an extraordinarily powerful earth-grade technique, opting instead for an utterly inferior yellow-grade method. What remarkable magnanimity and spirit this reveals. This young man is indeed commendable. Lin Jian-san wiped away a tear and spoke with a trembling voice. Truly admirable. He possesses vision. Xiao added. Perhaps the reality of his character is not as ostentatious as it appears on the surface. Lin Tingxian murmured to herself in contemplation. Meanwhile, in another part of the room, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged, entering a state of cultivation. System, activate the heaven-defying demon-slaying technique. Ding. The heaven-defying demon-slaying technique begins to activate. In the next moment, Xiao Chen found himself ensnared within an ethereal illusion, transformed into a 13-year-old youth. His village had fallen victim to an onslaught by the demon clan, resulting in the brutal slaughter of his parents and kin, leaving him as the sole survivor, hidden away in a cellar. Once the demons departed, Xiao Chen emerged from his refuge, only to be confronted by the horrific sight of his family's lifeless bodies strewn about the home, alongside his mother, who lay barely clinging to life. Having suffered unspeakable indignities, with a heart-wrenching cry, he called out, "Mother, child, do not mourn for me. Such is fate. Seek a place to live well." His mother gently stroked his head, forcing back her sorrow. With those final words, she succumbed to eternal silence. In that instant, an overwhelming wave of grief surged through Xiao Chen's soul, swiftly followed by a torrent of unbridled hatred that ignited in his eyes. At that moment, all he yearned for was to eradicate the demon clan from existence. System, what is the nature of this illusion? Why does my heart feel as though it is shattering? Everything the host perceives is not an illusion but the genuine experiences of the demon slayer sword god, who wielded the art of demon extermination. This system has guided the host towards enlightenment. The extent of understanding relies solely on the host's fortune. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was taken aback. This was not mere fiction, but the authentic past of the demon slayer sword god. At merely 13, witnessing the annihilation of his family at the hands of demons, with his mother subjected to unimaginable torment before her demise, it was no wonder he harbored such profound hatred for the demon race. It was then that he vowed to establish the art of demon extermination, driven by a desire to annihilate all demons. However, in the present day, thousands of years later, The demon clan had grown mightier, with countless lives lost daily to their tyranny. The art of demon extermination, crafted by the demon slayer sword god, had languished in obscurity for years. One could only ponder the profound sorrow the sword god would feel upon learning of this. To master the sword, one must first cultivate the heart. Please, host, immerse yourself in the will and mindset of the demon slayer sword god during his practice. With the system's guidance, Xiao Chen focused his mind and spirit, wholly adopting the perspective of the young demon slayer sword god, soon finding himself once again as the boy from that mountain village. The youth spent 3 days and nights digging 7 graves on a nearby desolate hill to inter his beloved family before embarking on his sword training. In those days of poverty, his only possession was a rusted iron sword, which he wielded to hone his skills. Beneath a grand locust tree in front of his home, the boy relentlessly swung his sword, fueled by hatred and a thirst for vengeance, envisioning each demon he struck down, reducing them to mere fragments. Days turned into weeks. Seasons changed. His mastery over the sword steadily grew. Suddenly, one day, he struck and shattered a massive boulder before his door with a single blow. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have entered the realm of the art of demon extermination. Had an ancient sword cultivator been present, they would have been utterly astonished. The higher the tier of sword techniques, the more challenging they are to master. For instance, the earth-level technique, the 9 swords of annihilation, usually takes prodigies months to grasp. Yet, Xiao Chen managed to enter the realm of such a divine technique in mere moments, a truly unprecedented feat. Have I truly entered? Xiao Chen awoke from the illusion. Gazing at the faint sword energy swirling around his fingertips, his expression tinged with astonishment. According to Lin Jian-san, attaining proficiency in swordsmanship should be exceedingly arduous. Yet he had managed to grasp it in such a brief span of time. One cannot help but appreciate the advantages of having a system. It is no wonder that many in his past life remarked that the path of the system is invincible. Why endure the hardships of cultivation? As he retracted the sword energy from his fingers, Xiao Chen rose and made his way outside. At the entrance of the Zhentian Academy, Lin Jian-san and his companions were tidying up the remnants of the secret chamber when suddenly, a frantic sound of hurried footsteps echoed from a distance. Director Qiu, help! The group immediately halted their activities and turned to witness an elderly man, drenched in blood, sprinting towards them with a visage marked by terror. Chapter 24. The demon wolf attacks the village. The old man bore several gruesome claw marks on his body, emanating a faint green demonic aura. Upon seeing this aura, Lin Qinxian inexplicably felt a surge of agitation within her, which she managed to suppress with her sword energy until it gradually calmed down. Such occurrences had happened before, but there had been a noticeable increase in frequency in recent years. They recognized the old man. He was Lu Ergu, the village chief of Jianxian village, located beneath the Sword Immortal Mountain. Nowadays, the Daxiao region was plagued by frequent demonic afflictions. The various academies under the Martial Hall had all taken on a part of the responsibility for safeguarding the area. Whenever nearby villages or cities faced demonic threats, the academies would dispatch personnel to address the situation. Jianxian village fell under the jurisdiction of the Jianxian Academy. Glancing at the injuries on Lu Erga's body, Lin Jian-san's brow furrowed deeply. Is there another demonic threat? What has transpired? Xiao also wore a grave expression. A host of terrifying demonic creatures has invaded the village, attacking indiscriminately and consuming dozens of our people. Thankfully, Her Highness the 9th Princess and the students from the Zhentian Academy arrived in time and are currently engaged in battle. However, the enemy is too formidable, and they are struggling to hold their ground. I implore Director Qiu to take action swiftly. Lu Erga's face was filled with urgency. How many demonic creatures have arrived? And what are their levels? Can the Zhentian Academy not contain them? Xiao inquired. Nearly 100, comprising a pack of ironclad demon wolves, most of which are at the 7th level of the demon disciple realm, with a few reaching the 8th level. Although the students from Zhentian Academy are formidable, the hardness of their scales makes it exceedingly difficult for ordinary weapons to inflict harm. Given time, the students may not withstand the onslaught. I beseech Director Qiu to descend the mountain and slay the demons. Lu Ergu implored anxiously. Xiao remained silent for a long moment before shaking his head. I cannot intervene. Why not? In the past, you have always dealt with the demonic threats in this vicinity. Lu Ergu exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Half a month ago, a demonic prodigy was slain by a human expert, inciting the wrath of the demon race. They retaliated by slaughtering 10 of our cities and killing dozens of our talented individuals. The demons have declared that within the same realm, they will not interfere with the battles between humans and demons. However, Should any human dare to cross the boundary and take action, they will ensure that the human race pays a bloody price. Xiao murmured. What? The demon clan intends to use our human race as a whetstone to sharpen their own prodigies? This is utterly outrageous. Zhentian, upon hearing this, was immediately filled with fury. He had long distanced himself from the world and had only just learned of this news, never expecting the demon clan to be so brazen. Indeed, they harbored such intentions. Yet even though we feel humiliated, we must acquiesce to their demands. Otherwise, the repercussions from the demon clan would be intolerable for our human race. Xiao clenched his fists, his eyes brimming with resentment, his aged body trembling slightly. A mere 100 iron-armored demon wolves could be obliterated with a single stroke of his sword, yet he could not act. Should he intervene, the powerful demons would retaliate with ferocity, and our human prodigies are already few in number. We simply cannot withstand such slaughter. I shall go, he declared. The Sword Immortal village is under the protection of my Sword Immortal Academy. I cannot stand idly by while the villagers are slaughtered by the demons. At that moment, Xiao stepped forward. Xiao glanced at her and shook his head. Though you are a sword cultivator with greater offensive capability than a martial artist, and might breach the defenses of the iron-armored demon wolves, should they swarm you, you would not endure. It is far too perilous. Then what if I join you? At that moment, Xiao Chen slowly appeared before them. He had overheard their conversation, and the demonic slaying technique he practiced was specifically designed for confronting demon entities, requiring refinement through battle. This swarm of iron-armored demon wolves was perfectly suited for his training. The group turned their gaze toward Xiao Chen. Why have you emerged? You haven't even mastered your technique, have you? How can this be? They exclaimed. In such a brief span, have you truly grasped the demonic slaying sword art? Xiao was about to admonish Xiao Chen for his recklessness, but was taken aback to find that Xiao Chen exuded a formidable sword aura, far more solidified than before. It was evident he had indeed mastered the technique. Yet, even for a yellow-grade skill, it typically required a month of practice to reach the foundational level. How could Xiao Chen have done so in a mere quarter of an hour? What astonishing comprehension is this? It is absurd for one to be so gifted. Perhaps he is truly a child of destiny. Zhentian and Xiao were equally astonished. Grandfather, I recall you saying that the path of the sword is arduous. Even the most basic yellow-grade technique requires a month for those with higher talent to grasp. Were you deceiving me all along? Nonsense. How could grandfather possibly deceive you? Then why did Xiao Chen manage to master it in less than 15 minutes? How should I know? That lad is simply a prodigy. Zhentian was genuinely at a loss for words. Throughout his long life, he had encountered all manner of prodigies. Yet he had never witnessed someone as extraordinary as Xiao Chen. To comprehend the sword path in mere moments and to master a technique in a quarter of an hour was nothing short of monstrous, utterly preposterous. Enough of this dawdling. Who among you can procure me a sword? Xiao Chen gazed at Xiao and his companions. Xiao cast a glance at Xiao Chen, then reached out his hand, summoning a tattered black longsword that materialized from thin air, which he tossed to Xiao Chen. Upon seeing the sword, Zhentian's pupils constricted in astonishment as he turned his gaze toward Xiao. His usually frugal junior brother was actually bestowing this sword upon Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen accepted the sword, he immediately drew it out by 3 inches, but the chilling scene he had envisioned did not manifest. Instead, he beheld a blade marred with rust, suggesting it had not seen use in quite some time, teetering on the brink of obsolescence. Xiao Chen's eyes twitched in disbelief as he cast an irate glance towards Xiao. What do you mean by this, old man? As the prospective president of the academy, the very hope for the resurgence of the Sword Immortal Academy, you present me with nothing but this wretched sword. Xiao turned to face Xiao Chen, retorting, wretched sword? This blade is known as Dragon Slayer, an ancient and formidable weapon that has severed the heads of 9 primordial true dragons. Within it lies the sealed soul of a true dragon, bestowing upon it immeasurable power. Even deities may find themselves unable to withstand its might. Do you dare to call this a wretched sword? Severed the heads of primordial true dragons? Is this sword truly so formidable? Xiao Chen gazed in astonishment at the battered sword in his hand, a glimmer of incredulity flickering in his eyes. This dilapidated blade appeared no different from mere scrap metal. Who would have thought it harbored such significance? Yet, despite scrutinizing it from every angle, he discerned nothing remarkable about the dragon-slaying sword. Thus, he cast a dubious glance at Xiao. Old Xiao, you are not deceiving me, are you? This sword looks as if it could be mistaken for mere iron. How could it possibly be an ancient weapon of terror? Ah, but the sword is imbued with spirit, capable of selecting its master. Currently, the dragon-slaying sword lies dormant. It is up to you to awaken it. Should you succeed in rousing it, the might it possesses could be described as cataclysmic. However, if you fail, it shall remain nothing more than an ordinary sword. Xiao Chen elucidated. Very well, I shall place my trust in you this once. Come, Miss Lin. Let us descend the mountain and vanquish the demons. Xiao Chen sheathed his sword behind him, casting a glance at Lin Qingxian before striding down the mountain. Lin Qingxian glanced at Lin Jiansan, who whispered, he has only just embarked on the path of the sword, practicing merely the most rudimentary techniques. And his combat prowess is feeble. In this venture, you must take the lead and advise him against recklessness. Both of you must return safely. Lin Qingxian nodded, leaping gracefully to pursue Xiao Chen. Can the two of them truly confront nearly 100 ferocious beasts? Lu Ergu remarked with a furrowed brow, watching the pair's retreating figures. Xiao Wantian remained silent for a long while, saying nothing. Under a collapsing nest, how can one expect unblemished eggs? With both members of the Sword Immortal Academy dispatched, what else can be done? At the entrance of Sword Immortal Village, Yuqin Xian and several companions found themselves encircled by nearly 100 iron-armored demon wolves. Their faces pale and their white garments stained with flecks of blood, appearing utterly disheveled. Surrounding them lay the mangled corpses of a dozen students from the Zhentian Academy. Gruesomely devoured, the horde of iron-armored demon wolves glared at them with blood-red eyes, their gaze flickering with a savage thirst for blood. Confronted by these colossal beasts, their bodies shielded by armor-like scales, a glimmer of despair flickered in Yi Qingxuan's eyes. She never anticipated that on her very first day in the Zhentian Academy, she would find herself in such a dire predicament. Had she foreseen this, she would never have recklessly ventured to investigate the demon wolves. The Zhentian Academy was in close proximity to the Sword Immortal Academy, and when the wolf demons attacked the village, she and a few new students happened to be nearby. They had intended to assess the situation, but when several new students were gripped by terror at the sight of the wolf demons, they could not contain their cries, inadvertently drawing the attention of the demon wolves and leading to their current entrapment. Brother Zhang, why hasn't help from the Sword Immortal Academy arrived yet? A round-faced girl trembled, glancing at the surrounding pack of wolves. Do you still expect assistance from the Sword Immortal Academy? They are on the brink of collapse. It seems there is only one student left. Today, even Xiao Chen, this unfortunate soul, has been taken in. They are clearly desperate. What capability do they possess to save us? The handsome youth referred to as Brother Zhang scoffed while brandishing a curved blade at the wolves. The Sword Immortal Academy has long since rotted to the core, filled with incompetence. That Xiao Chen is merely a cursed being, the epitome of failure. Relying on the Sword Immortal Academy is akin to hoping a sow will climb a tree. But isn't Xiao Chen a natural-born king, a prodigious talent? Shouldn't he be formidable if he becomes a sword cultivator? Zhu Shimi, what nonsense are you speaking? He is merely a victim of fate, destined to be cursed by the heavens, inherently at odds with the Tao. How could such a person possibly awaken the sword path, the most elusive of all? His life is destined to be one of futility. Brother Zhang scoffed, casting a furtive glance at Yuqin Xian. As the heir of a prominent family in the northern wasteland city, he had long harbored affections for Yuqin Xian and held a deep-seated disdain for Xiao Chen, who had previously been betrothed to her. In Chapter 25, encountering Yuqin Xian again, the round-faced girl looked at the approaching armored wolf demons, her complexion paling. Sister Yi, what should we do now? With so many invulnerable ironclad wolf demons, not even the experts from the academy could handle them, let alone as mere martial apprentices. Yuqin Xian glanced at the ferocious pack of wolf demons, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, her pupils constricted as she saw one of the wolf demons leap into the air, charging towards them with terrifying force. Its massive form blotted out the sunlight, casting a shadow over everyone like a dark cloud. This is bad. One of the wolf demons is about to attack us. Everyone, unleash your most powerful attacks. We must repel this assault. Yi Qingxuan's expression turned grave. Upon hearing her words, the group immediately began to employ their unique skills. In the next instant, a powerful aura of martial prowess radiated from them, exuding a formidable presence. However, to the wolf demons, these actions seemed trivial. Their crimson eyes flashed with disdain as they regarded the humans, their gazes brutal, as if looking down upon mere ants. Foul beast, take this blade. Brother Zhang appeared eager to impress Yi Qingxian, charging forward first, swinging his curved blade fiercely at the ironclad wolf demon before him. A martial genius with earthly talent, Brother Zhang had already attained the 7th level of martial apprentice, the highest among them. His strike was powerful, as the radiant blade light flashed. His weapon struck the wolf demon with great force. This was the clan's secret technique, the Azure Blade technique. Indeed, its might was undeniable, a true earthly-level skill. Such advanced techniques would seldom be disseminated even within the academy. Zhang truly was fortunate. Surely, this would break the wolf demon's defenses. Witnessing Brother Zhang's strike, some gasped in awe, others expressed envy, and many felt a surge of hope. Even Yi Qingchuan's eyes brightened. The Azure Blade technique was a fearsome low-grade earthly skill. Capable of astonishing power, when practiced to a minor completion, it could cleave through a small mountain. Although Brother Zhang had not yet mastered it, he had certainly grasped its essence. With this strike, it was highly probable that he could shatter the wolf demon's scales and inflict severe damage. If that were to happen, the wolf demon might retreat in fear of injury, granting them a sliver of hope. Clang! Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, the curved blade struck the wolf demon's scales, igniting sparks in every direction. However, to their horror, the wolf demon's scales merely bore a shallow white mark, remaining virtually unscathed. How could this be? Such a terrifying strike from Brother Zhang could not even penetrate the wolf demon's defenses? We're doomed. It seems we shall perish here. I do not wish to perish. I have yet to even hold a girl's hand. Despair flickered in the eyes of the students from Zhentian Academy. Brother Zhang stood frozen in place, fully aware of the formidable power of his strike. He knew that even a diamond of unparalleled hardness could be cleaved in two by his blade. Yet, the scales of this wolf demon were somehow even more resilient than diamond? Brother Zhang, be cautious. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierced through Zhang's momentary stupor, jolting him back to reality just in time to see the wolf demon pouncing down from the air, its claws aimed fiercely at his chest. He hastily raised his sword to defend, but was violently thrown back, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he was sent hurtling away, only to be caught by a fellow student from Zhentian Academy, thus avoiding a fall into the midst of the demon wolf pack. Brother Zhang, are you all right? Someone inquired with concern. I am fine, he replied, his complexion pale. But the scales of this demon wolf are far too tough. I fear only the most lethal sword cultivators among the martial masters might stand a chance to pierce through. As he spoke, another spurt of blood escaped his lips. A sword cultivator? But where could we possibly find one beneath the martial master realm in this vicinity? A student from Zhentian Academy replied with a bitter smile. Recently, the two races had agreed that the human race was forbidden from crossing boundaries to engage, meaning that martial masters of the human race could not intervene against the demon wolf pack. Yet, the demon race possessed extraordinary talents. This ironclad wolf demon, despite its other weaknesses, boasted formidable defensive capabilities. Martial warriors below the martial master realm could not even breach its defenses. How could they possibly fight back? As for sword cultivators, there was indeed a sword immortal academy nearby, but it was filled with inept individuals. How could there possibly be any sword cultivators among them? The pack of demon wolves seemed to sense the fear of the group, and a few of them displayed a vicious glint in their eyes, lowering their bodies before launching into the air towards the terrified students. As the fierce wolves charged, Yi Qingxian turned pale. After all, she was merely a young girl, and when confronted with death, she felt an overwhelming dread. Bold and wicked beasts, daring to commit acts of violence beneath my sword immortal academy, prepare to meet your demise. At that moment, a clear and icy voice resonated, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, as two figures positioned themselves before Yi Qingxian and her companions. Everyone was momentarily stunned, their gazes fixated on the newcomers, a pair of young individuals. The girl, adorned in a flowing blue dress, possessed an exquisite beauty, wielding an ice blue sword radiating with potent sword energy. The boy, tall and imposing, carried a worn black sword upon his back. As they beheld the girl's flawless visage, the hearts of all present seemed to skip a beat. How could such beauty exist in this world? Yi Qingxian, already a striking beauty herself, felt somewhat diminished in comparison to this girl. When they caught sight of the boy's handsome face, akin to a jade crown, everyone's pupils constricted, and Yi Qingxian gasped in astonishment. Xiao Chen? The individuals who arrived were none other than Xiao Chen and Lin Qingxian, who had come to provide assistance. The demon wolf, initially poised to launch an attack, abruptly altered its course upon the unexpected appearance of human figures, halting its advance mid-air. Once grounded, it eyed Xiao Chen and Lin Qingxian with caution. These two exuded an aura that instilled both profound fear and intense loathing within the creature. They were sword cultivators, damn sword cultivators. Upon hearing the familiar, mellifluous voice, Xiao Chen's gaze shifted, and he immediately spotted the graceful figure amidst the crowd, causing his expression to change dramatically. What was this woman doing here? He had only known that the villagers were besieged by the wolf demons, but he had been unaware that Xiao was among them. Nevertheless, after a mere glance, Xiao Chen averted his eyes. Although he had once been infatuated with Xiao, that was a thing of the past. Ever since their engagement was dissolved, he had severed all ties with her in his heart. Feeling the chill of Xiao Chen's indifference, Xiao was overwhelmed by an uncomfortable sensation, akin to being pricked by a needle, a dull ache forming within her. He used to be utterly exhilarated at the mere sight of her. Had he truly lost all desire to even converse? Despite their broken engagement, was such estrangement truly necessary after all those years of shared emotions? Moreover, why was he accompanied by such a beautiful young woman? Surely, they could not be involved in any way? Just after their engagement was annulled, he was already mingling with another woman? Were his past affections merely a facade? Xiao Chen, what business do you have here? Are you seeking death? Upon witnessing Xiao Chen's arrival and Chuan's unwavering gaze upon him, Brother Zhang's eyes blazed with fury. Chapter 26. The sword slays Zhang Youji. Xiao Chen turned his head and furrowed his brow slightly. Zhang Youji? How could this scoundrel be here? Zhang Youji was the heir of the Zhang family, one of the 5 prominent families in Huangbei City. His disdain for Xiao Chen had always stemmed from his infatuation with Xian. During the time when Xiao Chen's dantian had just shattered, Zhang Youji would frequently come to mock him, pushing him to the brink of despair. Later, when he returned to Huangbei City, Zhang Youji was the first to seek him out, repeatedly threatening him to break off his engagement with Xian. When those threats proved futile, he even resorted to slapping him. Of course, given his status as the heir of the Northern King's manor, dealing with someone like Zhang Youji should have been as effortless as crushing an ant. Unfortunately, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were wholly preoccupied with Xiao Lingdian, leaving no concern for his well-being. This neglect allowed Zhang Youji to grow increasingly arrogant, to the point of becoming utterly brazen. Encountering Zhang Youji here today seemed like fate's designed for him to redeem his past humiliation. Seeking death? Zhang Youji, do you think I am as worthless as you? Xiao Chen cast a cold smile at Zhang Youji. Just moments ago, he had been a timid figure, easily bullied, yet now he dared to resist. This sudden audacity incensed Zhang Youji, who seethed with rage. You worthless fool, how dare you defy me? I shall end your life today. He could not comprehend why the current Xiao Chen, a mere waste abandoned by his parents and cursed by fate, possessed the audacity to speak to him, the scion of the Zhang family, in such a manner. However, as he reached for the curved dagger at his waist, Xiao Chen swiftly pointed his finger, conjuring a sword of energy that pressed against Zhang Youji's forehead. Overwhelmed by the sharp aura emanating from it, Zhang Youji was engulfed in terror, staring incredulously at Xiao Chen, his body trembling uncontrollably. Sword energy. You have actually become a sword cultivator? Zhang Youji gazed intently at Xiao Chen, utterly unable to believe the reality before his eyes. A sword cultivator. Xiao Chen, a person cursed by fate, astonishingly comprehended the path of the sword in such a brief period, emerging as a sword cultivator. This is truly beyond belief. How long has it been since Xiao Chen entered the Sword Immortal Academy? Surely, it has not even been an hour, has it? To attain the Tao within such a brief span? In the annals of the Great Xia, has there ever been anyone who achieved such swiftness in the sword path? This must be the work of divine jealousy, or perhaps a manifestation of exceptional talent. The onlookers from the Zhentian Academy were equally astonished by the scene before them. Was it not said that Xiao Chen was cursed by the heavenly Tao, inherently repelled by the path? How could he possibly attain the Tao so quickly? Particularly in the most arduous of disciplines, the sword path? Could it be that the martial spirit mirror has erred? Xiao Chen, how have you accomplished this? Xian gazed at Xiao Chen, her expression one of bewilderment, though her understanding of sword cultivation was limited. She comprehended the significance of entering the sword path in merely an hour. Such an achievement would indeed be legendary, a prodigy amongst prodigies. In this moment, her heart wavered slightly. She found herself questioning whether breaking off the engagement with Xiao Chen was a wise decision. Sword cultivators are exceedingly rare and immensely powerful. Though the art may have waned over time, none can forget the terror wielded by sword cultivators a millennium ago when the sword path flourished. Even now, the difficulty of entering the sword path remains daunting, yet sword cultivators still possess unparalleled lethality. Xiao Chen has now become a sword cultivator. Is there a possibility that he might soar to great heights in the future? However, this notion was swiftly dismissed by her. While sword cultivators possess formidable strength, ultimately, human power is limited in the face of heavenly principles, and no one can truly defy the heavens. Xian, how I accomplished this is of no concern to you. Xiao Chen chuckled coldly. This woman, though seemingly pure and charming in appearance, was, in reality, a cunning schemer driven by greed. Upon witnessing his ascension as a sword cultivator, she began to interrogate him with insistent questions. Xiao Chen, how dare you treat Xian in such a manner? Silence. Immediately kneel and bow 3 times to apologize for your past offenses against me, or I shall take your life. Zhang Yoji was about to retort when the energy sword pressed against his brow pierced through, drawing forth a stream of blood. Feeling the sharp pain at his forehead, Zhang Yoji was momentarily stunned, gazing at Xiao Chen in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Xiao Chen had dared to harm him in the past. No matter how he bullied Xiao Chen, the latter merely cowered, hands over his head, never daring to retaliate. Yet now, just a few days later, Xiao Chen exhibited such ferocity? Let it be known, he was backed by the entire Zhang family. What right did Xiao Chen, a castaway of the Wang family, have to confront him? Xiao Chen, do you understand what you are saying? I am the young master of the Zhang family from the north, a prestigious clan with martial generals at our command. You, on the other hand, are merely a discarded child of the Northern Protectorate, a pitiful victim of fate. To deal with you would be as simple as crushing an ant. Are you certain you can withstand the wrath of the Zhang family? Zhang Yoji's expression darkened. Several students from the Zhentian Academy exchanged glances, pitying Xiao Chen. Although they believed Zhang Yoji was somewhat bullying, they could not deny the truth in his words. Without the protection of the Northern Prince, Xiao Chen stood no chance against the colossal Zhang family. Xiao Chen, quickly release senior brother Zhang. Without the Northern Prince's protection, you cannot bear the fury of the Zhang family. Yi Qingxian interjected as the situation spiraled out of control. However, no sooner had her words left her lips than the energy sword piercing Zhang Yoji's brow erupted forth, penetrating his skull and leaving a gaping, blood-soaked wound. Zhang Yoji's body went limp, collapsing to the ground, lifeless. His eyes widened in shock, unable to comprehend why Xiao Chen had truly dared to kill him. Was he not afraid of the Zhang family's retribution? Witnessing this scene, those present were rendered speechless, many covering their mouths, trembling as they stared at Zhang Yoji's corpse for what felt like an eternity. Did Xiao Chen truly have the audacity to kill Zhang Yoji? Had he lost his mind? Lin Qingshan's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on Xiao Chen. She had not anticipated that this seemingly harmless individual could be so ruthless when provoked. Yi Qingxian looked at Xiao Chen in a daze. How could you act in such a way? Aren't you afraid the Zhang family will seek revenge? Revenge? I am under the protection of Lin Jiansan from the Sword Immortal Academy. Who would dare to retaliate against me? Please convey to the Zhang family that if they wish for vengeance, they may come to the Sword Immortal Academy and seek Lin Jiansan. Xiao Chen retracted his sword aura and spoke nonchalantly. While others remained oblivious to Lin Jiansan's formidable prowess, he was acutely aware. Lin Jiansan was a far more ruthless figure than Zhentian, a veritable sword king. A mere Zhang family was insignificant before the old man Lin. Previously, Lin Jiansan had explicitly stated that anyone daring to bully him should invoke his name. Anyone who dared approach would have their heads crushed. Who was Lin Jiansan? A mentor at the Sword Immortal Academy? How could such a Lin Jiansan stand against the Zhang family? Xiao Chen must have lost his senses. The head of the Zhang family was a martial general. What use was Lin Jiansan? It was rumored that only Zhentian among the Sword Immortal Academy could contend, yet he bore hidden injuries and could not engage lightly. What then was the utility of Lin Jiansan? Many students from the Zhentian Academy, who maintained cordial relations with Zhang Yoji, began to voice their opinions. Meanwhile, Lin Qingshan's expression darkened, her gaze turning menacingly towards Xiao Chen, with barely contained fury flickering in her eyes. This scoundrel had committed murder and audaciously invoked her grandfather's name. Her grandfather had secluded himself in the Slashing Heaven Academy for many years and had not taken action. Yet, Xiao Chen had managed to embroil her grandfather in trouble. Just then, the stench of blood emanating from Zhang Yoji awakened the ferocity of the iron-armored demon wolves, who lunged ferociously towards the crowd. Lin Qingshan's gaze sharpened, and she swiftly swung her sword towards the 2 demon wolves. A dazzling ice-blue sword light sliced through the air. The 2 demon wolves emitted mournful howls as 2 shallow yet distinct gashes appeared upon them, sending them hurtling to the ground. How astonishing! Was this the might of a sword cultivator? The prowess of sword cultivators was truly overwhelming. Yi Qingxian and the others were momentarily taken aback by the scene. The strength of this young woman's strike was extraordinary. The demon wolf's scales, which they had struggled to penetrate moments ago, were effortlessly cleaved by her sword. Despite her cultivation being merely at the 8th level of the sword apprentice stage, her attack power was astonishingly superior to theirs. The offensive capabilities of sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. However, Lin Qingxuan's countenance was far from pleasant. She had exerted 80% of her strength in that strike. Typically, a demon beast at the 8th level of the Demon Apprentice stage should have been cleaved in two under her assault, yet this demon wolf had merely sustained minor injuries. Its defensive capabilities were utterly abnormal. Today, they were likely to face dire consequences. Among them, she was the only one capable of breaching the demon wolf's defenses. And even with her almost full effort, she struggled to inflict significant damage on the creature. This foretold that it would be exceedingly difficult for them all to retreat unscathed. At least half of them would perish here. Xiao Chen, you should leave first. I will hold these beasts back. Lin Qingxian whispered, approaching Xiao Chen. No. With so many demon wolves, you cannot hold them off. If you insist, you will perish. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, do not concern yourself with this matter. If I tell you to leave, then you should leave. As a novice just beginning your journey, your presence here will only hinder me. Lin Qingxian retorted coldly. Let us not forget, I am also a practitioner of the sword. Xiao Chen gestured towards the dragon-slaying sword behind him. But you've barely been initiated for half an hour. How much combat prowess can you possibly possess? Heed my words and flee. Lin Qingxian's fury threatened to explode within her chest. This Xiao Chen was utterly deluded. Did he truly believe he could aid her? A fledgling, scarcely initiated, what could he possibly contribute? Did he fancy himself a reincarnation of the sword god? Chapter 27. Xiao Chen, have you fallen for another woman? At that moment, a series of furious howls erupted as a dozen ferocious iron-armored demon wolves leaped into the air, charging toward Lin Qingxian. This cursed sword cultivator had injured one of their companions, and they were intent on devouring her alive. Oh no, we must run. A glimmer of despair flashed in Lin Qingxian's eyes as she cried out to Xiao Chen. Yu Qingxian and the others trembled in fear, wanting to flee but finding themselves utterly paralyzed. Their terror rendered their limbs unresponsive. The scene before them had shattered their final psychological barrier. Confronting a single iron-armored demon wolf had nearly cost them their lives. How could they withstand a dozen? Unless a martial master were to arrive. No one could contend with such an overwhelming number of these abnormally resilient beasts. Even a typical martial master would be at grave risk. Yet, instead of fleeing, Xiao Chen fixed his gaze on the airborne wolves, slowly drawing the dragon-slaying sword from his back. His eyes blazed with determination. This would be his inaugural strike. A mixture of anticipation and trepidation swelling within him as he pondered the true power of the demonic slayer's technique. Are you mad? Run. Lin Qingxian's complexion turned ashen. The students from Zhentian Academy stood frozen in shock. Xiao Chen intended to confront the demon wolves? How utterly reckless. However, in Yu Qingxuan's eyes, there was a flicker of emotion. As she observed the tall, resolute figure before her, a flood of memories surged forth. In their past adventures, whenever danger approached, Xiao Chen had always stood protectively in front of her, a towering presence that instilled a sense of safety. Now, as fate would have it, amid this perilous juncture, it was still this boy, whom she had long since abandoned, standing before her. It was a poignant reflection. Regrettably, he was no longer that extraordinary talent. Had he retained his unparalleled gifts, perhaps they would still be sweetly together. Alas, fate is a cruel mistress. She could never marry a wastrel. Everyone present believed Xiao Chen would soon be torn to shreds by the demon wolves. Yet, he remained undeterred, his focus entirely on the airborne beasts. He fervently recalled the profound hatred and obsession that had consumed the demon slayer after his family was annihilated by the demon race. And he began to swiftly unsheath his sword. No one believed he could triumph over the demon wolves. A novice swordsman wielding a dilapidated, crumbling sword, could he truly vanquish demons? Yet, in the next instant, an astonishing event unfolded. As the demon wolf descended, the sword at Xiao Chen's back was unsheathed. The tattered black ancient sword suddenly emitted several arcs of purple sword light, its terrifying sword energy slicing through the air with an extraordinary sharpness, directly targeting the dozen or so demon wolves poised to attack. What appeared to be an exceptionally strong armor to others was effortlessly cleaved apart by Xiao Chen as if it were mere tofu. Thud, 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 following the unsettling sounds. Several massive wolf heads rolled onto the ground, green demon blood pooling around them. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads at the sight of the ironclad wolf carcasses strewn about. How could such formidable demon wolves have been so easily dispatched by Xiao Chen with a single stroke? Was this truly not an illusion? Lin Qingxian gazed at Xiao Chen, her eyes filled with astonishment. She had spent a decade honing her swordsmanship, practicing the profound technique of the 9 swords of annihilation. Yet she could not breach the defenses of these demon wolves. Xiao Chen, having practiced for less than half an hour with the most rudimentary manual of demon-slaying sword techniques, had effortlessly dispatched over a dozen demon wolves. Was there any justice in the world? Yi Qingxuan's pupils contracted sharply as she fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen, unable to fathom what she had just witnessed. Such terrifying combat prowess was surely unmatched, even by an 8th-level martial apprentice. Yet here was Xiao Chen, merely a fledgling, exhibiting such prodigious talent. She had initially believed that Xiao Chen, cursed by the heavenly path, could not possibly surpass Xiao Lingtian. But now it seemed that Xiao Lingtian was unworthy to lace Xiao Chen's shoes. To achieve such mastery in the notoriously difficult sword path in just half an hour marked Xiao Chen as a true prodigy among prodigies. Suddenly, she recalled the judgment from the martial spirit realm regarding Xiao Chen, the latter part of which had been mysteriously erased by an unknown force. Could there be more to the story, suggesting that Xiao Chen was not doomed after all? Even Xiao Chen himself was bewildered, staring at the dragon-slaying sword in his hand, his eyes brimming with astonishment and exhilaration. Was this demon-slaying technique truly so formidable? He had merely swung his sword casually, yet it possessed such immense power. The remaining ironclad demon wolves, gazing at Xiao Chen, were overtaken by a flicker of fear, their fighting spirit completely extinguished. Abandoning their fallen comrades, they turned tail and fled. They could not comprehend how such a terrifying human had suddenly emerged near the Sword Immortal village. Their demon race, endowed with extraordinary talents, usually trampled over humans of the same level. Yet today, they had nearly been obliterated by a mere 7th-level swordsman. Truly absurd. Indeed, swordsmen were exceedingly formidable. Seeing the pack of demonic wolves frightened away by Xiao Chen, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Yi Qingxian approached Xiao Chen, gazing into his star-like eyes, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. In a soft and sweet voice, she said, "Xiao Chen, I never anticipated your remarkable talent in the swordsmanship. I had underestimated you before. The dissolution of our engagement was compelled by your brother. I did not wish for it to be so." The students of Zhentian Academy were momentarily taken aback by this scene. The proud 9th princess of the Great Xia was actually bowing her head to Xiao Chen? Who would dare believe such a thing? Yi Qingxian, spare me your theatrics. Although Xiao Lingtian is indeed a treacherous wolf, you are hardly a paragon of virtue yourself. The dissolution of our engagement, ever since my dantian was shattered, you must have long contemplated this, haven't you? Now that you see my recovery, are you filled with regret? Xiao Chen swiftly retreated 3 steps, creating distance between himself and Yi Qingxian, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, Yi Qingxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, her proud heart feeling as though it had endured a heavy blow. Could it be that Xiao Chen had lost his senses? She had graciously lowered herself to extend an olive branch, yet this was the attitude he chose to adopt? At that moment, when his dantian shattered, rendering him a cripple, was she truly expected to marry a man of such unfortunate fate? Dissolving their engagement at that time hardly seemed excessive. Xiao Chen, I know you harbor resentment towards me, but have you not always been forgiving? Cannot you find it within yourself to pardon me just this once? Perhaps we could. Yi Qingxian, I advise you to refrain from wasting your time on me. Henceforth, we are destined to remain strangers. Xiao Chen had long since discerned the true nature of this woman, leaving no room for any lingering affection. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxuan's gaze abruptly shifted towards Lin Qingxian, jealousy flickering in her eyes. Xiao Chen, have you developed feelings for another woman? In her view, after so many years of his affection, it was inconceivable for him to change so abruptly. The only explanation must be that he had become involved with Lin Qingxian. It had only been a brief moment since she severed their engagement, and yet he had already turned his affections elsewhere. This was utterly intolerable. Yi Qingxian, our relationship has come to an end. Whom I choose to love is of no concern to you. A hint of impatience flickered across Xiao Chen's face. Chapter 28. Visitors from the Zhang family. Is Xiao Chen truly so arrogant? Sister Qingxian is none other than the 9th princess of the Great Xia, while he is merely a person cursed by fate, a worthless being destined to perish before reaching the age of 20. How dare he speak to Sister Qingxian in such a manner? Indeed, if only Sister Qingxian would bestow upon me a mere smile, I would willingly embrace death. Yet this Xiao Chen is utterly oblivious to his own insignificance. Merely possessing swordsmanship has led him to overestimate his worth. No matter how skilled he may be, he is still just a fleeting soul. The few sycophantic junior disciples of Yi Qingxian were immediately displeased, voicing their scornful remarks. Yi Qingxian, however, paid no heed to their words. Her beautiful eyes fixated on Xiao Chen as she declared with haughty disdain, Xiao Chen, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Apologize to me at once and pledge never to speak to that woman again. Perhaps then I may consider allowing you a chance for reconciliation. Internally, she was engulfed in frustration. After all, Xiao Chen had cherished her for so many years, treating her with kindness. How could he simply turn his affections away? Had she consented to this? Meanwhile, Lin Qingshan stood by, utterly bewildered. What was her role in all of this? She had brought Xiao Chen to vanquish demons, not to engage in matters of the heart. Yi Qingxian, do you not comprehend? Our fates have diverged. From this day forth, let us part ways and have no further entanglements. Xiao Chen gazed at Yi Qingxian with an expression of indifference. Yi Qingxian stood frozen in place, confronting the familiar yet unfamiliar figure of Xiao Chen, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice, her eyes instantly reddening. As the most cherished ninth princess of the Summer Emperor, she had been exalted from birth, wanting for nothing throughout her life. There was never anything she could not attain. Yet at this moment, her attempt to win back Xiao Chen's heart had utterly failed. This was simply unacceptable to her. Witnessing this scene, Yi Qingshuan's entourage of sycophants erupted in fury. In their eyes, she was a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. How could someone like Xiao Chen, deemed worthless, dare to humiliate her? Xiao Chen, apologize to senior sister Qingxian at once, or I shall not let you off easily. As a man, how can you be so heartless? Do you possess any humanity? Apologize. Kneel and apologize. Otherwise, you shall not leave this place today. Several of the sycophants shouted angrily. Since birth, I have shared a bond with you, Qingxian. Having grown up together in innocent camaraderie, my devotion to her so profound that I would willingly sacrifice my life. Yet, when my dantian was shattered, she instantly turned her back on me, choosing to abandon our connection. Even more maliciously, she ensnared my own younger brother to coerce me into breaking our engagement. When I resisted, she struck me down, leaving me grievously injured and on the brink of death. This is the flawless goddess Yi Qingxian you all revere. More venomous than a serpent. How could I not sever ties with her? Xiao Chen cast a sweeping gaze over the group, a cold smile gracing his lips. Upon hearing his words, a sense of shock washed over the faces of those present. Particularly, the female students from Zhentian Academy displayed traces of indignation in their eyes. How could Yi Qingxian have committed such an act against Xiao Chen? It seemed utterly ruthless, though they were unaware of the full truth. They had heard whispers that Xiao Chen had once treated Yi Qingxian with great kindness, only for her to abandon him and return to the imperial capital after his dantian was shattered. However, they were oblivious to the details surrounding her seduction of Xiaoling Tian to coerce Xiao Chen into breaking off their engagement. Now, upon learning of this, they were left utterly aghast. She had a betrothal with Xiao Chen, yet had the audacity to entice Xiaoling Tian into seeking his withdrawal from the engagement, nearly leading to Xiao Chen's demise. This was indeed excessive. One could only imagine the depths of Xiao Chen's despair during that time. Even Lin Qingxian cast a sympathetic glance at him, surprised to discover that Xiao Chen had endured such profound emotional turmoil, which explained his current ruthlessness towards Yi Qingxian. He must have truly lost all hope in love. Xiao Chen, things are not as you perceive. I would never allow Xiaoling Tian to harm you. You have misunderstood me, Yi Qingxian exclaimed, her complexion shifting dramatically as she sensed the peculiar gazes of the crowd. She had merely instructed Xiaoling Tian to ensure Xiao Chen withdrew from the engagement, never anticipating that he would act with such brutality, nearly resulting in Xiao Chen's death. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. Yi Qingxian, I have already extinguished my feelings for you. I simply wish to convey that you should refrain from bothering me in the future, as I truly detest you. Xiao Chen spoke softly, his demeanor as light and serene as the wind, which once again pierced Yi Qingshuan's heart. You once loved me. You loved me so deeply. But now, why do you utter such callous words? How can you be so cruel, retracting every ounce of kindness you once bestowed upon me, leaving not a trace behind? Are you not aware of how much this hurts? Will you not even grant me one final chance? Tears glistened in Yi Qingshuan's eyes. A chance? In this world, how many opportunities exist? I have granted you countless chances, yet you have never cherished them. As of today, what chances remain for you? Xiao Chen resolutely rejected the notion. Had it not been for his awakening of the system and the revival of his extraordinary talents, Yi Qingxian would likely not even spare him a glance. The affection cultivated over the years seemed to hold no value in her eyes. How could he possibly grant such a woman another chance? Xiao Chen, must you truly be so heartless? Regardless of what Qingxian had done to you in the past, she must immediately kneel and apologize. Indeed, without delay, she must bow and express her contrition. A few sycophants could no longer contain themselves. In a desperate bid to win Yi Qingshuan's favor, they sprang forth, drawing their swords and glaring fiercely at Xiao Chen. With a swift motion, Xiao Chen unsheathed his sword, cleaving 3 steel-crafted curved blades effortlessly in 2. As he gazed at the broken weapon in his hand, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. Xiao Chen, we apologize. Young Master Chen, we spoke out of turn. We shall withdraw immediately. One of them attempted to utter a menacing remark, only to be silenced by a punch from the other 2, who dragged him away. Their earlier bravado had been a momentary impulse, a reckless challenge thrown at Xiao Chen. The instant the long blade shattered, clarity washed over them. The man before them was a formidable swordsman, capable of dispatching the iron-armored wolf demon as if it were mere tofu. What chance did they stand against him? Moreover, his ruthless demeanor suggested he would not spare a thought for their status. After all, he had already slain the young master of the Zhang family. Any further insolence would surely spell their doom. At that moment, a series of piercing sounds broke through the air as 5 formidable middle-aged men suddenly materialized before Xiao Chen and his companions. The leader of the group exuded a profound aura, his presence thick with an intimidating martial spirit. A long scar ran from his brow to the corner of his mouth, marring the right side of his face and rendering him exceptionally fearsome. The scarred man cast a cold glance at Xiao Chen before shifting his focus to Yi Qingxian and the others. Upon sighting Yi Qingxian, his gaze sharpened, and he approached her with a slight bow, inquiring, Your Highness, the 9th princess, might you have seen my young master, Zhang Yoji? Ah. This man appears to be Zhang Shi, the captain of the Zhang family's guards, renowned for his mastery of the Gale Blade technique, a skill said to be nearly unparalleled. It is rumored that his cultivation has long reached the 9th level of martial disciple, just a hair's breadth away from becoming a martial master. His arrival in search of Zhang Yoji could spell disaster for Xiao Chen. A 7th-level swordsman could hardly hope to defeat a 9th-level martial disciple, especially one who stood on the cusp of becoming a martial master. Students from the Zhenkuan Academy recognized the scarred man's origins, unable to suppress their gasps of astonishment. Lin Qingxuan's expression shifted upon seeing Zhang Shi and his companions, a flicker of concern crossing her features. 1 half-step martial master and 4 8th-level martial disciples. The strength of their assembly was overwhelming. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unfazed, his demeanor calm and composed. Just moments ago, he had learned from the system that with his mastery of the unmatched demon-slaying technique, his power surpassed that of ordinary practitioners, rendering him invincible within the same realm. This invincibility did not refer merely to minor divisions but to entire major realms. For instance, Xiao Chen at the 1st level of swordsman could contend with those at the 9th level, a truly extraordinary claim. However, the convergence of the divine martial body and the unmatched demon-slaying technique within a single individual was a rarity, and such combat prowess could indeed be rationalized. This meant that currently, Xiao Chen could claim dominance over all beneath the martial master realm. Zhang Shi and his entourage posed no real threat. We must leave at once. Once they discover Zhang Yoji is dead, you may find it impossible to escape. Lin Qingxian whispered urgently as she approached Xiao Chen. Given their combined strength, it was evident that they stood no chance against these 5 formidable foes. At that moment, she felt that Xiao Chen had acted too impulsively. Had he not slain Zhang Yoji, they would not be facing the current crisis. Chapter 29. Half a step to martial master Yi Qingxian cast a glance at Xiao Chen, about to speak, when Zhang Shi's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of a corpse lying not far away. The clothing on the body bore a striking resemblance to that which Zhang Yoji had worn earlier that day. His complexion changed dramatically, and he stepped aside, pushing past several obstructing disciples to reach Zhang Yoji's lifeless form. Upon seeing the already stiffened body, Zhang Shi was struck as if by lightning, his face turning a ghostly pale. Zhang Yoji was the only son of the Zhang family, and now, under his protection, he had been murdered. The Zhang family would undoubtedly seek to dismember him, and his family would not escape their wrath either. The 4 elite members of the Zhang family behind Zhang Shi, upon seeing the corpse, also felt their pupils constrict, their faces drained of color, consumed by sheer terror. Commander Zhang, what shall we do? One of the Zhang family experts stammered, looking at Zhang Shi with trepidation. Today, they had escorted Zhang Yoji to participate in the Martial Academy assessment, but later, Zhang Yoji had dismissed them, opting to seek out Yi Qingxian alone. When they finally found him again, it was to discover a lifeless body. This was truly an unprovoked calamity. If they could identify the perpetrator of the young master's murder, perhaps the Zhang family might spare their own families from ruin. As for themselves, they would surely meet their demise. After voicing his thoughts, Zhang Shi turned, his crimson gaze sweeping over the crowd as he bellowed. Who did this? Step forward at once. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, His gaze locked onto Xiao Chen and Lin Qingshan. The wounds on the young master seemed to bear traces of sword energy. Could it be that the two of you were responsible? Lin Qingshan felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, akin to a mountain crashing down from the heavens, nearly suffocating her. She attempted to dispel the oppressive force with her sword energy, only to be horrified to find that her usually razor-sharp energy was rendered ineffective against this terrifying weight. Her complexion paled, cold sweat beading on her forehead. Every hair on her body stood on end, as though she were being stalked by a fearsome beast. Her heart racing in dread. A half-step martial master was indeed terrifying, though he had not yet reached the martial master realm. He was far beyond what a mere 8th-layer martial apprentice like her could contend with, while sword cultivators might attain invincibility within the same minor realm. Transcending realms to defeat an opponent was an exceedingly arduous task. Even those with remarkable offensive prowess would find it challenging. Only when there was a significant disparity in innate talent and cultivation techniques could one hope to overcome such obstacles. Xiao Chen, I will hold him off for you. Quickly. Go to the Sword Immortal Academy and fetch my grandfather to save me. Lin Qingshan spoke anxiously in a voice that only the two of them could hear. She still possessed some secret treasures that could sustain her for a moment longer. She held back Zhang Shi, urging Xiao Chen to go for assistance. This was the best plan she could devise. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder if Xiao Chen would be instantly overwhelmed in the face of 5 formidable masters. Xiao Chen shook his head, asserting that a swordsman must remain steadfast in the face of adversity. If I flee today, the essence of my swordsmanship will be irrevocably shattered, and any future progress will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, these individuals before me are incapable of inflicting harm. Lin Qingshan was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Xiao Chen in disbelief. These people cannot harm you? Should you not reconsider the absurdity of your words? 1 half-step martial artist and 4 8th-level martial apprentices, let alone a mere 7th-level swordsman. Even a 9th-level swordsman would be at their mercy. What gives you the audacity to utter such claims? Yu Qingxian and the others widened their eyes, unable to fathom what they had just heard. Xiao Chen is far too overconfident, they thought. To be so brazen in the presence of a half-step martial artist is sheer folly. Young man, are you implying that my family's young master was slain by you? Zhang Shi's gaze turned sharply towards Xiao Chen, a flash of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Indeed, it was I. Xiao Chen nodded lightly. Brat, I shall have you executed in a most excruciating manner. A skilled fighter from the Zhang family unsheathed his steel blade, preparing to charge at Xiao Chen. His fury stemmed not from a desire for vengeance for Zhang Yoji, but from the dread of facing a gruesome fate at the hands of the Zhang family, due to Zhang Yoji's demise, thus directing his intense hatred towards Xiao Chen. Wait. Zhang Shi swiftly intercepted him. Commander Zhang, why do you stop me? The Zhang fighter queried, astonished. Have you lost your senses? He is the son of the Northern King. How can you simply approach to kill him? But he has been expelled from the Northern King's residence, has he not? Do you truly believe that? Blood ties cannot be severed so easily. Mark my words. If you take his life today, your entire family will surely face annihilation by dawn. Zhang Shi whispered urgently. What then should we do? Capture him and deliver him to the family lord. Whether to kill or torture him is no longer our concern. Zhang Shi, wise and cautious, was unwilling to take the risk of personally slaying Xiao Chen. Observing the circumstances from the Martial Academy's assessment, it was evident that the Northern Princess was intent on having Xiao Chen return, while the Northern King remained indecisive. In such a precarious situation, daring to kill Xiao Chen could spell disaster for him. Though the Zhang family was formidable, being one of the 5 prominent families of Huangbei City, they were insignificant before the Northern King's residence. Should they slay Xiao Chen, it would be fortunate if the Northern King chose not to pursue the matter. However, if he did, the entire Zhang clan could be obliterated in his wrath. They were merely guards earning a salary. Why risk their lives? Brat, you have slain our young master. You must accompany us. After dismissing the Zhang fighter, Zhang Shi turned to Xiao Chen. Are you concerned that Xiao Zhenbei would not dare to kill me? Truly, there is no need for such apprehension. I, Xiao Chen, am my own person. He, Xiao Zhenbei, is another. Our ties have been irrevocably severed. Xiao Chen spoke indifferently. Ha, you merely engage in idle banter. Were it not for your status as the son of the Northern Guardian King, would you dare to display such audacity before a mere half-step martial master like myself? You believe that your lineage grants you immunity from our wrath, do you not? Zhang Shi sneered dismissively. He considered Xiao Chen to be exceedingly hypocritical, clinging to the favor of the Northern Guardian King while proclaiming a desire to sever ties. Beyond his identity as the son of the Northern Guardian King, Zhang Shi could fathom no other source of Xiao Chen's unshakable composure. A mere 7th-level swordsman. He appeared as feeble as an insect in the presence of a half-step martial master, easily extinguishable with a flick of the wrist. To deal with you, one is more than sufficient. Xiao Chen raised his long sword, pointing it at Zhang Shi. Ha ha ha, young man, have you lost your mind? You, a mere 7th-level swordsman. Dare to confront me, a half-step martial master? Zhang Shi laughed boisterously. The other attendees regarded Xiao Chen with disdain, their eyes filled with scorn. In the Great Xia, it is virtually unheard of for someone to challenge an opponent of a higher realm. Even a minor difference in levels poses a significant challenge. Let alone the considerable disparity between Xiao Chen and Zhang Shi, who stood several realms apart in strength. Xiao Chen had no opportunity whatsoever against Zhang Shi. Xiao Chen remained silent for a moment before striking with a single sword swing. The fierce sword energy swiftly enveloped the surroundings, and in the next heartbeat, Xiao Chen's dragon-slaying sword was poised against Zhang Shi's neck, its sharp blade slicing a delicate incision, from which blood began to flow slowly. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. How could a 7th-level swordsman defeat a half-step martial master in an instant? Brother Liu, did you not tell me that cross-level battles are nearly impossible? A round-faced girl from Zhentian Academy turned to a nearby youth. Liu, her elder companion, stared wide-eyed. Logically, this should be the case, as it was a well-acknowledged tenet within the martial arts community. Why then had Xiao Chen, a mere 7th-level swordsman, so effortlessly dispatched a half-step martial master? The girl's disbelief was palpable. Perhaps it's simply that sword cultivators are exceptionally powerful. Liu pondered, arriving at this conclusion. However, they failed to notice Lin Xingtian, another swordsman nearby, who was equally astonished, her mouth agape. Truly, sword cultivators were formidable. Yet, they were only thought to be invincible within their own realms. She had never encountered a freak like Xiao Chen, a 7th-level swordsman who could obliterate a half-step martial master. Meanwhile, Yuqin Xian gazed at Xiao Chen, who stood merely a step away, her beautiful eyes suddenly shimmering with shock. How could he possess such strength? Time and again, he shattered her understanding. Cross-level battles, especially those transcending several minor realms, were exceedingly rare in the illustrious history of the Great Xia. Those who achieved such feats ultimately became unparalleled true dragons, unmatched throughout the ages. Your power has escalated to this extent? Zhang Shi, glancing at the sword resting against his neck, asked incredulously. Chapter 30. Seeking revenge from Lin Jiansan given that you are merely a guard. I shall spare your life today. Go back and inform Zhang Emohu that if he seeks vengeance for his son, he may come to my Sword Immortal Academy to find Lin Jiansan. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at Zhang Shi, sheathed his sword, and turned to methodically collect the corpses of the wolf demons scattered across the ground into his spatial stone ring. The remains of demonkind could fetch a substantial sum in the Great Xia. Such a resource must not be squandered. The flesh of these beasts is renowned for its exquisite flavor, and when consumed by warriors, it can bolster their vitality. Furthermore, the demon cores are imbued with immense energy, which, when properly processed, can provide the necessary power for martial cultivation. The hides can be fashioned into garments, offering exceptional warmth and a degree of protection. Take, for instance, the armored demon wolf. Its scaled hide is remarkably sturdy, and if crafted into battle armor, it would render the wearer impervious to blades and arrows, significantly enhancing the survival rate of soldiers. Xiao Chen made a rough estimation. The flesh of a demon wolf was worth 50 taels of silver. A demon wolf crystal core 100 taels, and a demon wolf pelt also 50 taels. Thus, the corpses of these dozen or so demon wolves could be sold for at least 2,000 taels. In the Great Xia, where most people struggled to afford a meal, this was indeed a considerable fortune. It is worth noting that the annual income of an ordinary family of 3 barely amounted to 10 taels of silver. This harvest was truly bountiful. Only after collecting the last wolf fang into his spatial stone ring did Xiao Chen, feeling satisfied, call for Lin Xingtian to leave together. There was no choice. Cultivating was expensive, and sword cultivators consumed even more resources. A single sword chi pill cost 50 taels of silver. If he did not manage his finances meticulously, he could not sustain himself. The onlookers gazed at the impeccably clean ground, devoid of even a single wolf hair, their eyes reflecting a hint of astonishment. Just how impoverished was Xiao Chen? He had scavenged everything so thoroughly. Captain Zhang, this kid even swiped the young master's purse, remarked a Zhang clan expert, looking towards Zhang Shi. I am not blind. I saw it too. But what can you do about it? With his formidable combat strength, Do you dare to confront him? Zhang Shi retorted with irritation, instructing someone to carry Zhang Yoji's corpse and turning to leave, heading back to the Zhang residence to report to the clan leader. Meanwhile, Yu Qingxian watched the departing figures of Xiao Chen and Lin Qingxian, a flicker of anger flashing in her eyes. How could Xiao Chen be so brazen, standing so close to another woman right before her? It was utterly unforgivable. Xiao Chen, if you seek trouble, then so be it. Why must you invoke my grandfather's name? Not long after, Lin Qingxian cast an unhappy glance at Xiao Chen. Old man Lin himself said he would cover for me. What is wrong with me mentioning his name? I am risking my life for the academy to earn points. Is it unreasonable to ask old man Lin for a bit of protection? Xiao Chen stated matter-of-factly. Lin Qingxian trembled with anger. What do you mean by you? If it weren't for my timely intervention just now, your life would have been forfeit. To put it plainly, I am your savior. From now on, I entrust the cleanliness of my room to you. You have no objections, do you? Lin Qingxian was about to unleash a scathing retort, but suddenly recalled that it was indeed Xiao Chen who had rescued her, and she begrudgingly swallowed her words, choosing to remain silent for the rest of the journey. At the Sword Immortal Academy, within a dilapidated ancient hall, Lu Ergu, Xiao and Lin Jiansen paced back and forth like ants on a hot skillet, filled with anxiety. Director Qiao, are you truly not going down the mountain to take a look? There are 100 armored demon wolves. Do you really think those two children can withstand that? Lu Ergu could no longer contain his concern, glancing at Xiao. Do you think I desire to remain idle? Xiao retorted. However, there is a pact between the demon and human races, should I intervene. It would incite a furious retaliation from the demon clan, resulting in even greater losses for our people. Xiao took a hearty swig from his flask. This cannot stand. I must go down to assess the situation. Although Qingxian possesses some secret treasures, even she may not endure against so many armored demon wolves for more than a moment. After much hesitation, Lin Jiansen finally resolved, well, I shall accompany you. Why delay? Let us depart quickly. If we tarry, the lives of our villagers will be in jeopardy. The three of them hurriedly turned to exit the hall when suddenly they saw two figures slowly walking in from outside. Upon recognizing the newcomers, the trio was momentarily taken aback. Qingxian, Xiao Chen, how have you returned so swiftly? Lin Jiansen inquired, unable to conceal his astonishment. The two appeared entirely unscathed. Not a drop of blood upon them, leaving him utterly bewildered. In his mind, they should have been embroiled in a fierce battle, their lives hanging by a thread. Given the multitude of armored demon wolves, only a martial master could handle such a threat. Otherwise, it would be far from easy to confront. Previously, had they not volunteered to fight, he would not have permitted them to engage, respecting their dedication to the sword path. Let him speak. Lin Qingxian said with an expression of displeasure, pointing at Xiao Chen. The gaze of Lin Jiansan and the others shifted towards him, and Xiao Chen, in turn, recounted the events that had transpired. You mean to say that you not only severed the heads of over 10 demon wolves with a single stroke, but also dispatched a half-step martial master in an instant? Lin Jiansan asked, utterly flabbergasted. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Xiao Chen nodded. Ha ha ha, young man. I never expected you to be such a braggart. You, a mere 7th-level swordsman, claimed to slay a pack of wolves and defeat a half-step martial master? Are you trying to deceive us? Lin Jiansan and Xiao exchanged glances and could not contain their laughter, bursting into hearty guffaws. Xiao, with a skeptical expression, remarked, integrity is paramount in life. With such claims, how can we ever trust you in the future? While swordsmanship is indeed formidable, Xiao Chen had only just embarked on the path of the sword for half an hour, practicing the rudimentary and inferior heavenly slaughter demon blade technique. How could he possibly exhibit such ferocity? Even Lin Qingxian, who had diligently trained for over a decade, could not reach such heights. Lu Ergo also couldn't help but roll his eyes at Xiao Chen. The youth of today truly possess an insatiable penchant for boasting. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at the individuals present, and in that moment, the spatial stone ring upon his finger emitted a sudden, ethereal glow. Before them, the ground was graced with the formidable corpses of over a dozen demon wolves, their sizes akin to small mountains, which promptly filled a significant portion of the grand hall. The acrid stench of blood permeated the air, causing Lin Qingxian to wrinkle her nose in distaste. Upon witnessing the wolf carcasses strewn across the floor, Lin Jiansan and the others were momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Ergu's face suddenly contorted with fear as he turned to Xiao Chen, incredulously inquiring whether he had indeed slain all these iron-armored demon wolves single-handedly. Though he was not a martial artist, the manner of their demise was evident. Each beast had fallen to a single, precise strike, their wounds smooth and cleanly severed. How could this young lad, merely a novice in the way of the sword, possess such terrifying destructive prowess? Lin Jiansan and Xiao Chen exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. To their understanding, Xiao Chen's current capabilities should have been utterly insufficient to breach the defenses of the iron-armored demon wolves. Yet the clean breaks in the wolf corpses suggested otherwise. Xiao Chen had not only penetrated their armor, but had done so with remarkable ease, which was utterly unfathomable. Qingxian, do enlighten us. What transpired just now? Is what Xiao Chen said truly the case? Lin Jiansan inquired, directing his gaze towards Lin Qingxian. She nodded in affirmation, echoing his words, adding that he had also slain the young master of the Zhang family and had audaciously suggested that the latter seek revenge from his grandfather. At this revelation, the corners of Lin Jiansan's eyes twitched involuntarily as he stared at Xiao Chen, astonished. This rascal had barely descended from the mountain before committing the grave act of slaying the young master of one of the 5 great families, and furthermore, had the audacity to suggest that the family come to him for retribution? Did he expect him to clean up the mess after such reckless behavior? Chapter 31. Whoever killed my son shall face the annihilation of their entire family. Xiao Chen regarded Xiao Chen, his brow furrowed. Young man, you certainly have a knack for attracting trouble. Having only just come down from the mountain, you have already slain a young master of one of the 5 great families. Could you not have exercised a bit more discretion? Xiao Chen shrugged his shoulders, remarking that with the 2 sword kings present, was there any need for him to remain low-key? Moreover, it was that ambitious Zhang who had provoked him first. Xiao Chen shook his head, stating that they would not hastily intervene on his behalf. A swordsman must not cultivate a sense of dependence. Otherwise, the essence of their sharpness would be utterly lost. Could one still be called a swordsman then? A mere Zhang clan, with its strongest member being but a martial general, could be easily vanquished with a mere wave of their hands. However, should that be the case, Xiao Chen would inevitably develop a reliance on them, seeking their assistance at the slightest difficulty, thus jeopardizing the purity of his sword heart. Of course, if he truly faced a life-and-death crisis, they would not stand idly by and allow harm to befall him. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Is that so? Didn't you previously mention that you would look out for me? He chuckled. We were merely being polite. Who would have thought you took it to heart? From now on, any matters that arise, you shall bear the burden yourself. Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, in the grand hall of the Zhang family in Huangbei City, a somber gathering of family members surrounded a lifeless body, the atmosphere thick with tension. No one could have anticipated that not long ago, Zhang Youji had been joyfully accepted into the Zhentian Academy, embarking on a path to greatness, only to abruptly transform into a corpse. A formidable middle-aged man, bearing a stern countenance, occupied the head of the family's seat, his expression as dark as storm clouds, with fierce, bloodshot eyes fixed intently on Zhang Youji's remains. This man was Zhang Mohu, the patriarch of the Zhang family, a fearsome martial general whose mastery of the Shura blade technique had reached an extraordinary level, instilling terror in all who encountered him. Beneath Zhang Mohu, a throng of powerful martial artists filled the hall, numbering 50 to 60 individuals, each exuding a formidable aura. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a 7th-tier martial apprentice, with a dozen or so having attained the terrifying realm of martial masters. Each warrior radiated an intense martial spirit, and their collective presence emanated a chilling pressure that would strike fear into the hearts of any onlooker. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be horrified. Such a concentration of martial prowess within a single family was utterly astounding. This was the might of the Zhang family, one of the 5 great families of Huangbei. At this moment, a deep-seated fury simmered in the eyes of all present. Their young master had been ruthlessly slain in Huangbei City. How audacious of someone to commit such an act! Zhang Youji's body lay stiff and pale, his lips tinged with a bluish hue. The blood from the gaping wound on his forehead dried and congealed. Even now, his eyes remained wide open, reflecting sheer terror, as if he were unable to find peace in death. Before his corpse knelt 5 middle-aged men, their arms severed and their faces ashen. They were Zhang Shi and his companions. After bringing the body back to the Zhang family, Zhang Mohu had erupted in a fit of rage, denying them even a moment to speak before he brutally severed their arms in a furious outburst, only then convening the family for a meeting in the hall. Zhang Shi, the patriarch entrusted you with the protection of our young master. Is this how you fulfill that duty? Who dares to lay hands on my family's young master? I will annihilate his entire clan. Zhang Mohu thundered. Zhang Shi, speak clearly at once. Several Zhang family warriors glared with indignation. The Zhang family had always been domineering in Huangbei City, disregarding all but a few powerful figures. Now, with their young master viciously murdered, they could not let this affront go unpunished. Failure to avenge this would render their standing in Huangbei City untenable. In their hearts, they vowed that once Zhang Shi revealed the name of the perpetrator, they would immediately descend upon him, ensuring the complete eradication of his entire family, leaving not a single creature alive. In Huangbei City, there were few who could withstand the wrath of the Zhang family. Huh? You think you can exterminate his entire lineage? I fear that once I reveal his name, you will be too terrified to act. Zhang Shi sneered coldly. He had initially assumed that upon returning to the Zhang family, Zhang Yimou would at least take the time to comprehend the situation before passing judgment on them. Under such circumstances, they might have had a glimmer of hope, especially since it was Zhang Yoji who had recklessly cast them aside. However, to his astonishment, upon witnessing Zhang Yoji's lifeless body, Zhang Yimou unhesitatingly severed their arms and dispatched men to their home with the intent of exterminating their entire clan. Such a patriarch truly instills a sense of desolation. Given this, he would no longer extend any courtesy to the Zhang family. Zhang Shi, you must have lost your wits. In the illustrious Zhang family, who in the North Wilderness City could possibly rival us? Indeed, you must be envious of the patriarch's decree to annihilate your lineage, resorting to alarmist rhetoric. The patriarch is a martial general. Aside from a few titans in North Wilderness City, none can stand against him. Even if the 5 great families were behind this, we will demand blood for blood. A group of Zhang family warriors spoke with disdain, their expressions revealing their skepticism towards Zhang Shi's claims. Could a mere name instill such terror in them? Impossible. Zhang Shi, spare me your theatrics. Reveal the name of the murderer, and perhaps I may grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I shall ensure you suffer 1,000 tortures. Zhang Yimou rasped, fixing his gaze on Zhang Shi. Speak. Which beast committed the deed? I eagerly await the chance to wipe out his entire lineage. Hurry, my blade is thirsting for blood. I long to toy with the women of his family until their last breath. The group of Zhang family warriors echoed his fervor, their eyes aflame with bloodlust, hands poised upon their blades, eager for action. Very well, I hope you will follow through on your words and ensure his family has complete destruction. The murderer of Zhang Yoji is none other than the son of the Northtown King, Xiao Chen. Haha. Hurry to the Northtown King's residence and wipe out his entire clan. Zhang Shi fixed his gaze upon Zhang Yimou's eyes, enunciating each word with precision. At this revelation, all present were struck with horror, their faces paling in disbelief. The killer was the son of the Northtown King? How could they possibly seek vengeance for this? Though the Zhang family was powerful, before the Northtown King, they were insignificant. Not only would they not dare to obliterate an entire clan, but they also lacked the courage to confront the Northtown King directly. The Northtown King was one of the 10 martial kings of the Great Xia, commanding an army of 100,000 elite cavalry, with countless masters within his residence. It is no exaggeration to state that if the Northtown King desired the destruction of the Zhang family, he need not lift a finger. With a mere command, the entire Zhang family would vanish without a trace. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yimou's expression turned exceedingly grim. He had initially intended to lead his men to annihilate the murderer's entire lineage. Yet, to his shock, the perpetrator was the son of the Northtown King. Although the latter was a disowned scion, cursed by the heavens, that did not grant him the audacity to take his life. Blood ties cannot simply be severed at will. No matter how fierce the disputes within the Zhang family may be, they merely represent internal conflicts. However, should the Zhang family dare to harm Xiao Chen, the formidable character of the Northern King would not hesitate to annihilate the entire Zhang lineage in an instant. Yet, he possesses only this one son. If this vendetta remains unavenged, he would find it impossible to swallow such indignation. He cast a downward glance at Zhang Yoji's lifeless face, his expression shrouded in gloom. Suddenly, an idea seemed to dawn upon him, and he turned to Zhang Shi, accusingly stating, "You are lying. The murderer of my son was clearly a master swordsman, who pierced my son's forehead with a single strike, possessing no less than the prowess of a 7th-level swordsman. How could Xiao Chen, who has only been in the Sword Immortal Academy for mere hours, and is cursed by the heavens, possibly wield such terrifying strength? Speak. Who truly killed my son? Mastery of the sword is the most arduous path of all, heavily reliant on innate talent, and the Sword Immortal Academy has long since waned, depleted of spirit stones, and has not produced a single swordsman in many years. How could Xiao Chen, in such a brief span of time, embrace the way of the sword? Even if he did embrace it, he could not immediately possess such formidable swordsmanship. Even the prodigious Xiao Tian of the Xiao family would find such an achievement unattainable. Chapter 32. My dear, why do you keep mentioning that harbinger of doom? He chuckled. Xiao Chen is a waste? I wonder who uttered such nonsense. If Xiao Chen is a waste, then our entire great Xia is filled with nothing but waste. No, it is even inferior to waste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Shi burst into laughter. A waste? A person capable of swiftly defeating someone like him, who stands at the threshold of martial mastery, could hardly be deemed a waste. If Xiao Chen is deemed a worthless being, who in the entire great Xia would dare to claim the title of a prodigy? Zhang Mohu furrowed his brow, questioning. What do you mean? I discovered that he had slain Zhang Yoji. Initially, I intended to bring him back to the Zhang family. But he dispatched me with a single stroke of his sword. What do you think I mean by that? Upon hearing these words, everyone present nearly experienced cardiac arrest, their faces betraying expressions of profound astonishment. Xiao Chen effortlessly dispatched Zhang Shi, a half-step martial master, with a single stroke, just an hour prior. Xiao Chen was merely a 7th-level martial apprentice. This implies that within the span of that hour, Xiao Chen not only ascended to the rank of sword cultivator, but also acquired the formidable prowess to transcend 2 realms in battle. How could this possibly be? Zhang Shi, do you truly wish to hear the absurdity of your own words? In the entirety of the Great Xia, only extraordinary prodigies can slay foes beyond their level. How could someone cursed by the heavens, like Xiao Chen, possess such terrifying talent? Zhang Mohu found it exceedingly difficult to believe. His gaze piercing into Zhang Shi's as he coldly inquired. Haha, the 4 guards who accompanied me witnessed it firsthand. If you doubt me, ask them. Zhang Shi turned to the guards behind him. Was he speaking the truth? Indeed, Commander Zhang initially intended to capture Xiao Chen, yet with a mere flick of his sword, Xiao Chen subdued him. Had he harbored any intent to kill, Commander Zhang would now be a lifeless corpse. Upon hearing the guard's account, myriad expressions of shock flickered in Zhang Mohu's eyes, leading him to accept their words as truth. The eyes cannot deceive. The terror and astonishment reflected in the guard's recollection were undeniably genuine. Could it be that severing ties with Xiao Chen and publicly branding him as a good-for-nothing was merely a ruse orchestrated by the Northern King's manor to obscure Xiao Chen's extraordinary gifts in collusion with the Holy Wilderness Academy? Over the past decade, the demon race has been covertly hunting the human prodigies. If Xiao Chen indeed possesses such astonishing potential, it would not be surprising for the Northern King to employ such measures to safeguard him. Patriarch, it seems we cannot seek vengeance for this grievance. The Northern King is unmatched in combat. Even if we unite, we would not withstand a single blow. A cautious Zhang family warrior remarked. Given the current circumstances, it appears that Xiao Chen is not a discarded pawn of the Northern King's manor, but rather a hidden prodigy. Anyone who dares to harm Xiao Chen would likely incur the wrath of the Northern King. Not even a mere Zhang family could bear the repercussions, let alone the Lord of Northern City. Zhang Laoba, what do you mean by that? Were you not just saying you would annihilate their entire family and toy with their women? Why the sudden change of heart? Why do you appear so cowardly? Spare me the nonsense. I, Zhang Laoba, have always stood for courage. Who in the Zhang family does not know this? But bravery does not equate to courting death. The opponent is the Northern King. Who could possibly contend with him? Are you suggesting that we simply let the young master's vendetta go unresolved? Several Zhang family warriors could no longer tolerate the discourse and began to argue among themselves. As he observed the heated debate among the crowd, Zhang Mohu's expression shifted, wrestling with uncertainty. After much deliberation, he gritted his teeth and bellowed, Enough. Silence. Relay my orders. All Zhang family warriors shall accompany me with my son's remains to the Northern King's manor. The Northern King's son has committed an atrocity, and I demand justice. Patriarch, might this course of action be ill-advised? After all, it is the Northern King. An elder Zhang family warrior softly cautioned. One must adhere to reason. While the Northern King is formidable, one cannot disregard principles. A multitude of us seeks retribution. I refuse to believe he can annihilate us all. Zhang Mohu gritted his teeth. In terms of strength, his family could never rival the Northern Town Prince's manor. Yet he understood that Xiao Zhenbei was exceedingly concerned with his reputation. By making such a grand display and confronting Xiao Zhenbei, the latter would find it difficult to stoop to the level of executing him. Of course, this was a gamble, fraught with peril. However, with his beloved only son murdered, remaining passive was simply intolerable. After all, even in death, his son's eyes could not be closed, and as a father, he had to seek justice on behalf of his child. Meanwhile, at the Northern Town Prince's manor, in a grand hall, Xiao Zhenbei was enjoying tea with an ethereal elder. The very same Zhang Qitian who had previously predicted Xiao Chen's future at the sacred wilderness square based on his martial spirit realm. Elder, is it truly possible for my son, Ling Tian, to gain admission to the sacred wilderness academy? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at Zhang Qitian with a countenance brimming with excitement. Initially, he harbored little hope regarding Xiao Lingtian's admission to the sacred wilderness academy. However, to his astonishment, Zhang Qitian proactively approached him, expressing the possibility of enrolling Xiao Lingtian. This news elated both him and Wen Wanrong immensely. Although their eldest son had fallen from grace and was nearing the end of his lifespan, the prospect of their younger son seizing the opportunity for transformation into a dragon filled their hearts with gratitude. The faint sorrow over their eldest son's demise was instantly dispelled. I had intended to invite Xiao Chen to our sacred wilderness academy, but alas, he became a victim of celestial jealousy and was rendered powerless. Now, for reasons unknown, even his martial spirit seems dormant, leaving me with no option but to select the most gifted candidate from this year's examination, Xiao Lingtian, for admission. Zhang Qitian remarked with a sip of tea, his expression tinged with regret. In truth, he held little regard for Xiao Lingtian's talents, considering him merely an earthly grade. His true admiration was reserved for the prodigious Xiao Chen, whose innate royal physique merited the nurturing of the sacred wilderness academy. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Thus, he reluctantly resolved to bring Xiao Lingtian back with him. Senior, do you believe Chen could become a sword cultivator at the Sword Immortal Academy? Wen Wanrong inquired. Unable to contain her curiosity, Mother, what are you thinking? Xiao Lingtian interjected. Chen is cursed by the heavens, destined to be ensnared by misfortune. How could he possibly become a sword cultivator? Xiao Lingtian was instantly displeased, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. It was truly infuriating that Xiao Chen, who had severed ties with the Xiao family, could still occupy his mother's thoughts. Had he not appeared, he would have continued to bask in the affection of his parents. Lingtian, he is still your brother. Mother, he is no longer my brother. He has cut off all connections with our family. He is nothing but a useless being, a harbinger of misfortune. Lingtian, how can you speak of your brother in such a manner? Your previous attitude towards him was not like this at all. Wen Wanrong's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to comprehend why her youngest son harbored such disdain for his elder brother. Before the elder brother's dantian was shattered, the younger son had held him in great respect. Xiao Lingtian lowered his head in silence, yet a torrent of resentment flickered in his eyes. Was he not once different towards Xiao Chen? That was merely a matter of timing. Ever since that fateful day when enemies invaded, and he deliberately refrained from leaving, crippling Xiao Chen's dantian, he resolved to pursue an alternate path in life. Why should Xiao Chen, born with a royal physique, reign supreme from birth? Meanwhile, Xiao Lingtian must endure a lifetime in the shadow of Xiao Chen, even though Xiao Chen had always treated him kindly. He refused to live such a humble existence. Zhang Qitian glanced at Xiao Lingtian, slightly furrowing his brow before turning his gaze toward Wen Wanrong. Those favored by heaven are destined to be estranged from the Tao, and the sword Tao, being the most formidable path of destruction, is exceedingly arduous to cultivate. It is not only that Xiao Chen has already been cursed by the heavenly way, even without such a curse, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to become a sword cultivator. Is there truly no glimmer of hope? None whatsoever. Zhang Qitian shook his head. Mother, do you now believe? Sword cultivators are invariably invincible among their peers, exceedingly rare. How could that waste, Xiao Chen, possibly become a sword cultivator? Xiao Lingtian expressed his schadenfreude. Perhaps my desires were too lofty. A flicker of subtle disappointment crossed Wen Wan's eyes. Yet the thought of her youngest son soon soaring to great heights made that disappointment evaporate in an instant. Perhaps this is Xiao Chen's fate. He is destined to be overshadowed by Xiao Lingtian. My lady, today marks a momentous occasion for Lingtian. Why do you persist in mentioning that ill-fated star? He is already rendered useless, and he no longer has any ties to my northern king's manor. One must always look forward in life. Xiao Zhenbei could not restrain himself from speaking, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. The northern king's manor could not accommodate the worthless. Moreover, he was a man cursed by the heavenly path, a harbinger of misfortune. Henceforth, Xiao Zhenbei would have but one son, the soaring Xiao Lingtian, who was about to enter the sacred wilderness academy. As for Xiao Chen, he was merely a discarded pawn, utterly insignificant. Chapter 33. Zhang Mohu's morning attire blocks the door, however, when Wanrong felt a twinge of discomfort in her heart. Madam, that wretched offspring has been rendered useless and is cursed by the heavenly path. If you do not sever ties with him, You will surely be dragged down by his misfortunes. Heed my words. Let us regard him as though he were never born." Upon contemplating the severance of ties between Xiao Chen and themselves, Xiao Zhenbei was filled with a trembling fury. Yet, he failed to consider the underlying reasons for Xiao Chen's actions, nor did he recognize that his excessive favoritism towards Xiao Lingtian, coupled with his utter disregard for Xiao Chen's feelings, had culminated in this unfortunate outcome. Instead, he shifted the entire blame onto Xiao Chen. After all, he was the king of the north. How could he possibly be at fault? Indeed, mother, that good-for-nothing Xiao Chen is destined to live only a few more days. Why do you even concern yourself with him? Xiao Lingtian expressed his dissatisfaction. Listening to the conversation of this family, Zhang Qi fell into a contemplative silence. He was astonished to discover the stark disparity in treatment between Xiao Chen and Xiao Lingtian, both sons of the northern king. One basked in glory and affection, while the other was deprived of parental love. In truth, he personally favored Xiao Chen more. Despite being in dire circumstances, he maintained a remarkable composure. Merely this quality of grace surpassed that of the petty Xiao Lingtian by leaps and bounds. Furthermore, in terms of innate talent, Xiao Chen was significantly superior. Xiao Lingtian was merely of the heavenly stage, while Xiao Chen possessed the regal body. Although the heavenly stage was formidable, it paled in comparison to the royal physique. Regrettably, Xiao Chen was afflicted by the curse of destiny, with his life expected to be tragically brief. Nonetheless, Zhang Qi harbored a peculiar feeling regarding the pronouncement from the martial spirit realm concerning Xiao Chen. It seemed as though the second half of the statement had been deliberately obscured. Yet, the martial spirit mirror was an ancient divine artifact, shrouded in mystery. What could possibly veil the celestial secrets of the martial spirit realm? Your Highness, the head of the Zhang family requests an audience outside. He seeks justice from you. The area outside the manor is already crowded with people. You must go and take a look. At that moment, a royal guard hurriedly entered the hall to report to Xiao Zhenbei. Upon hearing these words, everyone present was taken aback. Could it be that Zhang Yimou who had the audacity to come to the northern king's manor to demand justice? Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brow slightly. Did he not articulate the reason? He claimed that his son was slain by the young master. Lingtian, did you take the life of Zhang Yoji? Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily taken aback, turning to gaze at Xiao Lingtian, his eyes filled with astonishment. He was somewhat familiar with Zhang Yoji, a renowned prodigy from Huangbei City, whose prowess with the Shura blade technique was truly formidable. Just a month ago, he and Xiao Lingtian had clashed violently over Yiqing Xian, with Xiao Lingtian barely emerging victorious by a hair's breadth. How could it be that so little time has passed, and Xiao Lingtian has managed to slay Zhang Yoji? Not long ago, Zhang Yoji had appeared at the Martial Academy's assessment, and now, merely an hour later, he was dead. Could it be that Xiao Lingtian had engaged Zhang Yoji once more at Huangbei Square? Father, how could this be possible? I indeed have some grievances with Zhang Yoji, but I have not encountered him today at all. Xiao Lingtian shook his head. In truth, there were certain words he found difficult to articulate. Even if he were to confront the situation, he lacked the capacity to eliminate Zhang Yoji. After all, Zhang Yoji was among the top 10 prodigies in the entirety of Huangbei City, with far more extensive training than he had. Currently, he could barely manage to surpass him. The prospect of killing him was utterly impossible. Not only for himself, but within the young generation of Huangbei City, there was no one capable of vanquishing Zhang Yoji. How could Zhang Mohu have the audacity to slander my northern guardian manor? Let us go and investigate. Xiao Zhenbei's expression suddenly darkened, and he strode directly towards the door. He had never imagined that Zhang Yoji would be slain by Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen's dantian was shattered, he had lost all his cultivation and only recently began to recover. Furthermore, burdened by the curse of the heavenly Tao, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth had become exceedingly arduous for him, rendering it inconceivable that he possessed the strength to kill Zhang Yoji. Xiao Lingtian and his companions followed closely behind. At the entrance of the northern town king's manor, Zhang Mohu proclaimed, "My son, Zhang Yoji, has been brutally slain by the son of the northern town king today. I, Zhang Mohu, though aware of my inferiority to the northern town king, must seek justice for my son as a father. I implore the esteemed elders and fellow villagers to bear witness." Accompanied by a group of Zhang family warriors clad in mourning attire, he stood before a pale corpse, his expression fraught with sorrow and indignation. Alas, Zhang Yoji is dead? He was among the most formidable talents of Huangbei City. Who could possibly have the strength to vanquish him? Has Xiao Lingtian suddenly grown so powerful? Yet, I recall that last month, Xiao Lingdian barely triumphed in a battle against Zhang Yoji. How could he have ascended in strength so swiftly to annihilate him? Surely it must be Xiao Lingtian. It cannot possibly be that useless Xiao Chen, murmured the crowd, their speculations rife. In their eyes, Xiao Chen was rendered ineffectual, and the northern town king's sole son was the only one capable of contending with Zhang Yoji, thus implicating Xiao Lingtian in this tragedy. News of Zhang Mohu's son being murdered and his demand for justice at the northern town king's manor spread like wildfire. Soon, an increasing throng gathered at the manor, eager to witness the unfolding drama. The northern town king had long commanded respect and fear in Huangbei City. Few dared to oppose him. Yet today, Zhang Mohu's audacity was nothing short of audacious, and one could only speculate whether the wrath of the northern town king would lead to the annihilation of the Zhang family, one of the 5 prominent clans. Moments later, the grim-faced Xiao Zhenbei emerged from the northern town king's manor. Upon seeing Zhang Mohu and his followers clad in mourning garb blocking the entrance, his expression darkened further. Zhang Mohu, what is the meaning of this? Have you come here to invoke my ire? As Xiao Zhenbei's fury became palpable, fear swept across the faces of those present, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. Zhang Mohu, too, felt a flicker of trepidation, contemplating retreat. Yet, fueled by the grief of his beloved son's untimely death, he steeled himself and met Xiao Zhenbei's gaze, declaring, "My lord, I recognize your formidable strength, yet justice must prevail. Your son has unjustly taken my son's life. Even you, as the northern town king, must provide an explanation." With that, Zhang Mohu gestured for his men to part, revealing the lifeless body lying on the ground. Its pallor a testament to the tragedy that had unfolded. Sword energy? Xiao Zhenbei cast a glance at the wounds on the corpse, his expression subtly shifting as a hint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. He raised his gaze toward Zhang Mohu, saying, "The wounds on your son are entwined with sword energy, clearly indicating he was slain by a swordsman. Yet you choose to cast aspersions on my son, Ling Tian. What is your true intention?" At that moment, he was genuinely enraged. His son, Xiao Ling Tian, practiced martial arts with an emphasis on fist techniques, having no connection whatsoever to swordsmanship. To implicate his son in the death of Zhang Mohu's child, who fell victim to a swordsman, was utterly preposterous. In the realm of martial arts, swordsmen wield the most formidable killing power. He indeed wished that the Wang Fu of the north could produce a swordsman. But becoming one was an arduous task, one that Xiao Ling Tian was simply incapable of achieving. Xiao Zhenbei cast a dark and brooding gaze upon Zhang Mohu. An overwhelming and terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his being, enveloping the surroundings. Zhang Mohu felt as though an immense mountain was pressing down upon him, causing his face to flush crimson and veins to bulge ominously. It was Xiao Chen Xia. My son was slain by Xiao Chen Xia. Zhang Mohu struggled to utter these words with every ounce of strength he could muster. Chapter 34. The marriage certificate has found its way to me. Upon hearing this proclamation, the gathered crowd fell into a stunned silence, regarding Zhang Mohu with expressions akin to that of bewildered onlookers. Xiao Chen? A sword practitioner? Do you wish to reflect upon the absurdity of your words? Xiao Chen is a person cursed by fate, inherently rejected by the principles of the universe. How could such an individual possibly become a sword cultivator? Xiao Zhenbei, in a fit of rage, couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Mohu, it seems you truly have a death wish, daring to utter such blatant lies. Is it that you harbor a grudge against me, Xiao Zhenbei, and are deliberately using that wretched creature to insult the Northern Duke's mansion? Just an hour ago, I sensed that although Xiao Chen had regained his talent, he possessed no cultivation whatsoever. Yet, within less than an hour, he not only comprehended the most difficult swordsmanship, but also acquired the strength to defeat Zhang Yoji. How is that conceivable? I had thought Zhang Mohu was genuinely aggrieved, but it appears he has brazenly sought death at the Northern Duke's mansion. If that useless Xiao Chen could become a sword cultivator, then I might as well claim to be a sword immortal. Indeed, furthermore, Zhang Yoji is a 7th-level martial apprentice, a paragon among the youth of the entire Huangbei city, while Xiao Chen had recently been devoid of any cultivation. Not to mention, he is a person cursed by the heavens, rejected by the Tao. How could he possibly attain the power to slay Zhang Yoji so swiftly? This is madness. Zhang Mohu must have lost his senses. Those present also believed that Zhang Mohu could not bear the pain of losing his son and had succumbed to madness. Many regarded him with sympathetic eyes, lamenting the fall from grace of a once great figure in Huangbei City to such a dismal state. My lord, every word I speak is the truth. Had I not possessed irrefutable evidence, would I dare to speak so recklessly before you? Am I courting death? Zhang Mohu, with reddened eyes, Defended himself? Zhang Mohu, do you even comprehend what you are saying? The difficulty of the sword path is such that even I find it challenging to grasp. How could a mere Xiao Chen, a waste cursed by the heavenly Tao, possibly become a sword cultivator? What nonsense is this? Xiao could no longer contain himself and spoke out in reproach. Enough. Depart at once. Otherwise, there shall be no need for the Zhang family to exist in Jinbei City after today. Zhang Mohu attempted to retort, but Xiao Jinbei coldly interrupted him. Patriarch, we should take our leave. We cannot withstand the wrath of the Jinbei king. Indeed, Patriarch, please consider the greater picture. We shall deliberate on the young master's grievances upon our return, taking our time to strategize. The martial artists of the Zhang family, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Xiao Jinbei, were instantly filled with trepidation. Many among them were merely retainers of the Zhang family, engaged in service for remuneration. Although the Zhang family compensated them handsomely, they had no intention of risking their lives. Xiao Jinbei's strength is nothing short of terrifying. Should he choose to strike, they would have no opportunity to flee. Gradual planning? Open your eyes and behold, my son passed away without even closing his eyes. Do you suggest I engage in gradual planning? Is it not merely a death? Today, even if I must sacrifice my own life, I shall demand an explanation from Xiao Jinbei. Upon witnessing the weakness of his subordinates, Zhang Mohu was instantly consumed by fury. Xiao Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly. Addressing Zhang Mohu, it seems that I have not taken action for too long, and you no longer regard me with the respect I deserve. As he spoke, he slowly clenched his fist, an overwhelming aura of martial prowess emanating from him, akin to a fearsome beast awakening from its slumber, instilling an acute sense of danger. Zhang Mohu felt himself ensnared by Xiao Jinbei's oppressive presence. Just as he attempted to resist, he was horrified to discover that he was rendered completely immobile. Utterly subdued by Xiao Jinbei's might, stripped of any power to fight back, a wave of shock surged through him. Although he had always been aware of Xiao Jinbei's extraordinary combat capabilities, he never anticipated them to be so terrifying that merely the release of his aura could incapacitate a formidable warrior of the martial general realm. This was truly horrifying. My lord, do you not fear that the world will conspire against you behind your back? Zhang Mohu gritted his teeth and questioned. As long as I, Xiao Jinbei, draw breath, who dares? If there are those foolish enough to defy me, they shall be extinguished. Why should I concern myself with such matters? Xiao Jinbei let out a cold laugh, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Under the overwhelming pressure of his formidable presence, Zhang Mohu felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Despair washed over him as he closed his eyes, only to suddenly reopen them in a fit of rage, bellowing towards the heavens, Xiao Chen, I, Zhang Mohu, will not allow you to escape my wrath even in death. However, just as Zhang Mohu resigned himself to his fate, a soft and melodious voice unexpectedly resonated from the crowd. Wait. The onlookers turned to see a stunning figure gracefully emerging from the throng. A moment of astonishment swept through the crowd. It was the 9th princess of Daxia, Xian. What was she doing here, and why was she interceding for Zhang Mohu? Did she intend to spare him? Xiao Jinbei's movement to strike momentarily halted as he turned to face the speaker. Upon recognizing Xian, his brow furrowed slightly, and he spoke in a deep, somber tone. Xian, what do you mean by this? Do you intend to prevent me from eliminating Zhang Mohu? Although Xian was the most cherished 9th princess of the Summer Emperor, in the presence of Xiao Jinbei, she remained merely a junior. Her earnest attempt to undermine him stirred a sense of discontent within him. Uncle Xiao, there is a misunderstanding here. What misunderstanding? Master Zhang did not lie. Zhang Yoji was indeed killed by Xiao Chen, and he was slain in a single stroke. I was present at the scene. Xian spoke slowly. Her words resonated like thunderclaps in the ears of the onlookers, each face reflecting a look of incredulity. Could it be true that Zhang Yoji was indeed slain by Xiao Chen, and in but a single strike? How could this be possible? Xiao Jinbei was utterly astonished. The individual regarded by many as a mere waste, Xiao Chen, had, in less than an hour's time, ascended to the status of a sword cultivator, his prowess soaring to unprecedented heights as he effortlessly dispatched the martial prodigy Zhang Yoji with a single strike. Zhang Yoji's strength was on par with Xiao. If Xiao Chen could eliminate Zhang Yoji in an instant, did that not imply he could similarly vanquish Xiao, the eldest son, whom he had considered worthless for years, had surpassed the so-called young true dragon, Xiao by such a margin? Could it be that heaven was playing a cruel joke on them? Xian, could it be that you were mistaken? Xiao Chen is a man cursed by heaven, a veritable inept. How could he possibly become a sword cultivator? Xiao could no longer contain himself and shouted loudly. Yi Qingxian cast an indifferent glance at Xiao Lingtian, remaining silent. Worthless? Until today, she had indeed regarded Xiao Chen as insignificant and Xiao Lingtian as a prodigy, but after witnessing Xiao Chen's remarkable demeanor today, her perspective had completely transformed. Xiao Chen may indeed be a victim of fate. Yet the concealed second half of the phrase regarding the martial spirit realm must hold profound significance. The age-old adage that those favored by heaven are destined for an untimely demise might very well be shattered through Xiao Chen's existence. Just as it has been a universal truth that no one has ever restored their essence after the destruction of their dantian, Xiao Chen has achieved the impossible. There must be a hidden, extraordinary fortune within him that she must seize. Upon encountering Yi Qingxuan's icy demeanor, Xiao Lingtian's heart was deeply wounded. How could she regard him with such a gaze? Did she not profess that in her eyes, he would always be the best? Xiao Chen. It is solely due to Xiao Chen that Yi Qingxian has altered her disposition. Xiao Chen, you truly deserve to die. Standing beside him, Zhentian, who had remained silent, also displayed a myriad of astonishment in his eyes. Xiao Chen has become a sword cultivator, and he has attained such formidable prowess immediately upon his transformation? Could it be that the latter half of the phrase from the martial spirit mirror, which had not previously manifested, indeed harbors profound mysteries? If this is the case, he must spare no effort to bring Xiao Chen to the Sacred Wilderness Academy. The academy possesses an array of sword scriptures, which could undoubtedly nurture Xiao Chen's journey in the sword path. A prodigy capable of stepping into the realm of swordsmanship within a single hour is truly unprecedented. Even if it costs him dearly, as long as he can secure Xiao Chen for the Sacred Wilderness Academy, it would be an immense gain. Elder, is it truly possible for that little rascal to become a sword cultivator? Xiao Zhenbei turned to Zhentian. Logically speaking, those cursed by the heavenly Tao are fundamentally estranged from the path and cannot possibly become sword cultivators. Yet, I have always felt that the pronouncement made on that day in the martial spirit realm still harbors an undisclosed half. Perhaps the secret lies within that latter part. However, I cannot be certain. I need to consult my senior brother, the Sage of the Wilds. Zhentian furrowed his brow. Upon hearing the name of the Sage of the Wilds, the expressions of those present shifted dramatically. The Sage of the Wilds. The current head of the Sage of the Wilds Academy possesses unfathomable combat prowess and is one of the pinnacle figures of the Great Xia, transcending even the 10 kings of Great Xia. It is said that he is already 200 years old, his martial arts cultivation extraordinarily formidable. Over the past century, the demon race has launched multiple assaults on the Sage of the Wilds Academy, all of which have ended in defeat, primarily due to the formidable presence of the Sage of the Wilds. If the 10 kings of Great Xia symbolize glory, then the Sage of the Wilds resembles an ethereal legend. His reputation is widespread yet shrouded in mystery, seldom revealing himself before the public. Yet, every time he takes action, he creates a tremendous upheaval, leaving all in awe. Then we must trouble the esteemed elder. The Sage of the Wilds is well versed in ancient and modern knowledge, and will surely understand the intricacies involved. A look of reverence surfaced on Xiao Zhenbei's face. Though he was one of the 10 kings of Daxia, before the elder of Sacred Wilderness, he was merely a junior, with a vast disparity between them. I shall contact my senior brother immediately, Zhentian said with a faint nod, as a white square communication jade tablet materialized in his hand. With a mere thought, a line of golden script emerged upon the jade tablet, only to vanish in the blink of an eye. Having completed this, Zhentian stowed the tablet away. Now, we await my senior brother's response. By the way, King of the North, I wish to recruit Xiao Chen into our Sacred Wilderness Academy. What are your thoughts on this? At this declaration, all present were momentarily taken aback. To recruit Xiao Chen into the Sacred Wilderness Academy? Previously, the Academy had clearly looked down upon him. Yet now, having entered the Sword Immortal Academy and awakened unparalleled swordsmanship talent, the Sacred Wilderness Academy sought to snatch him away? Was this not exceedingly shameless? Even Xiao Zhenbei's eyes were filled with astonishment, hesitating to reply. Elder, but my son has already entered the Sword Immortal Academy. That is of no consequence. I shall personally visit the Sword Immortal Academy to negotiate with Xiao. Whatever compensation they desire, our Sacred Wilderness Academy shall provide. I trust they will grant me some face, Zhentian replied slowly, a hint of pride gracing his countenance. The Sacred Wilderness Academy had never failed to secure the talents they coveted. Although poaching from other academies bore a certain stigma, he could not afford to be concerned with appearances now. Securing the prodigious Xiao Chen was of paramount importance. Ideally, Xiao would acquiesce. If not, he would seize him regardless. Meanwhile, Zhang Mohu's expression turned ashen upon hearing this. His intention for today was to leverage public pressure to compel Xiao Zhenbei into providing an explanation. Unexpectedly, it had led Zhentian to recognize Xiao Chen's astonishing talents, igniting his desire to recruit him. With the protection of the Sacred Wilderness Academy, any hopes of revenge he harbored were now dashed. Elder. But Xiao Chen has slain my son. He is a ruthless villain. Zhang Mohu protested. The Sacred Wilderness Academy is a reputable institution. How could they, Master Zhang? Have you never taken a life? I would wager that you have extinguished 100 lives more than Xiao Chen has. Are you also a villain? Zhentian cast a calm glance at Zhang Mohu and remarked nonchalantly. Kill? As a martial artist, who among us has not blood on our hands? Is this the matter you wish to raise? Even if Xiao Chen had not merely killed your son, but had slaughtered your entire clan, so what? The Sacred Wilderness Academy would still embrace him. Zhang Mohu was rendered speechless. King of the North, I intend to pay a visit to the Sword Immortal Academy first. Will you accompany me? Certainly. Xiao Zhenbei and Zhang Qitian were on their way to the Sword Immortal Academy in search of Xiao Chen. Hold on. At that moment, Yiqin Xian suddenly spoke up. What is it? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at Yiqin Xian. Xiao Chen inadvertently left the marriage certificate with me. I intend to return it to the Prince of Zhenbei for safekeeping. Yiqin Xian approached Xiao Zhenbei and handed over a document. Her revelation of Xiao Chen's identity as a sword cultivator was orchestrated for this very moment. Observing this scene, Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brow. Yiqin Xian had previously asserted her intention to annul her engagement with Xiao Chen, so what was the significance of this public display? Chapter 35. A fist that shattered Xiao Lingtian Qin Xian. Did you not claim that you had already severed ties with that useless Xiao Chen and wished to be with me? Why have you not yet destroyed this marriage certificate? As Xiao Zhenbei was about to speak, Xiao Lingtian suddenly called out with a face full of despair. His eyes were filled with shock and disappointment. Yiqin Xian was actually planning to return the marriage contract to Xiao Zhenbei, which implied that she did not intend to break off the engagement. Hadn't she always expressed her intense aversion towards Xiao Chen and her desire to be with him? How could her stance change so abruptly? Upon hearing this, many in the crowd cast disdainful glances at Xiao Lingtian. As a younger brother, how could he attempt to covet his elder brother's fiancée? What was wrong with this world that allowed such inhumane behavior? No wonder Xiao Chen had been forced to leave the Northern King's manor. With such a brother, who could endure it? Xiao Lingtian, please have some self-respect. I am Xiao Chen's fiancée, your future sister-in-law. The way you speak is utterly unreasonable. Yiqin Xian remarked with indifference, casting a cold glance at Xiao Lingtian. As for breaking off the engagement with Xiao Chen, she had indeed considered it over the years, but after witnessing Xiao Chen's terrifying swordsmanship talent, her mind had changed. Xiao Ling's innate talent is formidable, truly deserving of the title of a prodigious genius. However, when placed in the presence of Xiao Chen, an unparalleled sword immortal in the making, her brilliance pales in comparison. Moreover, it is utterly unacceptable for her to witness Xiao Chen, mere moments after their annulment, entangled with a woman of even greater beauty. She is resolute in her determination to reclaim Xiao Chen. Ha ha, is this unreasonable? Yiqin Xian, I cherished you so deeply. I even went so far as to severely injure that useless Xiao Chen to facilitate our divorce, and yet you respond in this manner? Xiao Lingtian's gaze was shrouded in despair as he let out a bitter laugh. At his words, the crowd below was once again taken aback. For the sake of a woman, he had grievously injured his own brother? Is this something a person can truly do? Lingtian, you actually harmed your brother, when Wanrong exclaimed. Unable to comprehend what she had just heard, her face a portrait of shock as she stared at Xiao Lingtian. It turned out that what the eldest son had said previously was indeed true. Xiao Lingtian had genuinely inflicted harm upon him. How absurd she had been to think the eldest son was lying, deeming him of low character. In retrospect, she realized she had been gravely mistaken. Xiao Lingtian's eyes were filled with astonishment as he gazed in disbelief at Xiao Lingtian. In his heart, he could hardly fathom that his upright and honest young son would dare to deceive them. Ha ha ha, indeed, I am a villain, despicable and shameless. Xiao Lingtian appeared to be in a frenzied state. Lingtian, you. Xiao Zhenbei initially intended to reprimand his son sternly. Yet upon witnessing the desolate expression on his youngest child's face, he found himself unable to bear the thought of harsh criticism, and he abruptly retracted his words. When Wanrong, observing Xiao Lingtian's pallid visage, felt a surge of compassion welling within her and gently consoled him. My child, do not be disheartened. Mother believes that your feelings for Qin Xian are genuine. I shall speak with your brother and persuade him to relinquish this engagement to you. As the elder sibling, he should be understanding. While she had indeed thought that her youngest's actions were somewhat excessive, upon reflection, what fault lay in loving someone This merely illustrated the depth of his affections, revealing him to be a devoted individual. As for Xiao Chen, although it might seem unjust to ask him to forego the engagement, he was, after all, the elder brother, possessing greater resilience and understanding. She trusted he would comprehend the situation. It would be unthinkable for a mere woman to sow discord between brothers. Qin Xian was destined to be mine. Xiao Chen was favored by fate, yet he was unworthy of her. Xiaoling Tian gritted his teeth in frustration, while Xiao Zhenbei cast a glance at him, uttering not a single word. The youth was still young, having momentarily strayed onto the wrong path. With time and guidance, he would surely find his way. As for Qin Xian, he intended to personally approach the Summer Emperor to request a marriage, believing that the Emperor would grant him this favor. The spectators below felt an icy chill at the sight before them. The attitude of the Northern King and his wife towards the two brothers was starkly contrasting. The younger son had not only seduced the fiancée of the elder son, but had also, taking advantage of the elder's weakened state, inflicted grievous injuries upon him. Yet, instead of reprimanding the younger son, the Northern King and his wife contemplated having the elder relinquish his engagement to accommodate his brother. Such a situation was unbearable for anyone. The blatant favoritism displayed by the Northern King and his wife was appalling. It was as if they did not regard Xiao Chen as their son at all. No wonder Xiao Chen sought to sever ties with his family. Indeed, for the younger son to commit such despicable acts, and for the parents to fail to impose strict measures while instead expecting the elder to make sacrifices, was utterly absurd. Alas, I have heard that Xiao Chen and the ninth princess were childhood sweethearts, and that his affection for her ran deep. Now, with the Northern King disrupting their union, one could only imagine the heartache he must be enduring. Could it be that Xiaoling Tian is his son, while Xiao Chen is not? Such blatant bias renders them unworthy of parenthood. Some bystanders, unable to contain their indignation, murmured softly among themselves. Initially, they believed Xiao Chen's departure from the Northern King's residence stemmed from his own rebelliousness and moral shortcomings. However, witnessing the evident favoritism of the Northern King and his wife, they felt that they too would have made a similar choice as Xiao Chen. "Oh, Xiaoling Tian, it has not been long since we last met, yet here you are again, speaking ill of me behind my back." At that moment, a voice laced with sarcasm echoed from a distance. A youth clad in white, resembling freshly fallen snow, emerged from the crowd, bearing a tattered sword upon his back. Accompanying him was an ethereal beauty, reminiscent of a celestial maiden, alongside a disheveled old man reeking of wine, clutching a gourd. "Xiao Chen? What brings him here?" Observing the long sword upon his back, could it be that he has indeed become a swordsman? And who is that enchanting woman by his side? She surpasses even the ninth princess in beauty. The crowd turned their gaze, erupting into exclamations of astonishment. Many of those who caught sight of Lin Qingxian beside Xiao Chen were momentarily spellbound. They had never encountered such a breathtaking beauty, one who seemed to transcend the realm of mortals. It is a curious twist of fate. Xiao Chen had originally accompanied Xiao Tian, while Lin Qingxian had come to Huangbei City to procure provisions. Little did they expect to stumble upon Xiaoling Tian slandering him, an affront he could hardly tolerate. Xiao Zhenbei and the others were momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Chen. But as they sensed the sharp and imposing sword aura emanating from him, a glimmer of surprise flickered in their eyes. A sword cultivator. Xiao Chen has truly become a sword cultivator. Moreover, judging by the formidable sword aura emanating from him, it is evident that his innate talent for the sword path is exceptionally terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhang Yimouhu, upon witnessing Xiao Chen, was momentarily engulfed by a flicker of malice and murderous intent. He discreetly summoned his vital energy, intent on eliminating Xiao Chen before Xiao Zhenbei could react. Even if Xiao Zhenbei sought vengeance afterward, such concerns were trivial. The enmity of a slain child must be avenged. "Xiao Chen, you worthless fool. How dare you show your face? I shall kill you." However, before Zhang Yimouhu could act, it was the enraged Xiaoling Tian who made the first move. Upon laying eyes on Xiao Chen, his gaze instantly turned crimson as he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful punch towards Xiao Chen. A terrifying aura erupted forth as Xiaoling Tian shot forward like an arrow released from its bow. The force of his punch was fierce. Imbued with a seething intent to kill, he exerted all his strength, fully resolved to succeed, entirely unconvinced that Xiao Chen could have slain Zhang Yuji. In his view, it was undoubtedly the intervention of a master from some sort of immortal academy that aided Xiao Chen. Otherwise, how could he, having just regained his cultivation, possibly defeat Zhang Yuji? After all, Zhang Yuji was in existence even he could not vanquish. By heavens, Xiaoling Tian is actually resorting to a sneak attack? That punch is terrifying. Even if Xiao Chen is a sword cultivator, he may not withstand it. Indeed, the physical prowess of sword cultivators is not particularly robust. Should he fail to draw his sword in time, Xiao Chen would likely meet his demise. The onlookers gasped in unison. A sword cultivator's combat strength is entirely reliant upon their blade. Their physical body is not formidable, while Xiao Tian is a warrior with terrifying physical strength. With that punch, it seemed certain that Xiao Chen would perish on the spot. Ling Tian, cease at once. Hold on. As Xiao Zhenbei was about to intervene, Zhang Qitian beside him reached out to stop him. Senior, what do you mean by this? It seems that the physical body of young friend Xiao Chen possesses some peculiarities. Xiao Tian cannot harm him. Upon hearing this, a flicker of intrigue flashed in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes as he turned to observe Xiao Chen. Upon closer inspection, he noted that, aside from the faint yet piercing sword aura surrounding him, Xiao Chen's vitality was remarkably vigorous, far from that of an ordinary sword cultivator. His physical strength surpassed that of many martial artists who had diligently honed their bodies. What could be the reason for this? Prepare to meet your end. Taste my mighty king of strength fist. In an instant, Xiao Tian had closed the distance, his fist crashing down fiercely toward Xiao Chen's head. He was filled with confidence, convinced that Xiao Chen would not withstand this blow and would be struck down on the spot. Xiao Tian cast a glance at Xiao Chen, hoping to discern a hint of fear upon his countenance. To his surprise, Xiao Chen remained composed, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips. A flicker of confusion ignited in Xiao Tian's gaze. What could this possibly mean? Just as he was engulfed in perplexity, Xiao Chen chose not to draw his sword, instead unleashing a formidable punch. While other sword cultivators might have succumbed to Xiao Tian's cunning, Xiao Chen, possessing the physique of a martial deity and exhibiting extraordinary physical resilience, stood utterly unafraid. Upon witnessing this, Xiao Tian's face betrayed a hint of disdain. You, a swordsman, choose not to draw your sword but to engage in a contest of physical prowess with me? It is akin to courting death. However, to Xiao Tian's astonishment, Xiao Chen's fist surged forth with unprecedented speed, striking directly against his chest. How is this possible? A terrifying, ineffable force instantaneously penetrated Xiao Tian's body, causing a spurt of blood to erupt from his mouth as he was violently propelled backward, his eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 36. The use of medicinal pills as Xiao Tian was sent flying by a single punch. All present were rendered speechless. A swordsman, opting to forego his blade, had dispatched a fellow warrior of the same realm merely with his fists? Who would dare to believe such an extraordinary feat? Xiao Zhenbei gazed down at the proud figure of Xiao Chen, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. How could a swordsman possess such an astonishingly formidable physique? It was utterly inconceivable. He murmured to himself, utterly captivated by Xiao Chen's punch. If a swordsman were to wield such a terrifying body, the extent of his combat prowess was beyond imagination, truly extraordinary. The physical strength of young friend Xiao Chen surpassed even the expectations of this old man by a significant margin. It was genuinely fearsome. Zhenbei Wang, have you perhaps administered some rare treasures or miraculous elixirs to young friend Xiao Chen? Zhang Qitian sighed deeply, previously assuming that the unparalleled strength of Xiao Chen's physique stemmed from the secret techniques of the Zhenbei Wangfu. Senior, you overestimate me. My Zhenbei Wangfu possesses no means to endow a swordsman with such a terrifying body. Oh, not you? Then does it imply that young friend Xiao Chen possesses some extraordinary fortune? Such a fate is truly remarkable. A glimmer of intrigue flickered in Zhang Qitian's eyes. Zhenbei, hasten to check on Ling Tian. He has coughed up blood. How could Chen'er be so reckless in his actions? When Wanrong looked on with profound concern at the fallen Xiao Tian, Zhang Qitian cast a glance at Wanrong, a trace of astonishment evident in his gaze. Clearly, it was Xiao Tian who had launched a surprise attack, intent on taking Xiao Chen's life, and yet, in Wanrong's words, it had transformed into a tale of recklessness on Xiao Chen's part. Furthermore, Xiao Tian had merely sustained light injuries. Why the excessive concern? Xiao Zhenbei swiftly moved to Xiao Tian's side, and after a thorough examination, his expression darkened significantly. With a single blow, Xiao Chen surprisingly inflicted a slight internal injury upon Xiao Tian. Although the injury was not severe, it would nonetheless impede his cultivation and hinder his performance in the upcoming academy competition. He administered a precious small elixir to Xiao Tian, then rose and cast a frosty gaze upon Xiao Chen. You ungrateful wretch, he admonished. He is your younger brother. How could you lay such a heavy hand upon him? Come forth at once and offer your sincerest apologies. Xiao Zhenbei's designation of Xiao Chen shifted from demonic beast to wayward son, which effectively signifies the acknowledgement of their father-son relationship before the public eye. In Xiao Zhenbei's perspective, this represents an opportunity for Xiao Chen to express gratitude and humility. To apologize to Xiao Tian, thus facilitating his return to the Northern King's residence. However, Xiao Chen exhibited no interest whatsoever. He regarded Xiao Zhenbei with a cold smile, mocking, "Ah, Xiao Zhenbei, how deeply you care for your youngest son. For a mere trifling injury, you bestow upon him the precious elixir known as the small rejuvenation pill. You truly are generous." The small rejuvenation pill is a miraculous healing remedy, exceedingly rare, capable of swiftly alleviating a warrior's internal injuries and significantly minimizing potential aftereffects. One such pill is worth 1,000 taels of gold, and even in the market, it is scarce. At a time when Xiao Chen lay gravely wounded and on the brink of death after a confrontation with Xiao Tian, Xiao Zhenbei did not spare a glance, nor did he offer even a common healing pill. Yet now, with Xiao Tian merely sustaining minor injuries, Xiao Zhenbei readily presents the small rejuvenation pill. In stark contrast, Xiao Chen found himself in the Northern King's residence, treated with less regard than a mere dog. "How audacious of you to speak to your father in such a manner." Xiao Zhenbei was filled with fury. "Even if you, Xiao Chen, possess unparalleled talent, you have no right to be so audacious. In this world, what son dares to speak to his father in such a manner?" "Xiao Zhenbei, your memory seems to fail you. Have you forgotten that our father-son relationship has already been severed?" Xiao Chen responded nonchalantly. Within him, the previous fury stemming from neglect had dissipated, as had the resentment towards the unfairness of fate. Instead, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. For parents such as these were unworthy of the respect and affection he had bestowed upon them over the years. Fortunately, he had severed ties with this family. Otherwise, the outcome would likely have led to his demise at the hands of Xiao Tian. In the eyes of Xiao Zhenbei and his wife, there existed only Xiao Tian, completely disregarding Xiao Chen. "From your childhood to the present, everything you have consumed and utilized has been provided by the Duke of Zhenbei's residence. You claim to sever ties as you please?" Xiao Zhenbei narrowed his eyes slightly, a flicker of indignation passing through them. "Pray tell, what is the worth of your son Xiao Tian's life?" Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. He certainly did not believe he owed anything to the Northern Town King's manor. Xiao Zhenbei found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He comprehended Xiao Chen's intent. Having saved Xiao Tian's life, he had repaid the favor of the Northern Town King's manor's nurturing and perhaps even exceeded it. Thus, Xiao Zhenbei could not use this as a point of contention. Indeed, he was rendered speechless. "Chenner, we are bound by blood. A family, how can you be so heartless?" When Wanrong approached, her expression one of profound sorrow. "Do not feign compassion. Just moments ago, Xiao Tian was intent on taking my life. Surely you could not have overlooked that. Yet you accuse me of being too ruthless. The only one truly connected by blood to you is likely Xiao Tian." Xiao Chen displayed a mocking smile. "Chenner, it is not as you perceive. You are all treasures to your mother. How could she possibly show favoritism?" When Wanrong hurriedly clarified, "Mother, there is no need to elaborate further. Xiao Chen, do not be arrogant. I merely fell victim to your cunning momentarily. Do not assume you are superior to me. Come, let us engage in a fair and honorable battle once more." The miraculous effects of the small elixir were evident, as Xiao Tian's complexion soon regained its color, allowing him to rise and prepare for another confrontation with Xiao Chen. "Is that all you can muster? To be frank, in my eyes, you are merely an insignificant ant." Xiao Chen spoke disdainfully. Xiao Tian was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Xiao Chen's words to be so arrogantly bold. Gritting his teeth, he began to retort. But his words were abruptly cut short. A white energy sword had appeared at some point, poised threateningly at Xiao Tian's brow, the sharpness of the sword's aura causing a stinging pain against his skin. He gazed incredulously at Xiao Chen, his eyes flashing with disbelief. Just moments ago, Xiao Chen had merely flicked his finger, and an energy sword had suddenly pressed against his forehead. He hadn't even had the chance to react before being swiftly subdued. Was this the power of a sword cultivator? Yet, he had encountered other sword cultivators before. Though formidable, none in the same realm possessed the prowess that Xiao Chen exhibited. The onlookers were equally astonished. In an instant, the thought had transformed into a sword. Was this truly the technique of a sword cultivator? It was genuinely terrifying. At this moment, Xiao Chen had truly demonstrated to the world what it meant to be invincible within the same realm. Xiao Chen and Xiao Tian both stand at the 7th level of discipleship. Yet Xiao Tian is utterly no match for Xiao Chen, incapable even of mounting a feeble resistance. This epitomizes invincibility. Xiao Tian, you are nothing but a worthless wretch. after consuming so many resources from the North Guardian's estate. Is this all the ability you possess? Even a person as talented as I could surpass you 1,000-fold. Were I in your position, I would rather buy a block of tofu and end my own life. Xiao Chen spoke lightly. The mockery pierced his ears, and Zhentian instantly felt his face flush with embarrassment. For a long time, he had been overshadowed by Xiao Chen's innate royal physique, unable to lift his head. After enduring so much, believing he had finally turned the tide when he shattered Xiao Chen's dantian, he was astonished to discover that Xiao Chen had actually restored his dantian and had become a swordsman, even more formidable than before. Even Yu Qingxian, who had originally promised to marry him, suddenly reneged on her word. In a single night, everything he possessed was nearly obliterated. It was all Xiao Chen's fault. It was he who had caused this. He wanted Xiao Chen dead. Instantly, suddenly, he pulled a pill bottle from his pocket and extracted a round medicinal pill radiating a crimson glow, swallowing it in one gulp. Chapter 37. Martial Master. As the pill entered his mouth, a terrifying surge of vitality erupted from within Zhentian, rapidly elevating his aura at an alarming rate. Martial Apprentice Level 8. Martial Apprentice Level 9. Martial Master Level 1. In just a fleeting moment, Zhentian's cultivation astonishingly soared from Martial Apprentice Level 7 directly to the Martial Master realm. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were struck with sheer horror. In Xiao Zhenbei's eyes, a glimmer of astonishment erupted. Zhentian had actually resorted to the blood-exploding pill. This elixir enables a martial artist to exhaust their internal vitality in a brief span, unleashing a terrifying strike that far surpasses their usual prowess. However, following this cataclysmic blow, the martial artist will be plunged into a state of utter weakness, requiring a full month to recuperate. With the Academy's grand competition looming in 3 months, it is a critical period for relentless cultivation. Zhentian's use of the blood-exploding pill at this juncture places him at a significant disadvantage in the forthcoming contest for rankings. Xiao Zhenbei found himself utterly perplexed by the depths of Zhentian's animosity towards Xiao Chen. How could it be that, despite their blood relation as brothers, they seemed to be at odds as if they were bitter enemies? Zhenbei, you must swiftly intervene and prevent Zhentian from acting. Even though Qiner is a sword cultivator, he would surely be unable to withstand a strike from Zhentian, who has reached the martial master realm. A look of concern etched itself upon Wen Wanrong's face. Although her eldest son was remarkably gifted and possessed extraordinary strength, he was still merely at the 7th level of martial discipleship. Should he endure a blow from Zhentian, survival would be an impossibility. While she cherished her youngest son dearly, she could not bear the thought of witnessing her eldest son meet his demise in such a manner. A trace of solemnity emerged on Xiao Zhenbei's face. As he moved to intervene, a hoarse voice reached his ears, that of Zhentian. Father, Mother, today is a personal grudge between Xiao Chen and me. I must resolve it alone. If you attempt to stop me, I shall sever all ties. Zhentian's eyes burned a fiery crimson, reminiscent of a ferocious beast, as he fixated intently on Xiao Chen, his gaze brimming with resentment. Why should you possess the innate physique of a king and, on top of that, be a peerless genius in the sword arts? Why is it that despite being cursed by the heavens, you face no adversity, instead advancing in your cultivation at an astonishing pace? Why do all the goddesses bestow their favor upon you, with Lin Qingxian and Yi Qingxian falling under your charm? What makes me, Zhentian, inferior to you? That fate should treat me so unjustly? Zhentian, cease your unruly behavior. He is your brother. Zhentian's voice resonated with a low yet fierce intensity. Yet his form remained motionless, paralyzed by the fear that should he act, Zhentian might indeed take his own life. From his current state, it was evident that he had completely lost his grip on reason. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were left in a state of shock, gazing incredulously at Xiao Zhenbei. The youngest son, under the influence of drugs, threatened to kill the eldest, and as a father, Xiao Zhenbei stood idly by, unmoving. Indifferent to the fate of his firstborn? It must be noted that Zhentian had reached the realm of a martial master, though he possessed only a single strike. It was far beyond the capabilities of Xiao Chen, merely a 7th-level swordsman, to withstand. This could indeed result in death. As a father, even if he could not be perfectly equitable, such blatant favoritism was utterly unacceptable. I have no brother. I shall be the sole heir of the Northern Duke's manor. Xiao Chen, prepare to meet your demise. Zhentian, seemingly possessed by madness, suddenly hurled a punch toward Xiao Chen. A terrifying surge of vitality swept through the surroundings, sending numerous onlookers flying from the sheer force of this overwhelming energy. Sensing that dreadful power, the crowd's expression shifted dramatically, Indeed, the blood explosion was formidable. At this moment, Xiao Lingtian's strike was vastly more potent than before, and Xiao Chen seemed destined to meet a tragic fate beneath this blow. Xiao Chen, quickly evade. This punch already embodies the might of a martial master. Do not attempt to endure it. Lin Qingxian's face paled in alarm as she urgently cautioned. Yu Qingxian, intending to speak, found herself preempted by Lin Qingxian, a flicker of jealousy igniting in her gaze. She turned to Xiao Lingtian, her voice laced with fury. Xiao Lingtian, if you dare to harm him, I shall never forgive you for the rest of my life. Yu Qingxian, despite my love for you. Your heart belongs solely to Xiao Chen. I shall eliminate him now to free you from this delusion. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Lingtian had roared his way to Xiao Chen's side. At this moment, his aura burned at its peak, resembling a blazing furnace that radiated an intense heat. Xiao Tian narrowed his eyes slightly, pointing a finger as a terrifying sword energy instantaneously tore through the void, directed at Xiao Lingtian. How dare a mere junior attempt to harm his disciple in his presence? Did he think the Sword King was dead? Upon witnessing Xiao Tian's assault, Xiao Zhenbei's expression shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he darted forward, positioning himself before Xiao Lingtian, and with a powerful punch, he dispersed the sword energy. However, as he made contact with that ethereal blade of energy, an unsettling realization gripped his heart. This sword energy, insubstantial and lacking true power, revealed that Xiao Wanyan had no intention of killing Xiao Lingtian. Yet, in his act of intervention, he inadvertently propelled Xiao Chen into a perilous situation. Lingtian, cease at once. Xiao Zhenbei shouted urgently, yet Xiao Lingtian remained unfazed. With the obstruction of Qiu Wantian's sword energy gone, his formidable fist, imbued with the power of a martial artist, surged directly towards Xiao Chen. Witnessing this scene, a chill washed over Xiao Chen's heart. He was on the brink of death, while Xiao Zhenbei watched from the sidelines. Xiao Lingtian was in peril, prompting him to act without hesitation. Others might be oblivious, perhaps believing him to be merely a foster child. However, at this moment, Xiao Lingtian was already upon him, leaving no time for contemplation. The transient ascendance to the realm of martial artists had undoubtedly amplified Xiao Lingtian's combat prowess, enveloping Xiao Chen in an unprecedented pressure, even instilling a subtle sense of impending doom. He could indeed contend with foes beyond his realm, yet without mastering the sword techniques. He doubted his ability to engage in battle across such a significant divide. However, Xiao Lingtian's fist was mere moments from crashing into his face. Evasion was no longer an option. In the face of despair, he raised his sword to meet the oncoming threat, embracing the notion of fighting for his life. Are you mad? Run! Lin Qingshan exclaimed in alarm, witnessing Xiao Chen's reckless decision to clash with the sword. Xiao Chen may be capable of defeating a half-step martial artist in an instant, yet it is inconceivable that he could contend with a true martial artist. Although the realms of the two are merely a hair's breadth apart, that slender divide represents an insurmountable chasm between heaven and earth. Xiao Zhenbei declared. If anything happens to Xiao Chen, the Sword Immortal Academy shall annihilate your entire clan. Qiu Wantian, fully aware of the shifting tides, crushed the wine jug in his grip in a fit of rage. Had Xiao Zhenbei refrained from intervening, Xiao Lingtian's strike would undoubtedly have been thwarted. He had acted with restraint. Xiao Lingtian would have sustained only minor injuries, with his foundation remaining intact. However, with Xiao Zhenbei's interference, all was lost. Xiao Chen is destined to perish. Xiao Zhenbei was taken aback upon witnessing Xiao Lingtian's ruthless attack on Xiao Chen, standing frozen in place, motionless. Zhang Qitian, equally astonished, could hardly comprehend Xiao Lingtian's utter lack of restraint. He was further dismayed by Xiao Zhenbei's singular focus on his younger son, neglecting the life of his elder. In his desperate attempt to intervene, he realized it was already too late, his countenance marred by frustration. Chenner, my child. At that moment, when Wanrong finally grasped the imminent peril facing her eldest son, releasing a heart-wrenching cry. Not far away, Yu Qingxian shut her eyes, unable to bear witness to the impending tragedy. Ha ha ha, my son, your great vengeance is at hand. That scoundrel Xiao Chen cannot withstand a single blow from a true martial artist. In contrast, Zhang Mohu felt a surge of elation within him. You, Xiao Chen, are you not formidable? You may have dispatched a half-step martial artist, but I refuse to believe you can do the same to a genuine master of martial arts. In the next heartbeat, Xiao Lingtian's all-out punch finally arrived before Xiao Chen. The terrifying force of blood and energy sent waves of pain coursing through Xiao Chen's skin. Akin to the sharp sting of needles, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming pressure for the first time. So formidable, He was more than 10 times stronger than the half-step martial master, Zhang Shi. Yet at this moment, there was no path of retreat for him. Damn it. What is death? I shall fight with you. With the heaven-defying demon-slaying technique. With a single stroke of my sword, I shall vanquish all foes, pressing onward without hesitation. He suddenly let out a furious roar and lunged forward, brandishing his sword. This strike was a roar against the injustice of fate. It was his resolute determination to shatter the obstacles of his destiny. Since trials and tribulations were inevitable, let him break through with a single sword. The sword gleamed like lightning. The sword energy was as sharp as frost. A fierce killing intent reverberated throughout the surroundings. Chapter 38. If you wish to stop Xiao Chen, you must step over my corpse. With a thunderous crash, fist met sword. A terrifying surge of blood and a piercing sword intent collided violently. A tremendous wave of energy rippled outward like concentric circles, swiftly spreading in all directions, causing numerous martial disciples to spew blood and be hurled backward. Their eyes widened in horror, astonished that the aftershocks of a battle between martial masters could possess such fearsome power. It seemed that among martial artists, each major realm apart was as distinct as clouds and mud, an insurmountable chasm. All eyes in the arena were fixated on the two combatants at the center of the fray, with nearly everyone unanimously believing that Xiao Chen would be swiftly defeated. Yet, in the next heartbeat, a shocking scene unfolded. The dilapidated sword in Xiao Chen's hand suddenly erupted with an even more terrifying sword aura, propelling Zhentian away with great force. In the next moment, the scene fell into an eerie silence, as if the very air had stilled. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, their eyes reflecting countless expressions of shock. How could this be possible? A 7th-level swordsman had actually sent a martial artist flying with a single strike? Throughout history, other prodigies have struggled to defeat enemies even by surpassing a minor realm. Yet Xiao Chen had effortlessly transcended an entire major realm to vanquish a formidable foe, truly a sight to behold. Was this young man's talent truly so formidable as to defy the heavens? The ever-composed Zhentian gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with incredulity. Ha! Our Sword Immortal Academy is truly about to unveil a true dragon. The expression of Xiao instantly relaxed as he laughed heartily towards the heavens. Xiao Zhenbei gazed at Xiao Chen, and after a lengthy pause, he exclaimed in astonishment, a peerless prodigy. Yu Qinxian and Lin Qishan, with their enchanting eyes, fixed their gaze upon Xiao Chen, a glimmer of unusual brilliance flashing in their expressions. Despite their exceptional qualities, both Yu Qinxian and Lin Qishan harbored a deep-seated pride. Even with countless suitors vying for their affection, they rarely found anyone worthy of their attention. The reason was simple: those individuals fell short of excellence. However, a prodigy like Xiao Chen, reaching such heights, stirred something within them. With striking looks, unparalleled strength, and remarkable accomplishments at a young age, it was rare for any woman to remain entirely indifferent to such attributes in a man. Meanwhile, the fallen Zhentian suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes filled with horror as he beheld Xiao Chen. "How can you be so strong?" he uttered, before succumbing to unconsciousness. The blow he had just received had drained him of all his vitality, and for the next month, he would exist in a weakened state, requiring considerable time to recuperate. When Wanrong rushed to his side immediately, tending to him with great care. "We actually won." After Xiao Chen uttered these words, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth as he slowly collapsed. Although he had repelled Zhentian with that strike, he too had sustained injuries and could no longer endure. With his current strength, defeating a martial artist remained an impossibility. Merely withstanding an attack from a martial artist had rendered him incapacitated. Facing a true martial artist would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Only by mastering sword techniques could he gain the means to overcome an opponent of a higher realm. Yet, sword techniques were exceedingly rare, even more so than martial arts. Among 100 sword cultivators, hardly one possessed such skills. The emergence of a sword technique, even of the lowest rank, would incite countless individuals to compete fiercely for it. If the system did not grant him a sword technique, it would be exceedingly difficult for Xiao Chen to acquire one on his own. Xiao Chen. Xiao leaped forward, embracing Xiao Chen. After assessing his injuries and finding them not too severe, he lifted Xiao Chen and glanced at Xiao Zhenbei, preparing to depart. "Hold on." At that moment, Xiao Zhenbei swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao. "What do you mean, Xiao Zhenbei?" Xiao furrowed his brow. "Xiao Chen is my son. Now that he is injured, he must recuperate at my residence in the town North King's manor." "Huh. Xiao Zhenbei, how brazen you are to speak. Have you not already expelled Xiao Chen from the town North King's manor? Why now do you feign the role of a caring father? Just moments ago, Your two sons fought desperately, yet you only concerned yourself with your youngest, showing no regard for Xiao Chen's well-being. Do you wish to leave Xiao Chen with you? So that Xiao Lingtian, that wretched creature, may plot against him? Xiao Wantian scoffed. He was astonished that the esteemed town North King could exhibit such shamelessness, daring to request a son from him. The onlookers regarded Xiao Zhenbei with incredulity. The town North King, known for his pride and unwavering word. Was he truly planning to go back on his word? Under the scrutiny of numerous gazes, Xiao Zhenbei's countenance revealed a hint of discomfort. Yet he did not retreat an inch. Director Qiu, regardless of the disputes between Xiao Chen and me, this matter concerns the internal affairs of the Xiao family. Given his grievous injuries, how could I possibly stand idly by? Humph, spare me your meaningless chatter. If you wish to take someone from my grasp, first inquire whether my sword consents. With that, Xiao Wantian released Xiao Chen, and in a flash, a crimson longsword materialized in his hand, though it remained sheathed. An overwhelming aura of sword intent permeated the surroundings, causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. What a terrifying sword intent! Who is this elder? Even without drawing his sword, I feel as though my very soul is on the verge of being torn asunder by this aura. I had always assumed that the Sword Immortal Academy was filled with incompetence, yet I never anticipated the presence of such a formidable master. But what of it? No matter how powerful he may be, can he surpass the Northern King? Murmured the crowd. Zhang Qitian observed the longsword in Xiao Wantian's grasp, a flicker of solemnity crossing his eyes. I never imagined that the long-dilapidated Sword Immortal Academy still harbored such prowess. Xiao Zhenbei felt an unsettling sensation coursing through him, as if he were ensnared by an intangible sword intent, a feeling he had not experienced in many years. He sensed a palpable threat emanating from Xiao Wantian. It was clear to him that this elder possessed the capacity to harm or even take his life. However, as the formidable king of the north, retreat was not an option in this dire situation. Director Qiu, he began, I am aware of your astonishing killing prowess, yet you bear hidden injuries. If we were to engage in combat, how long could you truly endure? Xiao Zhenbei erupted with a terrifying aura, his presence surging dramatically, transforming him momentarily into a fearsome ancient beast. Years ago, the Sword Immortal Academy fell into decline because of me. At that time, I wished for nothing more than to end my own life. Yet today, to safeguard the unparalleled prodigy of my academy, I would not hesitate to embrace death. If I could drag you, the King of the North, down with me, it would hardly be a loss. Xiao Wantian spoke in a calm tone, yet his words carried an icy undertone. If Xiao Chen were to fall into Xiao Zhenbei's hands today, it would be immensely challenging to reclaim him in the future. Moreover, Xiao Lingtian harbored such deep-seated hatred for Xiao Chen that leaving him with Xiao Zhenbei could lead to a covert assassination. Although he had only just met Xiao Chen, once he entered the gates of the Sword Immortal Academy and called him director, it became his duty to protect this young man at all costs. Otherwise, how could Xiao Wantian hope to navigate his future? Director Qiu, are you truly prepared to fight me to the death? Xiao Zhenbei squinted slightly. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. If you wish to claim him, you must first step over my corpse. Xiao Wantian slowly raised his sword. Just as the two prepared to engage in a life-and-death struggle, Zhang Qitian swiftly stepped in front of Xiao Zhenbei and, casting a serene smile at Xiao Wantian, remarked, Director Qiu, let us pause our hostilities. In truth, young Xiao Chen has caught the attention of our Sacred Wilderness Academy. The Northern King is merely acting as a guardian for us. Chapter 39. A Twist. The Elder of Sacred Wilderness's pronouncement. Upon hearing these words, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of those present. Zhang Qitian had indeed taken the initiative to claim someone. Initially, when Zhang Qitian expressed a desire for Xiao Chen to join the Sacred Wilderness Academy, many believed it to be mere rhetoric, as such actions would appear rather unseemly. The Sacred Wilderness Academy has always been concerned with its reputation. Yet, to their surprise, Zhang Qitian boldly approached Xiao Wantian to request the young man outright. The Sacred Wilderness Academy, a formidable institution, has always been a realm where countless prodigies strive to gain entry, and it was unheard of for them to actively recruit individuals. The fact that they would forsake their dignity to pursue Xiao Chen was utterly astonishing. Has Xiao Chen's potential truly reached such astonishing heights? The expression on Xiao Wantian's face suddenly darkened. Zhang Qitian, is it not a bit excessive for the esteemed Sacred Wilderness Academy to vie for talent with a decrepit institution on the verge of closure? Zhang Qitian slowly shook his head. Director Qiu, I recognize that this may seem unjust to your Sword Immortal Academy. Yet you must comprehend that fairness is a rare commodity in this world. The individuals our Sacred Wilderness Academy desires, you shall yield, whether you wish to or not. Of course, should you acquiesce, I can offer you compensation, be it elixirs, techniques, or divine armaments. Whatever you request, I can provide. What say you? Zhang Qitian's tone remained calm, yet exuded an undeniable air of dominance. Yield, you must. This was tantamount to outright robbery. Yet, none present found fault with Zhang Qitian's assertion, for the Sacred Wilderness Academy possessed the confidence to back it. Humph. Though my Sword Immortal Academy may be in decline, we are not to be trifled with. Should you wish to seize talent from my grasp, you must first reckon with the sword in my hand, Xiao declared. Flicking his thumb to unsheath his sword by a third, a terrifying aura of sword intent surged forth like a tidal wave, causing many to feel as though their very souls were on the verge of being crushed. Since Director Xiao is so obstinate, do not blame me for being ruthless. Zhang Qitian's left hand gradually clenched, an overwhelming force converging from his palm. In an instant, everyone present sensed the tremendous vitality and fervent battle spirit emanating from Zhang Qitian. Just as the two were poised to clash, the communication jade pendant at Zhang Qitian's waist suddenly trembled. In the next moment, an aged voice resonated. Those favored by heaven who reach the age of 18 will lose all cultivation and be beset by misfortune. Before turning 20, they shall be extinguished by the heavenly laws. Although some talent may still linger, it is but an illusion. There is no need for my junior to concern himself. The revelation from the Elder of Sacred Wilderness left all present in a state of shock. To lose all cultivation by 18 and certain death before 20? Xiao Chen was merely 2 days away from his 18th birthday, which meant his time was rapidly approaching its end. Zhang Qitian, who was preparing to seize Xiao Chen from Xiao, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. He had intended to bring Xiao Chen back to the Sacred Wilderness Academy for further observation, but the Elder of Sacred Wilderness had offered such a definitive assessment. Rarely do individuals cursed by fate manifest, and while he was aware that such individuals were afflicted by the heavenly Tao's curse, he had not realized that it would only come to fruition upon reaching 18. This indicated that Xiao Chen would soon lose all his cultivation, rendering him a futureless waste. Regardless of how radiant his current brilliance might be, it would inevitably fade into obscurity, making him unworthy of the Academy's attention. Were these words spoken by another, he might have dismissed them. However, coming from the Elder of Sacred Wilderness, he could not afford to doubt them. Given the Elder's profound and inscrutable power, his judgments were almost infallible. If he declared Xiao Chen to be a failure, then without a doubt, he was indeed a failure. Casting a glance at Xiao Chen in the distance, Zhang Qitian's eyes lost their previous fervor, replaced by indifference and coldness. A mere wastrel was hardly deserving of his regard. A trace of disappointment unmistakably appeared on Xiao Zhenbei's face, extinguishing any lingering desire to keep Xiao Chen in the royal residence for healing. After hearing the judgment of the sage elder, he realized that Xiao Chen was indeed a worthless individual destined for downfall. Thus, there was no need for him, Xiao Zhenbei, to retain a son of such insignificance. Meanwhile, Yuqin Xian, after her initial shock, swiftly transformed her gaze from admiration to disdain as she looked at Xiao Chen. It turned out he was merely a failure, rendering her considerable efforts in vain. She had even publicly presented the marriage contract, only to discover that Xiao Chen was utterly unworthy. Ha ha ha. Father, mother, did you hear that? Xiao Chen is a waste. I am the sole hope of the Xiao family. At this moment, Xiao Lingdian, who had just regained consciousness after taking the elixir, erupted into wild laughter, his eyes gleaming with delight and exhilaration. Xiao Chen, oh Xiao Chen, no matter how extraordinary your talents may be, can you truly contend with the heavens? Ultimately, you shall become naught but a wastrel. The jarring laughter jolted the unconscious Xiao Chen awake. He cast a glance around, only to discover that the crowd regarded him with disdain, as though he were a mere pile of refuse. Bewildered, he pondered what had transpired. Just moments ago, these very individuals gazed upon him with admiration and envy. How could such sentiments have transformed into scorn in the blink of an eye? He turned his questioning gaze towards Lin Qinxian, who hesitated to speak. Earlier, the revered Elder Xinguang had conveyed a message proclaiming that he had incurred the jealousy of the heavens, destined to become a cripple. Lin Qingxian's expression bore a hint of pity, for such a truth was undeniably harsh for Xiao Chen, akin to a death sentence on his future. To descend from a peerless prodigy to a mere failure, such a stark contrast was likely unbearable for anyone. One could only hope he would not entertain thoughts of despair. Upon hearing Lin Qingxian's words, Xiao Chen suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. It was the so-called Elder Xinguang, the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Great Xia, who had deemed him destined for failure. If it were anyone else, they might indeed be frightened. But who was he? He was a man endowed with a system. Not even the exalted heavens could stand before him, bowing in submission. What was Elder Shenghuang, after all? Perhaps being looked down upon before his rise was not entirely disadvantageous. Thus, a veil of disappointment graced his features as he lowered his head, feeling somewhat lost. Do not be too disheartened. Lin Qingxian offered words of comfort. I am fine. Xiao Chen spoke in a hushed tone, reminiscent of a child who had erred. Witnessing this scene, the expressions of those present deepened with disdain. A flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. A man of honor, reduced to such a state merely due to a few setbacks. How utterly pathetic. Zhang Qitian, do you still wish to contend with me for this individual at the Sword Immortal Academy? Xiao Wantian turned his gaze towards Zhang Qitian. Zhang Qitian shook his head, declaring, Our Holy Wilderness Academy only accepts prodigies. Since Xiao Chen is destined to fall, he is no longer suited for my Sword Immortal Academy. Xiao Zhenbei, what say you? You may take him with you. Xiao Zhenbei wore a mask of indifference, while when Wanrong glanced at Xiao Chen, her lips moving as if she wished to speak. But upon recalling the irreconcilable differences between her younger and elder sons, she chose silence, knowing that retaining the elder would surely displease the younger. The spectators in the hall felt a chill in their hearts at the sight of this scene. It was expected for Zhang Qitian to abandon Xiao Chen, given their lack of blood relation. However, for you, Xiao Zhenbei, and when Wanrong to forsake Xiao Chen in this moment seemed utterly heartless. After all, he is your own flesh and blood. Would you discard him simply for lacking talent? Just moments ago, who was it that insisted on keeping Xiao Chen at the Northern King's residence to recuperate? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, the one at the center of this turmoil, had long grown accustomed to such neglect. He had become numb to the coldness of his parents over the years, having relinquished all hope in them. Without hope, he could not be disappointed. Xiao Zhenbei, how shameless you truly are. To have a father like you is indeed a misfortune for Xiao Chen. Xiao Wantian cast a cold glance at Xiao Zhenbei before assisting Xiao Chen to rise, ready to depart. Yet, Yu Qingxian stepped forward, her expression devoid of warmth, declaring, Hold on, Xiao Chen. You have now been rendered utterly powerless, unworthy to remain my husband. Before all, tear up the marriage certificate. The one she wished to marry was a paragon of excellence, not a mere invalid. Chapter 40, a shocking turn. The demon clan surrounds the city. Yi Qingxian, do you not think your actions are excessive? Lin Qingshan could no longer restrain herself. She had witnessed everything clearly. It was Yi Qingxian who had previously insisted on preserving her engagement to Xiao Chen. Now, with Xiao Chen having just been condemned to death by the saintly elder, Yi Qingxian turned her back without hesitation. Even if she wished to annul the marriage, could it not have been done privately? To do so in front of everyone was akin to trampling Xiao Chen's dignity into the ground. How could he face the world thereafter? Excessive? What is excessive about it? As the esteemed ninth princess of the great Xia, am I to marry a worthless man? Yi Qingxian replied with a cold laugh. You, what of it? If you have such an affinity for the worthless, why not marry Xiao Chen yourself? Yi Qingxian retorted with disdain before turning her gaze back to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen, I know you harbor feelings for me, but we are no longer suited for one another. I hope you can relinquish your hold and allow me to pursue my happiness. As she spoke, the arrogance in her eyes ignited a flame of uncontainable anger within Xiao Chen. He had already consented to the annulment, yet this woman continued to torment him. It was utterly exasperating. He strode directly to Xiao Zhenbei, extending his hand and demanding, the marriage certificate, please. Earlier, Xiao Chen had seen Yu Qingxian hand the certificate to Xiao Zhenbei. Xiao Zhenbei paused slightly, hesitating for a moment before ultimately handing the marriage certificate to Xiao Chen. You and Qingxian are destined to inhabit different realms. I hope you understand. Xiao Zhenbei assumed that Xiao Chen would, as before, recklessly endeavor to win back Yu Qingxian. He intended to scold him, but before he could utter a word, he was rendered speechless. For he witnessed Xiao Chen, with astonishing speed, tear the marriage certificate into confetti. Not only Xiao Zhenbei, but all those present were taken aback. This was the ninth princess of the great Xia, as beautiful as a celestial being of noble lineage. How could one so easily dismiss such a spouse? As she observed Xiao Chen's resolute destruction of the marriage certificate, Yu Qingxian felt a sudden pang of shock. She had anticipated that he would plead for another chance, yet he appeared utterly indifferent, simply shredding the document. Previously, she had procured the marriage certificate from him, believing he was employing a strategy of feigned indifference to alter her perception of him. However, this time, doubt began to creep in. Could it be that Xiao Chen had truly shifted his affections and fallen for Lin Qingxian? The thought caused her discomfort. How could someone who had cherished her for over a decade suddenly take an interest in another, even if that person were a fool? For a woman of her immense pride, it was utterly intolerable. Will you not even attempt to win me back? Yi Qingxian glared at Xiao Chen, her teeth clenched. Huh? Win you back? Do you truly believe you are deserving of that, Yi Qingxian? I told you once to cease bothering me. Yet you returned the marriage certificate to Xiao Zhenbei. This time, I have torn it up. From now on, we shall have nothing to do with each other. Xiao Chen cast a cold glance at Yi Qingxian, casually tossing the shards in his hand into the air before turning to leave. Yi Qingxian stood frozen in place, her body trembling with rage as she watched Xiao Chen's nonchalant demeanor. This Xiao Chen was undoubtedly putting on an act. A man of his perceived incapacity could never find a wife more exceptional than herself. Oh, how could he possibly remain untroubled? Suddenly, an urgent voice broke through the tension. Lord of the North, the city of Xiangwu is surrounded by thousands of demon clans, and they appear poised to conduct a massacre. At that moment, a bloodied soldier staggered towards them. Upon hearing this, a flicker of panic crossed Xiao Chen's eyes. If the city of Xiangwu fell to the demons, would Lu Sanji not be in peril? The city was besieged. How many demons had arrived? What was their level of power? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenbei's expression abruptly shifted. Xiangwu City is a small town under the jurisdiction of the Huabei province, with a meager population of merely several 100,000, adjacent to Huabei City. The defenses there are relatively weak, and should the demon race launch an assault, it would likely not withstand for long. Thousands of them. The majority are demon disciples of the 7th rank, with some reaching the 8th. Even the demon temple has sent some personnel. The defending soldiers are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught. Over half have already perished, and the city lord has met his demise. The soldier quaked as he spoke. Thousands of demon entities. The demon temple has also arrived. The individuals present displayed expressions of horror, many trembling visibly. A city's garrison typically numbers in the tens of thousands. Even a remote outpost like Xiangwu City boasts around 20,000 defenders. Hence, on the surface, a few thousand demons seem insignificant. However, the garrison comprises merely robust, ordinary citizens rather than martial practitioners, while those thousands of demons are equivalent to martial disciples. The disparity in strength between ordinary humans and demons is immense. Even if the defenders are well trained, they appear as mere clay figurines before the might of the demons, utterly defenseless. Moreover, due to an agreement between the demon and human races, the latter is forbidden from launching attacks across their borders. Therefore, to overcome these thousands of demons, the human race must at least deploy an equal number of martial practitioners. Yet, martial practitioners are a scarce resource, and the human race lacks the numbers to confront the demon horde. Take Xiangwu City as an example. The total number of martial practitioners barely exceeds 100. Faced with thousands of demons, they possess no means of retaliation, not to mention the terrifying human traders allied with the demon temple. Where is the demon suppression division of Xiangwu City? Where have they gone? Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brow. The Daxia dynasty established a demon suppression department in every city, precisely to combat the demonic entities. Logically, when confronted with a demonic threat, the demon suppression department should be the first line of defense. How could it be that the city guards sought assistance instead? Returning to the Northern King, after the demons surrounded the city, we promptly sought aid from the demon suppression department, only to discover that they had barred their doors and refused to emerge, allowing the demons to rampage unchecked. We were left with no choice but to risk our lives to break through and seek assistance in Huabei City. The soldier's face was filled with indignation. How outrageous! Could it be that the demon suppression department of Xiangwu City is so negligent? Who is the current head of the department? Xiao Zhenbei's fury was palpable. The soldier hesitated for a moment before speaking. This man is someone you are acquainted with. He is none other than Zhao Tiangang, who once saved young Master Ling Tian. Upon hearing this name, Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily taken aback. 2 years prior, when Xiao Ling Tian was honing his skills, he had faced an attack from a formidable demon of the Demon Master realm, nearly losing his life. It was Zhao Tiangang, fortuitously passing by, who intervened and repelled the demonic threat, thereby rescuing Xiao Ling Tian. From that day forth, a profound bond of friendship was forged between Xiao Ling Tian and Zhao Tiangang. And both he and Wen Wanrong held Zhao Tiangang in deep gratitude. To think that this individual had actually been appointed as the head of the demon suppression department in Xiangwu City, this presented a significant dilemma. They urgently implored the Northern King to send reinforcements post-haste. Delay would render their efforts futile. The soldier, observing Xiao Zhenbei's silence, felt his eyes welling with emotion. Xiao Zhenbei nodded slightly, his countenance grave. Thousands of demon tribes encircled the city, and with his hands tied, Extricating himself from this perilous predicament seemed almost insurmountable. If the Demon Suppression Bureau were to intervene, there might be a glimmer of hope, yet currently, they remained indifferent to the plight, rendering the situation exceedingly dire. Nevertheless, as the military commander of the entire Northern Wilderness Province, he could not remain apathetic. Esteemed colleagues, Bear Marshal City is in distress. Is there anyone willing to offer their assistance? Xiao Zhenbei cast his gaze over the crowd. Indeed, he had a few warriors under his command. Yet their numbers were woefully insufficient. He was in dire need of reinforcements, and there were numerous martial artists present whose capabilities matched the requirements. However, upon meeting Xiao Zhenbei's piercing gaze, the warriors collectively bowed their heads in silence. To offer assistance? The demon clan was formidable, and Xiangwu City was besieged by thousands of demonic beings, many of whom were fearsome semi-demon masters. If they ventured forth, their chances of survival would be grim. Who would willingly embrace death? They were not beholden to the dynasty and bore no such obligation. Is there truly no one willing to act? My fellow human compatriots, numbering in the tens of thousands, are at the brink of perishing at the hands of demons, yet you remain so indifferent? Xiao Zhenbei furrowed his brow and remarked, as the Northern King, in these turbulent times, it is a great achievement for us to manage our own affairs. Indeed. What concern do we have with the people of Xiongwu City? Their plight, besieged by the demon clan, is a misfortune of their own making, for which they cannot blame others. Several warriors asserted defiantly. You all. Xiao Zhenbei's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 41. I, Lu Sanji, volunteer. Xiao Zhenbei was infuriated by the self-serving martial artists present, prompting him to leave in a huff. He intended to summon the warriors from his army to swiftly organize a rescue operation. Meanwhile, Qiu Wantian escorted Xiao Chen and Lin Qinxian back to the Sword Immortal Academy. Throughout their journey, Qiu Wantian wore a furrowed brow, and Lin Jinxian's expression was tinged with melancholy. In merely 2 days, Xiao Chen will reach the age of 18. According to the prophecy of the Venerable Saint Huang, he is destined to lose all his cultivation, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. This grim tidings effectively extinguishes the last flicker of hope for the Sword Immortal Academy, sealing its fate and obliterating any chance of resurgence. Such disheartening news weighs heavily upon an academy already teetering on the brink of collapse. As Xiao Chen contemplates the elderly soldier from Xiongwu City, who has cared for him over the past 3 years and now faces a life and death crisis, his heart is laden with anxiety. Before long, several individuals returned to the Sword Immortal Academy, their faces marred with distress. Lin Jiansan furrowed his brow, glancing at Qiu Wantian. What troubles you all? Wearing such mournful expressions? Qiu Wantian discreetly led Lin Jiansan to a secluded area outside the hall and recounted the events that had transpired. Lin Jiansan was instantly taken aback, his previously radiant eyes dimming to a shadow of despair. Are you suggesting that Xiao Chen will lose his cultivation in just 2 days? The words of the Saint Huang cannot be mistaken. Qiu Wantian gulped down a large swig of liquor, speaking in a hushed tone. It is finished. The Spirit Stone is gone, and Xiao Chen is rendered useless. The Sword Immortal Academy is doomed. Lin Jiansan's spirit waned. Brother, it is my fault. I have destroyed the hope of the Sword Immortal Academy. Qiu Wantian wore a look of deep regret, continuously pouring liquor into his mouth from a gourd. Such prodigies cursed by fate are exceedingly rare, and few comprehend the depth of his remorse for having bestowed the Spirit Stone upon Xiao Chen. Enough of this. All is but destiny. I have never encountered a swordsmanship genius like Xiao Chen. It is a pity, brother. What shall become of Xiao Chen? Qiu Wantian inquired, turning to Lin Jiansan. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiansan replied, since he has joined our Sword Immortal Academy, it is our duty to protect him and accompany him through his final journey. I share your sentiments. Qiu Wantian nodded in agreement. At that moment, Xiao Chen emerged from the hall. Old Qiu, old Lin, do you have any healing medicine? It needs to be effective swiftly. He must return to Xiongwu City to save someone and must regain his strength as quickly as possible. After all, he may have to confront thousands of ferocious beasts there. Given his current injured state, even if he were at his peak, it would still be a perilous endeavor. Naturally, the outcome largely depends on the number of martial artists who are willing to fight alongside him in Xiongwu City. What do you intend to do? Your injuries are not severe. You will recover in a few days. Qiu Wantian remarked. By the way, you can help out with chores at the Sword Immortal Academy from now on. Do not worry, we will not look down upon you, he said, regarding Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen understood that Qiu Wantian had mistakenly believed he was about to become a useless being. However, he had no inclination to explain himself and stated directly. I must go to Xiongwu City to rescue someone. Xiao Wantian immediately spat out his drink, exclaiming, "Rescue someone? You are currently injured and on the verge of losing your cultivation. How can you concern yourself with others?" Xiao Chen continued. "There is an old soldier in Xiongwu City who cared for me during my most difficult times for 3 years. I made a promise to him to provide for him in his old age. Now that he is in peril, I cannot stand idly by." Xiao Chen murmured. "Do you comprehend the peril you are about to face? Thousands of demonkind, yet there will be but a handful of human warriors to confront them. You alone would be but a drop in the ocean, merely embarking on a path to demise." Lin Jiansan furrowed his brow in response. Such massacres by demonkind have become a frequent occurrence in recent years. Initially, the dynasty would dispatch rescuers, but after several attempts, with the loss of numerous warriors, the dynasty began to feel the sting of grief. The deaths of ordinary citizens may be numerous, yet given time, the populace can regenerate. For the Great Xiao boasts a population of billions. However, the loss of a single warrior is not easily remedied. Each warrior is a rare gem. And even the Great Xiao possesses but a limited number. Consequently, fewer and fewer warriors venture forth to address the tragedies of city slaughters, leaving those besieged to await their fate. It is a harsh reality, but reality is indeed so unforgiving. Xiao Chen is indeed formidable, yet his adversary is overwhelmingly powerful. 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Even if he were to join the fray, his impact would be minimal. Nevertheless, by participating, I can at least face myself with a clear conscience, Xiao Chen declared resolutely. The memories of his predecessor had long since merged with him, rendering them indistinguishable. In this moment, an intense obsession surged within his heart, compelling him to rescue the old soldier. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wantian and Lin Jiansan fell into silence. For the sake of a soldier, for a promise made long ago, Xiao Chen was willing to risk his very life. Such noble character deeply moved them. Lin Jiansan produced a beautifully crafted black medicinal vial and quietly handed it to Xiao Chen. As the faint fragrance of the potion wafted from the vial, a flicker of astonishment crossed Xiao Wantian's eyes. Could it be the small elixir? Lin Jiansan had actually brought forth the small elixir he had treasured for many years. He had refrained from using it even when gravely injured, and now he was offering it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the vial, uncapped it, and gazed at the faintly luminous white elixir within, momentarily taken aback. Raising his eyes to Lin Jiansan, he murmured his gratitude. After consuming the small returning elixir, Xiao Chen offered a slight salute to both Lin Jiansan and Xiao Wantian before turning to depart. Would he return? Xiao Wantian observed Xiao Chen's receding figure and inquired softly. Not likely. He has departed with no intention of returning, resigned to his fate. In a single night, he transformed from an unparalleled prodigy into a mere shell of his former self. Such a blow is unbearable for anyone. Xiao Wantian's expression shifted slightly. Are you suggesting he ventures to Xiongwu City with a death wish? Lin Jiansan nodded. With thousands of demon clans besieging the city, even a master swordsman would struggle to survive. He is merely a swordsman, injured at that. What other purpose could his journey serve if not to court death? Then why bestow upon him the small returning elixir? Such a rarity costs 1,000 taels of gold. You have hesitated to consume it even when on the brink of death. You simply gave it to him? Xiao Wantian cast a questioning glance at Lin Jiansan. Ah, our Sword Immortal Academy has been fortunate to have such a prodigy, even if now rendered useless. How could I not fulfill his last wish? Let us hurry. We must dedicate ourselves to guiding Lin Qingxian's cultivation and explore if there remains a glimmer of hope for the upcoming academy competition. Lin Jiansan patted Xiao Wantian's shoulder and turned to leave. Since Xiao Chen's arrival at the academy, the rift between the two had been mended, restoring their former camaraderie. A glimmer of hope? Easier said than done. Xiao Wantian slowly turned away after watching Xiao Chen vanish from sight. If Xiao Chen could endure until the academy competition 3 months hence, he had a slim chance, 1 in 10, of saving the academy. Yet now, with Xiao Chen incapacitated, relying solely on Lin Qingxian, the odds were less than 1 in 1,000. He had already begun to contemplate how to preserve the Zhentian courtyard, where Lin Jiansan currently resided, after the inevitable closure of the Sword Immortal Academy. Upon leaving the academy, Xiao Chen ventured to the marketplace, acquiring a silver ghostly mask and a white steed. Adorning the mask and mounting the horse, he galloped directly towards Xiongwu City. Lu Sanji, you old rascal. Do not dare to leave without me. Xiao Chen spurred his horse forward, his eyes filled with an urgent anxiety. Outside the city of Xiongwu, thousands of colossal dog demons loomed like mountains, encircling the entire city. The ground was strewn with the bodies of fallen soldiers, some dismembered, others headless and unrecognizable. While a few still clung to life, being devoured alive by the demon horde, their anguished cries resonating in the air. When the demon assault began, these valiant soldiers rushed forth to engage in battle, sacrificing their own flesh and blood to delay the demon's onslaught. Yet now, with 20,000 defenders nearly annihilated, reinforcements from Huangbei City had yet to arrive. A palpable sense of despair enveloped the entirety of Xiongwu. Where were the reinforcements? Why had they not come after such a prolonged wait? The city commander, covered in blood and missing an arm, stood on the ramparts. Witnessing his soldiers being consumed by the demons, his fury boiling over. Ever since the siege began, the Demon Suppression Bureau had shut its doors, and despite sending pleas for aid to Huangbei City, no help had come. Were they to abandon the city? "My lord, no one will come," shouted Lu Sanji, a battle-hardened veteran. The powerful figures of the empire are unwilling to sacrifice warriors for the lives of commoners. I, Lu Sanji, volunteer for battle. What is death but an end? His voice, though strained, echoed with defiance, his frail frame betraying his years, yet his eyes burned with indomitable spirit. Surrounding Lu Sanji were several resolute old soldiers, each bearing the scars of prior encounters with the demons, some with missing limbs, others with a single eye lost, and some marked by deep scars. They had no choice. The number of human warriors was scant, forcing them to expend the lives of the common folk against the demons. "Sanji, at your age, how can we let you return to the battlefield?" The city commander's face softened with concern. Although his capable soldiers were nearly all lost, he hesitated to send a retired veteran like Lu Sanji into battle, feeling it would be futile. "Are you looking down on me? I was fighting demons when you were still in diapers." Lu Sanji shot a glare at the commander before addressing his fellow soldiers. "Brothers, those little demons are right below the city, eyeing our loved ones with malice. What say you? Shall we confront them? Yes, we must fight. By all that is holy. I've lived long enough. It's time I joined my old comrades," cried one of the veterans. "Sanji, give the order. We will follow you into battle, as we always have." The old soldiers, inflamed with righteous anger, grasped their swords at their waists, their faces ablaze with the spirit of combat, showing not a hint of fear. Many townsfolk watching on the sidelines were filled with tears of rage. At this critical moment, it was not the warriors nor the Demon Subjugation Division that stood before them, but a group of frail and ailing veterans. "Master G, perhaps the Demon Subjugation Division will act soon. Let us wait a little longer." The commander hesitated to allow the aged soldiers to take the field. "The Demon Subjugation Division?" Lu Sanji scoffed. "Do they care about the lives of us common folk? I have heard whispers that our city's Demon Subjugation Division has an underground pact with the Demon Clan. They do not intervene when demons ravage the city, and in return, the demons spare the warriors among us." It seems that this may indeed be true. The commander's brow furrowed as he opened his mouth to speak, but suddenly, a tremendous crash echoed from the city gate. He looked down to see dozens of terrifying dog demons viciously clawing at the gate with their sharp talons. The sturdy gate trembled violently under the relentless assault, deep gashes appearing on its surface as stones flew in all directions. His expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that the claws of these dog demons could be so formidable, easily tearing apart even the diamond-forged gate. At this rate, it would not be long before the gate was utterly destroyed, and what awaited them then would be total annihilation. "Listen, people of Xiongwu City, open the gates and surrender. The lords of the Demon Clan can grant you a swift end. Otherwise, everyone shall be devoured alive." A middle-aged man clad in a green robe adorned with patterns of demonic beasts shouted coldly from below the gate. Beside him stood a dozen youths dressed similarly, each emanating a terrifying aura, the weakest among them having reached the 8th rank of martial disciples. Yet, despite their human forms, they carried an overwhelming presence of demonic energy, appearing quite eerie. Upon seeing the green-robed figures, all those atop the city towers gritted their teeth in hatred. The Temple of Demons. How audacious these Temple of Demons members are. For nearly a century, the war between humanity and the Demon Clan has raged on, with the demons holding an overwhelming advantage, nearly leading to the extinction of humankind. Some, in a desperate bid for survival, have allied with the Demon Clan, forming the Temple of Demons. They learn the language of beasts, gaining the ability to communicate with demons, and even mimic demon techniques to create half-demon martial arts. Generally, demons must reach the 4th realm, the demon sovereign stage, to assume human form and learn human language. Before that, the Temple of Demons served as intermediaries for the Demon Clan. In return, The demons would provide them with demonic blood and cores to aid in their cultivation. With the demons' resource support, the members of the Temple of Demons advanced rapidly, becoming exceptionally powerful and ruthless, often committing heinous acts on behalf of the demon clan, particularly enjoying the humiliation of young girls. The pups of the Temple of Demons think they can breach the city over my corpse. Surrender? Not a chance. Lu Sanji exclaimed in furious defiance. Stubborn and unyielding. In the midst of the turmoil, the man clad in a green robe glanced coldly at the dog demon chief, approaching him with an unusual display of reverence. The chief, in turn, let out a furious roar. The dog demons besieging the city, upon hearing the bellow, were instantly invigorated as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, rampaging with fervor to demolish the city gates. The gates trembled violently, succumbing further to the relentless assault of the dog demons, sustaining increasingly severe damage. The citizens atop the city walls, witnessing this harrowing scene, were gripped by terror, trembling in fear. They understood that should the gates be breached, the lives of every ordinary soul within the city would be forfeit. At that moment, a piercing eagle's cry resonated through the air. The crowd looked up to see a battle eagle swiftly descending from the heavens, alighting upon the shoulder of the commanding officer, its leg bound with a sealed missive. The communication jade tokens were exceedingly rare, far beyond the means of the common folk. Thus the military resorted to the age-old method of utilizing eagles for messages. The officer retrieved the missive from the eagle's leg, signaling to his subordinates to reward the creature with a few strips of dried fish. After consuming the treat, the eagle soared into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant. Upon unsealing the missive, the officer's expression darkened. It was a response from the King of the North. He conveyed that his forces lacked sufficient martial artists below the Master Realm to provide assistance, instructing the defense to ensure the evacuation of the martial artists within the city and, if necessary, to prepare for some sacrifices from the defending troops. This proclamation chilled the hearts of those present. To prioritize the evacuation of martial artists while suggesting the defenders make sacrifices meant condemning the ordinary citizens to death in a bid to secure a chance for the martial practitioners to flee. What did this mean? Was the life of a martial artist valued more than that of an ordinary person? Lu Sanji was engulfed in fury. In his youth, he had been a trusted soldier under Xiao Chen's grandfather, Xiao Rulei. Following the elevation of Xiao Zhenbei to kingship, he served under him for several years, developing a significant bond with the Xiao household. Yet, he had always harbored reservations about certain actions taken by Xiao Zhenbei, particularly his preferential treatment towards his youngest son, while exiling the eldest to Bear Martial City, a decision he found utterly reprehensible. Xiao Chen, such a commendable child, devoted so much to the Xiao family, yet met with such a tragic fate. It's utterly infuriating. And now, Xiao Zhenbei has issued such a command, it is enough to drive one to the brink of madness. Boom. At that moment, a sudden resounding crash echoed through the air. Under the terrified gaze of the onlookers, the city gates were shattered, and dozens of fearsome dog demons, accompanied by a group from the demon temple, surged into the city. Several injured soldiers stood valiantly in their path, only to be devoured in an instant by the dog demons, licking the remnants of flesh and blood from their lips. The dog demons' eyes glimmered with ecstasy as they scanned the surroundings with their blood-red gaze, eager to claim their next victim. Yet the streets lay desolate, devoid of any human presence. The human race, a collection of cowards. Before the mighty demon lords, they lack even the slightest courage to resist. The middle-aged man in the green robe from the demon temple sneered, calling out loudly to the entire Bear Martial God, but received no reply. There were still dozens of warriors within the city, and the formidable demon suppression office remained. Yet at this moment, no one dared to step forth to fight. No one was willing to sacrifice their life for a group of lowly commoners. Humanity is inherently selfish. The heroes spoken of by the storytellers are a rarity in reality. Suddenly, the green-robed man noticed a boy, no more than 5 or 6 years old, trembling in fear beneath a table. With a sinister grin, he approached and dragged the boy out, presenting him to a dog demon nearby. Flattering, great dog demon, the flesh of a child is the most tender. Please, indulge yourself. As he spoke, a peculiar energy emanated from him, his words sounding strange. Upon hearing this, the dog demon's crimson eyes brightened, drool dripping from its grotesque maw. Clearly delighted by the prospect of this human delicacy. Ha, humans. Now the great dog demon is about to feast upon your children. Who dares to intervene? I will count to 3, and if no one steps forward, the dog demon shall commence its meal. The middle-aged man from the demon temple surveyed his surroundings, laughing maniacally. Once entering the demon temple, he had completely forsaken his identity as a human, fully aligning himself with the demons. Those who join the demon temple often possess twisted personalities, many of whom are heinous criminals. Perhaps they had already lost their humanity before their allegiance to the demon cause. Stop. Wang Yunqi, as a member of the human race. How can you aid the demons in slaughtering your own kind? Are you still human? At this moment, the commander, accompanied by a group of elderly and injured soldiers, descended from the city wall. Lu Sanji glared at the middle-aged man from the demon temple with fury, shouting vehemently. The green-robed man before him was none other than Wang Yunqi, the leader of the demon temple in Bear Martial City, once a guard at the Zhentian Martial Academy. He had been stripped of his powers and expelled from the academy for violating a female student. Since then, he harbored resentment, joining the demon temple, opposing humanity at every turn, having taken countless lives in the process. Human? I ceased to be one long ago. The so-called wise are those who recognize the prevailing trends. The unification of the demon clan is an inevitable tide, and what is wrong with my allegiance to them? Wang Yunqi displayed an expression of utter disdain. You beast! Are you truly devoid of shame? I shall cleave you in two today. Lu Sanji's entire demeanor transformed, exuding an aura as fierce as an enraged lion. As he unsheathed his saber and charged at Wang Yunqi. Master Ji. No. The commander shouted in alarm. Lu Sanji was merely an ordinary soldier, not a martial artist. Even in his prime, he would be no match for a mere finger of Zhang Yunqi, who stood at the 8th realm of martial disciples. Wang Yunqi narrowed his eyes, oblivious to the peril he faced. With a casual wave of his hand, he unleashed a terrifying surge of demonic energy, sending Lu Sanji hurtling through the air. Lu Sanji coughed up a mouthful of blood, crashing heavily to the ground, his long knife long since discarded. He struggled to rise, but despite his efforts, he failed, ultimately collapsing in a heap of exhaustion. Brother G has already fought. What do we have to fear? Sooner or later, death awaits us all. Indeed, brothers, charge. A group of veteran soldiers, witnessing Lu Sanji's injury, felt their eyes blaze with fury, and they too drew their blades and surged forward. Wang Yunqi frowned slightly, again effortlessly swatting this group of men to the ground. Many martial artists hidden in the shadows clenched their fists at this scene, yet none dared to intervene. Elder Lu, Elder Zhang, Elder Wu. The commander, seeing the veterans spitting blood and collapsing, was filled with rage, turning to shout at the surroundings, warriors of Xiongwu City, at this juncture. Will you continue to hide in shame? Demon Suppression Division, come out at once. His voice echoed throughout the city, reaching every martial artist's ears. However, no one responded. Silence enveloped the city. Ha ha ha, the human race is utterly laughable. Lu Sanji, I shall send you on your way. Wang Yunqi cast a cold glance at the fallen Lu Sanji, his expression turning icy as he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom. A deafening sound erupted. A dense, green demonic energy coalesced in the air, forming an illusory tiger beast that hurtled toward Lu Sanji. The terrifying aura instilled fear in the hearts of all present. Should this strike find its mark, Lu Sanji would undoubtedly be reduced to a mist of blood. This is bad. It's the tiger demon illusion technique. Master Ji. Quickly evade. The commander recognized the origin of the tiger beast and was instantly struck with dread. The tiger demon illusion technique was a profound skill of the demon god temple, capable of summoning the spirit of the tiger demon to battle, its power formidable, barely inferior to that of the tiger demon itself. Those slain by the tiger demon spirit would find their souls eternally imprisoned, serving as sustenance for the spirit, enduring endless torment for all eternity. To Wang Yunqi's dismay, he resorted to such means to slay Lu Sanji. Was he truly intent on ensuring he would never transcend? Upon witnessing this scene, Lu Sanji's expression shifted dramatically. He desperately attempted to move his body, but the severity of his injuries rendered him immobile. Ultimately, in despair, he closed his eyes and murmured softly, Your Highness, Lu Sanji must depart first. I can no longer care for you. Just at that moment, a resounding clang of a sword echoed nearby, akin to the roar of a dragon. Chapter 43. Who possesses the small elixir? In the next instant, a youth clad in white and donning a ghostly mask surged in like lightning from the city gate, positioning himself directly before Lu Sanji, brandishing a sword. A terrifying scarlet sword energy erupted forth with an unparalleled ferocity, cleaving towards the phantom of the tiger beast. A swordsman? Upon seeing the newcomer, Wang Yunqi's eyes flickered with surprise. Swordsmen, known as the most formidable killers among all paths, are exceedingly difficult to contend with. Fortunately, they have nearly vanished from existence. Otherwise, the demon race would pay an exorbitant price to conquer humanity. How could a swordsman suddenly appear? Though astonished, he felt no fear. For he discerned that the young man's cultivation was merely at the 7th level of swordsman, incapable of harming his tiger demon, which possessed strength nearing the 8th level of demon practitioners. The demon race is inherently stronger than the human race, capable of overwhelming them in the same realm. Despite the swordsman's impressive prowess, crossing realms is impossible. However, the subsequent events shattered his expectations entirely. As the sword energy approached, the tiger beast's phantom seemed to perceive something terrifying, quivering slightly, its expression one of sheer horror. Unable to flee, it was obliterated by the sword light, disintegrating into a cloud of green smoke. Witnessing this, both humans and demons present were left in utter astonishment. Where had this human youth come from? He had effortlessly dispersed Wang Yunqi's tiger demon spirit with a single strike. My tiger demon spirit could not withstand it? Wang Yunqi's face mirrored his shock. But there was no time for contemplation. An excruciating pain surged from his soul. The tiger demon spirit had long since fused with Wang Yunqi, and with its annihilation, he suffered a grievous blow. He emitted a muffled groan, his complexion paling instantly. Enraged, he raised his gaze to the ghostly-faced youth nearby, his eyes filled with venomous resentment. You, a mere 7th-level swordsman, dared to slay my tiger demon spirit. I shall. Before he could finish his threat, Wang Yunqi's voice abruptly ceased. His pupils contracted in disbelief at what he beheld. The blood-colored sword energy had yet to dissipate, continuing its relentless advance towards him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored sword energy arrived before Wang Yunqi. He wore a scornful expression, casually unleashing a terrifying surge of demon energy to disperse the sword energy. Yet, he discovered that the energy emanating from the sword instilled a sense of dread within him, shattering his demon energy and surging directly towards his chest. How could this be possible? Wang Yunqi's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly unleashed several waves of demonic energy, barely dispersing the crimson sword aura. Witnessing this scene, all present, both humans and demons, were once again struck with astonishment. How could a mere boy wield such a sword strike that not only obliterated the tiger demon's spirit, but also left Wang Yunqi in such a state of disarray? Were humans truly as feeble as they were rumored to be? How could there exist such a prodigy among them? The warriors of Xiongwu City, concealed in the shadows, were equally dumbfounded, for not only had they never heard of such a young sword cultivator appearing in the Great Xia, but they also struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. The boy with the ghastly visage was none other than Xiao Chen, who had rushed desperately to the scene. At that moment, he cradled the severely injured Lu Sanji, his eyes ablaze with fury. Despite his haste, he arrived a moment too late. Lu Sanji had already sustained grave wounds. Given Lu Sanji's physical constitution, survival without a healing elixir such as the lesser healing pill was exceedingly unlikely. Seeing Lu Sanji, drenched in blood and in a pitiful state, ignited an overwhelming wrath within Xiao Chen. Upon learning that Xiongwu City was besieged by demons, he had feared for Lu Sanji's life. Lu Sanji, a seasoned veteran, though now advanced in years, still possessed an indomitable spirit. Faced with such peril, he would undoubtedly confront the demons head-on. Thus, Xiao Chen had rushed to his aid, only to discover he was too late. Little brother, thank you. Alas, Lu Sanji can no longer repay you. Might I trouble you to convey a message to Xiao Chen of the Northern Wang Manor? Inform him that Lu Sanji met his end today at the jaws of demons. He need not dwell on our past pact of care in his twilight years. Instead, he should strive to live joyfully. Lu Sanji shall watch over him from below. Regret etched across Lu Sanji's pale visage as he lamented the untimely fate that had befallen him. Xiao Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he turned to the guard, inquiring, "Do you possess any small returning pills?" The guard was taken aback, offering a wry smile as he replied, "The small returning pill is a divine remedy for healing. A person of my station could scarcely be in possession of such a treasure." Xiao Chen's gaze instantly dimmed. However, the Demon Suppression Division of Xiongwu Town possesses such treasures. Unfortunately, they are merely a self-serving lot, unlikely to part with their precious resources. The commander gritted his teeth and remarked, "The small recovery pill is worth its weight in gold and is an exceedingly rare treasure even within the Demon Suppression Division. They disregard the lives of countless individuals. It is utterly inconceivable for them to sacrifice a small recovery pill to save Lu Sanji. Dear brother, life and death are predestined. Do not feel compelled on my behalf. The small recovery pill is a divine elixir, one that a life as insignificant as mine cannot afford," Lu Sanji said, extending his withered hand to gently pat Xiao Chen's arm. signaling him not to take it to heart, and he was prepared to close his eyes. Xiao Chen's countenance changed dramatically as he realized that Lu Sanji's will to survive was feeble. If he were to close his eyes at this moment, even the most divine beings would be unable to salvage him. Leaning closer, he whispered into Lu Sanji's ear, "Lu Sanji, you better keep your eyes open. Did we not agree? I still intend to take care of you in your old age. If you dare to perish, I shall expose your previous peeping at widow Lu bathing to the entire city, leaving you with no face even in death." Upon hearing these words, the dimness in Lu Sanji's aged eyes suddenly sparked with life as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Chen. "Why, you are the heir? You have become a swordsman?" Xiao Chen, with reddened eyes, exclaimed, "Nonsense. Who else would go to such lengths to rescue you, old man, if not me? Very well. My family's heir has recovered and has become an unparalleled swordsman. With the heir backing me, I, Lu Sanji, shall no longer fear the consequences. Even if I am caught peering at a widow bathing." Lu Sanji laughed heartily. Those surrounding him, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of profound sorrow. It appeared that Lu Sanji had reached a state of utter despair as illusions began to manifest, causing him to mistake the white-clad youth before him for the incompetent Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen is deemed a failure. How could he suddenly transform into a swordsman, let alone an exceptionally gifted one? Such individuals are indeed a rarity throughout the vast expanse of the great Xia. Young man, who are you to meddle in matters that do not concern you? Are you not aware of the unspoken rule that martial artists refrain from intervening during demon clan massacres? Wang Yunqi stepped forward, his icy gaze fixated on Xiao Chen, his tone chilling as he inquired, "Did you inflict harm upon him?" Xiao Chen cautiously placed Lu Sanji on the ground and rose to meet Wang Yunqi's gaze. Wang Yunqi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Are you referring to this old fool? So what if I was the one who struck him? Do you intend to avenge him? If so, prepare to meet your demise." Xiao Chen coldly remarked, "You arrogant brat, cease your boasting. With your mere presence? Just moments ago, I exerted only 60% of my strength. Should I unleash my full power, your demise would be inevitable. Depart now, and I may yet spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame us for disregarding the rules." Wang Yunqi laughed maniacally. Although they had made clandestine agreements with certain influential figures of the imperial court to spare the martial artists while slaughtering the commoners, if Xiao Chen was intent on courting death, they would bear no responsibility for the consequences. Chapter 44, Zhentian Gang of the Demon Suppression Division. Some members of the Demon Suppression Division, lurking in the shadows, furrowed their brows. Did this masked youth intend to disrupt the established order? Ordinarily, the demon clan would leave the city after feasting on the common populace, refraining from harming the martial artists. Yet, with this audacious intervention from the masked youth, the situation had become precarious. In their eyes, the masked youth was but a naive child, oblivious to the necessity of balance. The martial artists were the backbone of humanity. Preserving them was paramount. As for the commoners, their deaths could be supplanted by future generations. What significance did it hold? Moreover, with thousands of demon beasts currently thronging the city, what could one individual possibly achieve? To act now would be akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, a foolish endeavor destined for failure. However, just as the members of the Demon Suppression Division hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene against Xiao Chen, Wang Yunqi's expression suddenly darkened. "You insolent brat, you still refuse to leave? Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." His gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, he unleashed a torrent of terrifying demonic energy, which coalesced in the air, ultimately manifesting into 3 formidable tiger demon spirits. This time, it was not merely tiger apparitions, rather, 3 complete tiger forms emerged. These tiger demon spirits were vividly lifelike, adorned with emerald fur, their crimson eyes radiating an aura of sovereignty over all beasts. Roar! The tiger demons let out a thunderous roar, their immense bellow reverberating through the crowd, instilling fear and causing pain to the eardrums. 3 tiger demon spirits? Moreover, each was significantly stronger than the previous ones. The masked youth was doomed. No matter how powerful a 7th-level swordsman he was, he could not possibly withstand the onslaught of 3 tiger demon spirits simultaneously. The onlookers trembled in trepidation. "Young master, flee. Do not concern yourself with me. You cannot contend against these 3 tiger demon spirits," Lu Sanji exclaimed in terror, tugging at Xiao Chen's sleeve, urging him to escape post-haste. Xiao Chen was merely a 7th-tier swordsman, yet he faced 3 tiger demon spirits, each possessing the strength of an 8th-tier demon apprentice. The odds of victory were utterly insurmountable, not to mention Xiao Chen. Even an 8th-tier swordsman of considerable prowess would surely meet their doom. Suddenly, the dog demon leader scampered over to Wang Yunqi, barking several commands. Wang Yunqi nodded repeatedly, then turned to Xiao Chen with a sinister grin, proclaiming, "The dog demon lord has decreed that, due to your transgression of the rules, it shall not only feast upon the commoners today, but also claim the lives of 10 warriors as a punishment for you." Upon hearing this, the warriors concealed in the shadows could no longer contain their emotions. Their expressions turned grim, and their gazes towards Xiao Chen were laden with resentment. If not for this meddlesome brat, they would never have found themselves in such a calamity. To demand the lives of 10 warriors, there were barely 70 warriors in Xiongwu City. Did this not imply a 1 in 7 chance of being chosen? It was all over, and all fingers pointed at that ghost-faced youth. Meanwhile, a stern-faced middle-aged man with a square jaw observed the scene with a dark expression. Who was this insolent youth, daring to meddle in affairs of Xiongwu City? This man was Zhao Tiangang, the head of the Demon Suppression Department in Xiongwu City. He had been silently monitoring the situation, having once been a moderately successful warrior. However, 2 years prior, after saving the heir of the Northern King, he soared to great heights, ascending to the position of the Demon Suppression Department head. Thanks to the Northern King's influence, this position was highly coveted, replete with numerous benefits that he would never have attained without the king's favor. To be honest, his initial interest in the youth stemmed from the latter's lavish attire and extraordinary demeanor, which suggested he might be the scion of a wealthy family. And Zhao hoped to forge a beneficial connection. Little did he anticipate that the youth was, in fact, the son of the Northern King, an unimaginable stroke of fortune. A young man beside him concurred, "Indeed, department head, we are unaware of such a talented swordsman in this vicinity. It is rather peculiar that someone of such remarkable capability remains obscure." "Humph. What use is high talent if one lacks common sense? They are still worthless." Zhao Tiangang snapped. "Go arrange for 10 warriors to be delivered to the demon clan." The young man hesitated. "Are we truly to deliver them? They are warriors. Each one is difficult to cultivate. Besides, I fear no one would willingly march to their deaths." Zhao Tiangang darkened his expression. "What can I do? The demons have spoken. Must I not comply? Blame that boy." He cast a resentful glance at Xiao Chen, only to find the latter completely unfazed, not even furrowing a brow. Wang Yunqi, intrigued, gazed at Xiao Chen. 10 warriors will perish because of you, and you feel no remorse at all? Huh. A bunch of cowardly vermin. What is there to lament? Even if they perish in droves? Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. Excellent. Well said. Not a single soul in the Demon Suppression Division possesses any courage. Merely a bunch of spineless cowards. A wave of applause erupted from the crowd. As the human race faced peril, the Demon Suppression Division chose to remain in the shadows. And the citizens of the city had long been filled with grievances. At this moment, hearing Xiao Chen voice the sentiments of the masses brought everyone immense satisfaction. Zhao Tiangang and the other members of the Demon Suppression Division clenched their fists in anger. "You dare to speak of the Demon Suppression Division in such a manner?" Wang Yunqi was taken aback. The leader of the Demon Suppression Division, Zhao Tiangang, was a martial master. Did this masked youth not fear his wrath? However, as he reconsidered, he soon found solace. After a brief moment, the masked youth would meet his demise, and there was indeed no need to worry about retaliation. Tiger Spirit, tear him apart. With this thought, Wang Yunqi issued a direct command to the Tiger Spirit. The 3 Tiger Spirits, exuding an overwhelming and fierce aura, lunged toward Xiao Chen, their terrifying demonic energy causing the onlookers to tremble in fear. "Young master, flee!" Lu Sanji cried out in desperation. The defending general closed his eyes, unable to bear witnessing the impending tragedy. Yet, Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged. He raised his hand and unleashed a sword strike, declaring, "Annihilate." Buzz. The sword emitted a dragon's roar, unleashing a crimson sword energy that surged toward the Tiger Spirits. One strike, and myriad demons were vanquished, leaving even the gods astounded. The heaven-defying demon-slaying technique was meticulously crafted for the extermination of demons. Its lethal force was already terrifying against humans, but against the demon race, its might was unparalleled. The sharp sword energy soared into the heavens, permeating the void. The crowd felt a stinging pain on their faces. The overwhelming intent to kill reverberated through the surroundings, instilling fear even from a distance of 10 meters. Witnessing this strike, everyone present was left in stunned silence. Had this masked youth not yet revealed his full strength? This strike was exponentially more powerful than the previous one. Bang, 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 with 3 thunderous sounds. The 3 fearsome tiger spirits were unable to mount even a semblance of resistance before being obliterated. The sword energy did not cease. It surged toward Wang Yunqi's neck. Wang Yunqi's pupils constricted, an overwhelming terror flooding his eyes. The arrogance he previously displayed evaporated, replaced by the acute awareness that should the sword energy strike him, he would undoubtedly perish. Desperately, he turned to the nearby canine demon leader for assistance. "Canine demon lord, save me." The canine demon leader regarded Wang Yunqi with disdain. Thoroughly dissatisfied. How could such a trifling 7th-level swordsman be so incapable? Truly a waste. Nonetheless, since this human had allied with them, he could not turn a blind eye. Thus, the canine demon leader let out a furious roar, its form swelling several sizes, resembling a towering mountain in its terrifying stature. A glint of ferocity flashed in its eyes as it charged, enveloped in overwhelming demonic energy, directly colliding with the sword energy. Its head was extraordinarily hard, and with the 8th-level demon cultivation, it should have been sufficient to shatter this sword energy. However, Chapter 45, Resentment. The blood-red sword energy surged forward relentlessly, cleaving through the dog demon leader's diamond-hard skull before continuing its advance towards Wang Yunqi. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were rendered speechless, instinctively swallowing hard. How could such formidable sword energy exist? Surely, even a master of the 8th tier of martial disciples would be unable to breach the defenses of the dog demon leader. Wang Yunqi's pupils constricted in shock. The sheer terror of this sword energy was utterly preposterous. A powerful dog demon leader had been effortlessly vanquished? Just as Wang Yunqi pondered this, a streak of sword light hurtled towards him, and a head soared into the sky. After slaying Wang Yunqi, the sword energy continued to soar for nearly 100 meters through the void before gradually dissipating. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the dog demons within the city let out a mournful howl, their crimson eyes fixated upon Xiao Chen, brimming with hatred, yet seemingly wary of Xiao Chen's strength. These dog demons merely bared their teeth, refraining from advancing to attack. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the densely clustered horde of relentless canine demons surrounding him, a flicker of gravity crossing his gaze. Although the majority of these dog demons were merely at the 7th tier of cultivation, making them easily vanquished by him in one-on-one combat, and even a group of 10 could be dispatched with relative ease, the sheer number of them, thousands, posed a daunting threat. Should they collectively launch an assault, even his formidable prowess would be insufficient to withstand their relentless onslaught. Of course, he could effortlessly extricate himself from this perilous situation. Yet behind him lay countless innocent lives, numbering in the hundreds of thousands. Should he retreat, the once vibrant city of Xiongwu would be plunged into eternal darkness, devoid of the warmth of countless hearths. In that moment, Xiao Chen found himself engulfed in indecision, uncertain of the path he ought to take. Ding! The system announced a new mission, one against thousands. The host was required to defend Xiongwu City from the demonic menace and eliminate 300 iron-headed dog demons. Upon completion of this task, the host would be rewarded with the divine sword technique, Ancient True Demon. This technique would grant the host a terrifying enhancement in strength for a duration of 15 minutes, enabling him to unleash combat capabilities far exceeding his usual prowess. However, once the time had elapsed, the augmentation would dissipate, leaving the host in a state of weakness for 2 hours. Just then, the system's voice resonated, and a golden virtual panel materialized before Xiao Chen, detailing the mission's particulars. Xiao Chen cast a glance, momentarily taken aback. No more blind boxes this time. The reward was indeed splendid, a coveted sword technique he had long yearned for. Moreover, it was of divine caliber. Such sword techniques were exceedingly rare, with even yellow-grade skills being hard to come by. To his astonishment, the system had directly bestowed upon him a divine-grade technique. This was nothing short of an unexpected delight. The blind box phase served as a trial for the host. Should the host make an erroneous choice, the system would shut down entirely. Now, having successfully passed the preliminary assessments, the host had advanced to the next stage. Xiao Chen felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. Was it truly a test he faced earlier? Fortunately, he had chosen the correct answer. Otherwise, he would be facing dire consequences now. System. What are the repercussions of not accepting a task or failing to complete it? That information is classified and cannot be disclosed. The host need only follow their heart in making a choice. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Chen immediately became vigilant. This system was cunning and devious. Previously, it had conducted secret assessments without his knowledge. If he failed this task, who could predict the punitive measures that might ensue? However, with the daunting challenge of withstanding the assault of thousands of iron-headed dog demons and slaying 300 of them, he felt a profound uncertainty. Yet, glancing at the ailing Lu Sanji and the veteran soldiers lying on the ground, Xiao Chen's resolve gradually solidified. To hell with it. Ultimately, what was death? If that old man Lu Sanji feared nothing, why should he? System, I accept this task. Ding. Task acquisition successful. Please complete it promptly. After accepting the mission, Xiao Chen surveyed the horde of dog demons surrounding him, took a deep breath, and his gaze sharpened with determination as he drew his sword, ready to strike. Halt. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from a short distance away. Xiao Chen was taken aback and turned to look. A stern-looking middle-aged man, accompanied by several youthful warriors, approached with an imposing presence. The middle-aged man emanated a terrifying aura of martial prowess, and even from a distance, Xiao Chen felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. This individual turned out to be a martial master. Beside the middle-aged man, the several young warriors also exhibited a restrained brilliance in their eyes, exuding an imposing aura. They were unmistakably experts at the 8th level of martial discipleship. Xiao Chen's expression darkened abruptly, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. This group of martial artists from Xiongwu City possessed remarkable strength, entirely capable of resisting the encroaching demon race, yet they chose to cower in fear while the city fell to slaughter. It was utterly disgraceful. What was even more disheartening at this moment was the way these individuals glared at Xiao Chen with indignation, as if it were he, not the demons, who was responsible for the devastation. Young brother, those individuals are from the Demon Suppression Division of Xiongwu City. The middle-aged man at the forefront is Zhao Tiangang, the head of the division, a martial master of terrifying prowess. The soldiers by his side are also formidable in strength. Had they chosen to act, the demon race would have at least hesitated, perhaps even abandoned their massacre out of fear of casualties. Regrettably, these individuals are self-serving and indifferent to the plight of the innocent. Be cautious, young brother. Your actions have disrupted the unspoken agreement between them and the demon race. They may seek retribution against you. The guard cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Tiangang and his companions before stepping closer to Xiao Chen and whispering. Zhao Tiangang and his associates approached Xiao Chen with grim expressions, their eyes cold and unyielding. Who are you? Who permitted you to meddle in the affairs of Xiongwu City? Xiao Chen's gaze suddenly turned icy. Zhao Tiangang directed his attention to the fallen Lu Sanji and the others, ordering, bring forth those ancient beings who dared to provoke the demon clan and eliminate them, offering apologies to the demons. Zhao Tiangang, do you truly believe that the slaughter of a few worthless souls will resolve today's matter? At that moment, a young man from the demon shrine stepped forward. His teeth clenched in fury. The demon lord is exceedingly displeased. In addition to this sword cultivator and the entirety of the city's civilians, your Xiongwu City must surrender 30 warriors to compensate for the demon clan's losses. Zhao Tiangang's expression shifted dramatically. 30 warriors? Is that not excessive? He protested. Moreover, to annihilate all the civilians of the city is quite against the rules. The Xiongwu City boasted only a little over 70 warriors. 30 was nearly half their number. The demand to eradicate all civilians was beyond his expectations. Historically, during massacres, at least 1/10 of the population would be spared for future propagation. This was an unspoken rule among certain influential figures of both the demon and human races, akin to leaving roots when gathering medicinal herbs for future harvests. However, the demon clan's intent to devour all the city's inhabitants signified a complete depletion of resources. Upon hearing this, some civilians, who had been lurking in the shadows, cast glances filled with animosity towards Xiao Chen. They had previously harbored a 1 in 10 chance of survival, but now that hope was utterly extinguished. All of this was the fault of the ghost-faced youth before them. Had it not been for his meddling, they might have retained a glimmer of hope. Now it was all lost. Of course, many civilians still felt a profound gratitude towards Xiao Chen. After all, in this world, while there existed treacherous villains with hearts as cold as wolves, there were also those who were principled and kind-hearted. How is it excessive? The demon clan has lost a leader, and our Xiongwu demon shrine has lost a home master. Requiring you to surrender 30 warriors and consume all the city's civilians is hardly unreasonable. Blame the sword cultivator for his unwarranted interference. The young man from the demon shrine sneered maliciously. A demon-slaying soldier cast a venomous glance at Xiao Chen, pointing an accusing finger at him and seething. It is all your fault for meddling. Originally, not a single warrior in the city would have perished, but now, due to your incompetence, 30 warriors must die. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at him, then reached out to grasp his fingers, gently twisting them. The enchanted weapon let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Xiao Chen released his grip and delivered another resounding slap across the face of his opponent. Bang! The demon-slaying soldier was sent flying. crashing heavily into the imposing figure of a canine demon, rendering it unconscious upon impact. The dog demon, bewildered, struggled to rise, its eyes reflecting a flicker of confusion. It stood there, utterly perplexed, wondering why it had been toppled without provocation. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. To act with such audacity in front of so many from the Demon Suppression Division, no one could fathom Xiao Chen's brazen demeanor. The fallen demon-slaying soldier was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that Xiao Chen would possess the audacity to strike him. After all, Zhao Tiangang and a dozen officials from the Demon Suppression Division were present. Zhao Tiangang, too, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how a mere 7th-tier swordsman would dare to assault one of his subordinates in front of him. Furthermore, how could a sword cultivator possess such formidable strength? Capable of casually sending even an 8th-tier martial artist flying? Had his parents never taught him that pointing at others is quite impolite? Ignoring the peculiar gazes from those around him, Xiao Chen regarded the demon-slaying soldier with indifference. In the next moment, the soldier scrambled to his feet and charged towards Xiao Chen, his expression twisted with fury. "You little brat, how dare you ambush me? Are you ready to face the consequences now?" Xiao Chen raised his hands and gazed at the demon-suppressing soldier. "All right, I shall strike." Before the opponent could finish his words, Xiao Chen abruptly swung his hand, delivering a sharp slap that sent the demon-suppressing soldier flying once more. "Haha, Su Feng, are you truly a waste? To be knocked back twice by a mere 7th-level swordsman? He hasn't even drawn his sword. Indeed, did you forget to have breakfast this morning? You are utterly embarrassing our Demon Suppression Division." Upon witnessing this scene, numerous demon-suppressing soldiers cast derisive glances at the disheveled Su Feng, mocking him relentlessly. He's merely a 7th-level swordsman, without even drawing his sword, yet he has left the 8th-level martial artist, Li Feng, utterly bewildered. This is simply absurd. It is essential to note that sword cultivators possess fragile physiques. Their strength lies solely in their blades. If a 7th-level swordsman, without drawing his sword, can best him, it speaks volumes about Su Feng's ineptitude. No other explanation suffices. Zhao Tiangang also looked at Su Feng with disappointment, contemplating whether he should surrender Su Feng to the demon race to be devoured. Initially, he had deemed Su Feng one of the more gifted among his subordinates, worthy of cultivation, but now he found it astonishing that Su Feng could not even defeat a 7th-level swordsman who had not drawn his sword. Truly a failure. What do you all understand? That boy is no ordinary opponent. If you go up, you shall receive the same beating, Su Feng exclaimed, exasperated. At first, he believed it was his own negligence that allowed Xiao Chen to launch a surprise attack, but even after he prepared himself, he still couldn't react in time and was sent flying once more. This was not a matter of his weakness, rather, that ghost-faced youth was simply too formidable. However, how could a sword cultivator possess such physical strength? Su Feng, spare yourself the excuses. With your performance, I fear that soon. Chief Xiao will hand you over to the demon race as a sacrifice, sneered a demon-suppressing soldier. Upon hearing this, Su Feng glanced at the icy Zhao Tiangang, his expression shifting drastically, and then turned to the soldier who had spoken, gritting his teeth. "Zhu Yun, stop your incessant chatter. If you have the capability, go face that ghost-faced boy yourself. Try it then. A mere 7th-level swordsman. I could easily subdue him." Zhu Yun scoffed, casting a dismissive glance at Xiao Chen as he slowly approached. "Boy, draw your sword. Otherwise, you shall not have the chance to strike." Xiao Chen slowly shook his head, declaring that he did not require any effort to deal with him. Zhu Yun's expression turned icy, and he retorted, "You arrogant wretch. Do you believe I am as feeble as Su Feng, someone you can easily manipulate? You are a fool who knows neither the sky's height nor the earth's depth." Before he could finish his words, a resounding slap from Xiao Chen sent him flying. This time, not only the onlookers, but even the experts from the Demon Suppression Division were taken aback. The sword cultivator had not even drawn his sword. He had effortlessly sent a martial artist of the 8th rank flying with sheer physical prowess. The first incident might have been a fluke, but the second occurrence could not be dismissed as mere coincidence. It only served to illustrate that this sword cultivator possessed an extraordinary strength, having honed his physical capabilities to an unparalleled degree. "Such grandiloquence," he scoffed. "You seem to believe yourself formidable. Yet with your abilities, you are inferior to that Su Feng." Xiao Chen let out a cold laugh. The heavy thud of Zhu Yun hitting the ground left him utterly astonished, gazing at Xiao Chen in disbelief. How could the physical prowess of this sword cultivator be so formidable? Zhao Tiangang's expression also shifted. as he had not anticipated the presence of such a prodigy near Xiongwu City. Not only was his swordsmanship fierce, but his physical strength had also reached an astonishing level, utterly shattering Zhao's perceptions of sword cultivators. However, regardless of his exceptional talent, if he provoked the demon clan, he would meet his demise today. If this young man did not perish, then he surely would. With this thought, he stepped forward, a cold and stern expression fixed upon Xiao Chen. Young man, what is your origin? Are you aware that your reckless actions will not only fail to save anyone, but will also lead to the tragic deaths of many more? Xiao Chen scoffed. Are you not merely afraid of death? Why must you concoct so many excuses? Your demon suppression division boasts numerous skilled warriors. If they were to charge together, not only could they repel the demon horde, but at the very least, they could inflict enough damage to deter them from wantonly slaughtering my fellow humans. Yet what do? You cower in hiding, doing nothing. When I take action against the demons, you appear quite promptly. One might mistakenly believe you are an ally of the demons. Zhao Tiangong's face flushed red, his expression darkening as he retorted, how to address the demon menace is a matter internal to my Xiongwu City. What business is it of yours, an outsider, to meddle? Xiao Chen gazed into his eyes, speaking earnestly. As members of the human race, we all bear the responsibility to vanquish demons and protect our people. Unlike you, a coward devoid of courage. Zhao Tiangang, struck at his core, erupted in fury. A tempest of blood and energy surged within him, coalescing into a formidable power in his palm, ready to strike at Xiao Chen. An overwhelming aura enveloped Xiao Chen, suffusing him with an oppressive dread. Nevertheless, his expression remained unchanged as he smiled lightly and remarked, "What is this? Do you wish to strike me down? While you cower like a turtle as the demon race ravages cities, I have come to defend Xiongwu City, and yet you seek to kill me. You have offended the demon race, and today, you must die. Is that so? Then go ahead and make your move. I stand alone, with merely 2 sword kings behind me." Xiao Chen spoke with a calm demeanor. Upon the utterance of these words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. All present gaped in astonishment. Zhao Tiangang's pupils suddenly constricted, and his lips twitched involuntarily. No one stood behind him, merely 2 sword kings? Could this brat be speaking rationally? Sword kings. They are formidable beings of unparalleled lethality. To suggest that even one could extinguish Zhao Tiangang with a mere flick of a finger is preposterous. Yet, he felt a semblance of reassurance. For he had the North Guardian King at his back, one of the 10 esteemed kings of the Great Xia. Moreover, the North Guardian King commanded numerous troops, rendering even the Sword Kings somewhat wary. Nevertheless, he resolved to seek clarification, despite the backing of the North Guardian King. He was reluctant to provoke 2 Sword Kings unless absolutely necessary. The wrath of a Sword King could indeed alter the very fabric of the heavens. How do you prove that 2 Sword Kings stand behind you? Zhao Tiangang inquired, his brow furrowing. Is my mastery of the sword not sufficient evidence? Xiao Chen cast a cold smile at Zhao Tiangang. Given his current strength, he was absolutely incapable of defeating a martial master and could only rely on the reputation of the old man Qiu and the old man Lin in hopes that Zhao Tiangang would retreat in the face of difficulty. As for proof, what proof could he possibly provide? Zhao Tiangang hesitated upon hearing this, his expression shifting unpredictably. In terms of strength, the ghostly-faced youth before him was indeed astonishingly powerful, a rare prodigy of swordsmanship. If one were to claim that such a genius had no backing, he would find it hard to believe. Yet, when this youth spoke of having 2 sword kings behind him, it seemed excessively outrageous. Each sword king possessed the power to dominate a region, and their rarity made the appearance of 2, both associated with a single individual, utterly implausible. Nevertheless, better safe than sorry, he was merely here to fulfill a task and reap some benefits, with no intention of risking his life. What if this young man genuinely had 2 sword kings backing him? While the Northern King might not be intimidated, would he be willing to offend 2 sword kings on Zhao Tiangang's behalf? Zhao Tiangang, what are you still hesitating for? Why have you not yet made your move? Beside him, the young man from the demon god temple noticed Zhao Tiangang's indecision and his expression darkened abruptly. This lad's background is extraordinary. I must contemplate this carefully. What is there to contemplate? The great demon lords have descended upon the city. Do you think you still have a choice? Upon hearing the words of the young man from the demon god temple, Zhao Tiangang turned his head to survey the surroundings, discovering thousands of fierce dog demons glaring at him, causing his face to darken. After a moment's observation, he withdrew his gaze and, gritting his teeth, addressed Xiao Chen. Boy, do not blame me. You brought this upon yourself. Regardless of who stands behind you, having offended the demon race, you must die here today. After weighing his options, he ultimately decided to strike down Xiao Chen. If he did not act, he might find himself dead in this very spot. Killing Xiao Chen would merely require him to seek out Xiao Tian for protection, with Xiao Tian's backing. He believed the Northern King would not simply stand by and watch him perish. As a member of the human race, do you not feel any shame in uttering such words? Xiao Chen fixed his gaze intently on Zhao Tiangang. Shame? One must prioritize oneself. Otherwise, one invites ruin from both heaven and earth. Is it wrong for me to simply wish to survive? Zhao Tiangang displayed no hint of remorse. Zhao Tiangang. Without the protection of the Northern King, your actions would have long led to a gruesome execution. The commander could no longer contain his fury. Though certain prominent figures within the Great Xia tacitly allow the abandonment of commoners for the sake of martial artists, the majority of the high-ranking officials within the Demon Suppression Division vehemently oppose such practices, and once uncovered, they will impose severe penalties. Zhao Tiangong's audacity stems solely from clinging to the Northern King's patronage. What connection does this have with Xiao Zhenbei? Xiao Chen was taken aback, casting a glance at the guard. Young brother, how dare you directly utter the name of the Northern Town King? The guard looked at Xiao Chen with fear, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. The Northern Town King, being one of the 10 esteemed kings of the Great Xia, held a position of high honor. Everyone addressed him with reverence. He had never encountered anyone bold enough to call him by his name. Ha ha ha, you are truly arrogant, young man. Daring to speak the name of the Northern Town King so freely, do you not fear for your life? As for my relationship with the Northern Town King, do you know his only son, Xiao Tian? I once saved his life. What do you think my connection to the Northern Town King is? Zhao Tiangang gazed at Xiao Chen, laughing maniacally. You speak nonsense. The Northern Town King clearly has 2 sons. Xiao Chen is the legitimate eldest son, while Xiao Tian is merely the youngest. What a farce to call him the only son. Lu Sanji could no longer contain himself and suddenly erupted in anger. Xiao Chen? That good for nothing? He has already been removed from the family tree of the Northern Town King. Are you not aware? Zhao Tiangang scoffed disdainfully. Lu Sanji stood there, dumbfounded, shock etched across his face as he turned to Xiao Chen. Removed from the family tree? Xiao Chen devoted himself immensely to the Northern Town Prince's manor, even to the extent of shattering his own dantian in a bid to rescue Xiao Tian. Subsequently, despite being neglected by his parents, he never uttered a word of resentment. Instead, he continued to show profound respect and filial piety towards them. Even when Xiao Tian sought to claim his betrothed, and the prince and princess of the northern town pressured him to annul the engagement, he merely swallowed his grievances in silence, without a hint of public outcry. Such a dutiful and understanding son, only to be stripped of his name from the family lineage of the northern town prince's manor? Is that truly the case? Lu Sanji's eyes reddened as he gazed at Xiao Chen, his lips trembling. Xiao Chen displayed little emotional fluctuation, merely nodding slightly. When did this happen? A few days ago. The king of the northern town is truly confused. Lu Sanji suddenly shouted in anger. He could not comprehend why Xiao Chen had to endure such cruelty from Xiao Zhenbei. Was it because he had shattered his dantian in an attempt to save his brother? Or was it because he had not immediately acquiesced when his parents assisted his brother in seizing his beloved? How could one be so merciless towards such a fine youth? Master Ji, temper your words. The guard was nearly paralyzed with fear. What does it matter now? I may very well die today, so why should I hold my tongue? Lu Sanji's eyes burned with fury. Such a brilliant child like Xiao Chen should not be treated this way. Old fool, what are you shouting about? Zhao Tiangang sneered. This world is one of the strong devouring the weak. Someone as useless as Xiao Chen deserves to perish. The young master Ling Tian possesses unparalleled talent, and now he has entered the Sacred Wilderness Academy. He is the true heir of destiny. Zhao Tiangong's face bore a cold smirk. This Xiao Chen has first suffered a shattered dantian, and now he is cursed by the heavens. Such a wretched fate is well-deserved. Useless? Do you even know who stands before you? Lu Sanji roared with reddened eyes. Zhao Tiangang paused, glancing at Xiao Chen with confusion. Who is he? He is. Lu Sanji began to reveal Xiao Chen's true identity, but Xiao Chen promptly interrupted. His current intention was to develop quietly, without drawing attention to himself. Had not that old fool from the Sacred Wilderness proclaimed he would become a waste in 2 days? Then let him first embrace the role of a waste. After some time of development, he could emerge without delay. The dog demons observed the farce with growing impatience, and one, significantly larger than the others, whispered a few words into the ear of a youth from the demon god temple. The youth's expression shifted slightly, and he turned to Zhao Tiangang. Zhao Tiangang, the dog demon lord has commanded that this sword cultivator be slain at once, or the demon tribe will commence a massacre. As these words echoed, all present trembled, their eyes glinting with terror. Zhao Tiangang fell silent for a moment, his right hand clenched into a fist, a heart-stopping energy abruptly coalescing upon it. An astonishing aura emanating from his being. Boy, grievances have their source. Those who seek your demise are the demon tribe. When you descend, do not mistake the target for your vengeance. Zhao Tiangang slowly raised his fist, aiming directly at Xiao Chen's head. A terrifying pressure suddenly enveloped Xiao Chen, who wore a grave expression as he grasped the hilt of his sword behind him, preparing to fight with every ounce of his being. Yet, despite his fervor for battle, he was acutely aware of his slim chances of victory. With his current prowess, he was indeed unrivaled beneath the level of a martial master. However, lacking swordsmanship, he was far from capable of confronting a martial master in combat. Previously, he had barely withstood a strike from the martial master Shaolin Tian, which had nearly left him gravely injured. Zhao Tiangang, a true martial master, possessed strength beyond comparison to Shaolin Tian. He was certainly no match for him. In this dire moment, he could only turn to the system for aid, believing it would not allow him to perish so easily. A true warrior must endure countless tribulations, walking the fine line between life and death to ultimately transform into a deity. Thus, there are burdens that the host must bear alone if one were to perish. It would simply be their fate. Xiao Chen, Chao, is the system truly so heartless? Young man, it is time to embark on your journey. In your next life, abandon the notion of heroism. Being a hero is far from easy. Zhao Tiangang's expression turned icy in an instant as he unleashed a powerful punch. The terrifying surge of his vital energy resonated through the air, producing a thunderous sonic boom. The violet fist radiance, akin to a ferocious dragon, roared forth towards Xiao Chen's head. It's over. The guardian closed his eyes in despair. No matter how extraordinary Xiao Chen might be, he would undoubtedly be unable to evade this strike. Quick dodge. Lu Sanji screamed frantically, having already envisioned the gruesome fate of Xiao Chen's shattered skull. Xiao Chen sensed an ominous aura of death approaching, yet passivity was not in his nature. In an instant, he unsheathed his sword, prepared to fight with all his might. However, at that very moment, a powerful spatial fluctuation erupted, and in the blink of an eye, an elderly man clad in golden robes silently materialized before him, striking out with a palm that shattered the incoming energy. Accompanying the elder was an extraordinarily beautiful silver-haired maiden, flanked by nearly 100 armored guards. The maiden was surrounded like a moon embraced by stars, each guard towering in stature, emanating a terrifying bloodlust. Astonishingly, each of them was a master at the 9th level of martial arts, yet they were merely a contingent of protectors. A flicker of shock passed through the crowd as they gazed incredulously at the guards and the silver-haired maiden they sheltered. What sort of individual could command such a formidable retinue? Chapter 48, Princess of the Silver Moon, Yilanchi, a teleportation talisman? Zhao Tiangang's pupils constricted in disbelief as he murmured. The appearance of this golden-robed elder and the silver-haired maiden was undoubtedly facilitated by a teleportation talisman. Such talismans were exceedingly rare, worth their weight in gold, and the value of one capable of transporting nearly 100 individuals was unimaginable. Who would incur such an exorbitant cost to wade into the turbulent waters of Xiongwu City? Moreover, the visage of the silver-haired maiden seemed vaguely familiar, as if he had encountered her before, though Zhao Tiangang could not recall where at that moment. Xiao Chen was equally taken aback, though his focus diverged from that of others. His gaze fixated intently upon the silver-haired maiden, his eyes brimming with astonishment. How could such an exquisite woman exist in this world? No amount of praise could sufficiently encapsulate her breathtaking beauty. Her eyes sparkled like water, her skin as pure as freshly fallen snow, and her features were exquisitely delicate. A cascade of silver hair flowed down to her waist, enhancing her ethereal allure. Furthermore, her figure was nothing short of perfection. Her long, graceful legs, slender waist, and pronounced bosom rendered Xiao Chen unable to look away. Xiao Chen had encountered numerous beauties throughout his life. If Yi Qingxian resembled a celestial maiden in the eyes of many, then the beauty of the silver-haired girl before him could effortlessly eclipse even the most enchanting of fairies. He was convinced that even someone as stunning as Yi Qingxian would feel inadequate in the presence of this silver-haired girl. However, her demeanor was so aloof, akin to ancient ice, that it instilled a sense of trepidation in those around her. Perhaps it was this very quality that caused the nearly 100 blood-armored guards accompanying her to avert their gazes, all with heads bowed low. Are you Zhao Tiangang, the head of the demon division in Xiongwu Town? The silver-haired girl disregarded Xiao Chen's gaze and turned her attention to Zhao Tianyang. Her voice as melodious as it was frigid. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tianyang scrutinized the girl's features more closely, and his expression changed dramatically. He immediately stepped forward and bowed deeply, exclaiming, "I am indeed Zhao Tianyang. I apologize for my inadequate reception of the esteemed Silver Moon Princess. Please forgive my shortcomings." At the mention of the Silver Moon Princess, the crowd was rendered utterly astonished. The presence of such a highly esteemed figure in a remote town like Xiongwu was unfathomable. The guard's eyes widened in disbelief. The Silver Moon Princess was the eldest princess of the great Xia and the future heir to the throne. Not only was she breathtakingly beautiful, but her innate talents were also formidable. In the realm of sorcery, she possessed extraordinary abilities. Rumored to have reached the peak of the celestial tier, just a hair's breadth away from the royal physique. In the cultivation community of Great Xia, while the majority pursued martial paths, there were those who explored other disciplines, such as swordsmanship, sorcery, medicine, beast mastery, array crafting, and alchemy. Sorcery, in particular, involved the manipulation of natural elements such as water, fire, wind, and lightning. The Silver Moon Princess, favored by the lunar deity, could command the radiance of the moon and wield significant combat prowess. At merely 18 years of age, she had already attained the 8th level of sorcery. An astonishing rate of progression. Indeed, she was the Silver Moon Princess Yilanqi, and her beauty surpassed that of her sister Yiqin by an extraordinary margin. Upon discovering the identity of the silver-haired maiden, Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, yet his gaze remained steadfastly fixed upon Yilanqi, captivated and unable to look away. Although he was the son of the Northern King, the Silver Moon Princess rarely made public appearances, making this his first encounter with her. However, he had long been aware of the existence of the Silver Moon Princess, known for her unparalleled beauty and extraordinary talent, who was the elder sister of Yiqin and, in fact, her lifelong nightmare. Yiqin had always aspired to catch up to her sister, yet despite her utmost efforts, she found it exceedingly challenging to even approach her, be it in terms of beauty or cultivation, which caused her immense anguish. "Young man, are you a swordsman?" The elderly man in the golden robe glanced at Xiao Chen, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In these times, swordsmen were indeed a rarity, and to encounter such a young swordsman was even more astonishing. Who would have thought that in this humble town of Xiongwu, a youthful swordsman would emerge? Xiao Chen continued to gaze at Yilanqi, heedless of the elder's admonitions. "Young man, have you not yet had your fill of staring? If you persist, do you believe this old man will not gouge out your eyes?" The elder, clad in golden robes, could not suppress his frown at Xiao Chen's audacity. Initially, he had harbored a modicum of goodwill towards Xiao Chen, perceiving him as a sword cultivator. However, upon realizing his lecherous tendencies, that impression plummeted drastically. "Apologies, but the Silver Moon Princess is simply too enchanting, and I momentarily lost my composure," Xiao Chen responded, clearing his throat. Young man, the Silver Moon Princess is indeed more beautiful than celestial beings, yet she is not an object of desire for someone of your ilk. I advise you to guard your gaze. Some individuals are destined to remain beyond your reach for all your days. Do you comprehend?" The elder regarded Xiao Chen with a scornful smile. Such individuals as Xiao Chen were all too common, relying on a modicum of talent to aspire towards the Silver Moon Princess, only to ultimately face disillusionment. In his eyes, the princess was unparalleled. With no man in the realm worthy of her, Xiao Chen, even as a sword cultivator, fell woefully short. "I fail to understand," Xiao Chen retorted, his temper flaring in response to the elder's rudeness. The elder's expression shifted slightly. He was about to unleash his anger when he noticed Yilanqi's gaze directed towards him, compelling him to suppress his wrath. He merely cast a cold glance at Xiao Chen before lapsing into silence. After restraining the elder, Yilanqi could not help but glance at Xiao Chen, an unusual glimmer flickering in her eyes. Since maturing into a young woman, all men of her age had displayed an unusual nervousness in her presence, often appearing flustered. Yet this young man before her not only met her gaze without averting his eyes, but seemed captivated by her, a truly rare occurrence. However, not long after, she withdrew her gaze and turned her attention back to Zhao Tianyang. The mission of the Demon Suppression Division is to slay demons and protect the people. Now, with thousands of demons attacking the city, the lives of the citizens are in imminent peril. As the head of the Demon Suppression Division, you not only fail to combat these demons but also resort to slaughtering your fellow countrymen. Do you understand your crime? Recently, the The Summer Emperor had perceived rampant corruption within the Demon Suppression Division and had entrusted her with the responsibility of oversight. As the demons besieged the city, she received word and hurried to the scene. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Tiangong's complexion turned ashen. "You are here to inquire about my transgressions." He could scarcely fathom that the massacre of a mere small city like Xiongwu would draw the personal attention of the Silver Moon Princess. It was essential to note that the Silver Moon Princess was not merely a royal. She was the chosen successor of the Summer Emperor and the future Empress of the Great Xia. Her words carried immense weight. "I acknowledge my wrongdoing. Yet my reluctance to engage in battle stems from a grave predicament. With thousands of demons surrounding the city and only 70 or so warriors within Xiongwu, to confront them would be akin to striking a stone with an egg. Hence, I sought to conserve our strength for a more strategic approach." Zhao Tiangong replied, his voice trembling. "That is not an acceptable justification." Yi Lanqi gently shook her head, gesturing towards Xiao Chen. "You possess such a multitude of formidable warriors yet dare not engage in battle, while he stands alone, bravely confronting thousands of demon tribes. Do you truly believe he is inferior to you?" Zhao Tiangong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "I shall punish you with a roar." Yi Lanqi's words were abruptly interrupted by a furious howl from a canine demon nearby. "You foolish humans, facing imminent death, still bicker among yourselves. The Lord of the Demon Tribe has spoken. Today, you shall all perish here, and the renowned beauty of the Great Xia, Princess Yinwei, will become a captive of the Demon Tribe, a mere plaything for their high-ranking figures." The young envoy from the Demon Temple, who had been delivering messages for the Demon Tribe, spoke with a sinister expression. Chapter 49. I have a strategy to repel the enemy. Do you understand what it means to lay hands on Princess Yinwei? An elderly man clad in golden robes positioned himself protectively in front of Yi Lanqi, warily observing the young envoy from the Demon Temple. He had not anticipated the audacity of the Demon Tribe to target Princess Yinwei. Although the human race was indeed weak, Princess Yinwei represented the future Empress of Great Xia. Should any harm befall her, the Xia Emperor would unleash his wrath upon the Demon Tribe, resulting in significant bloodshed, even for them. The young envoy from the Demon Temple, aware of the gravity of the situation, hesitated momentarily before whispering to the leading canine demon. The demon, upon hearing the words, cast a disdainful glance at Yi Lanqi and the others, emitting a series of low growls. The envoy nodded repeatedly, then approached the elderly man in golden robes, sneering. "The dog demon lord claims that humans are a spineless bunch, even if they were to capture Princess Yinwei for their amusement. The Xia Emperor would not dare to utter a word, and if the Xia Emperor were to rage, what of it? The Demon Emperor alone could easily suppress him. You have a brief window to present Princess Yinwei willingly. Otherwise, your deaths will be excruciatingly tragic. Demons of a certain cultivation level could transform into human forms, allowing them to engage intimately with human women." Yi Lanqi, with her otherworldly beauty, had long been the object of desire for many prominent figures within the Demon Tribe. Capturing her would be a significant achievement, hence the canine demon was reluctant to engage directly with her, fearing injury would lead to substantial losses. The atmosphere was charged with fury, with many individuals clenching their fists so tightly that their nails pierced flesh without them noticing, yet no one dared to refute. Indeed, the human race was far too weak at present. The elderly man in golden robes wore a grim expression and quietly advised Yi Lanqi, "Your Highness, there are thousands of demons here, and I cannot breach the border to strike. Engaging in combat would yield no chance of victory. We should utilize the teleportation talisman to depart from this place. Are you still willing to honor the agreement with the Demon Tribe, Elder Xia?" Yi Lanqi looked at the elderly man, her watery eyes flashing with indignation. Elder Xia forced a bitter smile, responding, "There is no other choice. The human race is indeed too feeble now. The Demon Tribe can act tyrannically, while we must proceed with utmost caution. Otherwise, we cannot bear the wrath of the demons. Your Highness, the demon clan is about to massacre the city. We must leave at once." Yi Lanqi remained silent for a moment before shaking her head. "I cannot abandon this place. If I leave, what will become of the countless citizens? However, the Silver Moon Princess, I possess a method that may alleviate the peril within the city." At that moment, Xiao Chen approached Yi Lanqi, and as he drew near, a captivating fragrance enveloped the air. "You have a solution?" Yi Lanqi inquired, turning her gaze toward Xiao Chen. "How presumptuous! You, a mere 7th-level swordsman, think you can offer a solution? How dare you speak such nonsense in the presence of the princess? Depart at once." As Xiao Chen was about to speak, Elder Xia immediately interjected with a cold reprimand. The glint of frost in Elder Xiao's eyes revealed his utter disbelief at the audacity of this young swordsman. Although sword practitioners possess formidable killing power, this lad was merely a mere 7th-level swordsman. To put it bluntly, in the face of thousands of demon clansmen, he was akin to an insignificant insect, daring to meddle in the massacre of the city. With thousands of dog demons ready to pounce, even he, a martial master, would be overwhelmed and perish. It was evident that today's situation was a deadlock. Solutions? What solutions could there possibly be? How could you ascertain that I have no solutions if you do not allow me to finish my words? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and said, Just based on your prowess? A mere 7th-level swordsman? Tell me, how do you intend to contend with these blood-armored guards I brought? Even together, they cannot match the prowess of these canine demons. Do you have any means to overcome them? Elder Xiao scoffed. Earlier, when they arrived, they only saw Xiao Chen standing before a group of veterans, confronting Zhao Tianyang, unaware of Xiao Chen's previous actions and therefore oblivious to his true strength. Elder Xiao presumed Xiao Chen to be an ordinary 7th-level swordsman. While sword cultivators possess formidable lethality, they cannot transcend their realms to slay adversaries beyond their capabilities. In this scenario, Xiao Chen was indeed the weakest. You speak of them? Xiao Chen gestured towards the blood-armored guards beside Yulanqi, casually declaring, they could be extinguished with a mere flick of the wrist. The blood-armored guards were momentarily taken aback, but soon their faces contorted into disdainful smirks. Regarding Xiao Chen as if he were a fool, this youthful swordsman was undeniably oblivious to his own insignificance. They were all martial disciples of the 9th level. How could a feeble 7th-level swordsman dare to claim he could vanquish them with ease? Such arrogance was utterly preposterous. Elder Xia stared at Xiao Chen in astonishment. Surely, this individual must be suffering from some form of delusion. What nonsense was he spouting? Even if he wished to impress Princess Silvermoon, he ought to tone down his exaggerations. Yi Lanqi regarded Xiao Chen, her silence betraying a hint of disappointment in her eyes. Young man, I care not who you are. Remove yourself from Princess Silvermoon's side at once, or I shall consider you a spy of the demon clan and execute you on the spot. A scarred blood-armored guard, unable to tolerate the situation any longer, stepped forward to expel him. This man was exceptionally tall, nearing 2 meters in height, exuding an intimidating aura of blade energy, standing out among the blood-armored guards with his formidable presence. A spy of the demon clan? Have you lost your mind? Did you not see that I nearly engaged with the demons moments ago? Xiao Chen furrowed his brows and remarked, Who knows if you are merely putting on an act to draw closer to the princess with ulterior motives? A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in the scarred guard's eyes. When he was 10, his visage was marred during a duel, which twisted his psyche. Thus, upon encountering a strikingly handsome youth, he felt an inexplicable animosity. Xiao Chen's striking appearance has stirred up an abundance of animosity. Furthermore, he has deliberately sought to draw closer to the Princess of Silver Moon, whom he adores immensely, which has fueled his desire to eliminate Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the scarred guard, his brows slightly furrowing. Intent to kill? He had never encountered this individual before. They had only just met, and this scoundrel already harbored murderous intentions towards him. What, then, did he desire? Xiao Chen fixed his gaze upon the scarred guard's eyes. Did you not just assert that we blood-armored guards are but a flick of your hand away from annihilation? Shall we put it to the test? The scarred guard scoffed. Scar, cease your prattling and simply expel him. We lack the luxury of time and must hasten our departure. The elder in the golden robe had no intention of indulging Xiao Chen's idle chatter any longer, abruptly interjecting, while he himself turned away, fully alert to guard against a potential ambush from the demon race. Youngster, since you are unwilling to leave, allow me to assist you on your way. The scarred guard's eyes narrowed, fists clenched, as he prepared to send Xiao Chen flying. Before striking, he deliberately aimed at a distance, ensuring that his punch would send Xiao Chen crashing into the nearby canine demon, destined to be devoured alive. How dare a mere commoner seek proximity to the illustrious Princess Inu, whom he had long admired? It was akin to courting death. Indeed, it was Xiao Chen's proximity to Yulanqi that had ignited the scarred guard's murderous intent. In these chaotic times, human life was the least valued. However, just as he was about to act, he discovered a sword of energy poised against his brow, the sharpness of its aura causing his skin to prickle painfully. How could this person's sword be so swift? The scarred guard trembled, a flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. Was it possible that this young swordsman surpassed him in strength? Yet he quickly dismissed the thought. Even the most formidable swordsman could not transcend 2 realms. He must have overlooked something, allowing his opponent to launch a surprise attack. You dare? His lips moved, attempting to assert his authority over Xiao Chen. But as he began to speak, he felt the energy sword press forward a fraction more, breaking through his skin, compelling him to silence in terror. The scene before them rendered everyone present utterly stupefied. A group of blood-armored guards exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Transcending realms? This swordsman could actually kill beyond his realm? Moreover, he did so with such apparent ease, as if he had yet to exert his full power. Zhao Tiangong's eyes twitched involuntarily. Previously, when this swordsman had effortlessly dispatched several martial apprentices at the 8th level, he had already found it astonishing. Little did he expect that the opponent could also dispatch a 9th-level martial apprentice in a heartbeat. This was truly extraordinary. Yulachi's gaze was fixed intently on Xiao Chen, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. Was this what it meant to be a swordsman? His strength was almost absurd. Even the canine demons were momentarily taken aback. How could the human race harbor such a prodigy? The leading canine demon's eyes gleamed with a fierce intent, and he growled lowly at his companions. Such a human prodigy must not be allowed to live. He must perish here. Scar, what is the matter? Why have you yet to make a move? The elder in the golden robe, with his back turned to Xiao Chen, could no longer refrain from turning around. His voice laced with fury upon hearing the silence of action. Chapter 50, Can we start anew? Seeing the energy sword poised against the scarred guard's brow, Elder Xia was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression swiftly darkening. Scar, what is happening? Do not tell me you cannot even defeat a 7th-level swordsman. The scarred guard was handpicked by him not long ago for the red armored guard. During the recruitment, he assured Princess Silvermoon of his prowess, yet now, the scarred one could not even contend with a mere 7th-level swordsman, utterly tarnishing his reputation. Old Xia, this brat lacks martial ethics, launching a surprise attack on me. The scarred guard hurriedly defended himself. A flicker of disdain passed through the eyes of those present. Surprise attack? Clearly, you were the one who clenched your fist first, preparing to strike, prompting him to retaliate. How could you claim it was a surprise attack? A surprise attack? You stand 2 minor realms above him. Yet he succeeded in launching a surprise attack, and you still have the audacity to speak? Utterly pathetic. Meanwhile, old Xia continued to cast a grim gaze upon the scarred guard, his expression unyielding despite the latter's explanation. Old Xia, I apologize, it was my oversight. And it shall not happen again. The scarred guard, sensing old Xia's fury, was drenched in sweat. He turned to Xiao Chen, brat. Would you dare to withdraw your sword intent and engage me in a fair duel? Although Xiao Chen's sword was swift, he believed that given another chance, he would undoubtedly prevail. He was merely a small martial artist without any backing. His entry into the red armored guard was solely due to old Xia's favor. If that favor were to wane, his future would be bleak. Thus, he needed to regain his standing before old Xia. Very well. Xiao Chen nodded. And in the next breath, the sword energy he had positioned at the brow of the scarred guard dissipated. Witnessing this scene, Elder Xia was momentarily taken aback, staring incredulously at Xiao Chen. Could this youth truly be so reckless? He had already secured victory yet sought to begin anew? How could a mere 7th-level swordsman hope to contend with a 9th-level martial artist? The scarred guard was equally stunned, clearly unprepared for Xiao Chen to withdraw his sword energy. However, the stakes of the battle were high, and he had no time for contemplation. He slowly drew the long knife from his waist, preparing to unleash his most formidable technique, determined to eliminate Xiao Chen swiftly and redeem his honor. Indeed, he was intent on slaying this impudent youth who had embarrassed him before Princess Silvermoon. Wait. Just as he was about to strike, Xiao Chen raised his hand to interrupt. Young man, it is too late for regrets now. Today, I shall surely bring you down beneath my blade. The scarred guard, believing Xiao Chen had faltered, glared menacingly. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiao Chen did not even glance in his direction. Instead, he turned to Elder Xia. Old man, he is your subordinate, is he not? When I engage him shortly, should I happen to kill him, you won't hold me accountable, will you? What? You think you can kill him? Elder Xia laughed heartily. If you can manage that, I will not intervene. Elder Xia was momentarily silent, then unable to contain his laughter any longer. The scarred guard was a formidable 9th-level martial artist, a force to be reckoned with. How could a mere 7th-level swordsman hope to slay him? It was nothing short of a fantasy. Is this truly the case? You must have invested considerable resources to cultivate such a master. You wouldn't expect me to compensate you, would you? Indeed, it is absolutely true. Should you slay him, not only will I refrain from demanding any compensation, but I shall also reward you with 100 taels. What say you? Elder Xia found himself incredulous at the audacity of this young swordsman. Those swordsmen were powerful. Could he truly overcome a 9th-level martial artist by 2 realms? With such reassurances, I am now at ease. I shall express my gratitude for your 100 taels in advance. Xiao Chen nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, the elderly man in the golden robe, a figure of considerable stature, had made a public declaration. Thus, it was likely that he would not seek retribution later. Old Xiao, perhaps you should reconsider? This young man possesses extraordinary strength. Indeed, a sparring match should suffice without going too far. Dao Ba, I suggest we let this go for now. The pressing matter at hand is the confrontation with the demon clan. You two can settle this later. The expressions of several blood-armored guards changed dramatically. Cold sweat beating on their foreheads. Let Xiao Chen kill Dao Ba? What a joke. This young man just dispatched Dao Ba in an instant. Although Dao Ba was somewhat careless, it is evident how terrifying this young man's power is. Should they clash again? If Dao Ba happens to let his guard down and is truly killed, it would be disastrous. They had a good relationship with Dao Ba and did not wish to witness his tragic demise before their eyes. What are you all doing? Do you believe that Dao Ba cannot handle this young man? Old Xiao's brow furrowed, a hint of displeasure crossing his face. And no, how could that be possible? We are merely concerned that Dao Ba might lose control and inadvertently harm this young brother. The blood-armored guards hastily denied. They represented the dignity of the great Xiao royal family and could not easily back down. This indeed poses a problem, Old Xiao pondered, turning to Dao Ba. Be mindful during the match. Do not injure this young man. Dao Ba's expression stiffened, reluctantly nodding in agreement. He had initially intended to kill Xiao Chen outright, but Old Xiao's words had given him pause. However, he thought, delivering a few cuts to this young man should not be an issue. After all, swords and blades are blind. No one could claim he acted with intent. Step back a bit, allowing the two to have ample space to maneuver. Old Xiao instructed the blood-armored guards, wishing to clear an area for the duel. While Dao Ba should be able to dispatch his opponent effortlessly, a designated battleground was still necessary. There is no need for such trouble. Xiao Chen interjected directly. You possess a degree of self-awareness, recognizing that you cannot endure for long. Very well. Let us commence without further delay. Elder Xia stepped back, relinquishing the battlefield to the two combatants. Why do you not draw your sword? The scarred guard, wielding a long blade, emanated a terrifying aura of bloodlust, and the oppressive energy of his blade enveloped the surroundings, instilling a faint sense of dread in all present. Against you, there is no need for such measures. Xiao Chen spoke languidly. You are excessively arrogant, young man. If that is the case, then prepare to meet your demise. In an instant, the scarred guard erupted with fury, launching a strike aimed directly at Xiao Chen's head. A brilliant blue arc of light sliced through the air, and the terrifying aura of the blade reverberated across the surroundings. What a formidable blow! Truly, one cannot underestimate the prowess of the blood armor guard. None are to be trifled with. Even among the ranks of the 9th-level martial disciples, this individual can certainly be deemed fearsome. Indeed, however, I can't shake the feeling that the scarred face is intent on murder. Be confident, remove the feeling and acknowledge that he is indeed set on killing. That young man is doomed. Not far away, the members of the Demon Suppression Division were utterly astonished by the scarred guard's attack, convinced that Xiao Chen was doomed to perish. Scar, what are you doing? Stop at once. Do you wish to take his life? Elder Xia discerned the gravity of the situation and shouted urgently. What was supposed to be a measured strike had escalated. As the scarred guard unleashed the most powerful move from the Gale Blade technique, the wind sweeping the clouds. This technique possesses immense power, let alone Xiao Chen. A mere 7th-level sword disciple, even an ordinary 9th-level martial disciple would struggle to withstand it, sustaining grievous injuries. Moreover, Xiao Chen had yet to draw his sword. Should he be struck, survival would be utterly impossible. Elder Xia's cries failed to halt the scarred guard's advance. The menacing aura of the blade was already upon him. Xiao Chen appeared to be utterly oblivious, remaining motionless as he extended a finger forward with a delicate gesture. Elder Xia could scarcely believe his eyes. Has Xiao Chen been rendered senseless? Why does he not draw his sword? What use is a mere finger pointed into the void? However, Chapter 51. Are you not yet awake? Before the astonished gazes of the onlookers, a silent sword of energy materialized, piercing through the brow of the scarred guard with lethal precision. In the blink of an eye, the guard's movements froze abruptly, the fierce aura dissipating instantaneously. He lifted his head, staring at Xiao Chen in bewilderment, his lips moving as if he wished to utter something, yet ultimately, no words escaped his lips before he collapsed. Lifeless. The crowd was struck with profound shock, as if struck by a thunderclap. A 7th-level swordsman against a 9th-level martial artist, without even drawing a sword. yet managing to deliver a fatal blow in an instant? Was this an act of defiance against the heavens? Elder Xiao's pupils constricted as he gazed at Xiao Chen. His initial belief that the scarred guard would effortlessly overpower Xiao Chen shattered, realizing instead that Xiao Chen had been playing the fool, possessing the capacity to annihilate the guard in an instant. Beholding the lifeless body of the guard, Elder Xiao felt as though his heart were bleeding. The blood-red guard demanded its members to be under 30 years of age and at least 9th-level martial artists. Such individuals were rare prodigies in the martial world, and the loss of one would pose a significant challenge in finding a replacement. Yilanqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she regarded Xiao Chen with renewed interest. Although exceptional talents who transcended realms were scarce, she had encountered a few in her travels. However, witnessing someone capable of defeating an opponent in a single strike while bridging two realms was an unprecedented experience for her. She found herself curious about when the great Xiao had produced such a swordsmanship prodigy and why the imperial court had not been informed. While the crowd remained enveloped in the shock of Xiao Chen's swift execution of the guard, he stepped directly before Elder Xiao, fixing him with a steady gaze and extending his right hand. "Young man, what is the meaning of this?" Elder Xiao's expression darkened. 100 taels. You promised. Xiao Chen remarked, a flicker of irritation crossing the old man's face, which soon darkened. He had not anticipated that this scoundrel would audaciously demand money from him. The one who had taken his life, he had not sought retribution from this brat, yet here he was, boldly asking for payment. Old man, surely you do not intend to renege on our agreement? You are of royal lineage. Do you not fear the scorn of the world upon your royal house for such actions? Seeing that Elder Xiao remained unresponsive for an extended period, Xiao Chen, filled with dissatisfaction, exclaimed. Elder Xiao's expression darkened further upon hearing this. He was tempted to eliminate the impudent youth with a single strike. However, mindful of the repercussions, he restrained his fury, produced a silver note from his belongings, and thrust it into Xiao Chen's hands, furiously commanding him to leave. Xiao Chen received the silver note, glanced at it, and tucked it away into his bosom, preparing to turn and depart. Humans, have you made your decision? Will you fight or surrender? At that moment, a youth from the demon god temple approached, displaying an expression of impatience. He had allowed the humans time to deliberate, yet they had descended into infighting, resulting in the demise of a martial arts prodigy at the 9th level. It was utterly absurd. Given this, he resolved not to grant them any further time. Patience. We are still in discussion. Elder Xiao replied coldly. You best hurry, for the demon lord does not possess an abundance of time to await your decision. When the time comes, the demon lord shall launch a full-scale assault, and none of you will escape unscathed. The youth from the demon god temple issued a series of warnings before turning back to rejoin the demon ranks. Princess Silvermoon, may I now share my strategy with you? Seeing that time was of the essence, Xiao Chen approached Yilanqi directly and inquired, could you remove your mask? Yilanqi gazed at Xiao Chen and blinked in response. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback. In such a critical moment, shouldn't one first heed the strategies? Why was Yilanqi concerned about his appearance? What I mean is, we should introduce ourselves first. My name is Yilanqi. And you? Yilanqi's voice was cool and melodious, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Upon witnessing Yilanqi engage in such an extensive conversation with Xiao Chen, Old Xie and the members of the Blood Armor Guard exhibited a flicker of astonishment. Princess Silvermoon, by nature, was aloof and rarely formed connections with others, speaking only when absolutely necessary. For her to converse so freely with a boy she had just met was nothing short of extraordinary. Chen Xiao, from the Sword God Academy. Xiao Chen casually fabricated a false identity. I've heard of the Sword Immortal Academy, but the Sword God Academy? Does such an institution exist in our great Xia? Yilanqi furrowed her brow slightly. Beside her, Elder Xia wore a face of confusion. After all, he had never heard of the Sword God Academy either. But that shouldn't be the case. An academy capable of producing a prodigious talent like the sword cultivator before them could not possibly remain obscure. Could it be that this rascal was lying? The possibility seemed quite plausible. This young man did not appear to be of good character, after all. Who would wear a mask if not to conceal their true nature? You are not merely fabricating an identity to deceive us, are you? Elder Xiao pondered increasingly uneasily. Lifting his gaze to Xiao Chen, Yilanqi too fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen, a flicker of suspicion passing through her striking eyes. How could this be? If that is so, why do you hesitate to remove your mask? Before Princess Yin, what is there to hide? Could it be that your appearance is too unsightly to bear? Indeed, that is the case. My visage is rather peculiar, and I fear that removing the mask might frighten you. I see. You truly are a person of unfortunate fate. But do not despair with such extraordinary talent. Even if you are not conventionally handsome, you shall surely achieve greatness in the future. Seek out women of ordinary looks, and you can still build a family. Elder Xian nodded at this, refraining from further inquiries, his gaze towards Xiao Chen now tinged with a hint of sympathy. An appearance so grotesque. That explains it. No wonder this youth wears a mask. He must be afraid of scaring others. Yet Yulanchi continued to scrutinize Xiao Chen's star-like eyes, remaining silent. Ugly? Surely. That cannot be true. Chun Zhao's eyes are exceptionally beautiful, surpassing all the men she has ever encountered. How could he possibly be unattractive? She refused to believe it. Nevertheless, since Xiao Chen was reluctant to reveal his identity, she chose not to press further. Chen Xiao, earlier you mentioned you possess a method to fend off the enemies? What is this method? Yulanchi returned to the matter at hand. She was curious. With thousands of canine demons present, should they charge? Even with the full might of the blood-armored guard, they would be torn to shreds. This was undeniably a deadlock. What means does Xiao Chen possess to resolve this predicament? Elder Xia and his companions all fixated their gaze upon him, with Elder Xia urging, "Hasten to speak, young man. I possess a secret technique that allows me to amass energy through the slaying of demons. If you assist me in vanquishing 300 dog demons, my power will surge immensely, enabling me to repel this wave of malevolence." Xiao Chen articulated his plan. "Is this truly your scheme? Surely, you must still be dreaming," remarked Elder Xia, his countenance instantly darkening. A flicker of disappointment crossed his gaze as he scrutinized Xiao Chen. He had hoped that Xiao Chen possessed some ingenious strategy to alleviate their current predicament, only to be confronted with this fanciful notion. Firstly, Xiao Chen was merely at the 7th level of a swordsman. Although he possessed the strength to transcend realms, the disparity between minor and major realms was beyond comparison. While he had witnessed some capable of overcoming opponents within lesser realms, he had yet to encounter anyone who could triumph over those in higher realms. Xiao Chen's recent discussion on secret techniques was, in essence, a mere understanding of the violent blood pill's function, drawing upon one's vital energy to unleash a formidable strike. However, when faced with thousands of demon beasts, such tactics are utterly futile. The sheer number of these creatures could wear one down to exhaustion. Moreover, the task of slaying 300 dog demons seems insurmountably arduous. These are not just any canine foes. Each one is a terrifying entity, fiercely aggressive and exceedingly difficult to defeat. Did he truly believe they were mere grass dogs? Chapter 52. Sword intent soars to the skies. I had hoped for a brilliant strategy, only to discover he is an impractical fool, dreaming of vanquishing 300 dog demons. With our current numbers, even taking down 30 would be a monumental challenge. Furthermore, what good is his ridiculous secret technique, the prerequisites for which are so absurdly demanding? One cannot help but question the purpose of his cultivation. Perhaps we should consider utilizing the teleportation talismans to make our escape instead. Nearby, the blood-armored guards displayed their disdain, whispering in hushed tones. Not far away, thousands of dog demons had begun to converge rapidly, leaping into the air, making their way toward Bear Marshal City. A terrifying green demonic aura enveloped the city, transforming Bear Marshal into a veritable domain of demons. An atmosphere of dread swiftly pervaded the entire city. Countless civilians, though sheltered within their homes, trembled in fear from the oppressive demonic energy. The demonic aura is so heavy. It's over. The demon clan is launching a full-scale assault. You stay here. I will confront the demons. After all, I am doomed regardless. If I must die, I shall at least take a piece of flesh from a demon. My dear, wait. I shall accompany you. In a dilapidated house, a pair of wrinkled elders cowered beneath a bed. The elderly woman shook with fear, while the old man, gritting his teeth and wielding a kitchen knife, emerged from their hiding place and charged toward the door. Moments later, the elderly woman followed suit. Mother, are we going to die? In a deep cellar, a 5-year-old boy looked up in terror at a woman clad in coarse cloth. Do not fear, my child. On the road to the underworld, Mother will be with you. Though the woman herself trembled with fear, she mustered the strength to reassure the boy with tender words. Mother, before we die, may I have one last candied hawthorn skewer? The boy gazed into his mother's eyes, sensing the weight of his fate, his expression dimming. Very well. My dear, I shall take you to buy one. The woman quickly agreed, and soon, she led the boy slowly out of the cellar. In the face of death, most people experienced profound fear. Some chose to remain hidden, while others yearned for one last glimpse of their homeland, and still others grasped weapons, determined to fight against the demons. Such is the essence of humanity, I suppose. Princess Silvermoon, the demon clan has begun to gather. We must use the teleportation talismans to escape. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Upon casting a glance at the densely packed army of the demon race, Elder Xiao's expression transformed dramatically, and he hurriedly approached Yilanqi, urging her with urgency. Is there truly no other way? If we leave, what will become of the countless citizens in this city? A trace of reluctance flickered in Yilanqi's eyes. There is no alternative. With thousands of fearsome demons charging forth, their combat prowess will reach a level beyond our imagination. Those at the martial master level cannot intervene. To withstand the onslaught of the demons, we would need at least double the number of warriors compared to the demons. Yet, with the combined forces of Xiongwu City and us, we barely number 170 warriors, a woefully inadequate count. Elder Xiao shook his head gravely. There was, however, something he chose not to articulate. If there were numerous cultivators whose physical capabilities and destructive power far exceeded the norm, the numerical requirement could indeed be diminished. Unfortunately, such cultivators were exceedingly rare, almost non-existent, which is why he remained silent. It was astonishing that the esteemed captain of the blood-armored guard would choose to abandon his compatriots to the merciless demons, displaying a cowardice that was utterly disgraceful. At that moment, Xiao Chen suddenly spoke up. What did you say, young man? Do you believe that I do not wish to save them? Elder Xiao retorted, his anger palpable. How could we not rescue them if we join forces? And you? A mere seventh-layer swordsman? What can you possibly accomplish? If I were to plunge into the sea of demons and slay 10 of those canine fiends, would you dare to believe in my capabilities? Xiao Chen fixed his gaze upon Elder Xiao. Elder Xiao was taken aback, then laughed in anger, saying, You truly are unaware of the vastness of the heavens and the earth. With so many monstrous hounds, should you charge forward, you would be instantly torn to shreds. Let alone slay 10 of those beasts. If you could genuinely accomplish such a feat, what harm would there be in my offering you my assistance? Who holds the authority to dictate such terms? Xiao Chen gazed at Yilanqi, for she was indeed the one of the highest stature present. Very well. Yilanqi gently uttered, her lips parting in a delicate smile. Xiao Chen nodded and turned to approach the army of canine demons. At that moment, the dog demons had fully assembled, and before Xiao Chen stood 2,000 terrifying creatures radiating formidable demonic energy. Upon witnessing this alarming scene, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel a slight change in his countenance. The spectacle was indeed terrifying. Such a horrific sight would send shivers down one's spine even in a video game from his previous life, let alone in reality. He felt an unprecedented pressure weighing upon him. He was but a single man, capable of fear and hesitation. Yet, at this moment, there was no turning back. Not only had the system assigned him a mission, but even in its absence, he could not abandon the civilians within the city to save himself. Behind him lay hundreds of thousands of innocent lives, countless homes aglow with warmth. While he could flee, what would become of these people? At this moment, he alone bore the slender hope of breaking this perilous situation. If he were to leave, the city that had once offered him solace in his most desolate times would soon transform into a hell on earth, a river of blood, and a mountain of corpses. Thus, he could not abandon his post. Mother, look, there is someone standing in front of the demon horde. Is he trying to protect us? I don't know. It seems so. There is actually someone fighting for us. As the mother and child stepped onto the street, they beheld the sight of Xiao Chen standing defiantly before the throng of demons. The woman in tattered clothes paused for a moment, a warm current surging within her heart. Meanwhile, the child's bright eyes flickered with confusion. Why was it that the town's demon suppression division, renowned as the protector of Bear Marshall City, would cower in the face of the demons, while this young lad in white, seemingly so youthful, dared to stand alone against such a formidable foe? Mother, he is Candied Hawthorne. Suddenly, the child's eyes lit up as he noticed a stall beside Xiao Chen, laden with a generous display of candied hawthorn. Without a second thought, he dashed towards it. Niua, wait. Take some money. You can't just take things without paying. The woman called out anxiously. Niua paused momentarily, accepting the pouch of coins from his mother's hand before sprinting once more towards the candied hawthorn. In the past, his family had been impoverished, and he could only indulge in a string of candied hawthorn during the new year. Now, facing what seemed to be imminent death, heaven had bestowed upon him such a bounty of candied hawthorn. It was a small mercy indeed. In the blink of an eye, Niua had reached Xiao Chen's side. Xiao Chen gazed at the galloping cow, momentarily taken aback. Big brother, may I have the candied hawthorn beside you? The cow timidly looked at Xiao Chen and pointed to the side. Xiao Chen turned his head and discovered a stall nearby, adorned with a generous array of candied hawthorns. He nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Of course, he could indulge. Niua, filled with exuberance, dashed over, placed a pouch of coins on the stall, and eagerly seized a skewer of the sweet treats. As she took a bite, The tangy sweetness brought a glimmer of satisfaction to her eyes, which sparkled like crescent moons. While Nyoer savored the candied hawthorns, Xiao Chen faced the vigilant demon clan. Suddenly, a small hand tugged at the hem of his trousers, turning his head. He found Nyoer hesitating for a moment, her expression filled with compassion as she offered him a skewer of candied hawthorns. For me? Xiao Chen was taken aback. Yes. Big brother, you are a good person. You stand in front of the demon clan to protect us. Nyoer expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Please accept this tonghulu. After saying this, Nyoa handed the tonghulu to Xiao Chen and turned to gather a large handful of tonghulu, rushing towards her mother. Xiao Chen held a candied hawthorn. Gazing blankly at the woman in a coarse garment, who smiled gently and nodded at him, making a gesture of encouragement. However, not far away. The demon race observed this scene with a hint of derision. A mere 7th-level swordsman dared to envision obstructing 2,000 demons. It was akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot, utterly lacking in self-awareness. As for those who cheered for him, they were equally foolish. As if they believed that merely a young lad could alter the course of destiny. Yet at this moment, Xiao Chen's focus was solely on the woman in the coarse garment, completely disregarding the demons. He noticed an increasing number of individuals emerging from every corner, standing alongside her. Bowing in his direction, silently offering him their support through gestures. Though wordless, their gratitude was palpable. In that instant, Xiao Chen's inner turmoil dissipated. A smile crept onto his lips. It turned out that there were still those who stood by him. It turned out that his guardianship had not gone unnoticed. Haha. I am not battling alone. Xiao Chen laughed heartily towards the heavens. In that moment, an epiphany struck him. The art of swordsmanship is not solely for the purpose of slaying. It is also a means of protection, to safeguard that which he holds dear. The legendary demon-slaying sword god, in creating the unparalleled technique of demon annihilation, was undoubtedly fueled by vengeance. Yet was it not also a quest to preserve the flame of humanity? In the next breath, a formidable intent surged forth from the crown of his head. Erupting like a dragon's roar, as a resounding sword cry reverberated across the expanse. Xiao Chen comprehended the essence of the sword, an infinite sword intent. The heavens and earth are boundless, and the path of the sword transcends all mysteries. Chapter 53, Elder Xiao's Hesitation Goodness. Sword intent? As Elder Xiao felt the astonishing sword intent emanating from Xiao Chen, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he could not help but exclaim in surprise. He was utterly astonished. While other sword cultivators take decades to grasp the sword intent, this young lad merely exchanged a few words with a child and achieved such understanding. When did sword intent become so trivial? How could this be possible? Zhao Tiangong's pupils also constricted as he struggled to believe what he was witnessing. A mere 7th-level swordsman had actually comprehended sword intent? This was utterly terrifying. Even a formidable master of the sword general realm might not attain such insight. Yet this young man had accomplished it at the level of a mere swordsman. This was simply outrageous. Similarly, Ilanchi's heart was stirred by tumultuous waves. An 18-year-old sword cultivator was already a rare sight, yet this young man in white not only effortlessly transcended realms but also casually grasped sword intent. Such talent could not merely be described as a prodigy. He must be regarded as a monstrous genius, a peerless marvel. Roar. At that moment, the leader of the dog demons suddenly let out a furious roar. Dozens of fearsome dog demons immediately charged toward Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's comprehension of sword intent attracted the attention of the dog demons, who resolved to eliminate this human prodigy at once. Although they sensed a hint of threat emanating from Xiao Chen, they felt no fear. After all, he was but a solitary individual wielding a sword. While they boasted a formidable force of 2,000 demons, how formidable could a single man truly be? It was implausible that he could contend with 2,000 foes. However, should several such prodigies emerge from the human race, they would indeed face considerable trouble. Young man, retreat quickly. 20 dog demons are charging. You will be ground into mincemeat. Elder Xiao exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically as he shouted towards the still and unmoving Xiao Chen. The iron-headed dog demons possessed extraordinarily robust physiques and remarkable combat prowess. Even with Xiao Chen's mastery of sword intent, he would be unable to withstand their collective onslaught. Although sword intent was powerful, it consumed immense mental energy. As merely a 7th-level sword apprentice, Xiao Chen could not maintain it for long. Once his mental stamina was depleted, death would be imminent. Elder Xiao, should we intervene to assist him? A blood-armored guard could not help but suggest. Assist him? How can we assist? Do you not see the multitude of dog demons before us? Our intervention would not only fail to save him, but would also lead to our own demise. This young man is far too impetuous. Elder Xiao cast a glance at Xiao Chen, his expression grim as he inwardly chastised the youth for his reckless bravado. You possess unparalleled talent, with the potential to become a beacon for the human race in the future. Why squander your life here? Is it merely for the sake of youthful fervor? Such folly. Yet, perhaps he could defy the odds and survive against the onslaught of 20 dog demons, Elder Xiao pondered. As the blood-armored guard remained unconvinced, the indomitable spirit of Xiao Chen, who boldly declares his intent to confront countless demons, has utterly captivated him. At this moment, he yearns to fight alongside Xiao Chen. While the human race harbors selfish individuals like Zhao Tiangang, it also boasts many passionate souls. It is utterly inconceivable. Although the offensive power of sword cultivators is formidable, their physical forms are frail, and should a canine demon approach, they would be torn to shreds in an instant. Old Xia shook his head. Yet, the scene that unfolded next left everyone astounded. In a single stroke, Xiao Chen severed the head of a dog demon. Enraged by the loss of their comrade, the remaining dog demons pounced upon him with their razor-sharp claws. Although Xiao Chen evaded with great effort, he still endured a couple of strikes. What was astonishing, however, was that the claws of the dog demons, capable of shattering boulders with ease, merely tore his clothing, leaving only faint white marks upon his skin, which vanished in the blink of an eye. The pack of dog demons, now taken aback, could hardly comprehend the situation. Their full-strength assault had failed to pierce the skin of this human? Could it be that his flesh was made of diamond? Yet, even if it were, such an assault should have left him in tatters. My goodness, how could this young man's physique be so robust? Old Xiao was rendered speechless by this spectacle. Surely, he was not hallucinating? A sword cultivator possessing such extraordinary physicality? Old Xiao, are you certain that sword cultivators are physically weak? Inquired a blood-armored guard, unable to suppress his gulp. Of course, it is common knowledge that sword cultivators possess weak physiques. Are you unaware? Old Xiao retorted, somewhat irked. Then why is this young man's body so monstrous? Old Xiao found himself at a loss for words. Even he could not fathom the explanation. Sword cultivators have long been renowned for their terrifying offensive capabilities, ranking first among the myriad paths of martial arts. Yet, heaven is impartial. With great power comes inherent flaws. The weakness of sword cultivators lies in their feeble defenses, making them susceptible in close combat. However, Xiao Chen not only wields incredible offensive strength but also possesses such a formidable physique. He could not grasp the reasoning behind this. It is no wonder old Xiao was perplexed. After all, throughout the ages, only Xiao Chen has possessed the physique of a martial deity. The martial deity's body is a divine vessel, immensely powerful with numerous extraordinary applications. Were it not for Xiao Chen's recent acquisition of this ability, still in its nascent stages of development, its full might would be far greater. In a graceful dance, Xiao Chen continually wielded his long sword, and the fierce sword energy ravaged the void, rendering the seemingly impenetrable defenses of the iron-headed dog demons as mere folly, utterly incapable of withstanding a single strike. With each swing of his sword, Xiao Chen was sure to cause to splatter and sever heads to roll. In an instant, he had slain 10 dog demons. His body drenched in blood, his once white attire now tainted crimson, exuding an aura as fearsome as a spectral azura. Mother, how is my elder brother so powerful? He single-handedly vanquished so many demon kin. I too wish to be as formidable as him, so that I can protect you and our kind. Nyoer, gazing at Xiao Chen, was filled with admiration. Very well, my dear. I believe that one day you will indeed become as mighty as he. The woman in gray affectionately patted Nyoer's head. As a mother, she would support her child's dreams, no matter how unrealistic they might be. Yet, deep down, she understood that dreams remain dreams. They are unlikely to materialize, for she had never witnessed a youth as powerful as Xiao Chen, nor had she even heard of one. The so-called prodigies from the Beast Control Office in Xiangwu Town were but distant aspirations in the eyes of many, rendered insignificant in the presence of this sword-wielding youth. Nyoer's wish seemed exceedingly difficult to fulfill. The other onlookers among the human race were equally stunned. They hadn't anticipated Xiao Chen's ferocity. He was even more formidable than a beast. Meanwhile, the pack of dog demons nearby were incensed at the sight. The leading dog demon roared in fury, berating its subordinates for their disgraceful performance. 20 against 1, and not only had they failed to eliminate the human swordsman, but they had also lost half their number to him? Where could it possibly save face for its kind? However, a hint of solemnity graced Xiao Chen's visage. Though he appeared to hold the advantage, he was expending considerable energy, a wave of weakness creeping through him. He lifted his gaze to the golden panel before him, where the task progress had changed to slay iron-headed dog demons, 10,300. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of Xiao Chen's mouth. To accomplish his task, he needed to slay 290 dog demons. The challenge was insurmountable. After dispatching merely 10, he already felt a significant depletion of his internal sword energy, given his current condition. The prospect of killing another 290 was nearly impossible. He had to evade while attacking, which was an immense drain on him. No, he must seek assistance. Only then could he find moments to recuperate. Thus, he leapt aside, turned to Elder Xiao, and shouted, "Old man, I have slain 10 dog demons. Will you not hasten your men to aid me?" Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Elder Xiao's expression stiffened. He had indeed promised Xiao Chen assistance, but at that moment, he had believed that Xiao Chen lacked the capability to kill even 10 dog demons. To his astonishment, the lad proved fiercer than a beast and achieved the impossible. Now, he found himself in a dilemma. If he sent his men to intervene, facing 2,000 dog demons would be tantamount to a death sentence. However, if he reneged on his promise, the royal reputation would be irrevocably tarnished. Should he proceed or refrain? Elder Xiao's countenance began to fluctuate. Chapter 54, Danger. Elder Xiao, let us go. The demon race is right before us, seeking to slaughter our compatriots. As members of the human race, how can we stand idly by? Indeed, we fear not death. To let demons live is a fate worse than death. Numerous blood-armored guards stepped forward, volunteering for the mission. Initially, they were filled with trepidation. For every human harbors a fear of death. Yet, upon witnessing Xiao Chen bravely charge into the throng of dog demons and slay 10, their courage was ignited. Damn it. They too were human, with their own valor. How could they allow Xiao Chen to face the demons alone? Do not go. Elder Xiao struggled for a long time, but ultimately resolved not to act. The promise he had made weighed heavily on him, and he would bear any ensuing disgrace alone. However, he could not allow the blood-armored guard team to march to their doom. 2,000 demons were far too terrifying. With their meager numbers, they would surely perish. But there can be no hesitance. Your duty is to safeguard the princess. Everything else must take a back seat. Allow them to proceed. At that moment, Yulanchi interjected. Princess Inu, this. Elder Xiao was taken aback. I have sought assistance from the King of the North. My sister Yi Qian and a host of disciples from the Martial Academy are at the King of the North's residence. This is a formidable force. If we can rally them, we may yet repel the demon race. Yulanchi's eyes flickered with determination. Elder Xiao, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned. The Ninth Princess and the Martial Academy disciples were in Huangbei City? This presented a glimmer of hope. It was rumored that the son of the King of the North, Xiao Lingtian, was a prodigious talent, fearsome beyond measure, and had recently entered the Sacred Wilderness Academy, soaring to new heights. If he could lead the disciples of the Martial Academy to their aid, it would constitute a powerful reinforcement. Thank you, Princess, for your support. The group of blood-armored guards offered a slight bow to Yulanchi before eagerly rushing forth. By heavens, this time I shall take on 10. Just you? Do you fancy yourself as Chen Xiao? Haha. Upon embarking on this venture, who knows if I shall return alive? Yet, with the princess by our side, even if I were to perish, my mother and sister would surely be well cared for. Fear not, for the princess is known for her benevolence. We need not worry about our rear. Charge. The blood-armored guards laughed heartily as they unsheathed their long blades, advancing toward the pack of dog demons besieging Xiao Chen. With a swift onslaught, nearly 100 blood-armored guards joined the fray, swiftly toppling the remaining 10 dog demons to the ground. Each blood-armored guard was a pinnacle warrior of the Ninth Realm, possessing the prowess to overpower the dog demons in one-on-one combat. After all, these were merely dog demons of the Seventh Realm. Their offensive capabilities could not compare to Xiao Chen's monstrous strength, which could sever a demon's head with ease. Instead, they opted to strike at the comparatively softer underbellies of the dog demons. Haha, young brother, I am Wang He. Your ferocity is truly remarkable and brings honor to our human race. It is my privilege to fight alongside you today. Blood-armored guard Lu Hao at your service. Fear not. Young brother, simply slay the demons, and we shall assist in restraining them. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the blood-armored guards who had swiftly enveloped him in their protective formation. His gaze shifted slightly, and he nodded before turning back to face the encroaching demon race. The demons had succumbed to a frenzied rage, unleashing a series of thunderous roars that reverberated throughout the entire Bear Martial City. They had initially believed that dispatching 20 dog demons to deal with a single Xiao Chen was an overestimation of their might. However, to their astonishment, the dispatched demons had all been slaughtered in mere moments. This was an utter humiliation. When had the demon race ever suffered such disgrace at the hands of the human race? This human sword cultivator must perish. Moreover, he must meet a gruesome end. Blood-armored guards, how dare you intervene? Do you seek an eternal feud with my demon race? Is it truly worth it for the sake of a single human wretch? The youth from the demon temple, tasked with relaying messages, glared at the blood-armored guards with a pale face, his voice dripping with malice. Each of the blood-armored guards possessed remarkable strength, all being experts at the 9th level of martial discipleship. Such a formidable force was capable of inflicting losses of hundreds of demon kin. Even for the demon race, renowned for their might, such losses were intolerable. And then there was that Xiao Chen, whose physical prowess was astonishingly inhuman. Not to mention the frail human race, even among demons, such formidable physique was rare. They had merely intended to slaughter a city and procure some human blood for sustenance, but unexpectedly encountered a formidable adversary. You are correct. I intend to pursue an unending vendetta with you today. If I must lay down my life, so be it. Wang He retorted with a cold smile. You, wretched spawn of the demon temple, how dare you, a human, ally with the demon race to harm your own kin? I shall be the first to end your existence. The youth from the demon temple, seething with rage, whispered a few venomous words into the ear of the leading dog demon. The leading dog demon immediately erupted in fury, issuing a series of furious roars to its companions. While the exact nature of the command was unclear, the murderous intent in its eyes conveyed everything. It was intent on exterminating the blood-armored guards before it. As the order was given, 2,000 dog demons surged forward, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust, charging at Xiao Chen and the blood-armored guards like a tempest. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled violently beneath their feet. The soaring figures of the demons blotted out the sky, their overwhelming demonic aura coiling through the air like a tangible entity. The citizens of the city, witnessing this spectacle, trembled in terror. 2,000 demons were attacking simultaneously. The sheer magnitude was terrifying. Who could possibly withstand such a force? Many faces reflected despair. Although Xiao Chen and the blood-armored guards stood resolutely in front, it was inconceivable that they could fend off such an overwhelming horde of beasts. At this moment, the human race needed more warriors to rise up against the demon threat. Xiao Chen engaged in fierce combat with the blood-armored guard against the onslaught of the demon clan. Although the blood-armored guard exhibited great valor, they were unable to withstand the overwhelming numerical disadvantage, and lacking Xiao Chen's divine physique, their bodies could not endure the strain, leading to swift casualties. In mere moments, nearly half had perished. Just moments after exchanging greetings with Xiao Chen, Wang He met a brutal end. After slaying 2 canine demons, he was gruesomely torn asunder and devoured. The remaining members of the blood-armored guard fell one after another. Elder Xia, witnessing his subordinates being slaughtered, felt his eyes redden with fury. His fists clenched so tightly that his nails pierced his palms without him loosening his grip. At that moment, he yearned to intervene, but he held back. He could not afford to give the demon clan a reason for retaliation. Yilanqi's gaze flickered as she moved to join the fray, but Elder Xia firmly restrained her. Your Highness, you are the future Empress of the Great Xia. You must not suffer even the slightest mishap. Please prioritize the greater good. Yilanqi cast a glance at Elder Xia and ultimately refrained from joining the battle. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen was wholly consumed by his bloodlust, fully employing the recently comprehended limitless sword intent. Each swing of his sword resulted in the blood of canine demons spilling forth. In a brief span, he had slain 123 of them. His astonishing prowess instilled fear among the demons. Initially, the focus of the canine demons' assault was directed at Xiao Chen. Yet as he continued his onslaught, the area within a meter of him became devoid of enemies. Terrified of Xiao Chen, the demons redirected their attacks towards the blood-armored guard, which contributed to their rapid demise. However, once the blood-armored guard had been nearly annihilated, the demons resumed their concentrated assault on Xiao Chen. Despite his divine physique and remarkable strength, he sustained numerous injuries under their relentless attack. The defense of the divine physique required the consumption of vitality, and as the battle progressed, Xiao Chen's energy waned, leading to a decline in his defensive capabilities. Observing this, seasoned veterans like Lu Sanji grew anxious and shouted into the city, "Warriors of Xiongwu City, do you all lack courage? A mere boy dares to battle the demon clan. And yet you do not?" Yet, no one responded. Brother G, cease your words. They are but worthless cowards, lacking the guts to stand against the demons. Agreed several veterans with disdain. Hearing their words, many warriors in the city trembled, fists clenched, faces contorted with inner turmoil. Damn it, let us fight. Jiahu of Xiongwu City is here to defend humanity. Suddenly, a bellowing roar erupted as a burly man with a full beard charged from the shadows. Lu Bao of Xiongwu City, here to defend the city. Zhang Di of Xiongwu City, here to defend the city. Niu Qi of Xiongwu City, here to defend the city. As Jiahu charged forth, several other warriors could no longer contain the fervor boiling within them. they emerged one after another to join the fray against the canine demons. Approximately a dozen individuals joined the battle, while many more remained spectators. This group was reckless, fully aware that they were flying into the fire. Yet they chose to march towards certain death. Truly foolish. Zhao Tiangang observed the martial artist with a disdainful sneer. Beside him, several young members of the Demon Subjugation Division displayed various expressions. Some scoffed, while others clenched their fists, eager for action. Chief, are we truly not going to intervene? That young swordsman is incredibly formidable. I have seen him slay over 100 dog demons. If we lend him our support, a miracle may indeed occur. One young man clad in purple robes hesitantly spoke. Miracle? What miracles could there be? Although nearly 200 dog demons have perished, there remain over 1,800. Can they possibly defeat them all? This young swordsman is indeed powerful, yet he is foolish beyond measure. Zhao Tiangang retorted with scorn. But is it not the purpose of our Demon Subjugation Division to vanquish demons and protect the people? So many martial artists are risking their lives against the demon horde. And we merely stand by and watch. Do you understand nothing? This is about prioritizing the greater good. What use is mere bravery without strategy? Zhao Tiangang glared fiercely at the young man in purple, who fell silent. After a moment, however, he regarded Zhao Tiangang with a profound gaze and spoke somberly. Chief, I have always held you in high esteem. Yet, I cannot agree with your earlier statement. The conflict between humans and demons has persisted for a century. With humanity facing extinction on multiple occasions, it is through the sacrifice of countless brave souls that we have carved out a sliver of hope. If everyone clings to their lives in fear, humanity would have perished long ago. Forgive me, but I cannot remain here as a mere spectator. With that, the young man in purple cast a glance at the frenzied Xiao Chen, took a deep breath, and charged forward. He drew his long blade and shouted, Demon Subjugation Division's Ding Sheng, here to slay demons and protect the people. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were momentarily taken aback. The Demon Subjugation Division was taking action? But as they realized it was only Ding Sheng who had stepped forward, the truth became clear. It was not the division acting, but rather Ding Sheng on his own accord. A flicker of admiration passed through the eyes of Lu Sanji and others. They had always regarded the Demon Subjugation Division at Bear Marshal City as inept and cowardly, yet they were surprised to find someone like Ding Sheng, a man of valor. Well done, brother Ding Sheng, you are a true man. Indeed, it seems not all of the Demon Subjugation Division are worthless. At least Ding Sheng possesses courage. Unlike Zhao Tiangang, who is utterly spineless, the veteran shouted enthusiastically, rallying behind Ding Sheng. Zhao Tiangong's expression darkened, his face resembling a stormy sky. This fool Ding Sheng. How dare he? If he goes, what do we have to fear? Charge. Demon Subjugation Division's Wang Chong, here to slay demons and protect the people. Demon Subjugation Division's Su Lu, here to kill demons. Demon Subjugation Division's Niu Daping. Before Zhao Tiangang could finish, 7 or 8 members of the Demon Subjugation Division had already roared and surged forward. Seeing this, Zhao Tiangang was left dumbfounded. His complexion more ghastly than if he had consumed excrement. Surrounded by merely a dozen companions, he never anticipated that a significant portion would charge forth. In truth, he failed to comprehend that a spark can ignite a prairie fire. Xiao Chen was precisely that spark, igniting the fervor within the hearts of many. As members of the human race, how many truly harbor no animosity towards the demons? It is merely that fear and selfishness have hitherto suppressed their sentiments. Now, witnessing Xiao Chen bravely confronting thousands of demons and decisively slaying over 100 canine fiends, the warriors felt their fears dissipate, as if fueled by a surge of adrenaline, compelling them to engage in battle against the demon race. After all, this land was their homeland, where they had grown up, and they were unwilling to see it transformed into a living hell. The remaining demon-slaying soldiers by Zhao Tiangong's side were also stirred, eager to rush into combat against the demons. However, the thought of potential death tempered their fervor, extinguishing their fiery resolve as if doused with cold water, leaving them to observe the fierce battle from a distance. In the midst of the battlefield, human warriors fell one after another. Some had their heads bitten off. Others were devoured alive by the canine demons, and some were torn asunder. The canine demons possessed formidable strength, their terrifying physiques and sharp claws able to effortlessly rend a 7th-tier martial artist in twain. A coordinated assault from several could spell doom even for an 8th or 9th-tier warrior. Many of the warriors who had just charged into the fray were torn to shreds before they could even strike a blow. Even the formidable blood armor guards had suffered grievous losses. The sole figure capable of wreaking havoc was Xiao Chen. At that moment, he was in a frenzied state. His fierce sword energy resonated through the void as he relentlessly swung his sword, severing the heads of countless canine demons. He had slain nearly 200. His body, drenched in blood, transformed into a veritable specter of carnage, save for his eyes, which shone like stars amidst the crimson. Around him lay a veritable mountain of canine demon corpses, each one dispatched with a single stroke, their heads cleanly severed. Yet, the sword energy within him was gradually depleting, approaching its limit. Nevertheless, the surrounding canine demons dared not advance, merely watching Xiao Chen with expressions of horror and dread. This human youth was utterly terrifying. Not only did he possess extraordinary offensive capabilities, easily cleaving through their toughest defenses, but his physical form was also astonishingly resilient. From the beginning until now, this young warrior had endured hundreds of their strikes. Not even a sword practitioner, let alone a first-tier martial artist like Zhao Tiangang, could withstand such punishment without being obliterated. Yet, this human youth had merely sustained minor injuries, which were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Such a phenomenon was unprecedented in their long years of existence. The canine demons quivered in fear. Although the young human appeared to be on the brink of collapse, none of them dared to be the first to charge forward, risking becoming a soul claimed by a sword. It was utterly astonishing that he had already slain over 200 of their kind. Even more remarkable was the fact that the pack of canine demons had begun to feel fear. They were afraid of Chen Xiao, the sentinel. Witnessing this scene unfold before him, could not help but display a flicker of horror in his eyes. Alone with his sword, Xiao Chen managed to instill terror in over 1,000 demon creatures. Who would dare believe such a feat? These are the notoriously arrogant demons. When have they ever bowed before the human race? Yet, it was not long before the last of the blood-armored guards by Xiao Chen's side fell. The battlefield was left with Xiao Chen as the sole survivor. A true deadlock. The power of the human race was woefully inadequate. Despite the sacrifice of more than 100 warriors, they had only managed to eliminate a mere 90 dog demons. Given the strength of the blood-armored guards, they could have vanquished more, but the overwhelming numbers of the dog demons rendered them outmatched, significantly diminishing their combat effectiveness. With all allies extinguished, the ensuing battle was now solely Xiao Chen's to fight. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the gruesome corpses of the human warriors surrounding him, his eyes warming with unshed tears. He gently laid down his sword and, in solemn reverence, slightly bent at the waist to bow before the fallen. Although he had never met these individuals before, having fought alongside them in battle forged an unbreakable bond. They were his brothers. Brothers had perished. A price must be exacted for their lives. At this moment, he had already slain 272 canine demons, with only 28 remaining to fulfill his mission. His achievements were nothing short of monumental in the past century of the Great Xia. No one at this realm had ever vanquished so many demonic entities in a single sweep. Xiao Chen stands as the first, and likely the only one. However, he is nearing his limits. The final 28 adversaries are unlikely to be vanquished. After paying tribute to the fallen warriors, he unsheathes his sword and gradually assumes a meditative posture, intending to recuperate momentarily before confronting the canine demon in a final, valiant struggle to the death. At that very moment, a furious roar emanates from the leading canine demon on the battlefield. A terrifying aura of demonic energy radiates from it, filled with an overwhelming wrath. Its blood-red eyes fixate on Xiao Chen, filled with a desire to rend him into pieces. It is utterly incredulous that a mere human, possessing only the strength of a 7th-tier swordsman, has inflicted the loss of 200 elite warriors upon them, an outrageous and intolerable reality. For reasons unknown, the demon senses a threat emanating from Xiao Chen. It fears that if he continues to recover, unforeseen complications may arise. Thus, it issues a fatal command to the pack of canine demons. They must eliminate Xiao Chen without delay, under the summons of their leader. The horde of canine demons begins to converge slowly upon Xiao Chen, swiftly forming a monstrous sea of beasts before him, dense and utterly chilling. The concentrated demonic energy coalesces into a swirling green mist, a sight so terrifying that even seasoned veterans like Liu Sanji tremble at its presence. It is indeed horrifying. Initially, the canine demons hesitated, fearful of approaching Xiao Chen, aware that any who dared to confront him would meet their demise. Yet, upon witnessing the fury of their leader, their reluctance dissipates, replaced by a fierce glint in their eyes as they advance toward Xiao Chen. It is over. That young man has proven too ruthless against the demons. The demon clan is prepared to incur casualties to eliminate him directly. Elder Xia's expression shifts dramatically. He had not anticipated that the leading canine demon would regard Xiao Chen with such trepidation, denying him even a moment's respite to recover. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the menacing throng of dog demons before him, his expression shifting subtly. It appeared that the demon clan had no intention of allowing him to recover. However, in his current state, Both his vitality and sword energy were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of further combat. Although the divine warrior physique was formidable, he had yet to fully harness its potential, and with so many demons converging upon him, even the divine warrior form could not restore his strength in time. He needed elixirs to rejuvenate his vitality and sword energy. Turning to Yilanchi, the Silver Moon Princess, he inquired, "Do you possess any elixirs that can restore my vitality and sword energy?" Yilanchi extended her jade-like hand, and suddenly, a dozen vials of elixirs appeared upon it. She conjured a radiant moonlight that enveloped the elixirs, gracefully delivering them to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the pill without a moment's hesitation, disregarding its nature, and swallowed it whole. As the elixir entered his mouth, a surge of formidable vitality and sword energy coursed through his body like a refreshing spring, reinvigorating his weary form with newfound vigor. Sensing the overwhelming energy, his eyes sparkled with realization. This pill was a high-grade vitality pill and a high-grade sword chi pill. He was astonished that Yilanchi had bestowed upon him such precious treasures. The high-grade vitality pill was worth 1,000 taels of silver each, while the high-grade sword chi pill commanded 2,000 taels apiece. What he had just consumed was nearly worth 20,000 taels of silver. Truly extravagant. However, the effects were undeniably remarkable. He felt ready to fight once more. Observing Xiao Chen's steadily rising aura, the surrounding canine demons were momentarily seized by fear. This human youth was actually consuming drugs? And such potent ones at that? Was there no justice in the world? A few of the canine demons instinctively took a step back, hoping to allow their comrades to advance first, only to be met with the furious claws of their leader, who crushed the skull of one in a fit of rage. Witnessing this scene, the remaining canine demons dared not retreat any longer. With steely determination in their eyes, they pressed forward, muscles coiling, and lunged fiercely toward Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, within the Northern King's mansion, in a grand hall, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong sat gracefully in the center, while Xiaoling Tian and Yi Qingxian occupied the flanking positions. The four were engaged in the delightful ritual of tea drinking, with Wen Wanrong casting a tender gaze upon her young son, her smile radiating warmth. Xiao Zhenbei, momentarily setting aside the grim affairs of the demon clan city slaughter, had made a special effort to be with his child, creating an atmosphere of familial bliss. Xiaoling Tian has officially been accepted into the Sacred Wilderness Academy, embarking on the path of transformation into a dragon. Both Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong are exceedingly delighted at this moment. It is well known that gaining admission to the Sacred Wilderness Academy is akin to soaring to great heights. Securing the title of Martial King is practically guaranteed. Although the elder son, Xiao Chen, has been rendered powerless and is beset by misfortune, marking a stroke of ill fate for the family, the fortunate emergence of the younger son brings hope. With Xiaoling Tian as a martial king, the Xiao family can ensure prosperity for centuries to come. Xiao Zhenbei is immensely satisfied with this outcome, viewing it as a divine blessing for the Xiao clan. In a mere short span of time, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong have cast aside the tragedy of Xiao Chen, wholeheartedly celebrating the accomplishments of their younger son. After all, Xiao Chen is but a cripple, while Xiaoling Tian is poised for greatness. The choice of whom to cherish is abundantly clear. Father, mother, I have a request to make. I hope you will grant it. Suddenly, Xiaoling Tian stood up and approached Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong, his expression earnest and resolute. What is it? Xiao Zhenbei was slightly taken aback. His youngest son, who was usually indifferent to trivialities and rarely bowed before them, was now so solemn, leaving him puzzled about the reason behind this unexpected formality. Xiaoling Tian gazed affectionately at Yi Qingxian and declared in a clear voice, I have found a deep connection with Qingxian and wish to take her as my wife. I implore my esteemed parents to advocate on my behalf. Upon the utterance of these words, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were momentarily taken aback. Marrying Yi Qingxian? Although they were aware of Xiao Lingtian's affection for her and had never opposed it, it was rather disconcerting that just after Xiao Chen had recently annulled his engagement with Yi Qingxian, Xiaoling Tian was now poised to propose to her. This situation was undeniably awkward. The elder brother had just suffered the loss of his beloved, while the younger brother was swiftly moving in to claim her affections. If word of this spread, one could only imagine the gossip it would incite. Moreover, Xiao Chen had harbored such deep feelings for Yi Qingxian for many years. Utterly captivated by her, the abrupt termination of their engagement, though seemingly calm on the surface, must have inflicted profound anguish upon him. At this moment, the engagement between Xiaoling Tian and Yi Qingxian inevitably felt like adding insult to injury. Upon hearing this, Yi Qingxian's expression subtly shifted, and a hint of resistance stirred within her. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she gazed upon Xiaoling Tian's handsome visage, Another figure emerged in her mind's eye, an image of Xiao Chen. Ever since witnessing Xiao Chen's swordsmanship on that fateful day, a shadow had quietly taken root in her heart. Clad in white as blood, his sword aura chilling as frost. A beauty unparalleled, unmatched in this world. Although Zhentian is undeniably handsome, he pales in comparison to Xiao Chen. Even though Xiao Chen has become a mere shell of his former self and their engagement has been annulled. The serene expression he wore at that moment pierced her heart profoundly. She had anticipated that her proposal to break off the engagement would devastate him. Yet he remained remarkably composed. This realization struck her like a thorn, embedding itself deep within her soul. For so many years, Xiao Chen had cherished her and treated her with utmost kindness. Yet, when she declared her intention to withdraw from their engagement, he exhibited no reaction whatsoever. Could he truly relinquish her so easily? Surely, he must be consorting with that wild woman, Zhentian. In her eyes, Xiao Chen was her personal possession. Even if she no longer desired him, no other woman should dare to claim him. Such was her selfishness and tyranny. Zhentian, your brother has just broken off his engagement with Qin Xian. You should take things slowly with her. He will be hurt. When Wanrong, contemplating her eldest son's potential predicament, spoke gently in an attempt to persuade. Mother, Xiao Chen is not my brother anymore. He has been rendered useless. I do not care how he feels. I am determined to become engaged to Qin Xian immediately. Zhentian, upon noticing when Wanrong's lingering thoughts of Xiao Chen, was immediately consumed by rage. A flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. How could that useless wretch still haunt him, even in such a pitiful state? It seemed imperative that he seize an opportunity to eliminate him once and for all, to prevent his parents from incessantly reminiscing about him. Yet, dear madam, allow Zhentian to take care of this. After all, that useless child won't be around for much longer. Why concern yourself with him? All is dictated by fate. His unfortunate demise is solely a consequence of his own misfortune. When Wanrong wished to voice her thoughts, it was coldly interrupted by Xiao Zhenbei, whose focus was solely on the newly accepted Zhentian into the Sacred Wilderness Academy, entirely indifferent to Xiao Chen's fate. In this world, the law of survival of the fittest prevails. If one is deemed useless, one must accept the tragic destiny of having everything seized by the stronger. After all, Xiao Chen is a mere failure, is he not? Chapter 57. How could you treat your brother this way? Very well. Surely, Chen would understand. Upon hearing Xiao Zhenbei speak, when Wanrong, noticing the pallor on her younger son's face, quickly changed her tone. Ultimately, deep within her heart, she held a greater affection for her youngest son. As for Xiao Chen, years of estrangement, compounded by his squandered potential, had dulled her feelings significantly. Standing silently by, Butlerly felt a sudden chill as he listened to their conversation, his eyelids twitching involuntarily. Xiao Chen had just endured the harrowing experience of falling from grace. From a once promising talent to a mere shadow of his former self, compounded by the heartbreak of being jilted by his beloved. In such dire circumstances, one would expect familial concern and solace. However, the king of the north not only barred Xiao Chen from his presence, but Zhentian further sought to usurp the betrothed of his childhood sweetheart. Even when Wanrong offered only a perfunctory word of counsel before swiftly aligning herself with her younger son, this treatment was not merely unjust, it was exceedingly cruel. Xiao Chen, a remarkably gifted young man, has always embodied humility and generosity, treating even those beneath him with great courtesy, never once displaying the arrogance typical of a young master. He is infinitely superior to the boorish Zhentian. Yet, tragically, why does he find himself in such a dire predicament? A fire ignites within him. He yearns to unleash a torrent of anger upon the three selfish individuals before him. However, this thought is swiftly quelled, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After all, he is merely a servant, and in the Duke of Northern Town's manor, he holds no voice. Qin Xian, what are your thoughts? If you agree, I shall enter the palace tomorrow to propose to Emperor Xia. On the other side, Xiao Zhenbei gazes at Qin Xian, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. He is quite fond of this prospective daughter-in-law, aside from the unparalleled Princess Yinyu. Few can rival Qin Xian in beauty, talent, and lineage. From the moment Xiao Chen's dantian shattered, he had contemplated having Zhentian marry Qin Xian instead. But they were too young at that time. Now, the moment has come, and it is indeed the right time. Uncle Xiao, I must apologize. I intend to focus on my cultivation for the time being and do not wish to consider marriage. However, just as everyone anticipated Qin Xian's swift agreement, she gently shook her head. Upon hearing her response, Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily taken aback. He did not foresee such a reply from her. Over the years, had she not grown quite close to his youngest son and held positive feelings toward him? Why then, when marriage was broached, did she decline. As for the excuse of prioritizing cultivation, a tale too childish to deceive Xiao Zhenbei, he could not accept it. In the realm of Xia, marriage and cultivation are not mutually exclusive. Many marry at the tender ages of 13 or 14, and numerous couples in the martial academy cultivate together without hindrance. When Wan Rong was equally astonished, she had envisioned Yuqin Xian as her future daughter-in-law and had prepared exquisite gifts to present upon their engagement. Never did she expect that Yuqin Xian would refuse her youngest son at this moment, a complete surprise. Qin Xian, you actually refuse me? Why? Why on earth? I adore you so much. Xiao Tian's mental state had completely shattered, his eyes bloodshot as he questioned fervently. I wish to devote myself to my cultivation. I apologize. Is it because of Xiao Chen? Have you not yet forgotten him? Xiao Tian roared in anger. No, how could I possibly forget Xiao Chen? Yuqin Xian's gaze flickered momentarily as she averted her eyes from Xiao Tian. She herself was at a loss as to why she felt this way, clearly. Xiao Chun had been rendered powerless, and Xiao Tian had ascended to the Sacred Wilderness Academy, embarking on a path to greatness. By her usual rational standards, she should have readily accepted Xiao Tian's proposal at this moment. Yet, inexplicably, ever since that day when Xiao Chen displayed unparalleled prowess, vanquishing the wolf demon to rescue her, his shadow had become an indelible mark upon her heart. She repeatedly admonished herself to remain rational. But forgetting was utterly beyond her grasp. Witnessing this scene, when Wan Rong felt a pang of realization. Women understand women best. Upon seeing Yuqin Xian's expression, she immediately comprehended that Yuqin Xian's rejection of the younger son was indeed rooted in her feelings for the elder son. However, she found it rather perplexing. The younger son was undeniably exceptional, while the elder son had become a mere shell of his former self. How could the proud Yuqin Xian, who had always held her head high, disregard the younger son in favor of the elder? Moreover, just today, Yuqin Xian had only recently called off her engagement with the elder son. If she truly harbored feelings for him, she would not have severed their bond. Xiao Zhenbei also discerned some signs and furrowed his brow. Qin Xian, could it be that you truly still harbor feelings for that wayward son, Xiao Chen? That misguided youth has already been rendered useless and has but 2 years left to live. You must contemplate this carefully. Such a wretch is unworthy of you. Ling Tian is your true match. Meanwhile, Butler Li, overhearing Xiao Zhenbei's remarks, felt his worldview shatter completely. How could a father refer to his own son with such disdain, labeling him a wayward and useless child? Xiao Chen's misfortune is merely a stroke of bad luck. He has not committed any wrongdoing to deserve such disdain. Is it truly a fault to be unfortunate? Uncle Xiao, how could this be? Qin Xian only wishes to devote herself to her cultivation, momentarily setting aside the matter of marriage. Naturally, Yuqin Xian would not admit this and instead resorted to evasion. However, the others present were not fools. They could easily discern the unusual expression upon her face. Xiao Tian, overwhelmed by emotion, shouted, Yuqin Xian, what do you truly mean? It was you who urged me to compel Xiao Chen to annul the engagement, assuring me that once the engagement was dissolved, you would marry me. At that time, he refused, and I nearly struck him to death. Now that the engagement is annulled, you intend to go back on your word? In a moment of uncontrolled emotion, Xiao Tian revealed all. Upon hearing this, those present were taken aback. Did he nearly kill Xiao Chen during the annulment? Was Xiao Chen truthful all along? The one who lied was actually Xiao Tian? Ling Tian, what are you saying? You truly came close to killing your brother just to force him to annul the engagement? When Wanrong gazed at Xiao Tian in disbelief, her voice trembling, she could hardly fathom that her own son would commit such a heartless act. After all, that was his biological brother, who had even saved his life. How could he resort to violence against his own flesh and blood for the sake of a woman? In doing so, does he still deserve to be called a person? What difference is there between him and a beast? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at Xiao Tian in utter astonishment. Ling Tian, is what you say true? On that fateful day, Xiao Chun had approached them, claiming that Xiao Tian had grievously injured him. Their unwavering trust in their youngest son's character led them to dismiss Xiao Chen's words entirely. Moreover, outwardly, Xiao Chen bore no visible wounds. His injuries were internal and severe, yet they could not be bothered to examine him, allowing the matter to fade into oblivion. However, now that their youngest has recounted the truth of that day, they realized just how egregiously mistaken they had been, having unjustly accused their eldest son. Yuqin Chuan's face mirrored their shock. She could hardly fathom that Xiao Tian would openly speak of such matters. Was this something one could dare to disclose in public? Yet, Xiao Tian felt no remorse for his actions. With an air of defiance, he coldly retorted, Indeed, I nearly killed that worthless Xiao Chen. So what? He is but a mere cripple, yet he clings to Qin Xian's betrothal as if it were his right. Is that not deserving of death? I now regret not having ended him then, for had I done so, none of you would be lamenting over him now. When Wanrong, upon hearing this, felt her chest rise and fall with fury, an unusual anger surging within her. Beast, how can you utter such words? Are you even human? That is your own brother. Qin Xian is already his fiancée. It is you who seeks to usurp his betrothed, and you have the audacity to feel justified? Although she favored her youngest son. Witnessing such bestial conduct left her trembling with rage. Simultaneously, a pang of guilt for her eldest son stirred within her, as a mother. How could she have so easily doubted him, refusing even to check his injuries? She felt utterly unworthy of the title of mother. Mother, you dare to scold me? All for a worthless fool? Zhentian wore an expression of astonishment. He could not comprehend why Wanrong would still be incensed over a worthless individual like Xiao Chen, who had completely lost his cultivation, when he himself was regarded as the future hope of the Xiao family. Chapter 58. Returning to the prince, that young swordsman is remarkably formidable. In truth, it was Xiao Chen, the so-called waste, whom you truly loved, not me. Zhentian's complexion instantly turned pale, and he forced a bitter smile. He simply could not accept the reproach from his mother, who had always showered him with affection. What wrong had he committed? Was it a fault to seize a woman from Xiao Chen, that worthless wretch? Was it a transgression to incapacitate a mere invalid? In this world, it is the survival of the fittest. Xiao Chen rendered himself incapable, unable to thwart others from claiming what they desired. Who could he possibly blame? Even if he refrained from seizing her, others would undoubtedly do so. A woman of such exceptional caliber as Yi Qin Xian could never be retained by someone as feeble as Xiao Chen. At this moment, Zhentian had entirely forgotten that Xiao Chen was not inherently worthless, but rather possessed the extraordinary constitution of a natural-born king. Had it not been for the purpose of saving him, Zhentian would have remained forever beneath Xiao Chen's heel, unable to rise again. However, the fact that Xiao Chen's dantian was shattered was a deliberate act of sabotage by Zhentian. Thus, how could he possibly feel remorse? Tian, your mother did not mean it that way. She merely suggested that your actions may be somewhat misguided. Upon witnessing his youngest son in such a state of disarray, Xiao felt a pang of sorrow in his heart and hurried to offer words of comfort. When Wanrong glanced at Zhentian, equally reluctant to see him in distress, and gently said, Tian, your mother was overly emotional just now and spoke too harshly. I apologize. However, you truly ought not to treat your brother in such a manner. After all, you are bound by blood. If you desire his engagement, you may discuss it with your father and me, and we will assist you in this matter. At the sound of their words, Steward Li's eyes twitched, and a wave of astonishment washed over him. Zhentian had committed an act so reprehensible. Yet Xiao and when Wanrong merely offered a few light reprimands and even extended apologies to him, did such a wretch deserve such leniency? Were they truly honoring Xiao Chen in this manner? This time, it was not only Steward Li who stood bewildered. Yi Qin Xian was equally taken aback. Was this truly the end? She had expected Xiao and when Wanrong to erupt in fury and impose a severe punishment upon Zhentian, but instead, they merely elevated him slightly before setting him down gently, offering only a token admonition. In that moment, she could not help but feel a profound sadness for Xiao Chen, who, with such biased parents and a malicious brother, was indeed a pitiable soul. It is often said that royal families lack compassion. Yet compared to the treatment Xiao Chen received from the Duke of Northern Town, the Summer Emperor's care for her was meticulous and attentive. If there were any regrets, it would be that she had an extraordinarily talented sister, Yi Lanqi, whose brilliance was so striking that it rendered her own accomplishments pale in comparison, leaving her unable to hold her head high for years. However, unlike the bitter enmity between Xiao Chen and Zhentian, Yi Lanqi treated her with kindness, and their relationship was quite amicable. Father, mother, Tian understands now. From this day forth, Tian will strive to get along well with brother Xiao Chen. There will be no more discord between us. Just when everyone anticipated that Tian would erupt into another tantrum, he unexpectedly lowered his head and expressed his intention to coexist peacefully with Xiao Chen. Tian, you truly are remarkably understanding. When Wanrong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then filled with delight. If her youngest son could harmoniously coexist with her eldest, it would indeed be a most wonderful outcome. A flicker of emotion appeared on Xiao Zhenbei's face, clearly taken aback by Zhentian's unexpected words. It seems that his youngest son has indeed matured. Not only does the younger son possess superior talent compared to the eldest, but he is also beginning to cultivate a more refined character. In contrast to the rebellious eldest son, Xiao Zhenbei increasingly places his hopes on the youngest. Only Zhentian noticed that. In the fleeting moment when Xiao lowered his head, a glimmer of resentment and murderous intent flashed in his eyes, causing her expression to subtly shift. Indeed, how could Xiao possibly coexist harmoniously with Xiao Chen? He had resolutely resolved that upon their next encounter, he would take great pleasure in humiliating Xiao Chen thoroughly, and subsequently end his life to alleviate the deep-seated resentment in his heart. Suddenly, a dire message arrived. Lord of the northern town, grave news has come. 2,000 demonic beings are besieging the city, and Princess Silvermoon is trapped in Xiongwu City. 100 blood-armored guards have already perished in battle, and the princess is currently in imminent danger, seeking our aid from Huangbei City. At that moment, a guard clad in golden dragon armor burst in, drenched in sweat, clutching a communication jade talisman. This individual was none other than Xiao Zhenbei's personal attendant. Earlier, while in a military meeting, Xiao Zhenbei had inadvertently left the talisman behind. Noticing the talisman persistently glowing, the attendant, suspecting an urgent military matter, could not resist glancing at the message inscribed upon it. What he read was shocking. The most radiant goddess of the Great Xia, the future empress of the dynasty, Princess Silvermoon, was actually besieged by the demonic clan within Xiongwu City. The situation was dire. Even the 100 blood-armored guards who were her closest protectors had all perished. Nearly 1,800 demonic beings were attacking the princess. This was an almost certain death trap. However, Princess Silvermoon was of paramount importance to the Great Xia. Her life could not be extinguished. Thus, upon receiving this critical information, the attendant rushed to the military camp with utmost urgency. In his haste, he even neglected to announce his arrival and directly approached Xiao Zhenbei. What? The Princess Silvermoon is trapped in Xiongwu City, under siege by 1,800 demonic beings? Are there no warriors in Xiongwu City to offer support? Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhenbei's countenance changed dramatically, an unusual occurrence for him. Princess Yin is destined to be the future empress of the Great Xia. There must be no errors whatsoever. Should any mishap befall her in the barren northern province, even he, the king of the north, would be unable to withstand the emperor's wrath. However, considering the numerous rare artifacts, such as spatial talismans, that Princess Yin possesses, she should be capable of extricating herself with ease, so how could she possibly be trapped? The rest of those present also displayed expressions of shock. Princess Yin is the most resplendent jewel of the Great Xia, a goddess as perfect as a dream. Her life and death are of utmost importance. Meanwhile, upon learning of her sister's peril, Yiqin Chuan's eyes flickered with urgency as she promptly began to communicate with her fellow disciples, planning to rescue her sister. She and Yulanchi are siblings, sharing the same parents, and their bond is genuine. Half of the martial artists in Xiong Wuqing and 100 blood-armored guards have already perished while protecting the princess. And now, only a young swordsman stands before her. The personal guards hurriedly reported, a swordsman? Xiao Zhenbei was momentarily taken aback. Sword cultivators were exceedingly rare, and in the entire, he could hardly find a handful. How could a young sword cultivator suddenly emerge in this small town of Xiongwu? Yet, despite the formidable prowess of a sword cultivator, facing nearly 2,000 demon creatures, it was unlikely he could endure even a breath before meeting a tragic end. What would become of Princess Yin then? Contemplating this, his expression rapidly darkened. Was there only one sword cultivator to intervene? What about the others in Xiongwu? Were they merely spectators? How could a solitary young sword cultivator possibly fend off such a multitude of demon creatures? At this moment, he felt an intense ire boiling within him. Originally, the slaughter of the city by the demon race would claim merely a few commoners. Their loss could be replenished over time, for the population of Daxia was vast, and the lives of commoners held little value. However, if Princess Yin were to perish within his jurisdiction, his fate would be sealed. He could not fathom why the esteemed Princess Yin would find herself in a remote town like Xiongwu, and to make matters worse, she had arrived without even a word of greeting. Yet now, even if he wished to rescue her, time was of the essence. With so many demon creatures, a mere young sword cultivator stood alone before them, a futile endeavor. It was likely that Princess Yin would soon fall victim to the demons, her beauty extinguished. This would surely send shockwaves throughout Daxia. As for the Zhenbei king, the other warriors did not intervene. Only the young sword cultivator continued to battle. Yet he was different, ferocious, and formidable. Perhaps he could hold out for a while longer. Were they jesting? With 1,800 demon creatures attacking, could he truly withstand for even a moment? Did he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? Xiao Zhenbei was amused by his personal guard's absurdity. This guard, unaware of his own folly, spoke nonsense about a mere youth. How formidable could he possibly be? Chapter 59. The fool turns out to be myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Tian cast a disdainful glance at the personal guard, convinced that he had lost his wits. How could he possibly believe that a single swordsman could withstand the onslaught of 2,000 demon tribesmen? Such a notion was utterly preposterous. Even he, faced with 2,000 demon warriors, would be reduced to mere bones in an instant. He could hardly fathom that the young swordsman was superior to himself. Upon returning to the Northern King's residence, he received word from Princess Inyu, who reported that a young man named Chen Xiao had stood alone with his sword against 2,000 demon tribesmen, not only holding them at bay for a moment, but also slaying over 200 iron-headed dog demons, all while valiantly resisting the demon horde's advance. It was precisely for this reason that Princess Inyu refrained from using a spatial talisman to flee and chose to lend her assistance to Chen Xiao instead. The personal guard recalled the information he had seen on the communication jade tablet and responded truthfully. As these words were spoken, they resonated like thunderclaps in the ears of all present. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. One individual had not only held off 2,000 demons but also killed over 200 dog demons? Surely, this was not a fanciful tale spun by Princess Inyu to amuse them. However, Yuqin Xian furrowed her brow. The name Chen Xiao bore a striking resemblance to Xiao Chen. Moreover, both were swordsmen who fortuitously appeared near the city of Bear Marshal in the wild north. Could it be that Chen Xiao was merely an alias for Xiao Chen? Are you certain you did not mishear? Did Princess Inyu truly say this? Xiao Zhenbei gazed at the personal guard with astonishment. A mere youth, wielding a single sword against 2,000 demons? How could this be possible? The guard replied earnestly. Your Highness, regarding such a monumental matter, how could I dare to report without clarity? When I first received the message, I was utterly shocked. Having reviewed it 3 times to ensure its authenticity before daring to present it to your Highness. It is indeed a great fortune for our human race to possess such a prodigy. Great fortune? I see it as a great calamity. Xiao Zhenbei's expression darkened upon hearing this. Why do you say such a thing, my lord? The personal guard was taken aback. That young swordsman was extraordinarily fierce. A veritable genius, undoubtedly a beacon of hope for the human race. Why then did the Northern King deem it a calamity? The others present looked on in confusion, eagerly awaiting Xiao Zhenbei's explanation. The fact that Chen Xiao could single-handedly withstand 2,000 demon warriors indicated that he had surpassed the realm of a mere swordsman. Otherwise, such a feat would be impossible. Yet, there existed an agreement between the human and demon races forbidding humans from taking action against demons beyond their borders. If Chen Xiao acted recklessly, the demon tribes would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Was this not a great calamity? Xiao Zhenbei wore a solemn expression, his tone laced with reproach. That Chen Xiao had been utterly reckless. According to the reports received, the Silver Moon Princess had already resolved to depart. Had it not been for Chen Xiao's impulsive intervention, the worst outcome would have been the loss of a few commoners. What significance did that hold? Yet now, in his rashness, he had undoubtedly provided the demon clan with an opportunity for vengeance, a retaliation that the human race, given its current strength, could scarcely withstand. Chen Xiao was truly a sinner among humankind. The faces of those present paled at his words, their expressions turning grave as they began to comprehend Xiao Zhenbei's meaning. In this light, it was clear that Chen Xiao had acted with excessive recklessness, embarking on actions without the slightest consideration. Indeed, a fool. Did the human race lack masters of martial arts above the warrior level? If they could have intervened, they would have done so long ago. How could a mere sword cultivator seize the limelight? They had never anticipated that it would be a 7th-level swordsman who would halt the advance of 1,000 demons. However, one could hardly blame them. After all, Xiao Chen's combat prowess was nothing short of astonishing, completely overturning the common understanding of power. It was not merely Xiao Zhenbei, who had yet to witness the man himself. Even the Silver Moon Princess and Elder Xia, who had observed the battle in its entirety, were left utterly astounded. Their worldviews shattered. For Xiao Chen's strength far exceeded what one would expect at his level. Father, this Chen Xiao seems to have emerged from nowhere, acting impulsively and without regard for the consequences, truly a disgrace to the human race. Xiao Tian could not help but express his disdain. Upon hearing the name Chen Xiao, he was inevitably reminded of Xiao Chen, which filled him with a seething hatred, as he listened to the conversation among a few individuals. The royal guard was momentarily taken aback before responding, Your Highness, that Chen Xiao is not above the rank of a sword master. He is merely a 7th-level sword apprentice. In the arena, everyone was left in a state of shock, their eyes widening with disbelief as they gazed at the royal guard. Even the usually unflappable Xiao Zhenbei wore an expression of astonishment. A 7th-level sword apprentice? How could that be possible? How could a mere 7th-level sword apprentice stand against 2,000 demon beasts? This is something my subordinates were unaware of. The information relayed from Princess Inu stated as much. Xiao Zhenbei's countenance darkened, and he fell into a profound silence. Although he was unaware of the circumstances, he could not bring himself to believe that a swordsman at the 7th level could possess such formidable prowess. Even if a sword cultivator were exceptionally powerful, it would be inconceivable to reach such heights. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. Princess Inu was in grave peril, and he needed to dispatch individuals for her rescue without delay. He promptly issued a command to summon all martial artists below the realm of martial masters in the city of Huangbei to assemble at the Northtown King's residence. Xiao Zhenbei cast a glance at his personal guard and issued a direct command. Understood. The guard acknowledged the order with a respectful bow and gradually withdrew, vanishing from the sight of the gathered crowd. Father, although Xiong Wuqing is not far from Huangbei City, even at full speed, it will take us at least a quarter of an hour. I fear we may not arrive in time. Xiaoling Tian gazed at Xiao Zhenbei, his expression fraught with anxiety. Princess Inu was the dream of nearly all the men in the Great Xia, and he was no exception, harboring a profound admiration for her. Yet, due to her lofty and unattainable nature, he had chosen to pursue Yu Qinxian instead. At this moment, with Princess Inu in distress, he could not help but feel a sense of urgency within his heart. Xiao Zhenbei pondered for a moment before declaring, riding forth at this pace would be futile. Our only recourse lies in utilizing the space talisman. The space talisman, exceedingly precious, allows for instantaneous teleportation within a designated range, proving invaluable whether for travel or escape. Despite his esteemed position as the Northern King, he possessed but a handful of these talismans. Typically, he would refrain from employing them. Yet in the pursuit of rescuing Princess Inu, he found himself compelled to act. Should he resort to the space talisman? There remains a glimmer of hope for timely arrival. Upon hearing mention of the space talisman, Xiaoling Tian's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Moments later, a multitude of martial artists congregated at the Northern King's residence. Initially, they displayed reluctance at the prospect of being dispatched to Xiongwu City for rescue. However, upon learning of Princess Inu's perilous situation, encircled by the demon clan, their demeanor shifted dramatically. Enraged, they rallied with fervor, vowing to vanquish the vile demons and liberate the princess. Such fervor had not crossed Xiao Zhenbei's mind. He had anticipated a lengthy discourse to persuade them. Yet, upon merely articulating Princess Inu's plight, they readily consented to embark on the mission. The allure of the illustrious first goddess of the Great Xia was indeed formidable. Once the agreement was reached, he procured a high-tier space talisman, preparing to transport all martial artists below the master level from within the residence. He counted a total of over 300 individuals. This assembly comprised warriors from Huangbei City, military fighters, and a few students from the Martial Academy, forming a formidable force. Nevertheless, against the backdrop of 2,000 demons, their numbers still fell short. Therefore, their mission was strictly to rescue, not to engage in extermination. The directive from Xiao Zhenbei was to save Princess Inu and return immediately. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Xiongwu City, Xiao Chen was embroiled in a bloody battle against the demonic creatures, as terrifying sword energies and fiendish auras ravaged the void. Amidst the carnage, the vivid crimson blood surged through the air, creating splashes that filled the atmosphere with a pungent scent of iron, causing one to furrow their brow in distaste. At this moment, Xiao Chen had slain 295 dog demons, with only 5 remaining to complete his task. Yet, he bore numerous wounds upon his body. These were not mere trifles, for several cuts were deep enough to expose bone. The relentless onslaught from the demon race had overwhelmed his divine physique's regenerative capabilities. At this moment, Xiao Chen was fighting with his life on the line. Unfortunately, his opponent was far too formidable, and he was nearing his breaking point. Before him lay an overwhelming horde of demonic creatures, an endless tide that seemed impossible to vanquish. Suddenly, a phrase spoken by the demon-slaying sword god resurfaced in Xiao Chen's mind. Should a day come when myriad demons run rampant and the end draws near, I shall stand before the countless human beings, sword raised towards the heavens, blood staining the earth. At the time, he had thought the sword god foolish, who would willingly sacrifice their life to save others. Little did he realize, the fool was, in fact, himself. Yet, was it not rather impassioned? Chen Xiao, your talent has astonished the lords of the demon race. They have declared that should you join the demon god temple, they will spare your life. However, you must thereafter serve as a hound for the demon race, fighting on their behalf. Will you consent? The young man from the demon god temple approached Xiao Chen, speaking coldly. To him, Xiao Chen was on the brink of despair, soon to be slain by the demons. He had no choice but to comply. After all, who would willingly embrace death when life was an option? Xiao Chen remained silent, merely etching a line of characters into the ground with his sword. Chapter 60. At the end of one's strength beside him, the young man from the demon god temple stood in astonishment. Etching characters? In such a dire moment. Chen Xiao was inscribing words? However, a moment's reflection led him to an understanding. This sword cultivator likely feared that the demon race would not trust him. Intending to write a declaration of loyalty to demonstrate his allegiance. The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of his assumption. Recalling how many humans had previously done the same when aligning with the demons. Contemplating this, he regarded Xiao Chen with increasing disdain. This so-called human prodigy lacks true fortitude. A mere utterance from him had frightened Xiao Chen into writing a declaration of loyalty. His integrity paled in comparison to that of those from the demon god temple. Nevertheless, this individual was somewhat astute, barely qualifying to become a dog for the demon god temple. Meanwhile, Elder Xia's expression grew tense from a distance. Xiao Chen is an unparalleled sword cultivator of extraordinary prowess. Should he truly contemplate aligning himself with the demonic race, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for humanity. This situation must be averted at all costs. After a moment of inner turmoil, he discreetly converged energy within his palm, his gaze fixated on Xiao Chen. Prepared to unleash a thunderous strike the instant he displayed any inclination towards the demons, thereby eliminating future threats. Meanwhile, Yulanchi looked on with curiosity, eager to witness the choice Xiao Chen would ultimately make. On the opposite side, a young man from the demon god temple, convinced that Xiao Chen was penning a declaration of allegiance, observed him with a slight smirk, deeming him perceptive. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, his words were abruptly silenced. His attention was drawn to the inscription Xiao Chen had carved into the ground. If one day the myriad demons run rampant and the apocalypse descends, I shall stand before the countless human souls, sword raised to the heavens, blood staining the earth. Scum of the demon god temple, begone. The young man from the demon god temple stood in a daze, murmuring the words, before his expression soured, a flicker of malice igniting in his eyes. He had not anticipated that, even in such dire circumstances, this youth named Chen Xiao would remain so resolute, audacious enough to insult them. Very well, very well. When you are torn apart by the demons, I wonder if you will still maintain such arrogance. His voice, though low, resonated clearly in the ears of many. Those who heard it felt a surge of fervor within them, their blood racing to the crown of their heads. As the words echoed, if one day the myriad demons run rampant, the crowd trembled, some whispering to themselves. Many who had been cowering in the shadows, gripped by fear, suddenly slapped themselves in resolve and charged forth. Nyoho, the butcher of Xiongwu City, comes to defend the city. Wang Dalai, the vegetable vendor of Xiongwu City, comes to defend the city. Wang Meifeng, the tailor of Xiongwu City, comes to defend the city. Zhang Yiqian, the veteran of Xiongwu City, comes to defend the city. As Nyoho was the first to brandish his cleaver and rush towards Xiao Chen, an increasing number of civilians emerged. They were men and women, old and young. Some wielding brooms, others brandishing shovels, and still others clutching scissors. Though the vast majority possessed little combat capability and posed no threat to the demons. Their eyes burned with indomitable fury and a determination to face death unflinchingly. At that moment, clarity dawned upon them. Indeed, if everyone feared death, how could they withstand the onslaught of the demons? This was the city they had grown up in. If they did not protect it, who would? Even if they could not defeat the demons, leaving a mark on them with their lives would suffice. And if no mark could be left, exhausting their strength would be a worthy endeavor. Could cowering in fear guarantee survival? Since death was inevitable, why not confront the demons with all their might before succumbing? Initially, Xiao Chen stood alone, facing the daunting horde of demons that loomed before him. As Xiao Chen inscribed those words, within moments, thousands of commoners gathered behind him. Though not formidable in combat, their collective spirit surged with remarkable intensity. The demons across from them exchanged glances of astonishment. It was hard to believe that the once feeble human race, often seen as easy prey for the demons, dared to confront them with such fervor. If every human were to display such bravery, even with the demons' overwhelming strength, they could not withstand such attrition given the sheer number of humans. Beside him, Elder Xia and Yulanchi were equally stunned, their expressions filled with disbelief. If all humans exhibited such fearless tenacity, they might not only repel the demons but also instill a sense of caution in them, preventing further atrocities against the human race. What audacity possessed these once timid souls to challenge the demons so boldly? It was akin to courting death. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang stood frozen in shock. Commander, shall we not join them? Those civilians are willing to fight. What are you afraid of? A demon-slaying soldier beside him suddenly inquired with clenched teeth. Are you questioning me? Zhao Tiangong's face darkened. Indeed, you are correct. I am questioning you. Zhao Tiangang, you spineless coward. Stay here if you wish. Brothers, if you still possess any courage, come with me to slay the demons. Let our fellow townsfolk see that our demon-slaying division is not composed solely of cowards. All right, I'm in. Me too. Instantly. 7 or 8 demon-slaying soldiers roared as they charged forward, leaving Zhao Tiangang alone, a solitary figure standing amidst the turmoil. His face a storm of rage and despair under the piercing gazes of the crowd. He cast a resentful glance toward Xiao Chen, his eyes smoldering with animosity. If it weren't for that insufferable young swordsman, none of this chaos would have unfolded. The demons would have devoured the civilians and departed, leaving the warriors of Xiongwu City unscathed, and he would remain the ruler of Xiongwu City. Yet now, he stood isolated, shunned by all, with nothing left. All of this was the result of Xiao Chen's interference. Were it not for Princess Yinyu's watchful presence, he would have lunged forward to strike Xiao Chen down. As Xiao Chen surveyed the vast throng of supporters behind him, he felt momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated that his heartfelt expression would evoke such a response. At that moment, a gaunt elder turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Young brother, I truly admire your courage to stand before 2,000 demons alone. Do not laugh at me. In my youth, I was a soldier, but out of fear of the demons, I became a coward on the battlefield. For years, I have watched my former comrades perish one by one, living in guilt that has rendered my existence unbearable. Today, witnessing your words has awakened a long-buried resolve within me. Allow me to join the fray one last time and repay my debts. To battle. Lu Wanyan, veteran of the Xiongzi Battalion, is here to slay demons." As the conversation unfolded, Lu Wanyan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. With a fierce roar, he drew his military knife from his waist, poised to charge forth and confront the demon clan. However, a slender, pale hand rested firmly on his shoulder, restraining him. Lu Wanyan was taken aback and turned to look at Xiao Chen, who gently shook his head and said, "Wait until I have fallen before you act." Before Lu could respond, Xiao Chen leaped forward, charging towards the demon clan. Having declared his intent to shield the people, he would not retreat a single step. Although he was nearing his limit, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of weakness, he understood that retreat was not an option. If he faltered, the lives of those behind him would be forfeit. "Arrogant fool, you are but a shadow of your former self, yet you dare to come charging at me? Allow me to escort you to your demise." The young demon from the demon god temple, who had been delivering messages, had long harbored resentment over Xiao Chen's earlier insults. Suddenly, he erupted with a surge of formidable demonic energy, extending his hand into a claw that lunged viciously towards Xiao Chen's heart. In an instant, a massive spectral wolf claw materialized above his hand, radiating a terrifying power that instilled fear in all who beheld it. Many warriors instantly changed countenance. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he was indeed an 8th-level demon disciple. The ferocity of Xiao Chen is evident to all. However, at this moment, he is utterly exhausted. His body swing and his hand that grips the sword trembles. How could he possibly be a match for an 8th-level demon disciple? "Brother Chen Xiao, I shall assist you." A member of the demon suppression army hastily intervenes. Yet, astonishingly, as the young man from the demon god temple draws near to Xiao Chen, an incredible scene unfolds. Xiao Chen, as if he had anticipated his opponent's movements, casually unleashed a sword strike. A fierce sword aura surged forth in an instant, directly shattering the spectral claw of the wolf. Bang! The terrifying wolf claw, which had instilled fear in the hearts of many, was obliterated by the sword energy. Subsequently, the sword energy did not falter and surged toward the young man from the demon god temple. Moments later, a bloodied head soared into the air. How could this be possible? He is actually capable of killing me? The headless corpse of the young man from the demon god temple stood frozen in place, blood gushing from his neck like a fountain, while the disembodied head hovering above had yet to lose consciousness, staring incredulously at Xiao Chen below, filled with boundless horror. He had believed that Xiao Chen was now at the end of his strength, with little combat capability remaining, and that he, at the 8th level of the demon disciple realm, could easily overpower him. To his astonishment, even when Xiao Chen seemed exhausted, he still dispatched him as one would a mere dog. In that moment, regret consumed him. Regret for his reckless decision to provoke Xiao Chen. Had he chosen to hide behind the demon clan, he would have faced no repercussions. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world, and soon, both his head and body plummeted to the ground, completely devoid of consciousness. Not only the young man from the demon god temple, but the onlookers who witnessed this scene could not help but swallow hard. Xiao Chen was simply terrifying. He appeared on the brink of collapse yet was still so lethal. The figure of the demon-suppressing soldier, who had intended to assist Xiao Chen, came to an abrupt halt, staring blankly at the headless corpse before him. His mind swirling with tumultuous waves. A being as formidable as that 8th-level demon disciple was so effortlessly slain by Xiao Chen? How foolish he had been to worry about Xiao Chen being killed. It turned out the latter was entirely unfazed. Yulanchi gazed upon the scene, her cold eyes shimmering with a peculiar light. This young man was truly astonishing. Throughout her life, she had encountered numerous prodigies, yet none could compare to Xiao Chen. Elder Xia, with your vast experience, have you ever encountered anyone more extraordinary than Qin Xiao? She turned to Elder Xia beside her. Elder Xia shook his head, stating he had not. He had never seen such talent as that of Qin Xiao. If not for his extreme ugliness, he could very well be deemed worthy of marrying into royalty. The Summer Emperor favored recruiting young prodigies as sons-in-law, and upon encountering Qin Xiao, he would likely be tempted. Yulanchi's gaze flickered slightly, remaining silent, yet she could not agree with Elder Xia's perspective. Ugly? For one as extraordinary as Xiao Chen, appearance had become trivial. Based on her understanding of the Summer Emperor, should he meet Xiao Chen, he would undoubtedly recruit him as a son-in-law. Moreover, was Xiao Chen truly ugly? With a mask on, who could definitively say? Who are you, daring to slay 2 elite members of my demon god temple? Will you reveal your name? At that moment, a young man with fiery red hair stepped forward, looking at Xiao Chen with a face full of resentment. The 2 deceased were his older brothers. They had originally been the pride of the demon god temple, with promising futures ahead, yet unexpectedly, they had met their tragic ends in a single city slaughter. This is utterly unacceptable to him. Huh? You wish to seek vengeance on my family? To be candid, my family resides in the nearby desolate city of Beiwang. I can divulge this information, but I fear you may lack the courage to act upon it. Xiao Chen cast a glance at the red-haired youth, a playful smirk curling upon his lips. He had no intention of concealing his identity any longer. After all, he was destined to perish. Hiding served no purpose whatsoever. If he could cause a modicum of trouble for Xiao Zhenbei before his demise, it would be a fortunate turn of events. What a joke. A mere backwater town like Huangbei, there were hardly any individuals that the demon temple dared to provoke. If you possess the audacity, feel free to reveal your name. The red-haired youth scoffed disdainfully. In their eyes, even the 5 prominent families of Huangbei were nothing but feeble entities, utterly unworthy of fear. The notion of refraining from action? Utterly laughable. The others present regarded Xiao Chen with perplexity, believing him to be ignorant of the formidable might of the demon temple, which prompted his audacious remarks. Indeed, while the demon temple was despicable, one must acknowledge that its power was truly terrifying. In Huangbei, few dared to challenge them. Young man, you must not reveal your identity, or your family may face annihilation. Elder Xia shouted in a state of urgency. He was genuinely concerned that Xiao Chen, in a moment of impulsiveness, might indeed disclose his lineage. Given the demon temple's overwhelming influence in Huangbei, his family would be doomed. However, Xiao Chen paid no heed to Elder Xia's warning, fixating his gaze upon the red-haired youth and inquiring, "Are you truly certain you dare to extinguish my entire clan?" "Of course." The red-haired youth replied with an air of defiance. "Very well. My father is Xiao Zhenbei, my mother is Wen Wanrong, and my brother is Xiao Lingtian. Go ahead and attempt to annihilate us." With a playful smile, Xiao Chen mused that just before his demise, he could cause a bit of trouble for these 3 beasts, which brought him a modicum of joy. Upon hearing this, the crowd was rendered speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief. This Qin Xiao is actually Xiao Chen? Isn't Xiao Chen considered a waste? How could he possibly be so formidable? What? You are the son of the Northtown King, Xiao Chen? The red-haired youth was taken aback, his face suddenly paling, devoid of any trace of color. He never anticipated that the person before him was none other than the son of the Northtown King. Although his demon god temple wielded considerable power in the northern wilderness province, in the presence of the Northtown King, it was utterly insignificant. The very notion of his demon god temple annihilating the entire lineage of the Northtown King was nothing short of a grand jest. Xiao Chen removed his mask, revealing a visage as exquisite as jade, and with a broad smile, he proclaimed, "Indeed, it is I. I hope you remain true to your word and annihilate my entire family. If that proves unfeasible, eliminating that scoundrel Xiao Lingtian will suffice." As Xiao Chen unveiled his true appearance, Yilachi's icy gaze inadvertently flickered with astonishment. She had long suspected that Xiao Chen was not lacking in charm, yet she never anticipated he would possess such striking beauty. A gentleman unparalleled in the world, like a jade figure amidst the flowers. Xiao Chen was simply too radiant. It was said that he was once the fiancé of her sister, Yuqin Xian, who later cast him aside to be with his brother, Xiao Lingtian. She truly could not fathom what sort of nonsense occupied Yuqin Xuan's mind to abandon such an exceptional suitor. although Xiao Tian is indeed remarkable. When compared to Xiao Chen, he appears as insignificant as dust before the vast sky, a stark contrast. How could this young man deceive us? With such striking features. He claims to be exceedingly unattractive? Whatever happened to the fundamental honesty that should exist among people? The elder Xiao stood by, utterly astonished, gazing at Xiao Chen while gritting his teeth in disbelief. The guard beside Lu Sanji was equally dumbfounded, staring incredulously at Lu Sanji. Master Chicken. He is indeed young Master Xiao Chen. How has he suddenly transformed into such a formidable figure? Reflecting on the 3 years Xiao Chen spent in Xiongwu City, he was once a complete failure, plagued by self-doubt and introversion. Yet now, he stands with a single sword, valiantly protecting the lives of hundreds of thousands of Xiongwu City's citizens, instilling fear in the hearts of the demon clan. Such a transformation is astonishing. What are you so surprised about? My young master has always been unparalleled. It is merely the Northern King and his associates who failed to recognize his worth. Lu Sanji boasted proudly, akin to a grandfather reveling in the brilliance of his grandson. Chapter 62. The coldness of Xiao Zhenbei. It is young Master Xiao Chen. I was wondering why this young man's figure seemed so familiar. It turns out he has come to our rescue. Yet, wasn't young Master Xiao Chen thought to be a waste? Ah, I see now. He must have been concealing his true strength all along. Truly, when he flies, he soars into the heavens. The Northern King must be blind to forsake such an exceptional son, both in strength and character. Indeed, young Master Xiao Chen surpasses Xiao Tian by countless measures, yet the Northern King remains oblivious, favoring Xiao Tian instead. Upon beholding the true visage of Xiao Chen, the entire Xiongwu City erupted in excitement. Xiao Chen had resided in Xiongwu City for 3 years, and many of its inhabitants were well acquainted with his circumstances. Now, witnessing the individual who stood defiant before the demon clan to rescue them was none other than Xiao Chen, they were collectively taken aback and began to advocate for him. At that moment, not far from Xiao Chen, a sudden and intense spatial fluctuation erupted from an open area, and a multitude of warriors materialized before them. Among them was an extraordinarily beautiful young woman who, upon seeing Xiao Chen, felt her eyes illuminate with astonishment. Xiao Chen, it truly is you. This young lady was Yu Xian, who had come to provide support. She had previously surmised that the sword-wielding youth from Xiongwu City might be Xiao Chen, and now, upon meeting him, her conjecture had indeed been validated. At this moment, Xiao Chen was drenched in blood. His white garments had been thoroughly stained crimson. His body swayed precariously, covered in gruesome wounds, some deep enough to reveal bone. Yet, his gaze remained sharp and fierce, brimming with an extraordinary aura that left Yi Qingxian profoundly shaken. Accompanying him, Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were equally stunned upon seeing Xiao Chen. They had never anticipated that the legendary swordsman, who single-handedly stood against 2,000 demons, was their eldest son, whom they had long regarded as a failure. Was his power truly of such terrifying magnitude? However, recalling the words of the elder Xing Wang, who had foretold that Xiao Chen would lose all his cultivation by the age of 18, Xiao Zhenbei's expression turned icy. He could not accept having a son deemed worthless. Thus he chose to disregard Xiao Chen's existence entirely, treating him as a mere stranger, and slowly approached Yilanshi without uttering a single word. The warriors who had accompanied Xiao Zhenbei felt a chill run through them at this scene. They had not expected him to be so heartless. His eldest son had fought valiantly for humanity against 2,000 demons, yet upon seeing him, he merely cast a glance before walking away, devoid of any words of concern. When Xiao Tian had merely sustained minor injuries, Xiao Zhenbei had hastily provided him with the invaluable small recovery pill without hesitation. Yet now, Xiao Chen bore dozens of grievous wounds, and Xiao Zhenbei showed not a hint of compassion. Was this bias not excessively outrageous? Seeing Xiao Zhenbei depart, when Wanrong could no longer contain herself and stepped before her eldest son, gently inquiring, "Chinner, are you all right? How did you sustain such severe injuries? Come, quickly take some healing medicine." With that, she produced a vial of medicinal pills and offered it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen lowered his gaze and discovered that when Wanrong had presented him with nothing more than a mere bottle of ordinary primary-level healing medicine, priced at 10 taels of silver. A cold smirk immediately crept across his lips. "When Wanrong, is this all you offer me, even in my grievous state? Previously, when Xiao Tian had sustained only minor injuries, you were frantic, rushing to administer him the precious small elixir. Now that I am on the brink of death, you provide me with this commonplace healing pill? Is my life so worthless?" As these words escaped his lips, the eyes of those present turned towards the healing elixir in Wen Wanrong's hand, only to find that it was indeed a mere bottle of the most rudimentary healing medicine. This concoction could at best address only the most superficial wounds, proving ineffective against even slightly more severe internal injuries. How could the esteemed princess of the North Town offer such subpar goods to her gravely injured son? Is this what a mother is capable of? This is all I have, my son. The rest of the elixirs are with your father. When Wanrong, perceiving the contemptuous gazes directed at her, realized that her efforts seemed insufficient, and she spoke in a flustered manner. Oh, is that so? Yet, on that day, I distinctly saw you tending to Xiao Lingtian while holding a bottle of the small elixir. How is it that when it comes to me, it is transformed into a mere primary healing medicine? Such blatant favoritism, and you still dare to call yourself mother before me? Begone! Xiao Chen cast the elixir onto the ground with disdain. No sooner had his words left his lips than Xiao Zhenbei, not far off, halted in his tracks. His face contorted with anger as he strode towards Xiao Chen. How dare you speak to your mother in such a manner? For a wretch like you, her provision of this elixir is a tremendous grace, and yet you remain ungrateful? Xiao Chen met Xiao Zhenbei's gaze with unwavering resolve. A great favor? The youngest son suffered but a minor injury, and yet he was provided with the finest healing elixirs. Meanwhile, the eldest, on the brink of death from grievous wounds, received only rudimentary healing potions. Is this truly what one calls a great favor? How can one like this even be deemed a mother? Bah, it is utterly outrageous. The parents of the Northern King, who appear virtuous on the surface, reveal themselves to be such cold-hearted and malevolent beings. How could they exhibit such cruelty towards their eldest? Indeed, Xiao Chen, fighting valiantly for humanity, receives not concern from his biological parents, but rather harsh words. It is nothing short of bestial. Such behavior renders the Northern King nothing more than a petty individual seeking fame and acclaim. The commoners of Xiongwu City, whom Xiao Chen had saved, erupted in righteous indignation. Meanwhile, the demon clan nearby stood in stunned silence, struggling to comprehend Xiao Zhenbei's actions. How could one treat such a prodigious son in such a manner? It is simply preposterous. Xiao Zhenbei fell into a profound silence. He was acutely aware of his favoritism towards his younger son. However, with his eldest son on the brink of becoming a mere shadow of his former self, he found it difficult to invest further energy in his survival. Kneel and apologize to your mother, and I shall grant you a high-grade healing elixir. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhenbei spoke slowly. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. The onlookers regarded Xiao Zhenbei with disdain. What a heartless man he was. In this moment, Xiao Chen was battered and bruised, each movement eliciting excruciating pain, and yet he was commanded to kneel? Furthermore, to receive merely a high-grade healing elixir upon doing so? When Xiaoling Tian had only suffered minor injuries, he had bestowed upon him a small rejuvenation pill. Now, witnessing his eldest son in such a dire state, would he still withhold the small rejuvenation pill? Begone! A wave of inexplicable sorrow surged within Xiao Chen, compelling him to speak. It is difficult to fathom how such repugnant parents could have endured for so long in his previous life. Fortunately, he has severed ties with this family and harbors no expectations of them any longer. Without hope, there is naturally no room for disappointment. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. Just as he intended to speak, Xiao Lingdian, standing behind him, suddenly charged forward. Xiao Chen, how dare you disrespect our father? I will slay you. He swiftly drew his long knife from his waist and, with blinding speed, struck at Xiao Chen. Observing his injured brother, a cruel glint flashed in his eyes. This must be your end. The crowd momentarily froze, only to be ignited by a wave of anger. A sneak attack? Xiao Lingdian, as a prodigy, dared to ambush his severely wounded elder brother. Young master, quickly evade. Xiao Lingdian, I curse you. Lu Sanji roared in fury. His eyes suddenly filled with bloodshot rage, resembling a ferocious beast. His wrath was immeasurable. Xiao Chen, now gravely injured, could very well meet his demise from such a treacherous ambush by Xiaoling Tian. Chapter 63, The Ambush by Xiaoling Tian. A look of astonishment appeared on the faces of Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong. They had not anticipated that their younger son, who had previously assured them of his intention to get along well with his elder brother, would resort to violence at their very first encounter. Zhenbei quickly stopped Ling Tian. When Wanrong tugged at Xiao Zhenbei's sleeve, her expression fraught with anxiety. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. With his formidable strength, he could certainly intervene. Yet his youngest son had repeatedly sought to eliminate his elder brother, teetering on the brink of developing a mental affliction. If he were to obstruct him this time, it could significantly impact his future cultivation. Simultaneously, he was reluctant to witness the demise of his eldest son on the spot. In that moment, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Xiao Zhenbei hesitated, inadvertently missing the opportune moment to act, as Xiaoling Tian had already charged in front of Xiao Chen. Zhenbei, When Wanrong gazed at him in astonishment, noticing his inaction, the onlookers were equally stunned. Was a tragic scene of fraternal conflict about to unfold. While the Northern King remained oblivious, was he truly willing to witness his younger son slay his elder? Such a heartless disposition. At that moment, Xiao Tian leapt into the air, raising his blade high above his head, poised to strike down at Xiao Chen with ferocity. A terrifying wave of black energy enveloped the blade like flames, exuding an aura of dread. As he swung the sword, an oppressive killing intent pervaded a 10-meter radius. The longsword descended with incredible speed, seemingly intent on cleaving Xiao Chen in two. This was Xiao Tian's most formidable technique, the Heavenly Annihilation Slash. His eyes, ablaze with fury, fixated on Xiao Chen, who was struggling to remain upright, reflecting malice and madness. Previously, Xiao Tian had been defeated without weaponry. Swiftly dispatched by Xiao Chen. This time, he unleashed his ultimate move, eager to see if the gravely injured Xiao Chen could muster any resistance. Doesn't Yu Qingxian fancy you? When you fall beneath my blade, I shall see if she will uphold her virtue for a corpse. It was over. That young man was doomed. Nearby, Elder Xiao wore an expression of deep concern, while Yu Lanqi's eyes betrayed a flicker of anxiety. Yet, in the face of that terrifying strike, Xiao Chen merely raised his head slowly, then casually extended a finger. A seemingly unremarkable white energy sword shot forth. When it was but half a meter away from Xiao Tian, the long sword in his grasp shattered with a thunderous crash, and the menacing energy dissipated without a trace, transforming into a cascade of black motes that scattered into the void. Xiao Tian's pupils suddenly constricted. Without even grazing Xiao Chen's hair, he was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. How could this be possible? You still possess such strength. I refuse to believe it. Upon landing, Xiao Tian's expression was one of utter shock as he struggled to rise, only to find a white energy sword poised at his forehead. Not far away, Xiao Chen remained grounded, leaning on his sword, not sparing him even a glance. Instantaneous defeat. Once again, the severely injured Xiao Chen vanquished the fully unleashed Xiao Tian. Effortlessly, as if crushing an insignificant ant, the onlookers were left trembling in horror. Who could have anticipated that the renowned prodigy of the Huangbei province, the most favored son of the Northern King, Xiao Tian, would have his fierce attack effortlessly shattered by Xiao Chen? Just how terrifying is Xiao Chen's strength? At that moment, Xiao Chen's voice resonated. Xiao Tian, I shall spare your life this time, but should there be a next, I will show no mercy. Depart. As his words fell, the energy sword at Xiao Tian's forehead gradually dissipated. With Xiao Zhenbei present, Xiao Chen understood that he could not kill Xiao Tian. Thus he chose to relent. However, while he would undoubtedly seek Xiao Tian's demise eventually, he did not wish for him to perish too soon. Death is not the cruelest punishment one can impose. Allowing Xiao Tian to experience gradual despair before him is far more merciless than ending his life. Just as Xiao Tian has tormented Xiao Chen over the years, Xiao Chen has always been a man of fairness. He would never allow Xiao Tian to perish easily before the debts were settled. Upon hearing Xiao Chen's words, Xiao Tian's face flushed crimson, the veins on his neck bulging in fury, clearly driven to the apex of humiliation. How could he have lost? He could not even defeat a severely wounded Xiao Chen, who struggled to stand. How could this be? For the past month, he had mercilessly beaten Xiao Chen as if he were a mere dog. In such a short span, how could Xiao Chen have possibly become so formidable? He refused to believe it. It must be a coincidence. Xiao Chen, I shall kill you. With rage in his eyes, he charged at Xiao Chen once more. However, as he moved, 7 or 8 martial artists positioned themselves before him. Xiao Tian. Xiao Chen has single-handedly battled 2,000 demon tribesmen and is now gravely injured. How can you still harbor the intention to strike him down? Do you not have any shame? Indeed, if you possess the courage, wait until he is recovered and engage him in a fair fight. What sort of heroism is it to take advantage of another's misfortune? A fair fight? Could he even contend with him? Given Xiao Chen's current state, killing him would be akin to slaughtering a dog. If Xiao Chen were at his peak, Xiao Tian would likely lack the courage to even raise his hand against him. These martial artists had once fought alongside Xiao Chen, witnessing Xiao Tian's shameless behavior. They could not help but intervene to stop him. Stand down. Xiao Tian, filled with wrath, rebuked fiercely. As the son of the Northern King and a prodigious talent of this era, his arrogance led him to regard these ordinary warriors with disdain. The Northern King, Xiao Chen, fought valiantly for humanity, yet could he merely stand by and watch as Xiao Tian ruthlessly sought his life? Indeed, the Northern King ought to reign in his unruly son. It baffles the mind how, born of the same parents, Xiao Chen could be so exceptional while Xiaoling Tian wallows in mediocrity. The Northern King must take responsibility for his wayward child. A throng of warriors turned their ire towards Xiao Zhenbei. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare confront him, but today was different. With 2,000 demon clansmen surrounding the city, their fates were likely sealed. They were facing death. What did status matter in such dire straits? They were ready to act. What was the Northern King thinking, allowing such an ill-mannered brat as Xiaoling Tian to run rampant? After all, Xiao Chen was his own brother. Yet Xiaoling Tian had repeatedly sought his demise. Was there no humanity left in him? Indeed, he was no match for Xiao Chen. Yet he continued to rant and rave. Had it not been for Xiao Chen sparing his life, he would have perished long ago. In the next moment, more and more people cast disapproving glances at Xiao Zhenbei and Xiaoling Tian, rallying in support of Xiao Chen. In their eyes, in terms of appearance, talent, and character, Xiao Chen far surpassed Xiaoling Tian. Yet Xiao Zhenbei lavished attention on Xiaoling Tian, completely ignoring Xiao Chen. What foolishness! As the voices of the crowd reached his ears, Xiao Zhenbei's face flushed with alternating shades of red and white, revealing his distress. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden, ferocious roar erupted from the opposite side. Everyone turned to look, their expressions shifting dramatically. The 2,000 demon clansmen had assembled, poised for an assault. Nearly 2,000 iron-headed dog demons, resembling small mountains, glared with crimson eyes, lowering their limbs in unison, fixating on the gathered warriors. The terrifying momentum instilled a flicker of fear in many hearts. Xiaoling Tian, who had previously threatened to strike Xiao Chen, now cowered behind Xiao Zhenbei, casting a fearful glance at Xiao Chen. He could hardly fathom how Xiao Chen had managed to endure against such a terrifying force of 2,000 demons for so long. If it were he in that position, he feared he would be torn to shreds in an instant. Was the disparity in their strengths truly so vast? Yet Xiao Chen was merely a man cursed by fate. He clenched his fists in frustration. Princess Silver Moon, this place is perilous. We must depart immediately. Xiao Zhenbei swiftly moved to Yilanqi's side, holding a spatial talisman in his hand. What will become of the citizens if I depart? Yilanqi inquired, gazing at Xiao Zhenbei. Your Highness, sacrifices are inevitable in war. At this juncture, retreating may result in the loss of some innocents, yet it will not inflict substantial damage upon our great Xia. Xiao Zhenbei's expression was grave. However, the common people are also human. They are citizens of our great Xia. Shall we merely stand by and watch them perish? Yilanqi gazed defiantly at Xiao Zhenbei. In Xiao Zhenbei's eyes, impatience gradually surfaced. Your Highness, the situation is dire. I do not wish to engage in further debate. Please, depart with me at once. As he spoke, a terrifying aura enveloped him, as he intended to forcibly take Yilanqi away. In his view, her current defiance was both fearless and absurd. In a chaotic world, the lives of ordinary people are as worthless as straw. Even the deaths of millions would not provoke his concern. Prince of the North, do you seek to defy authority? Elder Xia approached with a grim expression, casting a wary glance at Xiao Zhenbei. Yilanqi was the future empress of the great Xia. Her status second only to that of the emperor. Even Xiao Zhenbei, upon encountering her, should exhibit utmost respect. Yet, in this moment, his intention to forcibly take her was a blatant act of transgression. Xiao Zhenbei cast a sharp gaze at Elder Xia, poised to erupt in anger. At that moment, Xiao Chen approached, addressing Yilanqi with urgency. Princess Inyu, grant me a small elixir, and I shall drive back the demonic horde on your behalf. You wretched beast! What nonsense are you spouting again? I shall provide you with the elixir shortly, but for now, be gone at once. Xiao Zhenbei's expression suddenly darkened as he reproached Xiao Chen in a hushed tone. He was taken aback by the shamelessness of his eldest son, who, in a desperate bid for survival, had resorted to deceit in order to procure elixirs from Princess Inyu. To drive back the demon clan? How could that be possible? There were no fewer than 1,800 iron-headed dog demons in this vicinity. If he were able to take action, he could easily resolve the situation. However, the crux of the matter was that he was unable to intervene. Given such circumstances, who could possibly repel these demons? Xiao Chen, do you even comprehend the absurdity of your words? In your current state, you can barely stand, and you dare to entertain the notion of driving back the demon horde? Xiaoling Dian also spoke with a hint of sarcasm. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yilanqi's eyes. She had initially intended to offer healing medicine to Xiao Chen. But to her astonishment, before she could utter a word, Xiao Chen had taken the initiative to deceive her. Her favorable impression of Xiao Chen had been quite strong. Yet in this moment, everything shattered. Xiao Chen's image in her heart plummeted drastically. However, considering his previous valor in slaying demons, she took out a vial of white elixir and handed it to him. Elder Xia's lips moved, as if he wished to voice his thoughts. Yet he was silenced by a glance from Yilanqi. This small elixir was extraordinarily precious. Even Yilanchi possessed only one, reserved for emergencies to safeguard her life. Witnessing Yilanchi bestow the elixir upon Xiao Chen, Elder Xia felt an acute pang of anguish. "Thank you, but may I request another vial?" Xiao Chen took the elixir and swallowed it in one gulp, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Lu Sanji was gravely injured, and Xiao Chen wished to procure a small huandan to sustain his life. "Another vial? Have you lost your mind? This is a small huandan, not mere vegetables." Elder Xia's anger flared instantly. "This is the only vial I possess, and I have already given it to you." A chill flickered in Yilanchi's exquisite eyes. Upon hearing this, disappointment flashed across Xiao Chen's gaze as he turned away. Observing Xiao Chen's departing figure, a flicker of disdain crossed Xiao Lingten's eyes. After leaving the Northern King's manor, how impoverished must Xiao Chen truly be? To resort to deceit for a mere healing potion while claiming to repel the demon race, how could that be possible? Truly, those favored by the heavens are often the most inept. "Princess, time is of the essence. I must escort you away. I apologize for the inconvenience. All martial artists, heed my command and gather by my side." After Xiao Chen departed, Xiao Zhenbei cast a glance at the demon clan in the distance and realized they had commenced a formidable charge. Panic surged within him as he activated his spatial talisman, conjuring an enormous white hexagram formation beneath him. The martial artist present glanced back at the ordinary citizens behind them, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately sprinted toward Xiao Zhenbei. If even the Northern King chose to abandon the civilians, what could they, mere figures, possibly do? Witnessing this scene, the faces of the citizens turned ashen. The martial artists were about to retreat, leaving them behind. They felt as though they had been discarded like refuse, thrown into the clutches of the demonic horde. "Mother, I do not wish to die. Princess Silvermoon, save us. We are human too. Why do you not save us?" The anguished cries echoed throughout Xiongwu City. They could not comprehend why, despite the multitude of martial artists present, none chose to remain and confront the demons. Previously, Xiao Chen had stood alone against 1,000 demons. How could over 300 of them choose to flee? Suddenly, they noticed one figure remained unmoved. There stood Xiao Chen, sword in hand, resembling a towering mountain as he positioned himself before the advancing 2,000 demons. In that moment, his seemingly frail frame appeared as a monumental ancient sword deity to the onlookers. Alone, he dared to stand before the masses, armed with but a single sword. He resolved to shatter the rampage of 1,000 demons. He stood there, a final guardian for the people of Xiongwu City, blocking the overwhelming demonic aura and soothing the terror that gripped their hearts. All present were rendered speechless, as if foreseeing a day when the demons would ravage. Heralding the end of times, someone unexpectedly recited the words Xiao Chen had inscribed on the ground. Gradually, the crowd seemed to awaken, and many began to chant in unison, "I shall stand before the multitude," sword raised toward the heavens, blood staining the earth. Soon, an increasing number of voices joined in. Initially, their voices were faint, but gradually they grew louder, eventually erupting into a roar. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of voices converged, shaking the very earth and piercing the heavens. Is this boy mad? Even at this moment, he refuses to flee? Elder Xiao was utterly astonished at the sight. Yilanchi was also taken aback. She had initially believed Xiao Chen sought the elixir for escape, yet he had once again positioned himself before the demons, determined to protect those civilians whom many regarded as expendable. A wave of guilt surged within her for her earlier misunderstanding of Xiao Chen. Meanwhile, Yu Qinxian gazed at Xiao Chen's figure, her eyes gradually glazing over. With her lofty aspirations to wed a great hero, was not Xiao Chen exactly that paragon of heroism she had long sought? Beside them, Xiao Lingtian noticed Yu Qinxian gazing intently at Xiao Chen, her eyes almost sparkling with admiration. Envy surged within him, causing him to grit his teeth in frustration. However, the thought that Xiao Chen would soon be torn to shreds by the demon clan instantly lifted his spirits. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was doomed, beyond the reach of even divine intervention. Meanwhile, Xiao Zhenbei observed his eldest son's reckless behavior with a darkened expression, cursing him as foolish. He could not comprehend why one would risk everything for mere mortals. When Wan Rong, witnessing this scene, displayed a look of terror, covering her mouth in shock. As the final word was spoken, the onslaught of the demon clan commenced. Xiao Chen's sword moved with fervor, with a vigorous sweep of his right hand. The brilliant sword light cleaved through the void, instantly slaying several dog demons, their severed heads soaring into the sky. Witnessing the demise of their comrades, the remaining dog demons erupted in furious rage, launching a relentless barrage of attacks towards Xiao Chen. Although, due to spatial constraints, only a few of their assaults could reach him, Xiao Chen still bore the brunt of their fury. sustaining several painful blows that caused blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, sending him hurtling backward. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, yet suddenly burst into uproarious laughter. For he had heard the system's notification sound. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 300 iron-headed dog demons, successfully completing the task. The host may now claim the reward. Divine Sword Technique, Ancient True Demon. Chapter 65, Repelling the Demonic Army. Claim. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Chen addressed the system. Ding! The Ancient Sword Technique, True Demon of the Primordial Era, has been successfully acquired. Click to learn. You may directly enter the realm of mastery. Do you wish to proceed with the learning? Yes. In the next breath, darkness enveloped Xiao Chen, and upon regaining his sight, he found himself amidst a vast and boundless expanse of the cosmos. Before him loomed a terrifying and colossal demonic figure. Clad in blood-red armor with flowing white hair, the apparition stood atop a skeletal dragon, suspended in the void. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at the shadow of the demon, his pupils involuntarily contracting in shock. The shadow bore a pair of eerie blood-red eyes, within which ghastly visions of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, along with the cataclysmic fall of stars, emerged incessantly. Suddenly, as if sensing something, the shadow turned to face Xiao Chen, its gaze as sharp and frigid as a blade. In that instant, the void shattered, and the river of stars fell silent. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly changed. Just as he was about to be engulfed by the starry sky, he abruptly opened his eyes, finding himself back in reality. With a newfound sword technique in his mind called the Ancient True Demon, relieved to have returned safely to the realm of the living, he exhaled deeply. The previous scene had been utterly terrifying. Was that demonic figure truly the Ancient True Demon? The overwhelming aura of destruction and supremacy emanating from him was nothing short of formidable. No wonder such an incredibly domineering sword technique as the Ancient True Demon was birthed from him. In just a brief encounter, Xiao Chen had gleaned a wealth of understanding. My lord, run. You cannot withstand so many demon tribes. Indeed, Master Xiao Chen, do not concern yourself with us. Save yourself. You have done your utmost, even in death. We shall forever remember your kindness. Before he could ponder further, a chorus of urgent cries tinged with desperation jolted him back to reality. The citizens of the city, unwilling to witness his tragic demise, urged him to flee. Yet, Xiao Chen remained unmoved, lifting his gaze to the terrifying army of demons before him. In that moment, he silently roared within, Ancient True Demon. In the next instant, a terrifying power surged from his brow, rushing with astonishing speed into every cell of his being. His eyes were instantly stained a demonic crimson, his hair turned white, and an overwhelming aura of demonic energy radiated from him, instilling fear in all who beheld it. At that moment, Xiao Chen felt an inexhaustible reservoir of strength coursing through him, as an immense rage began to swell within his heart. With the flames of magic igniting and unparalleled power enveloping him, he could not suppress the urge to roar in fury. How could his aura have surged so dramatically all at once? Could it be that he had employed the sword technique? It was possible, yet even a sword technique should not possess such terrifying might. If this was the power during the charging phase, how frightening would it be when fully unleashed? Witnessing this scene, everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. A flicker of astonishment flashed through Xiao Zhenbei's eyes. While others merely speculated, his profound insight allowed him to ascertain that Xiao Chen was currently employing a sword technique. Moreover, judging by the terrifying might it exuded, it was evidently not an ordinary sword technique, but rather one of exceptional prowess. Yet, how could Xiao Chen, having only joined the Sword Immortal Academy for half a day, possibly have mastered such a technique? The advancing demonic army was equally taken aback, but soon, the wariness in their eyes dissipated. Regardless of Xiao Chen's formidable prowess, he is but a solitary figure wielding a single sword, while they are an overwhelming multitude of demons. How could defeat possibly be within their grasp? Yet, what transpired next left them utterly dumbfounded. With a fierce and menacing smile, Xiao Chen surged forward, dragging his sword with unbridled speed. As the tip of his blade sliced through the air, malevolent energy surged forth, causing the very earth to fracture and split apart, creating a chasm 3 meters wide. In an instant, he found himself face to face with the throng of ferocious beasts, and with a swift stroke of his sword, dozens of arrogant demon creatures were abruptly transformed into a mist of blood. Witnessing this spectacle, the arena fell into an eerie silence. All present stood agape, their eyes wide with astonishment. One sword severing the lives of countless dog demons? Is this truly the caliber of combat one would expect from a mere human? Xiao Zhenbei and Wen Wanrong were profoundly shaken. They had not anticipated that their eldest son could astonish to such an extent. After all, He had single-handedly confronted nearly 2,000 demonic beasts, effortlessly slaying dozens of them. This was simply astounding. Meanwhile, Xiao Tian's expression was as grim as if he had ingested something foul. Even Xiao Chen himself stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend the sheer potency of the primordial true demon. By his estimations, his current combat prowess had surged to a level capable of annihilating the majority of martial artists with ease. It was a remarkable ascent. After embracing the power of the primordial true demon, he could vanquish foes across an entire realm without breaking a sweat. However, despite the ferocity of the primordial true demon, its side effects were considerable. Once he entered a state of weakness, he would become as vulnerable as a lamb awaiting slaughter. On the opposing side, the rushing demonic horde, witnessing dozens of their comrades fall with such ease, felt their pupils constrict in sudden fear, the murderous intent in their crimson eyes shifting to terror. Many dog demons abruptly halted in their tracks, turning tail in a frantic retreat. They could not fathom how this young swordsman had become so formidable in an instant. Yet, an innate instinct within the demonic race warned them that this swordsman now possessed the power to inflict grievous harm upon them. If they did not flee, they might meet their demise. Consequently, an increasing number of demonic beings began to flee in panic. The leader of the dog demons, greatly displeased, roared in fury. As a noble creature of the demon race, it could not accept being so thoroughly defeated by a mere human. Thus, it charged towards Xiao Chen. However, as it drew near, a blade of black flame surged forth, and before the leader could react, it was cleaved in two. Upon witnessing the demise of their leader, the pack of dog demons fell into chaos, casting terrified glances at Xiao Chen before hastily fleeing for their lives. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity to reap yet another wave of dog heads. However, the canines fled with astonishing swiftness. He had only managed to slay over 200 before the arena was devoid of any trace of the demons. He promptly began to collect the bodies of the fallen dog demons into his spatial ring. In total, he had vanquished more than 500 of these creatures. Achieving a remarkable feat, the mere presence of these corpses promised to yield him a considerable fortune. Meanwhile, the townsfolk were left in a state of bewilderment, with many questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Xiao Chen single-handedly repelled 2,000 demon tribes with nothing but his sword. Your Highness, shall we still retreat? A bewildered personal guard of the Northern King gazed at Xiao Zhenbei. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. They had only just set up their spatial formation and were preparing to flee when the demon tribe was driven back by Xiao Chen. Retreat. Xiao Zhenbei's expression darkened. Before departing, he cast a penetrating glance at Xiao Chen, sensing an inexplicable aura of profound mystery emanating from his eldest son. Each time he doubted Xiao Chen's capabilities, his son would resolutely prove him wrong, leaving him astounded. This time, however, the revelation was monumental. Could such an extraordinary talent truly be reduced to a mere shell of a person due to the curse of the heavenly Tao? For the first time, he found himself questioning the prophecy of the Elder of Sacred Wilderness. The talent exhibited by Xiao Chen is truly extraordinary, almost beyond comprehension. Even a prodigious figure like him cannot help but feel a sense of insignificance in its presence. Should the prophecy of the venerable Saint Huang prove erroneous, and should he cast aside such an exceptional son, he would undoubtedly regret it deeply, lamenting the loss of what could have been. After all, absent the curse of the heavenly path, the eldest son would, in every conceivable aspect, far surpass the younger siblings. And if such a being were to inherit the Xiao family, it would surely usher in unparalleled glory for them. Contemplating this, he found himself wavering, pondering whether to grant his eldest son a chance for reconciliation, to mend past grievances. He was convinced that, should he utter the words, his son would humbly kneel before him, seeking forgiveness and pleading for a return to the Xiao family. However, as the king of the north, he had always been a man of his word. Having declared a severance of ties with his eldest, he feared that offering him another chance would diminish his own stature. After a moment of internal conflict, he ultimately chose to deny his son this opportunity, vanishing alongside the others into the spatial array. Meanwhile, under the persuasion of Elder Xia, Yilanqi departed with Xiao Zhenbei. With the blood-armored guards annihilated, Elder Xiao alone could not guarantee Yilanqi's safety. They must rely on the King of the North for protection. We are saved. Young Master Xiao, you are remarkable. Long live young Master Xiao. There is none like young Master Xiao in this era. After a while, some among them regained their composure, erupting in fervent cheers. They had all traversed the gates of despair and emerged into salvation. The emotional turmoil had been nothing short of staggering. Not far away, Zhao Tiangang, concealed within the crowd, cast a cold glance at Xiao Chen, his eyes flickering with murderous intent. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose to turn away instead of taking action. Zhao sire, please wait. At that moment, Xiao Chen called out to him, a glint of cold determination in his gaze. The amplification period of the ancient true demon had not yet elapsed, and once it did, a 12-hour cooldown would ensue. Thus, he needed to make the most of this final opportunity to obtain a small return elixir from Zhao Tiangang to heal Lu Sanji's injuries. However, the small return elixir was of immense value, and it was likely that Zhao Tiangang would be reluctant to part with it. In that case, he would have to resort to force. He hoped Zhao Tiangang would be wise enough to hand over the elixir willingly. Otherwise, he would not hesitate to compel him. With his current strength, he could almost be considered invincible beneath the martial general realm. And dealing with a first-level martial artist like Zhao Tiangang would be as simple as crushing an ant. Chapter 66. A sense of weakness. Do you require something from me? Sir Zhao? Zhao Tiangang paused, turning to face Xiao Chen, his brow furrowed. Indeed, I wish to borrow the small return elixir you possess. Xiao Chen approached the matter with unambiguous directness. What do you want with the lesser rejuvenation pill? Zhao Tiangang chuckled in indignation. Had it not been for Xiao Chen's meddling in affairs that did not concern him, insisting on rescuing those wretched commoners, he would still be the esteemed chief of the Demon Subjugation Division in Xiongwu Town, rather than reduced to this disgraceful state. It was a mercy that he had spared Xiao Chen's life, yet he was taken aback that this audacious youth would dare to request the lesser rejuvenation pill. Did he believe that it was as commonplace as vegetables at a market? At that moment, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes as he contemplated whether to swiftly eliminate this presumptuous boy. Although Xiao Chen possessed swordsmanship, Zhao Tiangang felt no fear. It was well known that sword techniques offered only a fleeting burst of power, incapable of sustaining itself for long, and accompanied by an extensive cooldown period. Typically, the cooldown for yellow-grade techniques could extend for dozens of days, or even longer. More advanced skills might entail even lengthier cooldowns. The general rule was that the more formidable and extraordinary the power, the longer the cooldown period. Now that Xiao Chen had already employed his sword technique, he was in a moment of vulnerability. To confront him, a master of martial arts, head-on would lead only to his demise. Xiao Chen pointed towards the side, indicating Lu Sanji, who lay on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Lu Sanji was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion crossing his eyes. He never anticipated that Xiao Chen would go so far as to request the invaluable lesser rejuvenation pill from Zhao Tiangang on his behalf. Zhao Tiangang glanced at Lu Sanji, who was not far away, and was similarly taken aback. After a brief pause, he turned to Xiao Chen and sneered. You truly are generous. Using a lesser rejuvenation pill to save a dying, old dog. Xiao Chen, has your mind gone awry? To squander your cherished lesser rejuvenation pill on a despicable old soldier? What on earth is Xiao Chen thinking? Xiao Chen's expression shifted slightly as he locked eyes with Zhao Tiangang, admonishing, Zhao Tiangang, you would do well to cleanse your tongue. How dare a cowardly wretch like you speak ill of Lu Sanji? Zhao Tiangang narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness emerging within. Xiao Chen, having just unleashed your sword technique, your internal sword energy must be nearly depleted. Do you wish to court death by addressing me in such a manner? Upon witnessing the menacing expression on Zhao Tiangang's face, the surrounding citizens were visibly shaken, and concern crept into Xiao Chen's heart. Although Xiao Chen had exhibited an overwhelming presence during his recent display of swordsmanship, akin to an invincible force, it was as Zhao Tiangang pointed out, sword techniques are but a momentary burst of power, consuming vast amounts of energy. In his current state, Xiao Chen stood no chance against Zhao Tiangang, a master of the martial arts realm. A confrontation could very well lead to his swift demise. Yet, undeterred, Xiao Chen chuckled lightly. Is that all you have? I have no desire for your idle prattle. Simply answer me this. Will you, or will you not provide the small recovery pill? Of course not. Zhao Tiangang scoffed, gesturing dismissively towards Lu Sanji. This pitiful old fool, scarcely better than a pig or dog, deserves no such elixir. Have you lost your senses, thinking I am as mad as you? At Zhao Tiangang's words, a flicker of wrath ignited in Lu Sanji's eyes, his fists clenching tightly. However, upon recalling Zhao Tiangang's formidable prowess, he felt his resolve crumble, and his fist relaxed helplessly. He turned to Xiao Chen, forcing a smile. Forget it, my lord. Lu Sanji's life is of little value. A divine remedy like the small recovery pill is beyond my reach. Lu Sanji, what nonsense are you uttering? While I am here, there is nothing in this world you cannot afford. Xiao Chen retorted fiercely. Since this scoundrel refuses my goodwill, I shall simply seize it by force. Xiao Chen gazed at Lu Sanji, who was filled with indignation. Tears streamed down Lu Sanji's face as he implored, Your Highness, I am not worthy of such treatment. He added, Do not be so sentimental. During my lowest moments, you did not cast me aside, did you? Xiao Chen jested mockingly. You young rascal. facing death yet still spouting arrogance. It seems you have never faced demise before. At that moment, Zhao Tiangong's expression twisted into a sinister grimace. Initially, he harbored some trepidation regarding Xiao Chen's lineage as the son of the king of the north. Despite their severed father-son ties, he feared the wrath of the king should he take Xiao Chen's life. However, witnessing Xiao Chen's blatant provocation in front of the entire populace, he could no longer contain himself and resolved to strike down Xiao Chen without hesitation. After all, having offended Princess Inu, his prospects within the human realm were already bleak. By slaying Xiao Chen, he could seek refuge in the demon god palace, presenting the head of such an extraordinary human prodigy as a token of allegiance, thus ensuring his acceptance. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Zhao Tiangong's blood surged as he pointed a finger at Xiao Chen. A flash of blood-red light shot forth, aimed directly at Xiao Chen's brow. The terrifying aura emanating from the attack sent everyone within a 10-meter radius sprawling to the ground in shock. Xiao Chen, that is Zhao Tiangong's renowned skill, the Annihilation Finger. It possesses the power to shatter mountains. Do not confront it head-on. A martial artist in the crowd exclaimed in alarm. In there you. No matter how formidable Xiao Chen was, having just executed a sword technique, he was in a moment of vulnerability and could not possibly withstand Zhao Tiangong's fearsome strike. Yet, without even turning his head, Xiao Chen merely flicked his finger, conjuring a sword chi engulfed in demonic flames that materialized in the void. The sharpness of the sword chi caused the very air to tremble. In the next instant, the blazing sword chi surged forth, and from a distance of 3 meters, it shattered Zhao Tiangong's Annihilation Finger with sheer force. The sword chi then lunged toward Zhao Tiangong's head, halting just before his brow. Zhao Tiangong's complexion turned ashen, a wave of overwhelming dread flooding his heart, erasing his previously haughty demeanor. His body trembled slightly as he gazed at Xiao Chen, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had been effortlessly dispatched by a mere 7th-level swordsman? How could the effects of Xiao Chen's sword technique still be in play? This was inconceivable. What sort of sword technique could endure for such a duration? Not only he, but the surrounding onlookers were equally stunned. How could Xiao Chen possess such extraordinary strength? Zhao Tiangong was no weakling. Even a legitimate martial artist would require considerable effort to best him. Yet Xiao Chen had achieved a decisive victory in an instant. May I now receive the small return elixir? Xiao Chen cast a glance at Zhao Tiangong and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. Very well. At that moment, Zhao Tiangong dared not utter a word of dissent. Why not fetch it promptly? Seeing Zhao Tiangong still standing there foolishly, a hint of dissatisfaction flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. The sword of energy pressed against his brow advanced a few more inches, causing blood to flow profusely. A flash of terror crossed Zhao Tiangong's gaze as he hurriedly stammered. The minor elixir is at the Demon Suppression Bureau. I haven't brought it with me. As Xiao Chen was about to speak, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, causing his complexion to pale considerably. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The time for the ancient true demon was fast approaching. It seemed that in mere moments, he would succumb to a state of frailty. What should he do? To flee, or to remain? If he chose to flee, Lu Sanji would undoubtedly meet his demise. If he chose to stay, Zhao Tiangong would likely not spare him. In that instant, he found himself ensnared in a dilemma. Chapter 67. The flight. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Lu Sanji, whose breath was gradually fading, and found himself at a loss. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangong perceived the sword energy emanating from Xiao Chen beginning to wane. Instantly realizing that the moment of Xiao Chen's impending weakness due to overexertion of his sword techniques was approaching, a flicker of ruthlessness crossed his eyes as he silently resolved that the instant Xiao Chen entered this vulnerable state, he would strike him down without hesitation. At that moment, a deep voice suddenly reverberated throughout the scene. Young Master Xiao Chen, Zhao Tiangong has deceived you. This small elixir is of inestimable value. He has always kept it close at hand and could never have left it at the Demon Suppression Division. Xiao Chen turned to observe a young man clad in the attire of the Demon Suppression Division stepping forth from the crowd. The youth, Lu Wenlong, wore the stains of blood, evidently having just participated in a fierce battle against the Demon Clan. Lu Wenlong, do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? I am your superior, and you dare to assist an outsider in revealing my secrets? Zhao Tiangong's countenance darkened ominously upon hearing this. Ha! Zhao Tiangong. As the head of the Demon Suppression Division, you stand idly by while the Demon Clan ravages the city, treating the lives of countless citizens as mere fodder. I, Lu Wenlong, a man of fervent spirit, shall not align myself with scoundrels like you. Lu Wenlong retorted with disdain. Very well. This lad is on the verge of weakness. Soon, you shall silence. Immediately produce the small elixir. Zhao Tiangong's words were abruptly cut off as the sword energy Xiao Chen had pressed against his brow pierced in deeper. The latter, now rendered speechless, grimaced as he retrieved a white jade vial from his robe and handed it to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen unscrewed the bottle cap, revealing a white elixir emanating a faint, radiant glow. The rich aroma of the medicine permeated the air. It was none other than the revered healing potion, the Lesser Huandan. Upon acquiring the Lesser Huandan, Xiao Chen initially contemplated eliminating Zhao Tiangang to eradicate future threats. However, a sudden wave of weakness surged through him, causing him to unexpectedly lose control over his sword energy, rendering him somewhat incapacitated. The time of the ancient true demon was drawing near. Consequently, Xiao Chen abandoned the thought of killing Zhao Tiangang and approached Lu Sanji, who was not far away. He bent down, lifted him up, and prepared to administer the medicine. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Such a precious Lesser Huandan, and Xiao Chen was genuinely intending to give it to Lu Sanji? The Lesser Huandan was an invaluable healing elixir, exceedingly rare and difficult to procure even with wealth. To see Xiao Chen wasted on a lowly veteran struck many as a lamentable act. Lu Sanji, feeling unworthy of such a treasure, shook his head with reddened eyes, exclaiming, "Your Highness, this Lesser Huandan is far too precious. Lu Sanji cannot accept it. Please reserve it for your own survival. I command you to take it. Cease your unnecessary protests." Xiao Chen reproached him with irritation. A flicker of emotion passed through Lu Sanji's eyes, and under Xiao Chen's insistence, he reluctantly opened his mouth and swallowed the small elixir. After consuming the elixir, a peculiar warmth surged through his body, swiftly mending his internal injuries. Before long, his complexion visibly improved. "How do you feel?" Xiao Chen expressed his concern. "This miraculous Xiaohaidan, within such a brief span, has significantly healed my wounds. However, it seems a lamentable waste to utilize such an extraordinary elixir on my behalf." Lu Sanji marveled at the wondrous efficacy of the Xiaohaidan while simultaneously feeling a pang of regret. Meanwhile, Zhao Tiangang, witnessing this scene, felt his heart bleed as his eyes turned crimson. Miraculous? This is the result of immense sacrifice and peril. A treasure he had wrested from a master in the martial arts realm at great cost. Throughout his life, he had possessed only this one pill. And even in moments of severe injury, when his life hung by a thread, he had refrained from using it. How could such a divine medicine not be extraordinary? Xiao Chen seized the medicine, feeling a sense of imbalance within him. If it had been used on a prominent figure, he could have somewhat accepted it. But to waste such a precious remedy on a lowly old soldier was simply intolerable. Yet, what was there to lament? As long as Lu Sanji was unharmed, Xiao Chen felt a weight lift from his heart. However, this newfound relaxation only intensified his sense of weakness. He lifted Lu Sanji, intending to depart immediately. He was acutely aware that, given Zhao Tiangong's temperament, if he were to leave, Zhao would undoubtedly not spare Lu Sanji, thus he had to take him along. Just then, the energy sword that had been pressing against Zhao Tiangang's brow dissipated completely. A vicious expression suddenly spread across Yao's face as he aimed a palm strike at Xiao Chen, exclaiming, "Xiao Chen, how dare you feed the precious little elixir I risked my life to procure to a despicable old soldier like Lu Sanji? If I do not kill you today, I shall not call myself a man." Upon witnessing Zhao Tiangong's sudden aggression, Xiao Chen's heart sank. He hurriedly set Lu Sanji down and, with a swift movement, barely evaded the strike. Observing the murderous intent radiating from Zhao Tiangang and feeling his own weakness intensifying, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and turned to flee into the distance. "Zhao Tiangang, should you dare to harm Lu Sanji or Lu Wenlong, I vow to turn you to ashes on another day." With those chilling words, Xiao Chen vanished from sight. Though the effects of the ancient true demon were nearing their end, they had not completely faded. Xiao Chen accomplished an extraordinary escape. Watching Xiao Chen's retreating figure, Zhao Tiangong's expression darkened considerably. He had assumed that once Xiao Chen entered a state of weakness, it would be as effortless as slaughtering a chicken for him, a martial master, to eliminate him. To his astonishment, even in his waning state, Xiao Chen possessed such formidable prowess that he could elude capture. This level of talent was truly astonishing. If allowed to continue his ascent, their next encounter might render Zhao's own life as easy to extinguish as that of a mere chicken. This thought stirred a flicker of fear within him. "Master, we have captured Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong, yet they dared to openly defy your authority. I suggest we execute them as a warning to others." At that moment, one of Zhao Tiangong's subordinates approached, his expression sinister. This man, with his naturally bulging eyes, appeared somewhat foolish, and behind him trailed several weaker martial artists. Despite many of the demon-suppressing warriors having severed ties with Zhao Tiangang, a few selfish individuals remained loyal to him. Zhao Tiangang turned to see that Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong had indeed been bound and brought before him. The two knelt on the ground, disheveled and bloodied from a recent beating, yet their eyes bore a fierce defiance, showing no sign of fear. Kill them? What if Xiao Chen recovers and returns to exact revenge? Can you withstand him? Zhao Tiangang cast a disdainful glance at the cross-eyed man and replied with irritation. The cross-eyed man was taken aback. With your prowess, my lord, dealing with a mere Xiao Chen should be a trivial task. He is but a 6th-level martial apprentice, lacking both insight and intellect. He mistakenly believes you were ambushed by Xiao Chen, which led to your quick downfall. Little did he know that Zhao Tiangang was genuinely unable to contend with him. Trivial task? Zhao Tiangang chuckled in disbelief. You truly are a fool. Did you not witness the state Xiao Chen entered after using his sword technique? With a single strike, he obliterated dozens of iron-headed dog demons. What kind of combat prowess is that? Do you think I could rival him? I may not know the reason, but I can assure you that after employing his sword technique, Xiao Chen would dispatch me as easily as one would a mere dog. If he were to fully recover, there would be no one in Bear Marshal City capable of standing against him. Is it possible? Could Xiao Chen truly be that formidable? But isn't he the foremost genius of Huangbei City Xiaoling Tian? I find him rather unimpressive. Can Xiao Chen surpass Xiaoling Tian in strength? Chapter 68. The Poisonous Scheme Xiaoling Tian. A smirk of disdain curled at the corners of Zhao Tiangang's lips as he regarded the cross-eyed man. Su Shaner. It seems I have misjudged you. Su Shaner, elated by Zhao Tiangang's words, exclaimed, My lord, do you believe I possess a measure of wisdom after all? Zhao Tiangang scoffed coldly. Wisdom? You have none whatsoever. What I mean is, you are even inferior to a pig. Su Shaner was momentarily stunned, his expression darkening as he queried, My lord, what do you mean by that? Zhao Tiangang shot him a glance, too weary to elaborate further. If he could assert that Xiaoling Tian was superior to Xiao Chen, what more could he possibly say? Xiao Chen's extraordinary talent was truly unparalleled in his lifetime. Although Xiaoling Tian was also formidable, he appeared as insignificant as an ant before a true dragon when compared to Xiao Chen, a chasm too vast to bridge. Only a fool would assert that Xiaoling Tian surpassed Xiao Chen. The two were not even on the same plane of existence. Nonetheless, it struck him as peculiar that, with Xiao Chen's presence, the title of the foremost prodigy in Huangbei City could possibly be conferred upon Xiaoling Tian. Even though he was well acquainted with Xiaoling Tian, he had to concede that, in comparison to Xiao Chen, Xiaoling Tian was inconsequential. Master, what shall we do with Lu Sanji and Lu Wenlong? In my opinion, Lu Sanji is beyond redemption, but Lu Wenlong can be dealt with. After all, Lu Wenlong has little connection to Xiao Chen, Su Sha remarked, noticing that Zhao Tiangang remained silent. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tiangang's expression fluctuated between gloom and contemplation. Lu Wenlong was a young martial artist of decent talent, and it would be a pity to dispose of him so easily. It was important to note that the entire Xiongwu city was now bereft of many martial artists. Should Lu Wenlong choose to submit and serve him faithfully as a loyal dog, Zhao Tiangang might consider sparing his life. However, if Lu Wenlong proved to be obstinate, he should not expect any mercy. With this thought in mind, he turned to Lu Wenlong and growled, Bow down, admit your mistakes, and join me in the Demon God Temple. If you do so, I may grant you a chance to live. At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment washed over the onlookers. Zhao Tiangang was actually proposing to betray humanity and join the Demon God Temple? Lu Wenlong was equally taken aback. But upon reflecting on Zhao Tiangang's character and the fact that he had narrowly escaped Princess Yinyu's wrath, he felt a sense of resignation. A person like Zhao Tiangang was solely concerned with his own survival. How could he possibly harbor any sense of loyalty towards humanity? Aligning with the Demon God Temple was entirely in line with his nature. What infuriated Lu Wenlong was Zhao Tiangang's audacity to attempt to coerce him into becoming a traitor to humanity, subject to the scorn of countless others. Rage surged within him. Zhao Tiangang, you can forget it. I would rather die than succumb to your threats. Such a stubborn mouth. I shall see how long you can maintain that resolve. Zhao Tiangang's eyes hardened as he crushed Lu Wenlong's hand. The latter's face turned ashen, cold sweat pouring down him. Yet he gritted his teeth and uttered not a single sound. The spectators displayed expressions of sympathy, and a few attempted to step forward to champion Lu Wenlong's cause, only to be firmly restrained by their companions. Xiao Chen is absent. Zhao Tiangang stands as the sole ruler of Xiongwu City. For commoners like them, no matter how many there are, they are merely marching towards death. Oh, quite resilient, I must say. I am genuinely intrigued. What connection do you have with that harbinger of doom, Xiao Chen, that compels you to assist him? Is it merely because he is the son of the Northern King? Yet, that cannot be correct. He has already been cast out by the Northern King. This is widely acknowledged. You cannot possibly be unaware of this. Seeing Lu Wulong remain silent, Zhao Tiangang's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment, and he directly posed his question. His curiosity was sincere. Lu Wulong once had a promising future, but had it not been for his desire to aid Xiao Chen, he would not find himself in such dire straits now. If he shared a deep bond with Xiao Chen, that would be understandable, yet it seems they had never crossed paths before. Today marks their first encounter. To risk one's life for Xiao Chen upon their initial meeting? Young Master Xiao Chen, in the face of Xiongwu City's imminent demise, bravely emerged to rescue the entire populace. Such heroism is truly admirable, and I, Lu Wulong, am wholeheartedly inspired by it. To die for him would be a privilege. Of course, individuals like you, with your despicable nature, would never comprehend this. Is this truly the essence of your argument? In this world, the law of the jungle prevails. The weak are destined to be trampled upon, and the citizens of this city are as feeble as ants. It is only natural for them to be devoured by the demon race. What is there to complain about? It would be unreasonable for me not to act. One must look after oneself. Otherwise, one faces annihilation. It is rather foolish for Xiao Chen to risk his life for those who are unwilling to fight. A display of utmost folly. Zhao Tianggang scoffed. You speak nonsense. If every member of the human race were as selfish as you, within a decade, humanity would surely perish. Without skin, where would the fur attach? Such a simple truth escapes your understanding? Lu Wulong erupted in fury. You are indeed correct. Sacrifices are indeed required for the human race, but I refuse to be the sacrificial lamb. Such a grand mission is better suited for fools like you and Xiao Chen. Lu Wulong attempted to retort, only to have Zhao Tianggang shatter his skull with a single strike. His eyes lost their luster, becoming pale and hollow, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers were filled with rage, yet none dared to intervene. Zhao Tianggang, you wretched scoundrel. May you meet a dreadful end. Just because he offered a word of advice to the heir, you dared to kill him. You dare. Go ahead and kill me too. Lu Sanji roared in fury. Zhao Tianggang coldly chuckled. Kill you? Patience. It will happen. Once I use you to lure Xiao Chen here and dispose of him, I shall send you off as well. As he spoke, he raised his hand and struck Lu Sanji across the face. Lu Sanji, aged and frail, still recovering from a serious injury, could not withstand a blow from a martial artist. Though Zhao Tianggang did not strike with lethal intent, he was still left spitting blood, having lost a significant number of teeth, and soon fell unconscious. Master, this old fool has fainted. Should I splash water on him to awaken him, so you can continue your torment? With a sinister expression, Su Sha spoke menacingly. Zhao Tianggang shook his head, declaring, no need. Go and sever the tendons of this old fool, then display him at the city gate to be sunbaked. Furthermore, hang a banner at the gate, informing Xiao Chen that if he does not appear within an hour, I shall slice a piece of flesh from this Lu Sanji to feed the dogs. If he remains absent for 12 hours, I will execute this old wretch on the spot. Does he not hold this old man in high regard? Let us see if he dares to show himself. The moment he steps forth, I shall eliminate him without hesitation, in a state of activated sword technique. Zhao Tianggang understood that he could not contend with Xiao Chen. Not only was he incapable of matching him, but he might even face instant annihilation. In that formidable state, Xiao Chen was truly invincible. It was beyond his capacity to withstand. His strategy hinged on capitalizing on the recovery period after Xiao Chen utilized his skills. He estimated that there would be a cooldown of at least 10 days. If he could lure Xiao Chen within 12 hours and eliminate him, he would rid himself of a significant threat once and for all. However, should Xiao Chen fail to appear, he would not linger. After dispatching Lu Sanji, he would vanish, seeking refuge in a distant city, aligning himself with the local demon god temple. This would make it exceedingly difficult for Xiao Chen to locate him. The mere thought of having to live in hiding, constantly on the run, ignited a flicker of rage within him. It was all Xiao Chen's fault. He had fallen to such depths entirely due to Xiao Chen's interference. He must personally ensure Xiao Chen's demise. Moreover, there were others who wished for Xiao Chen's end. He had just received a message from Xiaoling Tian, urging him to slay Xiao Chen to alleviate his own grievances. Xiaoling Tian promised a reward of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones upon completion of the task. Each low-grade spirit stone was equivalent to 10 taels of gold, and they were highly sought after. Wealth alone could not guarantee their acquisition. Even for the affluent northern town prince's manor, this was a considerable sum. He had not anticipated that Xiaoling Tian would expend such effort to eliminate his own brother. Nevertheless, it was fortuitous. He intended to kill Xiao Chen regardless, and receiving extra compensation was certainly a welcome benefit. Meanwhile, on the other side, as Xiao Chen had barely escaped 1,000 meters, The effects of the ancient true demon dissipated entirely. He officially entered a state of weakness, feeling an overwhelming fatigue that caused him to collapse amidst a patch of wild grass, losing consciousness. At that moment, a petite girl clad in a blue dress, carrying a bamboo basket brimming with wild vegetables, approached slowly. The fabric of her attire was worn and faded, patched in several places, yet her beauty was striking, illuminating even the simplest of garments. Chapter 68. Barehead Village. Suddenly, the girl noticed Xiao Chen lying in the weeds, momentarily taken aback. She quickly set down her basket and rushed over to assess his condition. Upon seeing his face, her eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, and a blush crept across her delicate features. What a handsome young man. He resembled a figure straight out of a painting. However, her initial admiration waned as she observed his pallid complexion, the bloodless lips, and the multitude of injuries that adorned his body, suggesting he had recently endured a fierce battle and suffered grave wounds. A flicker of urgency crossed her eyes, given his dire state. If she did not find a way to bring him back to the village for treatment, he might be in imminent danger. Yet, despite Xiao Chen's well-proportioned physique, he was not someone she could carry alone. In this desolate wilderness, calling for help seemed futile, leaving her in a state of distress. Just then, a towering young man clad in animal skin, standing nearly 6 feet tall, approached. "Ah, Jasmine, what a coincidence to encounter you here," he exclaimed with a broad grin, his gaze lingering greedily on Jasmine's curvaceous figure, filled with desire. "Su'er Zhu, what brings you here?" Jasmine asked, momentarily stunned, before a look of relief illuminated her face. She promptly pointed toward the patch of grass where Xiao Chen lay. "Please help. Someone has fainted." Su'er Zhu followed her, and indeed found a strikingly handsome man lying amidst the weeds. His expression darkened instantly. He had long harbored an infatuation for Jasmine, but she had never acknowledged him. He had come specifically to orchestrate a chance meeting. Yet now, he was dismayed to see her showing concern for this unfamiliar youth, her gaze imbued with a semblance of care. This greatly displeased him. What if he was merely a pretty face? In these times, physical beauty mattered little. Strength, the ability to cultivate land and hunt, and ensuring a girl's belly was full was what truly mattered. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Su'er Zhu's expression turned sour. "Jasmine, this pretty boy appears out of nowhere in such a desolate place, drenched in blood and covered in wounds. He surely cannot be a good person. He might even be one of those vile mountain bandits from Bloodkill Camp. Why would you want to take him back? You might be inviting danger into your home." Upon hearing the name of Bloodkill Stronghold, a flicker of dread crossed Jasmine's eyes. This stronghold was notorious in the vicinity for its ruthless bandits who had taken countless lives and were characterized by their cruelty. Among them were formidable warriors whose prowess rendered the authorities utterly helpless. In recent years, Bloodkill Stronghold had earned a fearsome reputation in the area, capable of silencing even the cries of infants. Jasmine's parents had fallen victim to the stronghold's bandits 3 years prior, and she had barely escaped with her life by hiding in a cellar. When she heard Su'er Zhu mention that Xiao Chen might be associated with Bloodkill Stronghold, her resolve to save him wavered. Yet, upon glancing at Xiao Chen's face, she found it difficult to believe that such a handsome man could be a bandit. If he truly were a bandit, he would undoubtedly be infamous by now. However, she had never heard of any dashing bandit emerging from Bloodkill Stronghold. As this thought took root, her gaze gradually grew resolute. It was impossible. The bandits from Bloodkill Stronghold came every year, yet she had never encountered him. He could not possibly be a bandit. "Jasmine, do not be so naive. Even if he is not a bandit, it does not imply he is a good person. Look at the blood staining his clothes, turning them crimson. It is better to avoid trouble and let him fend for himself here." "No, I must take him back today. If you want to carry him, I will do it myself." With that, Jasmine moved to lift Xiao Chen. Seeing the woman he admired about to engage intimately with another man, Su'er Zhu's expression darkened. He rushed forward, swiftly hoisting Xiao Chen onto his back. "Never mind. You lack the strength to carry him. Allow me to do it." "Very well. I appreciate your effort," Jasmine replied, visibly relieved that Su'er Zhu had taken on the burden of carrying Xiao Chen. Had she been required to carry him back to the village, she would surely have exhausted herself, as the village entrance was still several hundred meters away. Despite carrying Xiao Chen, Su'er Zhu moved quickly, eager to display his superior strength before Jasmine, even walking faster than usual. He had anticipated that Jasmine would regard him with admiration, yet to his dismay, her attention was entirely focused on Xiao Chen, as she intermittently offered him water and wiped his brow. This infuriated Su'er Zhu, darkening his countenance. He was the one bearing the burden, yet Jasmine was tending to that pretty boy? He was nothing but a delicate and feeble figure, a worthless being who merely benefited from his good looks. Was there any justice in this world? When hunger gnawed at their bellies, Jasmine would come to understand that beauty held no value in a world rife with starvation. Irritated, Zhu quickened his pace, and before long, they returned to Bearhead Village. Upon their arrival, Zhu initially suggested placing Xiao Chen in his home, but Jasmine refused, insisting he would not care for him properly. Ultimately, Zhu could not sway Jasmine and was compelled to leave Xiao Chen at her house. However, as he departed, his expression was more foul than if he had ingested something vile, his eyes brimming with malice as they lingered on Xiao Chen. Time passed, and eventually, Xiao Chen opened his eyes to find a petite and delicate girl seated beside him, dozing off. He surveyed his surroundings and discovered that he was in a dilapidated straw hut, which was exceedingly rudimentary. Apart from a bed and a wooden table, there was nothing else. His wounds had been tended to with rudimentary bandaging and were adorned with some unknown local herbs. It appeared that the young girl before him had rescued him. Reflecting on the earlier events, Xiao Chen still felt a twinge of fear. Had he delayed his escape even slightly, he would have undoubtedly met his demise at the hands of Zhao Tiangang. If he had encountered a wild beast in his unconscious state, he could have been devoured alive. This time, fortune had favored him, but there was no guarantee it would happen again. He resolved silently that he must refrain from invoking the ancient true demon unless absolutely necessary. While its power was indeed formidable, the repercussions were equally severe and could very well cost him his life. Ah, you are awake. Suddenly, Jasmine opened her eyes and, upon seeing Xiao Chen had regained consciousness, a glimmer of surprise flickered in her gaze. You are awake. I am grateful for your life-saving assistance, fair maiden. My name is Xiao Chen, and may I inquire what you are called? Xiao Chen expressed his gratitude with a smile. My name is Emoli. I happened upon you collapsing while gathering wild vegetables, so I brought you back. She inquired, by the way, from where do you hail, and how did you sustain such grievous injuries? I come from Xiongwu City. The reason for my wounds is that I encountered a beast there. Upon hearing this, a flicker of astonishment crossed Emoli's eyes. You are from Xiongwu City? Was it not ravaged by beasts? How did you manage to escape? Xiongtu village lies adjacent to Xiongwu City, and such a catastrophic event would not have gone unnoticed by its inhabitants. To her, the siege by beasts would surely leave no survivors. Apart from the exalted warriors, none could hope to live through such an ordeal. Yet, she found it hard to believe that this young lad before her could be one of those esteemed warriors. The beasts there have already been driven away by us. I stood guard at the city gate and even slew numerous beasts, he asserted. Do you truly believe that a mere youth like you, with such a feeble physique, could have vanquished beasts? You must be jesting. I see you as nothing but a coward, the type to soil his trousers at the mere sight of the beastly horde. Suddenly, Zhu entered with an icy smirk, interrupting Xiao Chen's words. His derisive gaze scrutinized Xiao Chen as though he were nothing more than an insignificant insect. He had initially anticipated that Xiao Chen was someone formidable, only to discover he was merely a braggart and a fraud. With Xiao Chen's physique, he was but half as strong as Zhu. The very sight of a beast would surely leave him trembling in fear. Could such a worthless pretty boy like Xiao Chen possibly slay a demon beast? It seems implausible. Judging by his demeanor, he is little more than a mere gatekeeper, perhaps even a cowardly deserter. Upon hearing this, Jasmine could not help but nod in agreement. She believed Xiao Chen to be a fugitive, having fled the ranks in a desperate bid for survival amidst the siege of the demon clan. However, she did not view this as a failing. After all, one must prioritize their own existence. Those who are timid may choose to flee when faced with peril, and that is not inherently a negative trait. Chapter 70. Money is Life. Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at Zhu, his brow furrowing slightly. Just as he was about to speak, an unceremonious growl emanated from his stomach. After a fierce battle with the demon clan, he had exhausted considerable energy. Although he had consumed a small elixir, he had not eaten anything, and now hunger gnawed at him fiercely. How impoverished can one be to be unable to afford a meal? Is it truly necessary for your stomach to betray you so audibly? Zhu's eyes brimmed with disdain. He presumptively assumed that Xiao Chen's predicament stemmed from his dire financial straits, a notion not uncommon in their village. With the demon clan rampant and the populace struggling to survive, a staggering 90% of the villagers went to bed hungry. Only those valiant souls like himself, adept in both agriculture and hunting, could barely scrape together 5 taels of silver a year, enough to secure a single hearty meal. I shall fetch you some food. Jasmine, undeterred by the circumstances, turned briskly and made her way to the kitchen. In a mere moment, she returned with a modest bowl of rice and a small dish of pickled vegetables, placing them before Xiao Chen with a radiant smile. Here, do enjoy your meal. Xiao Chen glanced at the meal in front of him, momentarily taken aback. The fare was exceedingly poor, not to mention the Northern King's mansion. Even at Lu Sanji's home, he had dined far better. Coming from a prestigious background, he was unaware that the world had deteriorated to such an extent. Su Erju was equally astonished, his expression darkening instantly. How could Mei Li serve Xiao Chen such meager rations? What merits did this pretty boy possess? Fine grains were a rarity in their village. Even he managed to consume them only a few times a year. Mei Li, does your village sell wine and meat? Xiao Chen inquired, looking at the plain rice and pickles before him, utterly devoid of appetite. He had over 1,000 taels of gold in his spatial ring, which he assumed would suffice for a meal. After dining, he intended to leave some for Mei Li, as a token of gratitude for saving his life. There is a tavern in the village, but the prices are exorbitant. If you can afford it, and I cannot buy any, Mei Li replied softly. Su Erju, unable to contain his disdain, barked, Brat, do you think you deserve to eat wine and meat? If you were a man, you would leave Mei Li's home at once. Her family is struggling enough and cannot afford to support a useless person like you. This was not mere rhetoric in this era of widespread famine. Food equated to life itself. Mei Li was alone, surviving by foraging wild vegetables and mending clothes for others, barely scraping by. If another mouth were to be added to her household, they would surely starve. However, the next moment shattered Su Erju's worldview completely. Xiao Chen produced a gold ingot and placed it on the table, stating, "This should suffice, right?" Su Erju stared at the gold, utterly dumbfounded. Gold? A full 10 taels of gold. Was this real? He had never seen a complete silver ingot in his life, and this pretty boy casually presented 10 taels of gold? How could the disparity between them be so vast? Mei Li was equally stunned, gazing at Xiao Chen with disbelief, her beautiful eyes filled with astonishment. Had she saved a wealthy young master? Yet, despite being covered in blood, his noble aura was undeniable. I don't believe it. It must be fake. Su Erju could not accept this reality. He picked up the gold ingot from the table and bit down on it. Upon seeing the clear teeth marks on the ingot, his face turned ashen, and he collapsed to the ground. It was real. This gold was indeed genuine. 1 ingot of gold equated to 100 taels of silver, which represented 20 years of his earnings. This meant that this pretty boy could effortlessly produce half a lifetime's worth of income. He had initially thought that the handsome young man lacked substance, but to his astonishment, he possessed such wealth. In this situation, should the other compete for Mei Li's affections, what could he possibly do? It is utterly impossible. Observing the astonishment on Jasmine's face as she gazes at Xiao Chen, her eyes nearly sparkling with wonder, a flicker of resentment crosses his features. This simply cannot stand. He must find a way to eliminate this dandy. Regarding martial prowess, he possesses considerable confidence. With Xiao Chen's slender physique, he could easily overpower him. Unless, of course, Xiao Chen happens to be a martial artist, but such individuals are exceedingly rare and unlikely to appear in a place as desolate as theirs, at least. He has not encountered one in many years. Dear Miss Jasmine, might I trouble you to procure some wine and delicacies? Xiao Chen was indeed famished. Although he had just slept for several hours and his period of weakness had passed, his strength had been restored. Nevertheless, the human body is akin to iron. While food is as vital as steel, one meal missed could leave one in dire hunger. At this moment, all he desired was to indulge in a hearty meal to satiate his hunger. Very well, I shall go at once. What do you fancy? 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of mutton, 2 roasted chickens, and 5 pounds of rice. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and remarked that ever since he awakened the divine warrior physique, his appetite had increased astonishingly. Jasmine was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Chen. She had never anticipated that someone who appeared so refined could possess such a voracious appetite. However, she refrained from further commentary, nodding her head as she tremulously took the gold ingot from Su Erju's hands and made her way towards the depths of the village. Even after walking a considerable distance, her heart remained unsettled. Gazing at the gold ingot in her hand, she suddenly felt as if she were in a dream. This was an entire gold ingot. It was likely that no one in the village had ever laid eyes on such a substantial fortune. Just think of how many eggs she could purchase, how many bowls of rice she could savor. How many lives could this save? In times of chaos, money equates to life. Meanwhile, after Jasmine's departure, Su Erju closed the door with a sinister expression, then turned to Xiao Chen. His face twisted with malice as he declared, "You should not have come here, brat. If you hadn't come, you might have had a chance to survive, but now, you shall not live." Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "You intend to kill me?" "Indeed. Do we know each other from before? Have I ever offended you?" Su Erju shook his head, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. I have never laid eyes upon you until today. This marks our first encounter. The reason for your demise lies in your association with someone you should not have approached. I harbored feelings for Jasmine for 7 long years. Yet this wretched woman has always disregarded me. However, after merely one meeting with you, she treats you with such kindness. I cannot accept this. Hence, you must die. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, realizing the truth of the matter. So that's it. You truly are tyrannical. But if you kill me, will that make him only love you? Su Erju sneered. If I were to end your life and seize your wealth, I would then forcibly claim Mo Li's body for the rest of her days. She would have no choice but to be with me, allowing me to fulfill my desires and indulge in her every day. However, first, I must make you suffer the indignity of death. A faint smirk formed at the corners of Xiao Chen's mouth. Wronged. What do I have to feel wronged about? In any case, it shall not be I who meets death. Considering the favor you just rendered me, I had intended to spare you. Yet you dare to lay your hands upon Mo Li. Thus, I shall not allow you to live. Su Erju observed the confidence radiating from Xiao Chen's face and couldn't help but let out a derisive laugh. With your ineptitude, you presume to kill me? I am one who has single-handedly slain the wild wolves of the mountains. A pretty boy like you? I could take on 10 of you without breaking a sweat. Chapter 71, Blood Kill Stronghold. Wu Ritian. Su Erju believed Xiao Chen had lost his mind. He actually thought he could kill him. It was one thing to deceive Mo Li into slaying a demon beast, but had he truly deluded himself into thinking he was capable of such feats? Just then, Xiao Chen moved, appearing directly before Su Erju, seizing his neck with a grip akin to that of a bird's claw, lifting him effortlessly into the air. How? Is this possible? Su Erju's pupils constricted, his face flushed with disbelief as he gazed at Xiao Chen. He had never anticipated that the seemingly gentle Xiao Chen possessed such combat prowess, dispatching him with such swiftness. Standing at 6 feet 3 inches tall and weighing over 200 pounds, he was now being hoisted like a mere chick. This was utterly inconceivable. Yet, at that moment, Su Erju could no longer dwell on his astonishment, as he felt his breath growing increasingly labored, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. He struggled desperately, attempting to free himself from Xiao Chen's grip, but the latter's hand clamped down like a vice around his throat, rendering his efforts futile. Spare me, I beg you. Before long, Su Erju's eyes bulged, and he began to plead for mercy. Did you consider sparing me when you attacked? The road to the underworld is wide. May you walk it well. Xiao Chen resolutely rejected the notion, and with a sharp crack, he crushed Su Erju's throat, casually discarding his lifeless body outside. He was not a cold-blooded killer, yet he would not show leniency towards his foes. Su Erju, who sought to end his life while also wishing harm upon Jasmine, had truly courted his own demise. After disposing of Su Erju's remains, Xiao Chen's stomach rumbled once more. He patted his abdomen and offered a faint, bitter smile before returning indoors, taking a seat on the bed to rest his eyes and await Jasmine's return with sustenance. Meanwhile, deep within Xiangtu village, in an ancient tavern, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a menacing glare sat at the entrance, indulging in drink. Behind him, concealed within the tavern's depths, lay 2 corpses, blood staining the floor. One was that of an elderly man, and the other, a young girl, whose delicate features were marred by the horrors she had endured. The girl, stripped bare, bore numerous wounds, her eyes reflecting despair and humiliation, having evidently suffered unspeakable torment before her demise. The old man had met his end with a swift cut to his throat. The scarred man was Wu Ritian, a bandit from the Blood Kill Stronghold. His original intent had been to disguise himself as a traveling merchant to scout the village for an upcoming robbery. However, he unexpectedly encountered a striking beauty in the tavern. Having spent years on the mountain, rarely encountering women, he found himself unable to resist the allure of such a lovely maiden. Without hesitation, he attempted to force himself upon her. The tavern owner, the girl's grandfather, fell to his knees, pleading for mercy and offering all his wealth in exchange for his granddaughter's safety. Yet, Wu Ritian, devoid of any sense of morality, paid no heed to the old man's desperate cries. He ruthlessly killed the elder and, in a fit of depravity, violated the girl, sated with his malevolence. He disregarded her pleas for mercy and ended her life, subsequently lingering in the tavern to enjoy his drink. In these tumultuous times, human life had indeed become as worthless as grass. Just then, Jasmine arrived at the tavern, casting a glance at Wu Ritian. Noticing the malice in his gaze, she shivered involuntarily. Yet, seeing no one else around, she steeled her courage and approached, inquiring, "Excuse me, sir, where are Grandpa Feng and Baiha? Why are they not in the tavern?" The tavern's owner was a kind-hearted elderly man named Feng Yuan, and his granddaughter was named Feng Baiha. They were known for their generosity, often aiding the impoverished villagers. Jasmine had received their kindness on numerous occasions and had hoped to have a heartfelt conversation with Baiha during her visit, only to find them missing. Wu Ritian set down his cup, glancing at Jasmine, his eyes lighting up at the sight of her beauty. He rose, concealing the menace within him, and replied with feigned warmth, they have gone out to procure some ingredients. I am Baiha's distant cousin, here to assist with the tavern for a few days. If you need anything, feel free to speak with me. Jasmine nodded. If they were indeed out for supplies, that was plausible. Although the village was impoverished and the tavern's business modest, Feng Yuan and Baiha would periodically venture to nearby towns to replenish their stock. I would like 10 pounds of beef, 10 pounds of lamb, 2 roasted chickens, and 5 pounds of rice. Jasmine recalled the words of Xiao Chen before stepping out and repeated them. Wu Ritian furrowed his brow. Are you really going to eat so much by yourself? At that moment, he felt a twinge of displeasure. Even a pig could not consume such a quantity. Was this girl toying with him? It's not for me. It's for my guests, she replied. Brother, could you please calculate the cost? The price was 100 yuan per pound for beef and lamb, 120 yuan for each roasted chicken, and 30 yuan per pound for rice. So, I owe you 2 taels of silver plus 390 yuan in copper, correct? Jasmine, concerned that Wu Ritian, newly in charge of the tavern, might be unfamiliar with the prices, took the liberty of calculating the bill for him. Having assisted Baiha with the accounts before, she was well acquainted with the tavern's food prices. Indeed, that is correct. Wu Ritian nodded absently, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to lure this girl to a secluded place for his own amusement, completely indifferent to the pricing. Jasmine nodded and placed a gold ingot before Wu Ritian. His pupils constricted in disbelief. A whole ingot of gold? Miss, what kind of family are you from to possess such wealth? Wu Ritian swallowed hard, a glimmer of predatory desire flickering in his eyes. Sensing that Wu Ritian was becoming increasingly sinister, Jasmine warned, Brother, I'm in a hurry. Please give me my change so I can collect my items. Thank you. Wu Ritian wished to inquire further, yet Jasmine was unwilling to elaborate. All right. He glanced at her and then turned to walk inside, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This little girl was quite cautious. But would caution prove effective against the ferocious mountain bandits? Soon. As the bloodthirsty forces of the Blood Kill camp descended, the entire Bearhead village would run red with blood, and this little girl would become his plaything. Thanks to Feng Yuan revealing the location of the hidden money before his demise, Wu Ritian easily acquired Feng Yuan's savings. After providing the change to Jasmine and placing the food in front of her, he forced a smile. My dear, that is quite a hefty load. Surely you cannot carry it all by yourself. Allow me to assist you home. No, thank you. I'll have someone come to fetch it. Jasmine promptly refused, feeling an unsettling malice in Wu Ritian's gaze, which seemed to suggest he was no good. Furthermore, she noticed his lingering, heated glances. Desire barely concealed in his eyes, which filled her with trepidation. That is not up to you. Take me to your home, or I shall end your life. To be frank, the original pair running this tavern didn't go to restock. They were slain by me. If you wish to live, you'd best obey. Wu Ritian's true nature was laid bare as he brandished a bloody dagger, threateningly addressing Jasmine's neck. He sensed that the guest at Jasmine's home was certainly not an ordinary individual. If he could seize them, it would surely lead to a fortune. Chapter 72. Are you that ruthless person? Have you slain Old Man Feng and Baihe? Are you a mountain bandit? Jasmine was terrified, instantly connecting the dots regarding Wu Ritian's identity. Such savagery could only belong to a bandit. In this vicinity, there was only one notorious group of bandits, the Bloodkill Stronghold, which instilled dread in the hearts of many. This scarred middle-aged man was undoubtedly one of them. Realizing this, Jasmine trembled uncontrollably. However, she refused to succumb to despair. Mustering her courage, she desperately pleaded, Please, don't act recklessly. My fiancé, Xiao Chen, is a valiant soldier of Xiongwu City. If you dare to harm me, he will not let you go. In her moment of desperation, Jasmine embellished Xiao Chen's status as a cowardly deserter, presenting him as her fiancé, hoping to instill a sense of intimidation in Wu Ritian. In her eyes, the identity of a soldier from Xiongwu City still held considerable weight. To her shock, Wu Ritian laughed derisively. A mere garrison soldier, and you dare to invoke his name? Do you know who our chief, Bloodwolf, is? He is not only an unrivaled master at the 7th level of martial arts, but also the subordinate of Zhao Tiangang, the head of the demon subduing division in Xiongwu City. What is a mere garrison soldier to him? I could even take you right in front of Xiao Chen. and he wouldn't dare utter a word of protest. Enough talk, take me to your home. Speak out of turn, and I shall plunge this dagger into you. Upon hearing Wu Ritian's words, Jasmine's body quivered, her eyes flashing with despair. The 7th level of martial arts. Zhao Tiangong's man? She never imagined that the Bloodkill stronghold had such formidable connections. Zhao Tiangang was a powerful figure in the martial realm, a being almost divine in the eyes of ordinary folk. She was astonished to learn that the leader of the Bloodkill stronghold was actually a subordinate of Zhao Tiangang. Gradually, Jasmine's expression became numb. She realized there was no escaping her fate today and began to lead the way slowly. However, she did not intend to implicate Xiao Chen. He was too frail to contend with Wu Ritian, and even with Zhao Erju at home, it was still not safe. She aimed to lead Wu Ritian toward the guard team, to fend off wild beasts and bandits. The village had formed a guard team comprising 50 robust men to handle various situations. The guard team had a designated residence, which was patrolled day and night. Meanwhile, Wu Ritian remained oblivious to Jasmine's intentions, sheathing his dagger and following her with a menacing glint in his eyes, to avoid arousing suspicion. He even carried the food Jasmine had previously purchased, appearing as though he were merely a tavern worker delivering provisions to her. After only a brief walk, he sensed something amiss. Previously, he had scouted the area, acquiring a fundamental understanding of the various locations within Bearhead Village, with particular emphasis on the security team. To his astonishment, he realized that the path Jasmine was leading him down was indeed towards the security team. How audacious of this girl to deceive him. Wu Ritian's temper flared, and he drew a dagger, pressing it against Jasmine's waist while lowering his voice menacingly. You little wretch, do you dare to play tricks on me? You intend to deliver me to the security team? Halt immediately and accompany me to the grove in the east. I shall ruin you. Jasmine trembled in fear, despair washing over her, when suddenly a voice rang out in the vicinity. Jasmine, why are you so slow? I thought something had happened to you. Who is this by your side? She turned to see Xiao Chen slowly approaching from a distance, his complexion pale and exhibiting signs of illness, nearly staggering as he walked. He had been waiting at home, but upon realizing Jasmine had yet to return, he deduced that a girl like her might struggle to carry the heavy load of food, prompting him to search for her. Along the way, he inquired with several villagers and soon located Jasmine. Upon the arrival of another person, Wu Ritian swiftly withdrew his dagger, casting a menacing glance at Jasmine as a warning to remain silent. Once he had intimidated Jasmine, his gaze shifted to Xiao Chen. Observing the young man's ashen lips and pallid face, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. This fellow must be Jasmine's betrothed. Huh, how utterly pathetic he appears. Suddenly, a malicious thought crossed his mind. Why not take advantage of the situation and indulge in his fiancée right in front of him? Such a scene would undoubtedly be thrilling. I work at the tavern. With so many items, Jasmine cannot manage them alone. Allow me to assist her in carrying them home. Since that is the case, Jasmine, I feel a bit faint. Come and lend me your support. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Wu Ritian, a slight smile gracing his lips. He refrained from uttering much, merely summoning Emoli to his side. This time, Wu Ritian did not intervene, but trailed behind the two with a sullen expression. Upon reaching Xiao Chen, Emoli persistently signaled him with her eyes, urging him to leave at once. Yet he remained oblivious to her distress. Emoli was on the verge of tears. That scar-faced man was a bandit. Couldn't he see that? Why was he fleeing? Ultimately, with no other recourse, Emoli resorted to frantic lip movements to convey her message. To her dismay, Xiao Chen not only failed to respond but also succumbed to laughter. At that moment, Emoli was utterly bewildered. How could he be so unfazed, even amused, in the presence of such a vicious bandit? Soon, the trio arrived at Emoli's residence. As they stepped inside, Wu Ritian revealed his menacing demeanor, brandishing a dagger menacingly at Xiao Chen. Boy, is that gold ingot in this little girl's possession yours? He demanded. It's not his. I found it on the road. It has nothing to do with him. Emoli interjected hurriedly. Found it? When has it become so easy to stumble upon gold ingots? Why don't you find another one for me to see? Wu Ritian sneered. You'd best keep your mouth shut, little girl, or I might just take you right now. Emoli trembled in fear, instinctively retreating behind Xiao Chen. Wu Ritian sneered contemptuously. Hiding? What use is it to cower behind such a frail figure? His gaze sharpened, akin to the edge of a blade, as he addressed Xiao Chen. Listen well. I am Wu Ritian, a bandit of the Bloodkill camp. Hand over all the money you possess, and strip your fiancée of her clothing, presenting her to me clean and ready, and I may spare your life. He presumed that Xiao Chen would be paralyzed with fear upon learning of his bandit status. To his astonishment, the latter did not flinch, and instead, a hint of confusion flickered across his face at the mention of the word fiancé. Fiancé? Xiao Chen cast a perplexed glance at the maiden behind him, Emily. Her delicate face flushed a rosy hue as she spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. Just now, I intended to leverage your identity as a guard to frighten him, hence. Xiao Chen could not help but smile. A fiancé, a mere guard. What nonsense is this? You, a mere city guard, dare to disregard me? Seeking death. Wu Ritian, in a fit of rage, slammed his palm heavily onto the wooden table. Bang! The table shattered instantly, splintering into a multitude of wooden fragments. Jasmine was immediately terrified, covering her mouth in shock. Wu Ritian possessed such immense strength. He shattered the entire table with a single strike? Yet, Xiao Chen did not even spare Wu Ritian a glance. His gaze remained fixed on Jasmine, his face adorned with a warm smile. Who told you I was merely a city guard? As the demon clan besieges the city, I am simply aiding Bear Marshal City by temporarily guarding the city gate and dealing with some demon beasts. Just based on you? You slay demon beasts? Wu Ritian scoffed at the words, preparing to mock further, when suddenly a sharp pain pierced his brow. He realized the spirit sword was pointed directly at him, causing him to nearly lose his wits. Sword cultivator. I understand now. You are the formidable individual who previously suppressed 1,000 demons in Bear Marshal City. In the next moment, as a realization struck him, Wu Ritian's expression turned to one of sheer terror, and he cried out in alarm. Chapter 73. Immersion in the pig cage. Upon discerning Xiao Chen's identity, Wu Ritian's internal dread surged to its zenith, his eyelids twitching incessantly. He had never anticipated that in his trivial endeavor to rob a village, he would encounter such a fearsome figure as Xiao Chen. During the battle at Bear Marshal City, Xiao Chen single-handedly wielded his sword to vanquish 2,000 demons, a feat that, although it transpired merely 2 hours prior, had already reverberated throughout the entire northern wilderness. Numerous prominent figures had hastily employed communication jade tokens to disseminate the news, eager for their respective factions to receive this intelligence post-haste. Bear Marshal boasts a true dragon, its roar echoing across the world. Today, in the northern wilderness province, who does not know of the young sword demon, Xiao Chen, who emerged near Bear Marshal City? With a mere wave of his demonic sword, he left a trail of devastation. Even the lofty Zhao Tianyang was subdued by Xiao Chen's sword. How laughable that a petty mountain bandit would dare to covet his fiancée. Was this not sheer suicide? Lord Sword Demon, spare me. I had no knowledge that this young lady is your fiancée. Had I known, even with 1,000 lives, I would not have dared to cast a glance in her direction. The more Wu Ritian pondered, the more fear gripped him, and he promptly fell to his knees with a thud. He was genuinely terrified. Even their chieftain would kneel and call him father in the presence of such a ruthless sword demon as a mere insignificant being. He had even less reason to stand tall. Sword demon? Xiao Chen raised his sword-like brows in surprise. When did he acquire such a moniker? Do you not know? My lord, ever since you single-handedly repelled 1,000 demons at Xiongwu City, your reputation has soared to the heavens. Many have found your previous appearance, silver hair and blood-red eyes, exuding an aura of malevolence, quite striking, thus bestowing upon you the title of Sword Demon, Ruthless One. Wu Ritian hurriedly elucidated. He had heard tales of the sword demon Xiao Chen's ferocity. When he slayed demons, he did so without a flicker of hesitation. He feared that if he took too long to respond, he might find himself cut down by the sword demon's hand. Molly gazed at Xiao Chen, her expression frozen in disbelief for quite some time. She could hardly fathom that the pallid youth before her was indeed a figure of great renown across the realm. According to Wu Ritian, Xiao Chen had once single-handedly faced nearly 1,000 fierce beasts. How could this be possible? Those beasts were immensely powerful. Just one could easily annihilate their village of several hundred souls. The prospect of 1,000 such beasts was utterly terrifying. She dared not even contemplate it. Yet, Xiao Chen had supposedly managed to drive them back alone. Were it not for Wu Ritian's trembling legs in fear at the sight of Xiao Chen, she would have surely believed him to be jesting. Upon hearing Wu Ritian's explanation, Xiao Chen's eyes involuntarily twitched. Sword Demon? Ruthless One? The name struck him as rather reminiscent of a villain. Oh, great Sword Demon, spare me. I joined the Bloodkill village merely to secure my daily bread. I have committed no heinous acts. Wu Ritian pleaded desperately. He lied. Both Grandpa Feng and Lily had fallen victim to his hands, and Lily had been sullied by him. At that moment, Molly, with tears welling in her eyes, cried out, Oh, great Sword Demon, do not heed this girl's nonsense. Spare me, and I shall serve you like a devoted beast. Wu Ritian was instantly alarmed. Serve you like a devoted beast? You are unworthy, Xiao Chen coldly replied. and then directed his chi sword to pierce through Wu Ritian's brow. Although he did not consider himself a paragon of justice, he still possessed a basic moral compass. Such scum deserved to be eradicated, and he would slay one whenever encountered. Thud. Wu Ritian's eyes glazed over, and he collapsed limply to the ground. A torrent of blood gushing from his brow, thus concluding his nefarious existence, witnessing the execution of the murderer who had caused her friend's demise. Jasmine's eyes reflected a sense of liberation. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen, having endured a prolonged hunger, found his appetite intensified after once again wielding his sword to take a life. Sensing the overwhelming pangs of hunger, he picked up the beef discarded by Wu Ritian and began to devour it. Before long, his mouth was smeared with grease. Inhaling the rich aroma of the meat, Jasmine, having not tasted flesh in years, could not help but swallow several times in anticipation. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Jasmine and, from the oil paper bag on the ground, seized a roasted leg of lamb, extending it towards her. Jasmine paused momentarily, taken aback. For me? This leg of lamb was quite a luxury. If the villagers were to witness this, it would surely incite a fierce scramble among them, resulting in chaos and conflict. Did Xiao Chen truly feed her like this? Go ahead. There is plenty more here. Xiao Chen smiled gently. Jasmine took the roasted leg of lamb, and a wave of emotion surged within her heart. Her gaze towards Xiao Chen filled with gratitude. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his lips. This innocent and kind-hearted girl was truly easily pleased. He had merely treated her to a roasted leg of lamb, and she was exhilarated to such an extent. Yet, despite his heartfelt devotion to Yi Qingxian over the years, she had consistently regarded him as inconsequential, easily discarded. The disparities between individuals are indeed remarkable. His obsession with Yi Qingxian now appeared utterly laughable. Fortunately, he resolved not to act foolishly any longer. After a brief reflection, he resumed his voracious eating. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by the door being forcefully kicked open. A dozen burly men wielding hoes and wooden sticks stormed in. Due to their excessive force, the wooden door of the Jasmine household splintered into pieces. Upon witnessing Xiao Chen and Jasmine indulging in their feast, the intruders paused in astonishment, only for their eyes to redden with fury. Meat. So much meat. Gradually, their expressions turned menacing. The village chief's words were indeed accurate. The wild man hidden in Jasmine's home was undeniably the murderer of Feng Yuan and Baihe. It was highly probable that he was a bandit from the bloodslaughter camp. If he were not a bandit, why else would the meat from the tavern be found here after Feng Yuan and Baihe's demise? When they spotted the corpse of Wu Ritian beside Xiao Chen, their suspicions were further solidified. Village chief, why have you brought the guards to my home? And why have you destroyed my door? It will cost dozens of copper coins to repair, Jasmine exclaimed, startled, as she looked at the elder with a hint of distress. Huh, Jasmine, you have allied yourself with the bandits from Bloodslaughter Camp, yet you still care about a trivial sum of money? The village chief's expression darkened. Bandits? Are you referring to Xiao Chen? He is no bandit. The one lying on the ground is the bandit. That bandit killed Grandfather Feng and Baihe, and sought to harm me. It was Xiao Chen who saved me and vanquished the bandit. Jasmine hastily defended. The village chief sneered. You claim he is not a bandit? Then why did Grandfather Feng and his grandson perish, yet their meat from the tavern ended up in your home? Years prior, he had desired for Jasmine to marry his deformed son, but she had declined, causing him to lose face and nurturing a grudge against her. Upon receiving a tip-off that Jasmine had suddenly brought home two unfamiliar wild men, along with a copious amount of meat, he rushed to investigate. Discovering the deaths of Feng Yuan and his grandson, he promptly arrived with the guards, intent on exacting revenge on Jasmine. As for whether Xiao Chen was a bandit, he was well aware of the truth. Labeling Xiao Chen a bandit was merely a ruse to deceive the others. Years ago, he had colluded with the bandits from Bloodslaughter Camp, and in recent years, many beautiful young women had mysteriously disappeared from the village. He had used narcotics to incapacitate them and send them to the bandits. How could he not recognize that the one lying on the ground, Wu Ritian, was the true bandit? If he truly were a bandit, he would not have dared to come here. Village chief, you are mistaken. This meat was purchased by Xiao Chen. Jasmine hastily defended herself, exclaiming, Purchased? In this day and age, who besides bandits can afford to buy such a large quantity of meat? Without further ado, the village chief declared, Jasmine has colluded with bandits to harm the villagers. Seize her and her accomplice at once and subject them to the water torture. With a sweeping gesture, he sought to condemn both Xiao Chen and Jasmine to death. It was no jest should a bandit perish in his village. How could he possibly survive without offering a satisfactory explanation to the Bloodwolf gang? Chapter 74. the fury of the blood wolf behind the village chief. Several burly men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as one hesitantly spoke. "Chief, the matter has yet to be fully investigated. Is it not somewhat rash to resort to such extreme measures? The water torture involved locking individuals in a cage and submerging it in the river, leading to a slow, agonizing demise. This brutal method was said to condemn the victim's soul to linger as a water ghost for eternity, devoid of the chance for reincarnation." Jasmine had grown up in the village, kind-hearted and innocent, and with her close friendship with Lily, her companions could hardly believe she was capable of such heinous acts. The village chief shot a cold glance at the group. "Rash? The tavern owner is dead, yet the meat from the tavern appears in Jasmine's home. Is this evidence not sufficient? It is undoubtedly Jasmine who has conspired with this scoundrel to seek wealth and commit murder. Water torture is not excessive. Jasmine, but did this scoundrel take you hostage? Speak up, and we shall ensure your safety." One of the burly men, showing signs of hesitation, suddenly pointed a finger menacingly at Xiao Chen. Jasmine immediately shook her head. "Uncle Lu, Xiao Chen did not take me hostage. He is a good person. Grandpa Feng and Lily were not killed by him. Stubborn fool. Are you not going to take action?" The village chief bellowed in fury. The burly men, after a moment of hesitation, slowly stepped forward, preparing to act. "Gentlemen, please do not act impulsively. Xiao Chen is a swordsman, and you will not be able to defeat him." As Xiao Chen's gaze grew increasingly sharp, Jasmine became frantic, urgently warning the others. Xiao Chen's prowess was abundantly clear to her. Just moments ago, that Wu Ritian had demonstrated remarkable strength, shattering a wooden table with a single strike, yet before Xiao Chen, he was akin to an insignificant insect, succumbing to demise within mere moments. Though these seemingly robust farmers possessed considerable strength, they could never hope to rival Xiao Chen. "A swordsman? Emoli, have you lost your senses? Swordsmen are exalted figures, far removed from our humble village. Indeed, this lad bears the visage of a complete ineptitude, his pallid complexion resembling that of someone dusted with flour. How could he possibly be a swordsman? Emoli, you have deeply disappointed me. To claim that a feeble, pale-faced boy is a swordsman in order to save your own skin is quite the folly. Before fabricating such tales, one ought to engage their intellect. How can we possibly trust you under these circumstances?" The crowd erupted in derision, wholly disbelieving Emoli's assertions. A swordsman? Such beings are far superior to even the most esteemed warriors. Would a person of such stature truly venture into this remote corner of the world? Meanwhile, Xiao Chen remained oblivious, savoring his beef, not even casting a glance at the scowling men before him, though he currently appeared somewhat weakened. Dealing with these individuals would be a mere trifle. Xiao Chen's disregard left several burly men extremely displeased. What did this signify? Did he look down upon them? Their expressions hardened, and just as they were about to act, a sudden, terrified cry erupted from outside. "It's bad. The bandits from Bloodkill Village are coming." The crowd's demeanor shifted dramatically as they turned to look. A blood-soaked middle-aged woman burst in, her pupils trembling, her face reflecting sheer terror. "Dog's mother. The bandits from Bloodkill Village have arrived. What happened? Why is your face covered in blood?" A robust man urgently inquired, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes upon hearing the name of the village. "The leader of Bloodkill Village, Bloodwolf, has brought hundreds of bandits. They kill men on sight and rob women. These brutes spare not even the children. My son, who was cleaved in two just for casting a glance their way." She sobbed. "What? Hundreds of bandits? How could Bloodkill Village mobilize such a force?" The man gasped in astonishment. "They said we killed one of their men with a scarred face, and they came specifically for revenge, demanding we hand over the murderer." The woman wept. "What? Someone from Bloodkill Village died here? It's over. We're doomed." Terror spread across the faces of the men present, and one even collapsed in fear. The bandits from Bloodkill Village were notoriously ferocious. Even one was difficult to contend with. 20 could obliterate a village of 100, and now, with hundreds mobilized, who could withstand them? Initially, they had viewed Xiao Chen as a bandit, intending to dispose of him secretly and bury him in the wilderness, ensuring that Bloodkill Village remained unaware of their involvement. However, with one of their own slain at their hands, and Bloodwolf now aware, the situation had escalated perilously. Suddenly, one man's gaze fell upon the corpse at Xiao Chen's feet. Upon noticing the scarred face, he gasped in realization. Scarred face? Then, as understanding dawned upon him, he furiously pointed at Xiao Chen. "You killed the man from Bloodkill Village. You troublemaker, now our entire village is doomed because of you." As soon as he spoke, the others froze, then turned their blame towards Xiao Chen with expressions of resentment. "Beast, why did you meddle? Return my hu." The middle-aged woman glared at Xiao Chen with venomous eyes. At that moment, The villagers harbored deep resentment towards Xiao Chen, believing that had he not interfered and killed a member of Blood Kill Village, they would face only minimal casualties, never the calamity that now loomed. Their refusal to direct their anger towards the bandits stemmed from their fear of the ruthless marauders, directing their ire instead at the solitary Xiao Chen, who was an easier target. Meanwhile, beside them, Jasmine stood frozen, taken aback. Were these people not here to capture the bandits? In the present day, the true bandits lurk outside, not only unchallenged but audaciously accusing Xiao Chen, the very individual who aided in vanquishing the bandits. The village chief regards Xiao Chen and Mo Li with a disdainful smirk. The news of Wu Ritian's demise was undoubtedly disseminated by him. Xuelang, the tyrannical leader of the Blood Kill Village, is known for his ruthless ways, with a member of his gang slain in Xiongtu Village. It falls upon the village chief to provide an explanation, which unfortunately entails the lives of Xiao Chen, Mo Li, and other villagers. As for how many lives Xuelang requires to quell his wrath, that is of no concern to him, as long as he survives. He cares not for those who perish. If you still possess any semblance of manhood, come forth and apologize to Xuelang, he commands. Casting a stern glance at Xiao Chen and Mo Li, several burly men approach with menacing expressions, prepared to employ force to drag the pair away. However, at that moment, Xiao Chen, having swallowed the last morsel of beef, slowly nods in agreement. Very well, I shall accompany you. The crowd is taken aback. This pale-faced youth is surprisingly compliant. Does he not fear for his life? After all, the Blood Kill Village is notorious for its ferocity. Yet, upon further reflection, they realize that Xiao Chen must be aware of their superiority, hence his reluctant acquiescence, lacking even the courage to resist. He appears to be nothing more than a cowardly wretch. Meanwhile, within Xiongtu Village, a band of marauders clad in crimson leather armor and donning blood-red headscarves wreak havoc. A beautiful woman is pinned to the ground by several bandits, who viciously tear at her clothing. Her terrified screams do little to deter the feral marauders, and soon, her garments are in tatters. An elderly man, accompanied by a youthful boy, kneels before the bandits, pleading for mercy on behalf of the woman, only to have his head severed in a brutal stroke. The boy, too, meets a grim fate as a bandit crushes his throat with a merciless grip, his wide eyes betraying shock as he collapses lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this horror, the woman emits a shriek of despair and loses consciousness. Yet the bandits continue to unleash their depravity upon her. Not far away, a brooding middle-aged man reclines on an imposing tiger-skin chair, sipping wine. Several fearsome bandits flank him, forming a protective circle as if he were the sun surrounded by stars. This man is none other than Xuelang, the ruthless leader of the Blood Kill Village. Upon receiving word from the village chief, Wang Yikai, regarding Wu Ritian's murder within Xiongtu Village, he is consumed by fury and rushes to the scene. For years, it has been the norm for his men to commit acts of violence against others, and it is rare for anyone to dare to slay a member of the Blood Kill Village. If he does not avenge this insult, how will he maintain his standing in the region? The perpetrator of Wu Ritian's death has yet to reveal himself. Is Wang Yikai so tired of living? Xuelang, with a cold glare, surveys the gruesome aftermath of the villagers' slaughter, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. Today has proven to be exceptionally troublesome. Earlier, he had received orders from his superior, Zhao Gang, to lead a search for the notorious swordsman, Xiao Chen, which had already weighed heavily upon his mind. Xiao Chen is indeed an extraordinary being, capable of suppressing 1,000 demons single-handedly. Even Zhao Gang fell before him in an instant. Although he currently finds himself in a weakened state, he remains far from an opponent that a mere character like himself could contend with. Sending him to capture Xiao Chen is tantamount to signing his own death warrant. Were it not for Zhao Gang's overwhelming power, he would have relished the opportunity to crush him himself. In a fit of anger, he contemplated slaughtering a village for amusement to alleviate his mounting stress, only to discover that his plans had backfired tragically. As frustration consumed him, he inadvertently shattered the wine cup in his grasp. He silently vowed to exact torment upon the murderer of Wu Ritian. Chapter 75. Did he not mention that I belong to the Bloodkill stronghold? Chief, are we making too much noise? The sword demon is likely nearby. Given his upright nature, he would not remain indifferent to our wanton slaughter. With his formidable killing power, he could annihilate us as easily as one would crush ants. Perhaps we should withdraw? A scholarly-looking bandit glanced at the gruesome scene not far off, a flicker of concern crossing his eyes. This individual was Wenbu Yu, the strategist for Blood Wolf, known for his cunning and ruthlessness. He had vehemently opposed the attack on Xiongtu Village, but could not dissuade Blood Wolf from seeking revenge. Now, however, their actions seemed excessively brutal. Blood Wolf paused, a spark of fear igniting within him at the thought of Xiao Chen's reputed power, causing his hand to tremble slightly as he held his cup. Indeed, on that fateful day when the 1,000 demons rampaged, the sword demon stood resolutely before the crowd with a single sword, embodying the essence of justice. If Xiao Chen were to learn of their atrocities against the innocents, he could very well wipe them out with a mere wave of his hand. After all, he was the sword demon, and who here could withstand the might of his blade? As these thoughts coursed through his mind, a thin sheen of cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he began to entertain thoughts of retreat. Humph, Wenbuyu, what are you insinuating? Xiao Chen does possess some strength, but according to Master Zhao Tiangang, he is currently in a weakened state after utilizing his sword techniques. What is there to fear? Do you truly believe our chief cannot defeat a weakened Xiao Chen? Beside Blood Wolf, a burly man with a thick beard and a robust physique seemed to harbor a distinct animosity towards Wenbuyu and retorted defiantly, "Indeed, Brother Ma is correct. I believe that this so-called sword demon, Xiao Chen, is merely a product of exaggeration. How could a mere 7th-level swordsman be that formidable? It is surely an overstatement. Furthermore, I reckon that Xiao Chen is on par with our chief. Moreover, he is currently in a weakened state. How much more powerful could he be? We do not stand alone. Our chief is here, along with over 300 brothers. I refuse to believe he possesses such extraordinary abilities that he could take on 100 of us. If he dares to show himself, I shall be the first to smash his head. In accordance with my wishes, it would be most advantageous to draw out that so-called sword demon. At that moment, we could collectively overwhelm him and leave him half dead, subsequently presenting him to Lord Zhao Tiangang, thereby securing a considerable reward. The remaining bandits surrounding Blood Wolf wore expressions of disdain, some even eager to capture Xiao Chen alive. No one had any intention of retreating. Having ventured out for a rare moment of leisure, they were unwilling to return without indulging in the pleasures of the evening. Faced with such obstinacy, Blood Wolf swallowed his command to retreat. As the leader of the band, he could not afford to lose his authority. How foolish of you all. You remain blissfully unaware of Xiao Chen's formidable prowess. According to the intelligence I have received, Xiao Chen is a prodigious talent. His combat abilities far surpassing those of his peers. His physical strength and swordsmanship are exceptionally terrifying. Defeating 100 adversaries is as effortless as quenching one's thirst. And slaying foes beyond his rank is merely child's play. Do not be deceived by our numbers. To him, we are but a mere collection of insignificant insects. I had initially opposed our assault on Xiongtu village, yet you insisted on proceeding. If we must do so, let us seize our loot and depart. But you wish to massacre the village, as if you are eager for Xiao Chen to discover your presence. Wenbuyu was rendered speechless with indignation. This group of muscle-bound, simple-minded fools actually believes they can challenge Xiao Chen with sheer numbers? On that day, even 2,000 Demon Clan warriors could not breach Xiao Chen's defenses. How could this scant number hope to pose a threat? Wenbuyu, to be silent. Look at you, trembling in fear. A mere Xiao Chen has instilled such terror in you. If you are afraid, you may return home. I intend to remain and deal with these wretched villagers. Should that Xiao Chen dare to meddle, I shall handle him as well. At that moment, a man referred to as Brother Ma smirked disdainfully. What nonsense about a sword demon? He is merely a boy of 17 or 18. How formidable could one so young truly be? Just then, Wang Yukai rushed in, hastily escorting the bound Xiao Chen and Mo Li, accompanied closely by a contingent of guards. Upon witnessing the carnage within the village, the guards' eyes instantly filled with fury. In such a brief span, nearly half the villagers had perished, many of whom were their own kin. It is all Xiao Chen's fault. If he had not meddled, their loved ones would still be alive. A wave of intense hatred surged within them, their glares directed at Xiao Chen, sharp as blades, as if it were he, not the bandits of Blood Kill Village who had slaughtered their families. Wang Yukai was taken aback. In the past, when Blood Kill Village raided their village, they would merely pillage food and valuables. While they had killed, it had never been with such brutality. Was this truly an intent to annihilate the village? If the village were to be destroyed, how could he, as the village chief, maintain his position? In a fit of desperation, he shouted towards Blood Wolf, "Blood Wolf, here is the culprit responsible for the deaths of your brothers. Quickly, I implore you, command your men to cease their assault." Upon hearing this, Blood Wolf seized the opportunity and promptly commanded the mountain bandits to cease their actions. It was not a surge of conscience that prompted him. Rather, he feared that excessive commotion would attract the attention of the sword demon. The band of bandits, engrossed in their revelry, displayed visible displeasure upon receiving Blood Wolf's orders. They were evidently reluctant to part with their fun, but dared not defy his command. reluctantly releasing the weeping women. The remaining bandits, who were engaged in acts of violence, gradually halted their assaults as well. Soon, all the bandits had gathered around Bloodwolf. Meanwhile, Xiao Chen and Imoli had been brought before him. Imoli cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Chen, unable to comprehend why, given his formidable prowess, he did not directly slay the bandits, but instead allowed Wang Yikai to escort him to Bloodwolf. Could it be that even with Xiao Chen's strength, he was no match for Bloodwolf? It must be so. Although Xiao Chen is remarkably powerful, she has sustained grave injuries and has only just regained consciousness. How could she possibly stand against this ruthless band of mountain thieves? It seems that they are destined to perish here today. As these thoughts crossed her mind, Jasmine felt a profound sense of fear intertwined with guilt. She feared the imminent threat posed by the bandits and felt guilt for dragging Xiao Chen into such peril. If it were not for her rescue, Xiao Chen would not have encountered this predicament and would not be besieged by these brigands, facing death in this place. She is merely a humble girl from a small mountain village. What merit does she possess to warrant such a valiant sacrifice from someone as esteemed as Xiao Chen? This debt of gratitude she could only repay in another life. So, did you kill Wu Ritian? At that moment, Bloodwolf turned his cold gaze towards Xiao Chen. His eyes filled with icy intensity as he inquired. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed, it was I who committed the act." The villagers were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend how Xiao Chen could maintain such composure in the face of imminent danger. Before him stood the infamous Bloodwolf. Meanwhile, when Buyu scrutinized Xiao Chen's visage intently, his brow furrowing as if he were trying to recall something. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, he was remarkably handsome. Why did this youth seem somewhat familiar? Yet, despite his efforts, he could not ascertain where he had encountered him before. Did he not inform you that he is one of my Bloodkill Camp's men? The Bloodwolf's narrow, elongated eyes gradually narrowed. I cannot quite remember. It seems he did mention it. However, whether or not he belongs to the Bloodkill Camp is of little consequence to me. As these words left his lips, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the scene, rendering it silent and stifling. Chapter 76. The news of Lu Sanji. The Bloodwolf's countenance darkened abruptly, his gaze directed at Xiao Chen brimming with murderous intent. Not too concerned, are you? Does that imply that this brat holds my Bloodkill Camp in disdain? The other bandits also exhibited rising anger upon hearing his words. The Bloodkill Camp had long terrorized the vicinity of Xiongwu City, committing countless murders, their notoriety unmatched. Even the city's constabulary found themselves powerless against them. At times, they would even assist in disposing of the corpses after a murder was committed. How dare this young man disregard the Bloodkill Camp? Who did he think he was? Such audacity, was he unaware of the meaning of death? Young man, what do you mean by not concerned? You had better provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Otherwise, today, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece, making it nearly impossible for you to wish for death. The Bloodwolf's tone was ominously chilling. Xiao Chen gazed unwaveringly into the eyes of the Bloodwolf, a smile gracing his lips, conveying the sentiment that the infamous blood-killing stronghold was nothing more than a trifling concern to him. Whoever provokes me shall meet their demise. It is as simple as that. Upon hearing these words, the mountain bandits trembled, their expressions contorting into a visage of utter disbelief. How audacious! This young man dared to challenge them? The villagers present stood frozen in shock, for the blood-killing stronghold was a terror to behold, one that even the patrols of Xiongwu City dared not confront. What did this youth think of himself to declare that the blood-killing stronghold was insignificant in his eyes? Madness. Seize this rascal and subject him to 1,000 cuts. Do not allow him to perish until he has endured 3,000 blades. The Bloodwolf bellowed in fury. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of bloodthirsty power erupted from him, suffocating the villagers, who struggled to breathe. Fear painted their faces as they perceived the Bloodwolf as a veritable demon. Many were so paralyzed by terror that they collapsed to the ground, while those closest to the Bloodwolf, the hulking guards, were so frightened that they lost control, a foul odor emanating from their trousers. Meanwhile, when Buyu continued to scrutinize Xiao Chen's face, increasingly sensing something amiss, just an hour prior, he had examined an image of Xiao Chen that his subordinates had brought him, and this youth bore a striking resemblance to the sword demon depicted in that portrait. Could it be that this young man was indeed the sword demon himself? If that were the case, given the sword demon's sense of justice, none of them would escape this place alive. With this thought, when Buyu's eyelids twitched, and a bead of cold sweat trickled down his forehead, as several bandits approached with sinister grins, intent on capturing Xiao Chen, when Buyu hastily shouted, "Hold on." The Bloodwolf turned to see Wen Buyu speaking and responded with displeasure. "Wen, what is your intent?" "My lord, I believe you are making a grave error." Wu Ritian's massacre of the villagers merits the harshest punishment. I have tried in vain to dissuade you from seeking revenge against the villagers. But you refuse to heed my counsel. Now, you intend to slaughter this young brother as well, and I cannot stand idly by any longer. When Bu Yu exclaimed, feigning deep sorrow, I once thought the blood-killing stronghold was comprised of noble bandits who robbed the rich to aid the poor, which is why I allied myself with you. Yet, I am disheartened to see how brutal you have become. Upon hearing this, the blood wolf was rendered speechless. So brutal? Wasn't Wen Buyu the most malicious figure within the blood-killing stronghold throughout the years? How many insidious schemes had he devised? How many innocent lives had he orchestrated the demise of? And now, he dared to accuse the blood wolf of brutality? The other bandits were equally bewildered. Wen Buyu, have you lost your mind to utter such heartless words? The most sinister individual in our blood-kill village is you. Ma Ge reached out and touched Wen Buyu's forehead in disbelief. Wen Buyu, feeling anxious, glanced at Xiao Chen, who was looking at him with a half-smile. And his heart sank. He hurriedly turned to point at Ma Ge, cursing furiously, Ma Sanpao, you're talking nonsense. When have I ever devised a treacherous scheme? This time. When you all intended to descend the mountain for revenge, was I not vehemently opposing it? The villagers are so innocent. How could you brutes be so merciless? Ma Sanao stared at Wen Buyu, stunned into silence. Could this kid actually be mad? He was the one who relished in slaughtering innocents in the past. Now he dares to speak of the villagers' innocence? Just then, Xiao Chen suddenly looked at Wen Buyu with a playful expression and uttered a phrase that left everyone perplexed. You recognize me? Indeed, I do. I pay my respects to the sword demon. While others failed to comprehend, Wen Buyu understood and trembled in response. The moment he spoke, it was as if countless thunderclaps erupted in the ears of the bandits. The sword demon? This youth before them is the sword demon Xiao Chen? With his identity exposed, Xiao Chen no longer felt the need to feign humility. Previously, he had refrained from striking, fearing that this band of bandits might flee. He aimed to capture them all in one fell swoop. Now that the bandits were gathered here, his objective had been achieved. In the next breath, a surge of sword energy emanated from him, shattering the ropes binding his hands into powder. Then, with a flick of his finger, he unleashed a sword energy that obliterated the ropes restraining Emily as well. Witnessing this scene, Blood Wolf could not help but swallow hard. A sword cultivator. This young man before them was a sword cultivator. In this vicinity, there was only one such young sword cultivator. Could he truly be the sword demon? No wonder when Buyu had suddenly spoken such peculiar words. It turned out he had recognized him long ago. Yet, he chose to keep it to himself. Hoping to survive alone, was that even a human thing to do? The villagers present were also dumbfounded. The sword demon? What was that? They were so isolated that they were unaware of Xiao Chen's heroic deeds of single-handedly subduing 1,000 demons. They found it quite strange that such a formidable figure as Blood Wolf was so frightened at the mention of the sword demon. Was that person truly a demon? Simultaneously, they were astonished by Xiao Chen as well. They never expected this youth to indeed be a sword cultivator. However, they still did not perceive Xiao Chen as a match for Blood Wolf. After all, the latter had more than 200 men, while Xiao Chen stood alone. No matter how skilled Xiao Chen might be, could he truly take on 200? Do you wish to flay me alive? Xiao Chen gazed at the Blood Wolf, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Misunderstanding. Master Sword Demon, how could this little wolf dare to stand against you? The Blood Wolf managed to force a smile. Chief, what do you fear? We have over 200 brothers here, while he is but one man with a single sword. Moreover, his pallid complexion clearly indicates he has sustained injuries. If we charge together, we shall surely subdue him. In that case, delivering him to Master Zhao Tiangang would undoubtedly be a significant achievement. Ma Sanpao, refusing to be subdued, boldly stepped forward. The moment he uttered his words, the Blood Wolf nearly felt his heart stop in terror. Charge together? He has already repelled 2,000 demon tribes. Do you think he would regard our mere 200? Each of those 2,000 demons is a formidable existence at the 7th level of the demon soil. Any one of them could effortlessly slay a mere martial apprentice like me at the 7th level, with 2,000 attacking simultaneously. I fear their mere presence could frighten me to death. Moreover, 90% of my band of robbers are ordinary folk, with only a handful of martial practitioners, most of whom are merely at the 1st or 2nd levels of martial apprentices. Subdue him? With what means? Even if Xiao Chen possessed only 1% of his peak strength, he would still be beyond our reach. Upon hearing the name Zhao Tiangang, Xiao Chen's gaze turned icy. Are you people from Zhao Tiangang? Ma Sanpao, oblivious to the chill in Xiao Chen's words, mistakenly thought that Xiao Chen was afraid, and smugly declared, Indeed. We are subordinates of Master Xiao, tasked with handling some unsavory affairs on his behalf. I heard that you wasted a small elixir to rescue an old soldier named Lu Sanji. It is utterly foolish. What good is it to bring someone back? At this moment, are they not hanging at the city gate, their tendons severed by Master Xiao, awaiting death? When Bu Yu, standing nearby, immediately turned pale upon hearing these words. In a bid to rescue the old soldier known as Lu Sanji, Xiao Chen had ventured alone into Xiongwu City to confront 1,000 demons. Did Ma Sanpao truly wish to court death by uttering such words in his presence? Indeed, as soon as Ma Sanpao's voice faded, Xiao Chen's eyes ignited with fury. And with an astonishing swiftness, he seized Ma Sanpao by the throat. He effortlessly lifted the burly man, whose physique was akin to that of an ox, into the air. Rage boiled within his gaze as he demanded, "You claim Lu Sanji had his tendons severed? Explain yourself immediately." The onlookers were rendered speechless by this spectacle. Ma Sanpao was a formidable warrior at the 6th level of martial arts, weighing no less than 180 pounds. Yet Xiao Chen had lifted him with a single hand? The display of strength was utterly terrifying. Wasn't a sword cultivator supposed to be physically weak? How could Xiao Chen possess such formidable physical prowess? Ma Sanpao was also taken aback. He had presumed Xiao Chen to be a mere sickly cat, emboldening him to provoke him. To his astonishment, he discovered that his opponent was a fierce tiger. However, he was unwilling to succumb without a fight. He struggled momentarily, but to no avail. Soon, his complexion turned a shade reminiscent of a liver, and he began to froth at the mouth. Realizing that he was on the brink of death, he hastily pleaded, "Great sword demon, I will speak. I beg you, just let me down." Bang! With a casual toss, Xiao Chen flung Ma Sanpao 5 meters away, the latter crashing heavily to the ground, gasping for breath in a frenzy. "Quickly tell me, what has happened to Lu Sanji?" Ma Sanpao, not daring to delay, crawled to Xiao Chen and recounted everything he knew in meticulous detail. From Ma Sanpao's account, Xiao Chen learned that after his departure, Zhao Tiangang had first murdered Lu Wenlong, who had aided Xiao Chen, and then, with brutal cruelty, had severed the tendons of the aged Lu Sanji, hanging him at the city gates to suffer under the merciless sun. Lu Sanji, already injured and frail, could scarcely endure such torment, and soon he was on the brink of death. What was most despicable was that Zhao Tiangang had ordered his men to slice off a piece of Lu Sanji's flesh every hour. It had been 2 hours since Xiao Chen had left, and Lu Sanji had already been subjected to 2 such mutilations. Zhao Tiangang's intent was clear, to lure Xiao Chen into a trap. His audacity stemmed from the support of a powerful figure in Huangbei City, granting him a mysterious strength. He had now laid ambushes in Xiongwu City with several martial masters and 109th realm martial disciples, creating an intricate web of death. Given Xiao Chen's current condition, his mere appearance would surely spell his immediate demise. Zhao Tiangang had orchestrated a cunning scheme. If Xiao Chen did not respond, Lu Sanji would perish, and if he did, Xiao Chen himself would meet his end. The objective was to place Xiao Chen in an inescapable dilemma. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Xiao Chen, consumed by fury, unleashed a punch that shattered Ma Sanpao's skull. His eyes burned with wrath akin to a raging storm. "Zhao Tiangang, how dare you inflict such cruelty upon Lu Sanji? In his most desolate 3 years, it was Lu Sanji's love and care that had granted him a glimmer of warmth, instilling in him the courage to carry on." To outsiders, Lu Sanji might have seemed an inconsequential old soldier, yet in Xiao Chen's heart, he was the most important family member, far surpassing the likes of Xiao Zhenbei. Now witnessing Lu Sanji's plight, how could Xiao Chen refrain from indignation? As he erupted in anger, the onlookers trembled in fear. Blood Wolf, terrified that he might be the next victim, bravely stepped forward, stammering, "Sword demon, if you spare my life, my blood kill camp will henceforth serve you." Before he could finish his plea, he felt a chill at his neck, and his head was soon soaring through the air. "You dare to serve me?" Xiao Chen cast a cold glance at the severed head of the Blood Wolf hovering above, his voice icy as he spoke. Subsequently, he surveyed the surrounding bandits, unleashing a relentless slaughter. These brigands bore the blood of countless innocent civilians on their hands. How could Xiao Chen possibly spare these fiends? Waves of sword energy darted through the ranks of the bandits, akin to the scythe of death, swiftly reaping vibrant lives. These marauders, who spent their days taking lives, never envisioned that one day they would be slaughtered like mere livestock. The villagers present were left utterly dumbfounded. They could scarcely believe that the fearsome bandits of Bloodkill Stronghold, who had long terrorized them, now appeared as fragile as mere chickens before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not even draw his sword. He merely unleashed his sword aura to slay his foes. Yet, Not a single individual could survive a breath in his presence. Whether they were mere mountain bandits or robust warriors brimming with vitality, under Xiao Chen's sword aura, they fell like fragile chickens, pierced through the heart by a single stroke. Cursed be this wretched fate. Death is inevitable. A one-eared bandit shouted in righteous indignation to his companions. Let us confront him. Indeed, let us fight. Several of his comrades, stirred by his fervor, raised their blades and charged at Xiao Chen. However, upon witnessing their reckless advance, the one-eared bandit revealed a sinister grin and turned to flee. From the very beginning, he had no intention of confronting Xiao Chen himself. He merely sought to incite his companions into battle, allowing him to escape unscathed. Engage? That beast is far too formidable. What chance do we have? The others were merely marching toward their demise. As anticipated, the bandits he had incited met their end almost immediately, their throats severed by Xiao Chen's swift strikes. In their final moments, they caught sight of the one-eared bandit sprinting away, and one of them could not help but curse you, Lu Hang, you wretched scoundrel. May you meet an ill fate. With that, he collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished. As for Lu Hong, despite his cunning schemes, he could not escape death either. He had scarcely fled a short distance before a sword aura from Xiao Chen severed his head cleanly from his shoulders. Xiao Chen's combat prowess was astonishing, even with injuries. He effortlessly dealt with the bandits from the blood-kill camp as if they were mere vegetables to be sliced, compared to the iron-headed dog demon. These brigands were laughably weak. In mere moments, hundreds of bandits were annihilated by Xiao Chen's hand. The villagers present watched in a stupor. Unable to comprehend the scene before them, their eyes filled with reverence, as if beholding a deity. Among them, a youth who had lost his kin to the bandits fell to the ground, clutching the bloodied bodies of two villagers, weeping uncontrollably. Father, mother, do you see this? The vile thieves who took your lives have been brought to justice by the sword demon. Rest in peace. Long live the sword demon. Thank you, sword demon, for avenging us. Subsequently, more villagers rose to their feet, kneeling on the ground to pay their respects to Xiao Chen. Were it not for him, they would have likely lived their lives without hope for retribution, or worse, met their own grim fates beneath his blade. Xiao Chen glanced back, slightly nodding to signal the crowd to disregard the commotion. Such is the nature of this world, where virtuous souls coexist with those of nefarious intent. Previously, he had slain Wu Ritian to rescue Emoli, inciting resentment among many villagers for his meddling. Yet now, having vanquished the bandits of Bloodkill Stronghold, he found gratitude pouring forth from others. However, the perceptions of others held little significance for him. He had always acted according to his own convictions. If he wished to kill, he would do so. If he desired to save, he would extend his hand, regardless of whether he faced ire or appreciation. The very villagers who had hurled insults and even resorted to violence against him now trembled in fear, their bodies quaking at the realization of the formidable power possessed by this pallid, ailing youth. Had he chosen to hold them accountable for their earlier disrespect? Even their tenfold lives would not suffice to atone for their transgressions. At that moment, the village chief, Wang Yukai, approached Xiao Chen with obsequiousness. His expression one of servility as he spoke. I did not expect you to be the illustrious sword demon. My apologies for my earlier ignorance and offense. I humbly beg for your forgiveness. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Wang Yukai, remaining silent. With a flick of his finger, a beam of sword chi pierced directly through Wang Youcai's brow, resulting in his immediate demise. The villagers present were filled with terror upon witnessing this scene. He had long been in collusion with the bandits, and it was he who had disseminated the news of Wu Ritian's murder. Xiao Chen left behind a single phrase before gracefully departing, indifferent to whether the villagers comprehended his words. His mind was wholly consumed with thoughts of how to rescue Lu Sanji, whose situation was exceedingly perilous. He estimated that Lu Sanji could endure no more than 2 hours at most. However, his ancient true demon was still in cooldown. Not only was Zhao Tiangang laying an intricate web in Xiangwu City, but even if it were just Zhao Tiangang alone, he stood no chance against him. Power. He was in desperate need of strength. After a brief moment, he entered a nearby concealed cave and sat cross-legged. System. Do you have a way to assist me in swiftly breaking through to the Swordmaster realm? He implored the system. The only viable plan was to achieve a breakthrough in the Swordmaster realm within an extremely limited time frame, thus shattering this deadlock. With his innate talent, once he ascended to the Swordmaster level, he would become invincible beneath the Sword General realm. Regardless of how many formidable opponents Zhao Tiangang summoned, they would pose no threat. Yet, breaking through to Swordmaster was notoriously challenging. An ordinary sword cultivator might take decades to achieve such a feat he desired to transcend within 2 hours. Or even less, a notion bordering on the fantastical. Nevertheless, given the dire circumstances, he was left with no alternative but to consult the system. Like a dying horse being treated as a live one. There is a method, but it is perilous. Is it worth it to save an old soldier? A chilling mechanical voice soon echoed in response. Realm classifications: apprentice, master, general, sect, king. For now, only 5 realms will be revealed, with more to follow. Chapter 78. I wish to break through. Upon hearing that the system possessed a solution, Xiao Chen's eyes instantly sparkled with determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he proclaimed, "It is worth it." As for the danger the system mentioned, he paid it no mind and found it entirely unsurprising. Breaking through as a sword cultivator was inherently challenging, particularly in the heat of the moment. Dangers were to be expected. Thus, the host could consume demon cores to facilitate his breakthrough. Xiao Chen was momentarily taken aback by the suggestion of direct absorption. Wouldn't that lead to his untimely demise? The demon core served as the very source of energy for the beast, containing an unfathomable amount of power. However, the energy within the demon core was imbued with a ferocious essence, distinctly different from the vital energy cultivated by martial artists or the sword aura harnessed by sword practitioners. For an ordinary cultivator to absorb it, they would require a highly intricate process to purify and refine the core's energy before absorption could even be contemplated. Moreover, the absorption must be gradual, otherwise complications would undoubtedly arise. To attempt direct absorption without purification would be tantamount to courting death. In the past, several cultivators, lured by convenience, had perished from such reckless endeavors, their bodies exploding as a consequence. Were it not for the absence of animosity between him and the system, he would have suspected it was plotting his demise. Others would surely meet their end through such folly, but the host was different, endowed with an unparalleled divine warrior physique. Yet, historical records contained no instances of a divine warrior attempting to absorb a demon core. It existed only as a theoretical possibility fraught with peril. The decision to proceed rested solely with the host. Upon hearing the system's words, Xiao Chen fell into a contemplative silence. No divine warrior had ever attempted the direct absorption of a demon core. The chances of success were exceedingly slim. According to the system, even with his divine warrior physique, the endeavor remained perilous, akin to gambling with his very life. Winning could elevate him to unimaginable heights, while losing would spell his doom. Frankly, he was loath to gamble, as his luck had always been dismal. Yet, considering Lu Sanji's uncertain fate and his desperate need for rescue, he hesitated not for a moment and swiftly resolved, "System, I am willing to attempt it. Have you made up your mind, host? You possess the divine warrior physique and extraordinary swordsmanship. Should you proceed with caution, one day you shall command respect across the realms. But for the sake of an old soldier, are you truly willing to gamble your future and life?" The system's voice remained cold, laced with a hint of bewilderment. It could not fathom why Xiao Chen would make such a choice. The individual in question was merely an old soldier. Even if saved, his remaining years were limited. Was this truly worth risking Xiao Chen's life? You do not understand. When my dantian shattered and my parents abandoned me in Xiongwu City, it was Lu Sanji who stood by me, striving to bring me joy through various means. He took me hunting in the mountains, nearly falling prey to wolves. He brought me to the river to fish, only to be dragged into the water by a large fish. He even attempted to sneak a glance at a widow bathing, only to be beaten into a pulp. Undeniably, he could be foolish at times, but his kindness towards me was genuine. During those 3 years in Xiongwu City, my biological parents never spared a glance in my direction. Yet Lu Sanji protected and accompanied me. Now, as his life hangs in the balance, how could I possibly stand idly by and watch him perish? Xiao Chen reminisced about the days spent with Lu Sanji, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips. In that moment, the last vestige of hesitation in his eyes vanished. To strive. A true man, born into this world, must have his pursuits and his abstentions. Lu Sanji had treated him with sincerity, and thus, he was willing to wager his very life for Lu Sanji. Moreover, as a swordsman, he was destined to forge against the winds. The sword, it advances unwaveringly, unafraid of peril. At this juncture, should he retreat, his sword's resolve would shatter. Therefore, he cannot retreat, nor does he desire to. Very well. As long as the host has made up his mind, I will now impart the method for absorbing the demon core. As the system's voice faded, a strand of golden light abruptly manifested in the void before Xiao Chen, swiftly penetrating his brow. Soon, the method for absorbing the demon core appeared within Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness. The method was rather unremarkable, akin to the usual process of drawing spiritual energy from the world. The only distinction was the necessity to first recite a specific incantation. After absorbing the information within his mind, Xiao Chen willed forth a multitude of crimson crystal cores exuding an aura of malevolence, appearing directly before him in a staggering quantity of several hundred. Within these cores, the spectral visages of canine demons roared at him with fierce indignation, as if they longed to flay him alive. These were the demon cores from the dog demons he had previously vanquished. He had originally intended to sell them for profit. Yet now they proved to be of significant utility. The quality of the demon cores corresponded to the realms of their former owners, with red, orange, green, azure, and violet representing the realms of apprentice, master, general, sect, and king, respectively. The red demon cores before Xiao Chen indicated that they belonged to the apprentice realm, and their deep hue signified that they were cores from late-stage apprentices. System, are these demon cores sufficient to facilitate my breakthrough? Typically, a 7th-tier swordsman requires approximately 30 demon cores of the same tier to ascend to the rank of swordsman, while for you, the host, a greater quantity is necessary, perhaps as many as 80. The more formidable the innate talent, the greater the energy required for a breakthrough, resulting in an even more formidable strength post-transformation. This explains why some prodigies can engage in combat beyond their realms. Xiao Chen's combat prowess far surpasses that of ordinary individuals, thus requiring a greater amount of energy to achieve a breakthrough. Very well. I shall commence now. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, placing his hand upon a crimson demon core, intending to commence the absorption of its power to transcend his limits. The spectral form of the canine demon within the core, upon witnessing this, became immediately agitated, struggling fiercely. Having been slain by Xiao Chen in its former life, it harbored an overwhelming resentment towards him. How could it possibly acquiesce to becoming sustenance for his ascension? Xiao Chen cast a fleeting glance at the canine demon before commencing the incantation bestowed upon him by the system. Heavenly talisman, swiftly manifest, assist my divine might. Guiding star, shine bright, banish the malevolent shadows. Heavenly strength, subdue the demon's essence, as swift as the law commands. This was the heavenly talisman for subduing demons, a spell specifically designed to suppress demonic souls. The system had imparted this incantation to Xiao Chen to aid him in restraining the soul within the demon core, thereby enabling him to absorb its energy with ease. As Xiao Chen recited the spell, a faint golden light materialized in the void, gradually transforming into a golden thread that drifted toward the canine demon spirit. The demon spirit, overwhelmed with terror, fought desperately against its fate, yet to no avail. It was soon ensnared by the golden thread, rendered utterly immobile. Subsequently, Xiao Chen placed his hand upon the demon core. With a mere thought, a surge of terrifying energy, entwined with green demonic essence, erupted from within the core, coalescing into a radiant sphere of demon light that surged into Xiao Chen's being. In the next heartbeat, an unbearable agony coursed through Xiao Chen's body. Xiao Chen's expression suddenly contorted into a grimace. He felt as though every cell in his body was on the verge of being crushed. The pain was excruciating. Indeed, absorbing the demon core to break through was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Chapter 79, The Broken Sword Mastery. The demonic essence entered the host's body, and the malevolent energy it carried would inflict damage upon the host's physical form, possibly leading to considerable suffering. The host must endure, otherwise, they would face certain annihilation. Xiao Chen writhed in agony, his veins bulging, his eyes a fiery crimson. In mere moments, he was drenched in cold sweat, resembling one who had just emerged from the depths of a watery abyss. Upon hearing the system's words, a surge of anger welled within him. A mere hint of pain? Was this truly just a hint? This torment was infinitely more harrowing than the excruciating agony he had endured during a level 10 pain experience in his previous life. Had it not been for his divine warrior physique, such unbearable anguish would have claimed his life within mere breaths. It was no wonder that this method had never succeeded. It transcended mere willpower. For an ordinary person to dare to attempt it, the rampant force within the demonic essence alone could obliterate one's physical form. Moments later, the sensation of pain intensified, and even his divine warrior body began to falter, manifesting cracks that marred its surface. Xiao Chen trembled in agony, his muscles spasming, his features contorted in pain, cold sweat cascading down his forehead. Time and again, he felt as though death was imminent. However, just as his physical form was on the verge of complete collapse, the self-healing power of the divine warrior body was activated. A vibrant green energy, brimming with life, surged forth from within him, visibly mending his near-shattered body at an astonishing pace. Once the restoration was complete, the fissures on Xiao Chen's body vanished, and his physical strength had increased, surpassing that of his pre-crisis state. This was the innate secret technique of the divine warrior body, divine healing. If any cultivators were present, they would undoubtedly be left in utter disbelief. It is worth noting that anyone who dared to directly absorb a demon core previously had not survived a single breath. Their entire physical form had exploded into a mist of blood, including some exceptionally formidable prodigies. The fact that Xiao Chen emerged unscathed was simply unfathomable. After divine healing restored his body, Xiao Chen resumed absorbing the demon core, but this time, he noticed a significant reduction in pain within him, and soon after, he could feel no discomfort at all. Congratulations, host. The divine warrior body has successfully adapted to the power of the demon essence. You may now freely absorb demon cores. The system announced. Upon hearing this, Xiao Chen was filled with joy and hastily accelerated the absorption of demon essence. The red demon core in his hand was swiftly drained of its brilliance, nearly turning white. With each completed absorption, he immediately grasped another core, continuing without pause. Thus, torrents of formidable demon essence rapidly flowed into Xiao Chen's dantian, akin to a surging tide, coursing through his limbs and meridians. Soon, his aura surged uncontrollably, as though he were on an unprecedented ascent, rapidly breaking through realms. 8th level swordsman, 9th level swordsman, half-step sword master, 1st level sword master. In a mere quarter of an hour, Xiao Chen shattered 3 minor realms and 1 major realm, encountering no bottlenecks even while advancing to sword master. This speed was nothing short of extraordinary, truly unparalleled in history. To illustrate just how monstrous this was, consider Zhao Tiangang. He spent over 20 years painstakingly cultivating from the 7th level of martial disciple to the 1st level of sword master. During those 2 decades, Zhao Tiangang practiced day and night, through all seasons, exerting every ounce of strength, and barely reached the sword master realm by the age of 40. Even this was deemed a remarkable feat. Yet, Xiao Chen merely absorbed demon cores for a quarter of an hour, surpassing Zhao Tiangang's 20 years of arduous effort, perfectly exemplifying the notion of breaking through realms as effortlessly as drinking water. Of course, Xiao Chen also recognized a significant issue on his path of cultivation, an insatiable need for resources. According to the system's prior estimations, the energy required for Xiao Chen to break through was approximately 2 to 3 times that of an ordinary person, yet the reality far exceeded those projections. Xiao Chen counted the abandoned demon cores before him, totaling over 400. This indicated that the energy he required to break through was approximately 15 times that of an ordinary person. Such an expense was utterly extravagant for the impoverished Xiao Chen. This posed a significant dilemma. Were it not for the fortunate demise of several hundred demon creatures at his hands, a breakthrough would have been utterly unattainable. Nevertheless, he chose not to dwell on the challenges, eagerly anticipating the opportunity to test his newfound power. At this moment, he was imbued with explosive energy. Acutely aware that his strength had surged to unprecedented heights, Xiao Chen emerged from the cave, surveying his surroundings before finally arriving before a towering ancient tree. He gazed upward, beholding the tree's immense girth and its lofty reach into the clouds, its age a mystery that spanned countless years. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment, refraining from unleashing his sword energy, and instead, casually struck the ancient tree with a fist. The terrifying force instantly penetrated the trunk, which was thicker than a water vat. At the epicenter of Xiao Chen's fist, a myriad of fissures swiftly appeared upon the bark, and astonishingly, his fist broke through the entire trunk, leaving behind an immense imprint. Xiao Chen withdrew his fist and cast a glance, his eyes flickering with a hint of astonishment. The amplification of his strength was astonishingly great, at least several dozen times. The breakthrough to a higher realm undoubtedly brought immense enhancement to the cultivator. No wonder he had often heard that 10 half-step martial artists could not compete with even a single martial artist of the first rank. Subsequently, he tested his sword energy, and with a mere stroke, he cleaved a towering boulder as high as a man in half. With such a monumental increase in power, Xiao Chen was instantly filled with confidence. With his current strength, even without employing sword techniques or sword intent, he could casually traverse realms and wreak havoc. If he utilized these abilities, he would dare to confront powerful beings of the martial general realm. Casting his gaze towards the direction of Xiangwu City, Xiao Chen's eyes sharpened. Lu Sanji, you old fool, you must hold on. I am coming to rescue you. Moreover, he was curious about which prominent figure from Huangbei City sought his life. 10 martial artists and 100 ninth-rank martial apprentices constituted a formidable force indeed. The adversary had expended such considerable resources solely to eliminate him. Truly a grand scheme. Could it be Zhang Mohu? But it mattered little. He would soon find out. Regardless of who it was, those who wished to take his life must endure his wrath. With this thought, a glimmer of coldness emerged in Xiao Chen's eyes, and with several swift movements, he vanished from his location. Meanwhile, at the city gates of Xiongwu City, a man and a corpse hung inverted. The corpse belonged to a young man, his face pale, eyes wide open, reflecting anger and unwillingness, clearly unable to rest in peace. Inside the city, a middle-aged woman hid in a corner, her eyes red as she gazed upon the young man's lifeless body, softly sobbing, concealing her form. She fought against overwhelming sorrow, filled with guilt for being unable to even recover her son's remains. Her son, Lu Wenlong, was a promising young martial artist with a bright future, yet because he had spoken a single word in defense of Xiao Chen, he was cruelly harmed by Zhao Tiangang. After his death, even his body could not find peace, hung at the city gates as bait to lure Xiao Chen. Zhao Tiangang had declared that only upon Xiao Chen's arrival could Lu Wenlong's body be laid to rest. Otherwise, it would remain suspended at the gates. But Xiao Chen was no fool. Well aware that Xiongwu City was a trap at that moment, how could he willingly walk into it? It seemed her son would have no chance to find peace in death. Beside Lu Wenlong's corpse hung an elderly man, disheveled, drenched in blood, with limbs cruelly mutilated. His thighs bleeding profusely, and 2 large chunks of flesh severed. His face was ashen, barely clinging to life. Lu Sanji, do you think this useless Xiao Chen has abandoned you? Why has Ti come yet? Is he truly afraid? Su Sha sat at the city gates, taking a sip from a bowl of wine, then looked up at the nearly dehydrated Lu Sanji, a cold smile curling at his lips. You are the real waste. The young master is a hero. You have no right to speak of him in such a way. Lu Sanji's fury ignited upon hearing Su Sha belittle Xiao Chen. A hero? Where is your hero to save you? Ha! You old fool dare to retort at me? Seeking death. A sinister smile crept across Su Sha's face as he rose, delivering a resounding slap to Lu Sanji's face. Lu Sanji attempted to evade the blow, but it was futile. His opponent was a martial artist. Even in his prime, he would have struggled to escape this fate. Consequently, the slap landed with tremendous force, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. Lu Sanji's eyes dimmed, a flicker of despair flashing within. He understood that death was imminent. Yet, to perish at the hands of the demon race, rather than succumb to the torment of a few humans, was intolerable. Witnessing this scene, the onlookers in the city displayed expressions of profound sympathy. The commander and a group of disabled veterans were particularly incensed, their fists clenched, ready to rush out and confront Su Sha. Lu Sanji had dedicated his life to the human race, never retreating an inch in his twilight years. How could he endure such humiliation? Damn it! I cannot bear this any longer. How dare they treat Brother Ji like this? Those who stand with me, let us charge forth to rescue him. One one-armed veteran drew his sword, charging headlong into the fray. To hell with it. I'm sorry, my dear. Take care of yourself from now on. Charge. The remaining veterans echoed his battle cry as they surged forward. Gentlemen, calm down. We cannot win this fight. The commander's face paled as he reached out to stop them, but he was powerless to intervene. He had not anticipated that these aged warriors would still possess such fervor. Yet, standing guard outside the city gate was Su Sha, a formidable martial artist. Were these veterans not courting death by rushing out? To save or not to save? Damn it. Xiao Chen has shown us kindness. I shall repay him with my life. After a moment's hesitation, the commander too hurled himself into the fray. Chapter 80, The Northern Garrison? Heartache. Ha! A bunch of old fools, barely able to walk, yet they wish to display heroism before me, courting death. Seeing the trembling disabled veterans approach, a cruel smile curled Su Sha's lips as he casually seized a wooden stool from the side and hurled it at them. Whoosh! The stool flew with remarkable speed, crashing down upon the veterans with a heavy thud, sending them sprawling to the ground, blood staining their mouths and noses. Witnessing this, Lu Sanji's eyes reddened with rage, a ferocious roar escaping his lips. Su Sha, you are inhuman. They have shed blood for the human race and fought valiantly. How dare you inflict such brutality upon them? Su Sha glanced back at Lu Sanji, sneering, on the brink of death, and you still concern yourself with others? If you cannot bear to see me slaughter these veterans, call for help. Do you not of Xiao Chen? Hurry and summon him to play the savior once more. Isn't he fond of meddling in others' affairs as a hero? Why isn't he here yet? After speaking, he struck Lu Sanji across the face with a resounding slap, causing blood to spurt from his mouth. Chicken master. Su Sha snarled. I curse your grandfather. If you have the guts, come at me. At that moment, the garrison commander arrived, witnessing a group of veteran soldiers severely injured on the ground, and Lu Sanji on the brink of collapse. His fury reached its zenith. Do you wish to meddle like Xiao Chen? Do you possess his skills? He sneered. You, a mere insignificant fish, dare to reprimand me? Su Shao's face contorted with malice as he unleashed a punch aimed directly at the garrison commander's skull. Imbued with lethal intent, intending to shatter it, the terrifying force surged forth. The garrison commander's expression changed dramatically as he attempted to evade, only to realize he was ensnared, with no escape in sight. As an ordinary man, how could he possibly contend with a warrior of Su Shao's caliber? The specter of death loomed, and he despairingly closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable conclusion of his fate. Observing this scene, the citizens within the city were ablaze with fury. Yet none dared to intervene. Just as everyone believed the garrison commander was doomed, a sound akin to a dragon's roar resonated throughout the arena. A brilliant sword cry piercing the air. Upon hearing the familiar sound, a flicker of fear crossed Su Shao's eyes. Could it be that Xiao Chen had truly arrived? The ferocity of his punch abruptly ceased, halting just a mere centimeter from the garrison commander's head, as he dared not strike further. He turned towards the source of the sword cry, nearly having his heart stop from fright. There stood Xiao Chen, having appeared at the city gates, where a man and a corpse had been hanging, now freed from their bonds by his blade. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Lu Sanji, who was barely clinging to life in his arms. A tempest of fury ignited within his eyes, and a palpable aura of lethal intent surged around him, reminiscent of a fearsome hellish warrior. "Why have you come, young master? There is an ambush here. Do not concern yourself with me, flee at once," Lu Sanji exclaimed, his eyes brimming with urgency. "Fear not, everything is under my control." Xiao Chen gently patted Lu Sanji's shoulder, offering a soft smile reminiscent of the years when Lu Sanji had comforted him in moments of uncertainty. A flood of memory surged forth. "Lu Sanji, why? When my parents clearly arrived in Xiongwu City, did they not come to see me? Because they are occupied with matters and cannot spare the time. How about I accompany you to the mountains for a hunt?" "Haha, hunt? Last time you nearly had your nose bitten off by a wolf. Do you still dare to go?" "Ahem, that was an unfortunate accident. This time, watch me, Lu Sanji, as I bend about to shoot the celestial wolf." In the past, it had been Lu Sanji who protected him. Now, it was time for him to safeguard Lu Sanji. Lu Sanji's eyes grew warm, eager to express more, but was silenced by Xiao Chen's glance. Xiao Chen fed Lu Sanji a high-grade healing potion. Once Lu's breath stabilized slightly, he cradled him and gently placed him on the ground beside the guard captain. Turning to the captain, he instructed, "Take good care of him. I shall return shortly after dealing with a few adversaries." The guard captain was momentarily taken aback. Deal with a few adversaries? At that moment, the city of Xiongwu was ensnared in a web of traps. How could he still contemplate violence? A flicker of urgency crossed his eyes as he implored, "Young Master Xiao Chen, please do not act recklessly. Xiongwu City has become a veritable fortress of ambushes. If you do not leave at once, you will surely perish here." In his view, Xiao Chen was being excessively impulsive. Zhao Tian gang had orchestrated this trap specifically to lure Xiao Chen into danger. The forces within the city bent on eliminating Xiao Chen were terrifyingly formidable, 10 martial masters and 100 martial disciples at the 9th rank. Even a powerful swordsman would face certain death if they ventured forth. Leave? Did he truly believe escape was an option? As Xiao Chen was about to speak, the sidekick Su Shao suddenly sneered and exclaimed, "Come, everyone. The dog thief Xiao Chen has made his appearance." Earlier, when Xiao Chen first showed up, Su had nearly trembled with fear, but now, buoyed by the captain's words, he regained his arrogance. Indeed, at this moment, the entirety of Xiongwu City belonged to them. What was a mere Xiao Chen to fear? Surely, he wouldn't dare to lay a finger on them. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the city. The sound was heavy and powerful, yet remarkably orderly, reminiscent of a well-trained army. In the blink of an eye, nearly 100 masked warriors materialized before Xiao Chen. These fighters exuded a terrifying aura of blood vitality, their eyes fierce and sharp, instilling dread in anyone who dared to gaze upon them. Witnessing this spectacle, the citizens of the city felt their pupils constrict, their bodies trembling involuntarily. The presence of these warriors was overwhelmingly frightening. Merely standing there, their aura was suffocating. Even the captain couldn't help but swallow hard, instinctively retreating a few steps alongside Lu Sanji. Lu Sanji, in his state of panic, was nearly driven to madness, having lost his strength to speak. He could only gesture frantically at Xiao Chen, urging him to flee at once. In his mind, Xiao Chen was in a weakened state from using his skills. How could he possibly contend with such a multitude of martial arts experts? 100 martial artists at the 9th rank, should they charge, would undoubtedly reduce Xiao Chen to mere pulp. Haha, Xiao Chen, what do you think of this formation of 109th rank martial artists? Lord Zhao has certainly invested heavily to deal with you. Are you not destined to perish this time? Su Shao boasted arrogantly. Yet, Xiao Chen didn't even spare him a glance, his gaze fixed intently on the masked warriors, his expression dark and brooding. Previously, he had pondered who in Huangbei City could muster such a formidable force of ninth-rank martial artists, and now he understood. It was the northern defense of the Northern King's manor. Though they were masked, their specially crafted military boots revealed their identity at a glance. The northern defense is a fearsome guard unit under Xiao Zhenbei, composed entirely of ninth-rank martial artists. Their combat capability rivaling that of the blood-armored guards of Princess Yin. It was one of the Northern King's trump cards. The duties of the northern defense were akin to those of the blood-armored guards, tasked with safeguarding the family's most vital heirs. For many years, the northern defense had been Xiao Chen's close protectors, sharing a bond of intimacy with him. Many among them had once benefited from Xiao Chen's kindness, and they had sworn that regardless of what transpired in the future, they would never turn against him. Yet now, the entire northern defense had mobilized to encircle and annihilate him in Xiongwu City. It was nothing short of a monumental irony. You worthless fool, how dare you disregard me? Are you seeking death? Aren't you on good terms with Lu Sanji? I am the one who severed his tendons. If you have the courage, come and kill me to avenge him. Do you dare? Seeing that Xiao Chen had been ignoring him, Su Shash grew furious and stepped forward to provoke him wildly. He could not comprehend why Xiao Chen, facing imminent death, still maintained an air of superiority over him. Chapter 81. Reminiscing about past affections. Xiao Chen cast a glance at Su Shash, then with a flick of his finger, a surge of violet sword energy materialized in the air, swiftly coalescing into a purple sword that darted towards Su Shash's brow. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone present was momentarily stunned. To take action? Surrounded by 100 martial artists of the 9th tier, Xiao Chen dared to strike? Su Shash was equally taken aback. His audacity stemmed from a firm belief that Xiao Chen was currently in a state of weakness, unwilling to confront him amidst such overwhelming numbers. To his astonishment, Xiao Chen exhibited such boldness, intent on eliminating him without hesitation. This realization sent him into a panic. He was all too aware of Xiao Chen's formidable prowess, which was terrifying beyond compare, far beyond the capabilities of a mere insignificant figure like himself. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the North Guard were equally unprepared for Xiao Chen's audacity to act before their eyes, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Although they harbored little fondness for the treacherous and cruel Su Shash, they found themselves in the same camp as him, unable to turn a blind eye to his peril. Yet, Xiao Chen's sword was too swift. By the time they attempted to intervene, it was already too late. Thus, 3 soldiers of the North Guard swiftly drew their blades, unleashing several arcs of blade light at the violet sword in a desperate attempt to intercept it. The blade light, sharp and emanating a terrifying aura, surged forth like a malevolent dragon intent on shattering the sword. However, in the next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The 3 arcs of blade light had barely encroached within 5 meters of the violet sword when they were violently shattered by the residual sword energy emanating from it. Following this, the sword did not waver, not even a fraction, as it continued its trajectory straight towards Su Shash, piercing through his brow in an instant. The expressions of all present had turned to a state of stupor. The simultaneous assault by 3 9th-tier martial artists had utterly failed to halt the strike of the weakened Xiao Chen. It was imperative to note that these were 3 9th-tier martial artists, not only in this modest city of Xiongwu, but throughout the entirety of the Huangbei province. They were considered formidable. Yet, despite the combined might of these 3 formidable individuals, they had been unable to impede Xiao Chen's advance. Not only had they failed to stop him, but they had not even managed to offer the slightest obstruction. Could one truly believe such a reality? The soldiers of the North Guard gazed at Xiao Chen, their eyes filled with astonishment. It is often said that sword cultivators possess astonishing lethality. However, they had never anticipated that Xiao Chen's strength could reach such extraordinary heights, rendering it almost unfathomable. They had not witnessed firsthand the scene of Xiao Chen subduing a host of demons, and when previously informed, they had regarded the tales as mere exaggerations. Yet now, witnessing it with their own eyes, they could not help but believe to some degree. They had not foreseen that the once-fallen genius, abandoned by the royal estate 3 years prior, had undergone a rebirth from the ashes. Moreover, he had soared to even greater heights than before. This was truly beyond belief. Alas, it was unfortunate that after today, Xiao Chen would have no further opportunity to wield his sword. The small captain of the North Guard, his face ashen, cast a discontented glare at the 3 who had just acted, reproaching them in a low voice. I have already stated that he is no longer affiliated with the royal estate. Why did you show him mercy? Have you perhaps forgotten the command of young Master Ling Tian? Currently, Xiao Chen's aura is completely concealed, and he still believes Xiao Chen remains at the 7th level of Sword Apprentice. The three individuals were momentarily taken aback by his words and quickly defended themselves. Captain Zhou, Xiao Chen is no longer our master. We harbor no lingering affections. We indeed exerted our full strength in that last strike. One remarked, indeed. Although Xiao Chen once saved my mother, that is a matter of the past. His act of saving me was merely a means to an end. How could I possibly show mercy? Another added, yes, though Xiao Chen previously arranged for my hidden ailment to be treated, effectively saving my life. Ever since young Master Ling Tian assumed command of the northern garrison, my loyalty has been unwavering. I would not hesitate to kill Xiao Chen. If the young master commanded me to slay my own mother, I would comply without a second thought. Captain Zhou observed the earnest expressions of these individuals, his brow furrowing in contemplation. They did not appear to be lying, yet if they had truly held nothing back, how could 3 of them fail to withstand Xiao Chen's sword aura? Zhou Yuxing, since you have arrived, why conceal yourself? At that moment, Xiao Chen's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept over them with a dispassionate intensity. Zhou Yuxing's complexion changed abruptly as he looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief. Xiao Chen actually recognized them? Not only Zhou Yuxing, but the other members of the Northern Guard present also had their pupils constrict in astonishment. Xiao Chen has always been magnanimous, treating those around him with utmost kindness. Most of them have benefited from his generosity, and thus, even today, when they come to end his life, they are unwilling to confront him with their true identities. To be precise, they do not dare to. After all, some may have forgotten their debts of gratitude, but they do not wish to be known for their treachery. It seems the young master has discerned their intentions. Yet, even if he has seen through them, why expose the truth? In doing so, they could still maintain the facade of brotherhood. Zhou Yuxing tore away the black cloth from his face, revealing a delicate countenance, and sneered coldly. The nearly 100 members of the Northern Guard behind him also removed their disguises, unveiling their true selves. Since their concealment had been pierced, there was no longer any need for pretense. The black cloth had represented their only semblance of guilt, a final courtesy to Xiao Chen. Since he no longer desired it, they felt free to show no mercy. Upon gazing at the familiar faces before him, Xiao Chen was overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. Among them were childhood companions who had grown up alongside him, comrades who had faced life and death together, slaying beasts in unison. There were also those who had sworn an oath to protect him for eternity. Yet now, these individuals had gathered with the intent to take his life. When faced with him, though their eyes reflected a flicker of remorse, that fleeting sentiment was swiftly drowned by the overwhelming tide of murderous intent. Did Xiao Shenbei send you? After a moment of silence, Xiao Chen spoke softly. Although the Northern Guard currently served under Xiao Lingtian, mobilizing them for such a grand scheme could not be accomplished by Xiao Lingtian's command alone. Zhou Yuxing shook his head. The prince is unaware of this matter. It is the order of the young Master Lingtian. How could a mere Xiao Lingtian possess such authority to command the entire Northern Guard to hunt me down? Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed.